Traversing the continent of Douqi, he becomes the esteemed Pill King Gu He and acquires a system that yields a 10,000-fold return upon teaching his disciples. By bestowing an item upon a disciple, he can receive a return of 10,000 times its value. Ding! You have gifted your disciple Liu Ling the heart fire of the Blue Lotus, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and have obtained the sacred fire of the Blue Lotus. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the 7-colored poison cannon, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and have acquired the supreme poison cannon. Ding! You have granted your disciple Nalan Yanran 1 month of cultivation, triggering a 1,000-fold return, and have received 80 years of cultivation. The 3-year agreement has now expired, and Xiao Yan proudly steps onto the grounds of the Yunlan Sect. Xiao Yan declares, 30 years in Gu He, 30 years in Hidden. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Nalan Yanran, today I shall show you what true genius looks like. Nalan Yanran smiles indifferently. Is that so? As she speaks, a potent aura of Dou Huang erupts forth. Xiao Yan, in utter disbelief, exclaims, Impossible! How could you possibly be a Dou Huang powerhouse? Nalan Yanran replies with a proud smile, With a master, everything is possible. Chapter 1. Rebirth of the Pill King Gu He, activating the disciple teaching system. On the continent of Douqi, in the northwestern region, lies the Yunlan Sect. Pill King Gu He, in a quaint and exquisitely decorated room. A middle-aged man wears a complex expression, murmuring to himself, I have traversed through time. This is the world of Douqi Continent, and I have become the Pill King Gu He. Indeed, the middle-aged man is a time traveler for Blue Star. Just moments ago, he had completely assimilated the memories within this body and learned of his current identity. This is the world of Douqi Continent. In his previous life, he was an avid web novel enthusiast, capable of staying awake for several days and nights in pursuit of a single tale. This time, he had been engrossed in a harem-themed novel, battling through 3 consecutive sleepless nights, only to suffer a sudden demise. Upon awakening, he discovered he had traversed into this world and had become the Pill King Gu He from Douqi Continent. Since I have come, I shall make peace with my fate. With the integration of all his memories, Gu He calmly declared, From this moment forth, I shall be known as Pill King Gu He. He had read the novel Douqi Continent no less than 3 times, and the plot remained vividly etched in his memory. He had once felt a twinge of regret regarding the fate of Pill King Gu He. To encapsulate Gu He's life in a single phrase, a resplendent youth followed by a life of obscurity. In his youth, he triumphed at the alchemy competition of the Jiama Empire, subsequently being recruited by the Yunlan Sect as an honorary elder. With abundant resources from the Yunlan Sect at his disposal, Gu He thrived in his craft, advancing his alchemical skills at an astonishing pace, and within a mere decade, he became a 6th-rank alchemist, attaining the realm of Dou Huang. He was hailed as Pill King Gu He, the foremost alchemist of the Jiama Empire. This was the pinnacle of Gu He's glory, yet upon the arrival of the protagonist Xiao Yan, his brilliance was entirely overshadowed. The rare flames he coveted were seized by Xiao Yan. The woman he admired fell for Xiao Yan, and on the day of their wedding, it was again disrupted by Xiao Yan. Ultimately, even his prized alchemical skills were bested by Xiao Yan. It must be said, in the presence of Xiao Yan, Gu He was a complete failure. No, absolutely not. Since I have traversed here, I must change my fate. Contemplating the destiny laid out for him in the original work, a resolute glint appeared in Gu He's eyes. This time, he would not allow Xiao Yan to trample him underfoot. Ding, the 10,000-fold return disciple teaching system has been awakened. Congratulations, host, on receiving a novice gift package. Would the host like to open the novice gift package? At that moment, a gentle female voice resonated in Gu He's mind. A system? Startled by the voice in his mind, Gu He quickly regained his composure. Is this my golden finger? Indeed, as a time traveler, how could one lack a golden finger? Gu He, filled with joy, eagerly inquired, System, could you explain your functions? As soon as Gu He finished speaking, he felt a surge of information flooding into his mind. Moments later, he comprehended the system's purpose. The 10,000-fold return disciple teaching system, as the name suggests, pertains to the relationship between master and disciple. No matter what he bestows upon his disciples, it can trigger the system's return mechanism. The multiplier for the return is random. It might be 1 times, 2 times, or perhaps 10 times, 100 times. It could even reach 1,000 times or 10,000 times. However, this disciple teaching system comes with several limitations. First, each disciple may only activate the system's 10,000-fold return mechanism 3 times within a month. Second, the items returned by the system cannot trigger the 10,000-fold return mechanism. Third, the host disciples must achieve a system score of 8 points to activate the return mechanism. These 3 restrictions imposed by the system are evidently designed to prevent the host from exploiting glitches. Am I the type of person who would do that? Gu He thought to himself, somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, even with these 3 limitations, the potential of the disciple teaching system remains extraordinarily formidable. Gu He believes that with the assistance of this system, he can undoubtedly alter his destiny. Subsequently, Gu He suddenly recalled that he had yet to unseal his novice gift pack, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "System, open the novice gift pack." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the ethereal aura of a celestial being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7 apertures exquisite heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Void Projection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 9-star battle Saint Experience card. Upon hearing this series of notifications from the system, Gu He couldn't help but swallow hard. He had not anticipated that this novice gift pack would be so formidable, bestowing upon him such a plethora of treasures. The aforementioned items have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. A gentle female voice intoned before subsiding into silence. Gazing at the treasures within the system space, Gu He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. System, extract the divine ability, Enlightenment. In the next moment, Gu He directly addressed the system. As soon as his words fell, a stream of spiritual light suddenly surged into his mind. In an instant, Gu He received a profound influx of information in his mind, which conveyed the cultivation methods and insights of the Enlightenment divine ability. Moments later, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickering within them. This Enlightenment divine ability is undeniably powerful. Anything he comprehended, be it techniques, combat skills, secret arts, or cultivation insights, could be directly transmitted to his disciples through this ability, even his battle chi prowess. Gu He's eyes brimmed with exhilaration. This Enlightenment divine ability seemed tailor-made for him. The combination of the Enlightenment ability and the disciple-giving system was truly a perfect synergy. A smile graced Gu He's face as his gaze continued to explore the system space. System, extract the ethereal aura of a celestial being. As soon as he uttered these words, Gu He felt an incomprehensibly profound force enveloping his entire being. It was warm and exceedingly comfortable, and he sensed that his body was undergoing minute transformations. A sheen appeared upon his skin, rendering it exceptionally fair, akin to jade. Moreover, Gu He's visage and physique subtly transformed under the influence of this mysterious power. Already possessing an outstanding appearance, his features became even more exquisite, and his body proportions achieved perfection. After a brief moment, the extraordinary changes Gu He experienced gradually subsided. Curiously, he approached a mirror within the room, his gaze fixed upon his reflection. In that instant, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. There, in the mirror, stood a figure of elegance and charm, tall and striking, devoid of any excess flesh. In addition, he radiated an ethereal and otherworldly aura, and combined with his handsome countenance, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Delightful! How extraordinarily handsome! As he gazed at his reflection, Gu He couldn't help but indulge in self-admiration. If he were a woman, he would undoubtedly be compelled to forsake all and marry himself. Chapter 2. The Heart of the 7 Apertures and the Divine Projection of the Heavens. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Gu He reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He then redirected his focus to the inner workings of the system space. System, extract the heart of the 7 apertures. Immediately, Gu He felt an immensely powerful force surge into his body. This force was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving destruction in its wake. In the next instant, Gu He sensed countless tiny needles traversing through his blood vessels, converging towards his heart. He could not suppress a cry of anguish, as the intense pain nearly caused him to faint. Yet, at that very moment, a mysterious power began to flourish within him. Within Gu He, countless runes emerged, intertwining until they ultimately formed a heart. This heart possessed 7 apertures, and with each beat, profound patterns manifested, accompanied by the resonant sound akin to a cauldron striking. In that instant, Gu He experienced a moment of enlightenment. Moments later, the strange sensation within him finally dissipated. The extraction of the heart of the 7 apertures is complete. Gu He closed his eyes, gradually savoring the remarkable functions of this heart. With the heart of the 7 apertures, he would no longer encounter obstacles in the realm of alchemy. He already possessed extraordinary talent in this field, and now, with this heart, he felt as if he had been granted wings. It could be said that as long as Gu He did not fall from grace, He would undoubtedly become a legendary alchemy emperor in the future. Overwhelmed by the powerful effects of the Heart of the Seven Apertures, excitement gleamed in Gu He's eyes. With this heart, it would be difficult for him not to become a formidable force. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Gu He gradually regained his composure and shifted his gaze back to the system space. System, extract the divine projection technique, void projection. As an enigmatic stream of information flooded into his mind, Gu He fell into a state of profound comprehension. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. Clearly, he had mastered the essence of void projection. This technique allowed him to condense a void jade talisman with his essence blood. By shattering the talisman, Gu He could project himself anywhere, regardless of distance. The most astonishing aspect was that the power of this projection mirrored that of Gu He himself. The only drawback was that this projection could only be sustained for half an hour. Having grasped the void projection technique, Gu He had already envisioned its potential applications. In the future, when his disciples ventured out to hone their skills, he could condense a void jade talisman for them to carry. Should they encounter danger, they could simply shatter the talisman, and Gu He would project himself to assist them in resolving the crisis. What a remarkable technique! Gu He could not help but admire it inwardly. With this ability, he would no longer fear for the safety of his disciples. Lastly, Gu He turned his gaze to the final item within the system space, the Dou Saint Experience card. As the name suggests, utilizing this card would grant Gu He instant mastery of Dou Saint power, specifically the 9-star Dou Saint. However, it is important to note that the Dou Saint Experience card is a consumable. Once used, it would vanish. Furthermore, the power of the 9-star Dou Saint could only be maintained for half an hour after using the card. Therefore, Gu He understood he must exercise utmost caution when deciding to use this card. In this era, where no Dou emperors emerged, a 9-star Dou Saint was already regarded as a peak powerhouse. A contemplative expression crossed Gu He's face as he resolved that he would only use the Dou Saint Experience card in critical situations. From now on, this card would serve as his greatest trump card. System, open the attribute panel, Gu He spoke calmly. As his words fell, a shimmering energy curtain appeared before him, visible only to Gu He. Host, Gu He. Age, 30. Alchemist level, 6th rank alchemist. Cultivation, 3-star Dou Huang. Cultivation technique, Xiang formula. Soul training method, Minghun formula. Dou techniques, Blazing Palm, Flame, Eagle Claw. Divine abilities, Enlightenment, Void Projection. Constitution, Heart of the Seven Apertures. Others, Dou Saint Experience card, Purple Eagle Flame, Scarlet Serpent Cauldron. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, Gu He fell into deep contemplation. His talent in alchemy could undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary. Even in the Gamma Empire, a region in the northwest, he had achieved the status of a 6th-rank alchemist by the age of 30. Such a talent was nearly on par with Yao Lao. It is worth noting that Yao Lao hailed from the ancient 8 great families, specifically the Yao clan, a lineage dedicated to the art of alchemy. This clan was composed entirely of alchemists, and Yao Lao's background provided him with the best possible start. Moreover, Yao Lao possessed a trace of Dou Emperor bloodline within him. His rise to prominence as the foremost alchemist in Zhongzhou undoubtedly stemmed from his remarkable talent, bolstered by the advantages of his Dou Emperor bloodline. In comparison to Gu He, Yao Lao occupied a significant inherent advantage. Subsequently, Gu He reflected upon his current cultivation level, 3-star Dou Huang. While his unparalleled talent in alchemy was commendable, his cultivation aptitude was somewhat lacking. Although achieving 3-star Dou Huang at the age of 30 was a remarkable feat, Gu He had reached this stage largely due to his identity as a 6th-rank alchemist. As a 6th-rank alchemist, he could sustain himself and, when faced with bottlenecks, simply consume elixirs to resolve the issue. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, Gu He remained merely a 3-star Dou Huang, and that was with the aid of a mid-level Earth-ranked cultivation technique. Of course, Gu He's preoccupation with alchemy, often at the expense of his cultivation, also contributed to this situation. After reviewing his attribute panel, a smile graced Gu He's face. 3-star Dou Huang, 6th-rank alchemist. Such an auspicious beginning, while not invincible, was certainly 1,000 times better than starting as a waste. Gu He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This initial setup was quite promising. With the system's golden finger in hand, the path ahead would now depend on his own efforts. Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted Gu He's lofty aspirations. Who is it? Annoyed by the interruption, Gu He furrowed his brow slightly. Master, it is your disciple, Liu Ling, seeking an audience. A youthful voice called from outside, imbued with utmost respect. Liu Ling? At the mention of the name, Gu He's mind sparked with recognition. In the original story, Gu He indeed had a disciple named Liu Ling during the alchemist competition held in the Gamma Empire. Although he did not perform as impressively as the protagonist Xiao Yan, he was still recognized as an alchemical prodigy. Gumin, with this thought, Gu He spoke calmly to the door. It was a perfect opportunity for him to test the capabilities of the enlightenment technique. Today, he would use Liu Ling as a trial subject. However, Gu He harbored some concerns, as the system required a disciple to score at least 8 points to trigger the return mechanism. He wondered if Liu Ling's talent would meet the system's expectations. As Gu He's words echoed, the door slowly creaked open, and a young man stepped inside. Dressed in the robes of an alchemist, the youth appeared quite youthful, probably in his early 20s, with a tall and slender figure and a handsome face, chiseled like a statue. This young man was none other than Gu He's direct disciple. Liu Ling, disciple greets master. Upon entering the room, Liu Ling bowed respectfully before Gu He, his demeanor exuding deep reverence. Ling, there's no need for such formality. A gentle smile graced Gu He's face. At his words, Liu Ling gradually raised his head, but when he beheld Gu He's countenance, he was momentarily taken aback. Master, you in the midst of an ethereal presence. Every movement of Gu He radiated an otherworldly grace. Thus, even for Liu Ling, who frequently interacted with Gu He, the difference was palpable, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed at his master. Why does master appear so remarkably handsome today? Gazing at the figure of Gu He before him, even Liu Ling, who often prides himself on his handsome appearance, could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. Observing the change in Liu Ling's expression, Gu He naturally understood the reason behind it. However, he chose not to offer any explanation, feigning ignorance instead. The ethereal aura he exuded was primarily a result of his refined temperament, with only minor adjustments to his appearance. Thus, there was no need for Gu He to worry that Liu Ling might question his identity. Linger, have you come to see your master for a specific purpose? Gu He asked with a smile, seamlessly shifting the conversation. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling quickly regained his composure, looked at Gu He, and respectfully replied, Master, I am pleased to report that I have achieved the rank of a second-tier alchemist. At this juncture, a smile crept onto Liu Ling's lips, and a flicker of pride shone in his eyes. At the tender age of 15, he had reached the second-tier alchemist status, a remarkable feat, unparalleled in the entire Gamma Empire. Save for his own master, Gu He. Very commendable, Gu He praised. Inwardly, he communicated with the system, eager to assess whether Liu Ling could attain the requisite score of 8 points. As soon as Gu He finished his thought, a luminous panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Chapter 3. The Transmission of Enlightenment Disciple. Liu Ling Comprehension. 75 Foundation. 75 Fortune. 81 Alchemist Rank. Second-tier Alchemist Cultivation. 2-star Fighter Technique. Solar Flame Technique Combat Skill. Flame Finger upon scrutinizing Liu Ling's attribute panel. Gu He's expression grew peculiar. Liu Ling's comprehension and foundation were both merely 75, with fortune just barely meeting the standards. Yet, Gu He was pleasantly surprised to find that after becoming his disciple, Liu Ling had received an additional bonus. This was to be expected, as Gu He was a transmigrator equipped with a system, and notably, he possessed a disciple system. As long as one became his disciple, they were destined to become a formidable force. Such fortune warranted an additional point, fitting perfectly within reason. With this additional point, Liu Ling's score precisely reached the 8-point threshold, thus activating the system's reward mechanism. Master, what troubles you? In the room, Liu Ling noticed Gu He's prolonged silence and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Gu He's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment before he quickly regained his composure. I was merely contemplating how to reward you. A reward? Liu Ling's expression registered surprise as he queried, Master, what reward? Having achieved the rank of second-tier alchemist, it is only fitting that I reward you. Gu He replied with a smile. There's a reward for a breakthrough? Liu Ling's eyes sparkled with astonishment at the thought of being rewarded for reaching the second-tier alchemist rank. Indeed, this serves as a form of encouragement for you. Gu He continued with a smile. From now on, whether you make breakthroughs in alchemical techniques or in your fighting prowess, I shall bestow rewards upon you. Hearing this, Liu Ling felt a surge of excitement. His enthusiasm for cultivation ignited. Thank you, Master. Linger, come here. I shall impart to you a secret technique for cultivating soul power. Mastering this technique will enhance your soul strength. Gu He beckoned Liu Ling closer. A secret technique for cultivating soul power? Upon hearing this, Liu Ling's heart raced with exhilaration. Was Master truly willing to share such a precious technique? For an alchemist, the strength of one's soul power was paramount. Although Liu Ling had already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist, to ascend to the third tier, he needed to meet the soul power standard of a third-tier alchemist. The intensity of one's soul power could be augmented through the cultivation of fighting techniques, but there were also methods available, such as practicing secret techniques for soul power. Given Liu Ling's role as an alchemist, he often had little time to cultivate fighting techniques, and thus favored the idea of enhancing his soul power through the secret method. However, such techniques were incredibly rare and not easily accessible to someone of Liu Ling's rank. Liu Ling had always longed for a method to cultivate soul power, and hearing Gu He's willingness to teach him filled him with elation. He promptly approached Gu He. "Linger, kneel down," Gu He instructed, observing Liu Ling's excited demeanor with a smile. The Soul of the Abyss was a 7th-tier technique for cultivating soul power, which Gu He had discovered in an ancient ruin during his youth. His remarkable achievements were not solely the result of his innate talent and hard work. This 7th-tier secret technique had played a significant role as well. Even though any gift to his disciple would yield rewards, Gu He naturally opted for the most invaluable item he possessed. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Liu Ling felt a twinge of confusion, but trusted Gu He implicitly. He complied without hesitation. Gu He, seeing Liu Ling's obedience, placed his right palm gently on Liu Ling's head and instructed, "Linger, close your eyes and focus." Liu Ling complied without question. Gu He then executed the transmission technique, imparting the Soul of the Abyss to Liu Ling. As Liu Ling pondered Gu He's peculiar actions, he suddenly sensed a profound surge of information flooding his mind. Without time to contemplate further, he concentrated and began to absorb this arcane knowledge. After a moment, Gu He had fully transmitted the contents and cultivation insights of the Soul of the Abyss to Liu Ling, with his eyes tightly shut, diligently absorbed and integrated the information in his mind until it was perfectly melded within him. Soul of the Abyss, a 7th-tier technique for cultivating soul power. Ultimately, Liu Ling discerned the name and rank of the soul cultivation method bestowed upon him by Gu He. Simultaneously, a notification rang in Gu He's mind. Ding! Detection of host bestowing the 7th-tier technique, Soul of the Abyss, to disciple Liu Ling. Congratulations. Host has triggered a 10,000-fold return, obtaining the Imperial Tier technique, Devouring Soul Technique. The Imperial Tier Devouring Soul Technique has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. As the system message echoed in his mind, Gu He was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, a euphoric expression spread across his face. Imperial Tier. He had not misheard. Bestowing a 7th-tier technique, Soul of the Abyss, had unexpectedly granted him an Imperial Tier technique, Devouring Soul Technique. With a thought, Gu He dove into the system space, where he beheld a black scroll suspended in the void, radiating an eerie glow. Does the host accept the inheritance of the Devouring Soul Technique? As Gu He's consciousness brushed against the black scroll, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Just as he was about to respond affirmatively, he suddenly recalled Liu Ling was still present. If something unusual were to occur upon accepting the inheritance of the Devouring Soul Technique, it might not be appropriate for Liu Ling to witness. With this in mind, Gu He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the system space and turned his gaze toward Liu Ling, who was kneeling before him. At that moment, Liu Ling had nearly completely absorbed the information Gu He had imparted. Upon realizing that the soul cultivation method Gu He had shared was the 7th-tier technique, Soul of the Abyss, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. His dark eyes sparkled with excitement as he met Gu He's smiling gaze. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a divine technique upon your disciple." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ling knelt before Gu He, his tone imbued with sincerity. Liu Ling's actions were hardly surprising, for the Soul of the Abyss had left him utterly astounded. This was a 7th-tier technique for cultivating soul power. Mastering it to its fullest potential could elevate one to the ranks of a 7th-tier alchemist. Such a technique would likely be unattainable even for some 6th-tier alchemists. Yet Liu Ling, a mere 2nd-tier alchemist, had received a 7th-tier technique. The sheer magnitude of this revelation left him utterly awestruck. It is merely a martial art, and as my personal disciple, it is inevitable that this technique will eventually be imparted to you. Bestowing it upon you now is merely a matter of expedience. At this moment, Liu Ling's emotions were entirely comprehensible to Gu He, for he too found himself enveloped in a similar sentiment. A supreme martial art was sufficient to elate him to no end. The profound kindness of his master left Liu Ling feeling immensely grateful. Enough of the gratitude for now. The rewards from your master have not yet concluded, Gu He remarked gently, ruffling Liu Ling's hair with a warm smile. Not yet concluded? Is my master truly going to reward me further? Liu Ling's expression turned slightly dazed at the thought. Today, his master seemed extraordinarily generous. Do not let your thoughts wander. Gu He admonished lightly, giving Liu Ling's head another pat. Yes, master, Liu Ling replied obediently, squatting down and slowly closing his eyes. Gu He then extended his right palm, placing it firmly on Liu Ling's back. As Liu Ling pondered this unexpected gesture, he suddenly felt a surge of immense power coursing into his body. His countenance shifted as he wondered, what is my master doing? Focus your mind and absorb this power fully, Gu He instructed, his voice resonating in Liu Ling's ears. With no time to contemplate, Liu Ling complied, concentrating entirely on receiving this formidable energy. Moments later, a muffled sound reverberated from within Liu Ling, and his aura underwent a transformation. He had broken through, ascending from a 2-star fighter to a 3-star fighter. Yet, this was only the beginning. The power within him continued to swell. After another brief interval, Liu Ling's aura fluctuated once more. 4-star fighter. Sweat glistened on Liu Ling's handsome face, rendering him somewhat pale. Clearly, the process of absorbing this power was no trivial endeavor. Bang! A moment later, Liu Ling surged forth, reaching the strength of a 5-star fighter. Master, I cannot endure any longer, Liu Ling exclaimed, his voice tinged with pain. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Upon hearing this, Gu He felt a flicker of disappointment, yet he understood the necessity of restraint. To overextend the transmission of power could inflict significant harm upon Liu Ling's body. With this thought, he focused his mind and halted the transfer. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Gu He's mind. Ding! Detection of the host granting 7 days of cultivation to the eldest disciple Liu Ling. Congratulations on triggering a 1,000-fold return, acquiring 19 years of cultivation. 19 years of cultivation had been allocated to the system space. The host should take note to retrieve it. A 1,000-fold return. 19 years of cultivation. Gu He felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing the system's announcement. Exchanging 7 days of cultivation for 19 years was an exceedingly lucrative deal. In the next instant, Gu He eagerly delved into the system space. There, he beheld a sphere of purple light suspended in the void. Does the host accept the 19 years of cultivation? The system's voice resonated again, just as Gu He's consciousness brushed against the purple sphere. However, due to Liu Ling's presence, Gu He opted to postpone the acceptance. As he withdrew his consciousness from the system space, he found Liu Ling once more kneeling before him. Linger, why have you knelt again? Gu He asked, hastening to assist Liu Ling to his feet, feeling somewhat exasperated. Master's kindness towards his disciple is immeasurable, teaching me the 7-tiered cultivation technique and bestowing upon me his cultivation. I truly feel unworthy. Liu Ling gazed earnestly at Gu He, his eyes brimming with gratitude. With such treatment from my master, should I, Liu Ling, ever achieve success, I will undoubtedly repay my master's immense kindness 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Liu Ling vowed silently in his heart. Linger, you are the only disciple of your master. The finest treasures are naturally meant for you. Observing Liu Ling's heartfelt sincerity, Gu He could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. As long as you diligently cultivate and carry forth your master's reputation, that alone will suffice as repayment for my kindness, Gu He encouraged, patting Liu Ling's shoulder with earnest gravity. I vow to double my efforts in cultivation and never disappoint my master's high expectations, Liu Ling replied resolutely, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Truly, you are a commendable disciple, Gu He expressed, a look of admiration crossing his features. Remembering he still had another reward to bestow, he decided to present it all at once. I have yet another reward for you. At this, Liu Ling's face displayed a moment of astonishment. Another reward? More 7-tiered techniques and power transfer? Receiving these alone feels like a dream. And now you say there is more? Master, you truly are being overly generous. With a gentle smile, Gu He focused his thoughts, and a wisp of purple flame began to materialize in his palm. As the purple flame emerged, it took on the shape of an eagle, and one could almost hear the sound of its cry. Surrounding it were strange ripples reminiscent of water waves, imparting an air of mystique. Linger, this is the final prize I have for you, the purple eagle flame. Master, is this not your esteemed purple eagle flame? Liu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the purple fire. Having followed Gu He for many years, he recognized it as the flame Gu He utilized for alchemy. This purple eagle flame was a rare beast fire, which Gu He had painstakingly acquired. Could it be that my master intends to reward me with this as well? The thought of Gu He's earlier words overwhelmed Liu Ling, and he could no longer contain himself. Master, please no. Absolutely not. You have already imparted the 7-tiered technique and granted me cultivation. I cannot accept this. The purple eagle flame is your own alchemical flame, and I must refuse. In a rare display of defiance, Liu Ling knelt on the ground, adamant in his refusal. This flame was invaluable to an alchemist. If he accepted it, what would his master do for alchemy in the future? With this in mind, Liu Ling was resolute in his rejection. Linger, please rise, Gu He said, feeling a headache coming on. This foolish boy was kind-hearted but far too submissive, constantly kneeling. Master, I shall rise only if you retract your decree, Liu Ling insisted, shaking his head, steadfast in his refusal. Linger, if you do not rise, I shall become angry, Gu He warned, adopting a stern demeanor, pretending to be upset. Master, hearing Gu He's words, Liu Ling felt reluctant but had no choice but to comply. Master, I truly cannot accept the purple eagle flame, he reiterated. Linger, the truth is I've come across news of another exotic flame. Seeing Liu Ling's unwavering stance, Gu He decided to employ a decisive tactic. If you refuse the purple eagle flame, I shall bestow it upon another. With that, Gu He prepared to retract the flame. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling momentarily froze, and as realization dawned upon him, he hastily grasped Gu He's sleeve. Please, master, I was wrong. I apologize. Liu Ling's face transformed from despair to a sycophantic grin. Master, if you no longer have use for it, then it should be given to your disciple. With a stern expression, Gu He replied, Did you not adamantly refuse it? I was wrong, master. I want it. I want it. Liu Ling pleaded earnestly. Now, that is more like it. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gu He's eyes as he ceased to press Liu Ling further and directly handed over the purple eagle flame. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in Gu He's mind. Ding! Detection of the host granting the beast fire, purple eagle flame, to the eldest disciple Liu Ling. Congratulations on triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the exotic fire, 9 Nether Flame. The 9 Nether Flame had been allocated to the system space. The host should take note to retrieve it. A 10,000-fold return. The 9 Nether Flame? Gu He trembled slightly, gripping the purple eagle flame. Thank you, master, Liu Ling exclaimed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Liu Ling cautiously accepted the purple eagle flame, expressing her gratitude to Gu He. Go ahead, hasten to refine it, she urged. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Gu He was eager to investigate, and he quickly dismissed Liu Ling. Yes, I take my leave. Like Gu He, Liu Ling was also impatient to refine the purple eagle flame. At Gu He's urging, she wasted no time and hurriedly exited his chamber. Once Liu Ling departed, Gu He, filled with anticipation, entered the system space. Within the confines of that space, alongside the black scroll and the violet orb, a purple flame had materialized. This flame, imbued with a remarkable vitality, took the form of a phoenix. Is this the 9 Nether Flame? As he gazed at the purple flame before him, excitement welled within Gu He's eyes. Strange fire is the coveted treasure of every alchemist, and as an alchemist himself, Gu He was no exception. Ding! Does the host wish to begin the refinement of a 9 Nether Flame? Just as Gu He's consciousness neared the 9 Nether Flame, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Taken aback by the system's inquiry, Gu He shook his head. He was uncertain whether recklessly merging with the strange fire would pose any danger. Although the system offered assistance, Gu He deemed it prudent to first elevate his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, Gu He turned his gaze toward the violet orb nearby. System. Extract 19 years of cultivation. After a brief contemplation, he issued the command to the system. As soon as the words left his lips, an immense force surged forth within him. Not good. Feeling the torrent of energy, Gu He's expression shifted, and he swiftly darted to the adjacent alchemy room. At that moment, the overwhelming energy flooded into every fiber of his being. Gu He forced himself to remain calm, activating the Xiang technique to absorb the vast power. Gradually, his cultivation began to ascend. 4-star Dou Huang, 5-star Dou Huang, 6-star Dou Huang. In the alchemy room, Gu He's aura intensified frighteningly. Fortunately, he had timely retreated to the alchemy room, where the walls were constructed from rare materials to prevent explosions. Thus the disturbances caused by his breakthroughs went unnoticed by outsiders. 7-star Dou Huang, 8-star Dou Huang, 9-star Dou Huang. As he continued to absorb the energy within him, Gu He's cultivation kept rising. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang, just one step away from breaking through to the Dou Huang realm. Simultaneously, the energy within him was finally depleted. Slowly opening his eyes, Gu He felt a surge of exhilaration. 9-star Dou Huang. In the span of mere moments, he had leaped from 3-star Dou Huang to the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. As he reveled in the formidable power of 9-star Dou Huang coursing through him, a confident smile crept onto Gu He's lips. At this rate, it would be long before he could transcend into the Dou Huang realm. Having perused the original text, he understood well that only by entering the Dou Huang realm could one possess a modicum of self-preservation in this world teeming with formidable beings. With my current strength at 9-star Dou Huang, and with the system's assistance, fusing with the 9 Nether Flame should pose no issue. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He calmly stated, "System, extract the 9 Nether Flame." As soon as his command was spoken, the purple flame transformed into a beam of violet light, swiftly entering Gu He's body. Upon the flame's entry, Gu He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his complexion paling instantly. A searing sensation erupted within him, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead as he felt his entire body convulse. Amidst this excruciating pain, the 9 Nether Flame gradually began to be refined by Gu He. Time passed, and eventually the torment within him began to fade. At that moment, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of purple light flashing in his dark irises. He extended his right hand, and with a thought, a swirl of violet flame erupted forth. Gazing at the purple 9 Nether Flame in his hand, Gu He wore a look of satisfaction. Next, it was time to delve into the Imperial technique, the soul-devouring art. After the initial excitement, Gu He gradually regained his composure and fixed his gaze upon the black scroll within the system space. Chapter 5. Inheriting the Soul-Devouring Art. Yunlan's Visit. Does the host accept the inheritance of the soul-devouring art? As Gu He's consciousness made contact with the black scroll, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Accept. Without hesitation, Gu He made his choice. In the next instant, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as countless pieces of information surged into his mind. The torrent of information sliced through his consciousness like a razor-sharp blade, penetrating deep into his psyche. With his eyes tightly shut, Gu He focused his thoughts, immersing himself in the deluge of knowledge. After what felt like an eternity, beads of cold sweat clung to his eyelashes, and a sudden burst of elation blossomed at the corners of his mouth. Finally, his chest heaved rapidly, a clear indication of his heightened excitement. Immersed in the profound insights within his mind, Gu He remained motionless until 3 hours had passed, at which point he finally opened his eyes, his dark irises brimming with exhilaration. The soul-devouring art could directly consume another soul to enhance one's own spiritual power. Reflecting on the contents of the soul-devouring art, excitement radiated from Gu He's eyes. Not only that, but by utilizing the soul-devouring art to devour another soul, one could also access the memories contained within. Such an ability was undeniably terrifying. Contemplating the extraordinary capabilities of the soul-devouring art, Gu He couldn't help but marvel at its imperial status. For an alchemist, the cultivation of spiritual power was paramount. Compared to cultivating Douqi, the refinement of spiritual power was significantly more challenging. Furthermore, as one progressed, elevating spiritual power became increasingly arduous. This was a primary reason why high-ranking alchemists were so few and far between on the Douqi Continent. Now, with the mastery of the imperial technique, the soul-devouring art, Gu He could directly enhance his spiritual power simply by consuming other souls. For other alchemists, this was akin to wielding a cheat code. After some time, Gu He's excitement gradually subsided, and a contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes. Although the soul-devouring art possessed formidable power, it could not be used openly. Such a bizarre and perverse technique, if exposed, could endanger even Gu He, as a 6th-rank alchemist. Thus, he resolved to exercise utmost caution whenever employing the soul-devouring art in the future. First, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. Considering the substantial leap in his cultivation earlier, Gu He felt apprehensive about the stability of his foundation. He then returned to his chamber to recuperate for a while. Gu He, just as he returned to his room and was about to lie down to meditate, a melodious voice, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, resonated from outside the alchemy room. Startled by the voice, Gu He momentarily froze, and an elegant and noble figure flashed through his mind. Yunlan? What did she want? With memories of being a suitor for Yunlan, Gu He recalled her vividly. He could immediately discern that the voice belonged to Yunlan, the leader of the Yunlan Sect. Could it be that the fluctuations from his breakthrough had been detected by Yunlan? A sense of concern washed over Gu He as he pondered this possibility. However, he dismissed the thought. Based on Gu He's understanding, even if a furnace exploded during alchemy, it wouldn't affect the outside world, and there was no reason for his breakthrough's aura to leak out. Though puzzled, Gu He dared not dismiss Yunlan lightly. After all, she was the leader of the Yunlan Sect, and a formidable Dou Huang expert. Creak. Gu He slowly rose, swiftly opening the door. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure appeared before Gu He's eyes, even though he had already assimilated the memories of his predecessor. The visage of the woman before him left an indelible impression in his mind. Yet, upon witnessing her in person, Gu He could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. The woman was enveloped in a simple gown that accentuated her voluptuous form, while her cascading azure tresses were elegantly arranged into a regal phoenix hairstyle. Her enchanting countenance exuded a tranquil serenity. It was underscored by an undeniable aura of grace and nobility that the simplicity of her attire could not conceal. Clad in white, with her lustrous black hair flowing like a waterfall down to her slender waist, her exquisite beauty resembled that of a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating ethereal quality, exuding a sense of calm that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of one's bones, devoid of any trace of competitiveness. Of course, what captured Gu He's attention the most were her two substantial attributes. Gazing at the unparalleled beauty before him, for words flashed through Gu He's mind. Awe-inspiring. Indeed, as Gu He beheld Yun, her beautiful eyes were also scrutinizing him. Why does Elder Gu He seem somewhat different today? Observing the exceptionally handsome and extraordinarily charismatic Gu He, a ripple of intrigue stirred within Yun. Elder Gu He, what has transpired? As Yun noted Gu He's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her bright eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu He immediately regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment coursing through his eyes. Oh dear, this is quite the blunder. Clearing his throat softly to mask his discomfort, Gu He gradually turned his attention back to Yun and gently inquired, "What brings the esteemed sect leader here today?" As Gu He withdrew his gaze, recalling the purpose of her visit, Yun's expression softened. Parting her crimson lips, she said, "Elder Gu He, I have come to request your assistance in concocting a qi gathering powder." With that, Yun extended her delicate hand, revealing a spatial ring in her palm. "Here are the materials for 2 batches of qi gathering powder. I hope you can assist me." Taken aback, Gu He responded, "Qi gathering powder? So this woman is here seeking elixirs." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. Qi gathering powder. It appeared he had stumbled upon a realization. Could it be? To validate his suspicions, Gu He smiled slightly, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. "Sect leader, the purpose of the qi gathering powder is to ensure a 100% success rate in condensing the qi vortex for a fighter at the 9th stage of Douqi. I recall that Yanran has already transcended to become a doja. Why?" Gu He cast a curious glance at Yun, his expression tinged with confusion. Yun felt a twinge of annoyance, perceiving Gu He's inquiry as meddling. However, considering the contributions he had made to the Yunlan Sect over the years, she hesitated briefly before explaining. As you know, Yanran is still bound by a marriage contract, and her fiancé is merely a 3rd stage Douqi waste. Yanran does not accept this union and wishes to annul the engagement in Wutan City. Although this matter may seem inappropriate, I support her decision for her future cultivation. As she spoke, Yun's tone carried a hint of regret. After all, the Yunlan Sect had leveraged its power somewhat disgracefully in this annulment affair. Indeed, after listening to Yun's explanation, Gu He comprehended everything. The qi gathering powder he was to concoct was meant for Xiao Yan. Soon, Nalan Yanran would present this powder to the Xiao family in Wutan City to forcefully annul the engagement. The storyline of battle through the heavens would commence from Nalan Yanran's annulment, as her resolute action would provide Xiao Yan with the motivation to grow stronger and ultimately thwart the schemes of the Soul Emperor. It was likely that the Soul Emperor had never anticipated that his downfall would stem from Nalan Yanran's decision to annul her engagement. Chapter 6. Yun's astonishment. So that is how it is. After hearing Yun's words, Gu He feigned a moment of enlightenment. He then added with conviction, "In truth, I do not entirely agree with Yanran's engagement to Xiao Yan. After all, Yanran is destined to succeed as the sect leader of Yunlan Sect. How could a mere 3rd stage Douqi waste be worthy of her? Do you share this sentiment, Elder Gu He?" Hearing this, Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile brightening her exquisite features. She had long harbored guilt regarding the annulment, but Gu He's words reassured her that she had not erred. Xiao Yan was indeed unworthy of her precious disciple. Certainly, Gu He nodded slowly. "I have watched Yanran grow, and I would not wish for her promising future to be squandered due to a mere marriage contract. Thus, the annulment should not be delayed. I will gladly take on the task of concocting the qi gathering powder." Perhaps due to Gu He's earlier remarks resonating with her heart, Yun gazed at him, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Observing the smile on Yun's face stirred something within Gu He. It was no wonder his predecessor was so infatuated with her. Even he found it hard to resist. Since Yanran is my junior, it is only natural for me to assist in the crafting of the Qi gathering powder. Regaining his composure, Gu He replied with a smile. He reached out to accept the spatial ring from Yun's palm. Elder Gu He, I will convey your goodwill to Yanran, Yun said with a smile. Then I shall come to collect the Qi gathering powder tomorrow. As she spoke, Yun began to turn to leave. Wait, sect leader. Why must we wait until tomorrow for something as trivial as the Qi gathering powder? With a confident demeanor, Gu He stated earnestly, the matter of Yanran's annulment requires urgency. I will commence the concoction immediately. Startled by his words, Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Then I'll trouble you to wait here for a moment. Upon seeing Yun nod, Gu He took the spatial ring and prepared to head toward the alchemy room. Elder Gu He, may I be of assistance? After a moment of hesitation, Yun slightly parted her crimson lips and addressed Gu He. Seeing Gu He glance at her, Yun shyly added, the matter of the annulment is a significant one for Yanran, and as her teacher, I should contribute in any way I can. Gu He was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. In that case, please follow me, sect leader. Nodding. Yun gracefully followed Gu He into the alchemy room. Inside, a crimson cauldron, nearly half a meter tall, stood prominently in the center of the room. The cauldron was a deep red hue, adorned with specks of luster, and at its base, four fearsome serpent heads were intricately carved. Their gaping maws formed four interconnected openings for the flames, twisting and narrowing as they delved deeper, hinting at concealed mysteries. At the top of the cauldron, a massive serpent coiled as a dark red lid, which featured a unique aperture for the input of medicinal materials. Scattered across the lid were numerous finely crafted holes made of ice silver, serving the purpose of dissipating heat to prevent the cauldron from exploding due to excessive temperature. The central portion of the cauldron was fitted with a transparent mirror crafted from ice essence, providing a clear view of the inner workings during the alchemical process. The surface of the cauldron was adorned with exquisite and lifelike engravings of magical beasts, giving the impression of animated life. This cauldron, known as the Crimson Serpent Cauldron, was a four-horn vessel. For alchemists, a quality cauldron is of paramount importance, as a superior one significantly enhances the success rate of elixir concoction. Gu He recalled that the original text mentioned a ranking of cauldrons in the alchemical world, known as the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, which listed those exceptionally perfect and outstanding cauldrons. Among the esteemed rankings, there exist 13 cauldrons, each possessing a captivating allure that draws countless alchemists toward them. Although the Crimson Serpent Cauldron held by Gu He may not rival the renowned cauldrons at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, it certainly surpasses ordinary cauldrons by a considerable margin. As Gu He gazed upon the cauldron before him, a sudden thought struck him. His beloved disciple seemed to be in need of a fine cauldron. Indeed, he resolved to gift this exceptional cauldron to his cherished student next month. With this thought in mind, Gu He glanced at Yun, who followed closely behind him, before retrieving a golden fan crafted from the feathers of an unknown avian species from his spatial ring and presenting it to her. The fan was adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an air of elegance. Elder Gu, what purpose does this fan serve? Yun instinctively accepted the fan, perplexed by its intended use. Gu He, observing her confusion, chuckled lightly. Sect Master, if you truly wish to assist, why not fan me a bit? The alchemy chamber is rather warm. Yun stood momentarily stunned, her red lips slightly parted, her expression one of astonishment. You want to fan you? Is that so? Are you unwilling then? Perhaps it would be best for the Sect Master to step outside. Gu He replied nonchalantly, brewing a mere gathering Qi powder. Gu can manage it alone without assistance. With that, he retrieved the materials for the powder from his spatial ring and placed them upon a nearby table. Yun hesitated for a moment, observing Gu He's earnest demeanor. Ultimately, she set aside her pride and began to gently fan him with the golden fan. As the cool breeze swept over him, Gu He felt a surge of delight. Having the Sect Master of Yunlan Sect personally fan him was a privilege beyond compare. Soon after, Gu He focused his mind and extended his palm, summoning a flicker of violet flame that danced in his hand. With the emergence of the violet flame, the temperature in the room escalated dramatically. This violet flame? Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Yun's gaze was drawn to the flame in Gu He's hand, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Is this a strange fire? Although Yun was not an alchemist, she could recognize such extraordinary phenomena. When had Elder Gu acquired such a fire? As she pondered this, Gu He was already engrossed in his alchemical work, oblivious to the shift in Yunlan's expression. In the next moment, Gu He swiftly waved his hand across the table, gathering various herbs and tossing them into the cauldron with deft precision. With his palm withdrawn from the cauldron, Gu He maintained an expression of calm, his fair hand moving with the grace of a master. As his fingers danced, the blazing violet flame obediently transformed into several smaller flames, enveloping the herbs he had introduced. Yunlan watched in awe as Gu He's movements flowed like water, seemingly orchestrated by the heavens themselves. After his transformation into a figure of ethereal grace, every motion of Gu He appeared so natural and visually pleasing to Yunlan. Her heart raced. How had she never noticed before how remarkably handsome Elder Gu was? Staring at him as he concocted the elixir, a sudden thought flitted through her mind. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Yet, the ensuing modesty made her feel a blush creep across her cheeks. Seeing him so focused on alchemy, unaware of her previous distraction, Yunlan let out a sigh of relief. How embarrassing it would be if she were to lose her composure over such trivial matters. With a gentle focus, Yunlan wielded the golden fan, diligently fanning Gu He. In the tranquil alchemical chamber, the violet flames danced alluringly. As time passed, a faint medicinal aroma filled the air, and the crimson cauldron began to rotate slowly, the violet flames within it swirling vigorously. As the cauldron spun, ripples of energy radiated outward from its center in a continuous wave. Within the cauldron, a thumb-sized pale azure elixir gradually took shape amidst the flames. At a certain moment, a deep violet fragrance suddenly wafted from the cauldron, pervading the room and lingering in the air. The violet flame flickered for a brief moment before rapidly extinguishing. As the flames vanished, a thumb-sized elixir, glistening with a faint purple sheen, emerged, spinning gently within the cauldron. Is it about to form? Inhaling the delicate aroma, Yunlan's eyes brightened. Gu He clapped his hands on the crimson serpent cauldron, and the azure elixir was ejected, landing steadily in his palm. Then, he retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and deposited the gathering chi powder within. After completing this task, Gu He finally turned his gaze toward Yunlan. Sect Master, I have fulfilled my duty. The gathering chi powder has been successfully refined. He extended the jade vial toward her. Noticing the flush on Yunlan's cheeks, Gu He exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master, why is your face so red? He instinctively reached out to touch her smooth forehead. You don't have a fever. Upon making contact, Yunlan's expression froze. The cool sensation enveloped her, causing her heart to race. Sect Master, are you all right? As Yunlan's complexion deepened in hue, Gu He expressed genuine concern. Snapping back to reality, Yunlan hurriedly shook her head, murmuring, I'm fine, it's likely just the heat in the alchemy chamber. Let us step outside. With that, she averted her gaze from Gu He, hastily exiting the chamber. As a breeze brushed against her, it gradually calmed the unusual emotions swirling within her. Why does it feel like something is off with the sect master? Gu He mused aloud as he watched Yunlan flee in haste. Shaking his head, he followed her out, holding the jade vial. Sect master here. Upon reaching Yunlan, Gu He offered her the vial. Elder Gu, thank you once again. With a gentle smile, Yunlan accepted the vial with her delicate hand. It was merely my duty. It is no great matter, Gu He replied with a soft smile. As an honorary elder of Yunlan Sect, refining elixirs was inherently part of his responsibilities. Yunlan returned his smile. Then, Elder Gu, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Sect Master. I shall not see you off. Gu He nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yunlan departed, a contemplative expression crossed Gu He's features. It appeared that Xiao Yan would soon face an annulment of his engagement, marking the onset of the overarching narrative. In 3 years, he would directly confront Yunlan Sect. This meant that time was of the essence for Gu He. He needed to enhance his strength without delay. For one who possessed a disciple-gathering system, the swiftest path to power lay in accepting disciples. However, the system mandated that any disciple he took must achieve a minimum score of 8, compelling Gu He to seek out only gifted individuals. Yet, where could he find such prodigies? With this thought in mind, Gu He began to reflect upon the original storyline. First and foremost, the protagonist, Xiao Yan, undoubtedly qualified as a genius. However, Gu He had no hesitation in dismissing him. What a joke. In the original narrative, what had Xiao Yan done to him? It was simply unthinkable to accept Xiao Yan as a disciple. Then, Gu He recalled the little healer from Qingshan town, endowed with a body tainted by misfortune. The talents of the little medical fairy are undoubtedly remarkable, achieving a commendable score of 8. Subsequently, Gu He recalled the presence of the azure-scaled Qingshan, who possessed the bloodline of a serpent man. With her tricolored emerald eyes, her potential is boundless, surely attaining the system's esteemed 8 points as well. Within the original narrative, It appears that these two are the only prodigies to have emerged in the realm of the Gamma Empire. Gu He stood in contemplation for a moment, and a decision crystallized in his mind. He resolved to descend the mountain and take on disciples, in order to expedite his own growth. He recognized that the only path forward was to recruit apprentices. Perhaps he might even stumble upon unexpected discoveries and encounter other talents along the way. With this thought in mind, Gu He began to prepare the necessities for his descent. The following dawn, a veil of mist enveloped the entirety of Yunlan Sect, rendering it akin to a realm of celestial bliss. In the next instant, a white figure soared forth from the mountain gate of Yunlan Sect. Gu He unfurled his crimson wings, taking flight directly toward the Beast Mountain range. Deep within the sect, atop a towering pavilion, Yun gazed at the departing silhouette, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her beautiful eyes. What could Elder Gu He be undertaking outside the sect? The Beast Mountain range stands as the largest mountain range in the Gamma Empire. Surrounding it are numerous towns of varying sizes, with Qingshan town being the closest to the Beast Mountain range. Within this town, the predominant populace consists of mercenaries who thrive on perilous endeavors. They congregate in groups, arms crossed, animatedly discussing the most alluring women, the strongest spirits, and the fiercest beasts. Lining the streets are numerous shops, bustling with activity due to Qingshan town's advantageous location. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted amidst the throngs of passers-by. "Make way! Clear the path!" A burly mercenary dashed down the street, carrying a companion on his back and shouting furiously, jostling many pedestrians aside. The rugged visage of the man bore a deep scar, and his mercenary garb was stained with blood, giving him the appearance of a fearsome demon. Some bystanders, upon being knocked aside, displayed signs of discontent. Yet upon seeing the man's menacing countenance, they prudently yielded the way. "Curse it! Hurry up and reincarnate." Once the burly man had moved on, a disgruntled passerby muttered under his breath, "Keep your voice down. That's the Longhu brothers," a nearby onlooker cautioned, as if recognizing the man. "What? They're the Longhu brothers." Upon hearing this, the previously disgruntled passerby's expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. The Longhu brothers are a unique mercenary group in Qingshan town, comprised solely of two members, Lin Long and Lin Hu. United as brothers, they boast the prowess of 5-star warriors, and few dare to challenge them within the town. That was Lin Hu just now, carrying his older brother, Lin Long, I presume? His complexion seems rather ashen. He must have been poisoned. Observing Lin Hu's anxious demeanor, it was evident that the toxin was severe. Recognizing the identity of the burly man, several passers-by exchanged hushed remarks. However, their faces bore no expressions of pity or sympathy. This was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather the nature of mercenaries who live lives fraught with danger. Such occurrences are routine, devoid of merit for empathy or sorrow. The scarred mercenary, known as Lin Hu, continued to sprint until he reached the entrance of a place called the 10,000 Herbs Hall. Little medical fairy, please say my brother." Upon arriving at the hall, Lin Hu set down his sibling and cried out desperately, "Coming." After Lin Hu's frantic calls echoed 5 or 6 times, a delicate voice emerged from within the hall. Moments later, a maiden clad in white gracefully appeared, emerging from behind the 10,000 Herbs Hall. Although her beauty might not be considered transcendent, she certainly possessed a rare charm. Her serene smile radiated a refreshing and ethereal aura, elevating her allure significantly. A green sash encircled her slender waist, accentuating her delicate figure. This white-clad maiden was, without a doubt, the little medical fairy Lin who had called upon. "Little medical fairy, I implore you, save my brother. I beg you." Upon seeing the little medical fairy, Lin Hu fell to his knees before her, as though grasping onto a lifeline. In her presence, he shed all remnants of his previous ferocity, revealing only a brother's concern for his sibling. "Please rise. I must first examine the injured party." The little medical fairy's gentle voice prompted Lin Hu's frayed nerves to settle slightly. "Yes, let's attend to my brother." Lin Hu then guided the little medical fairy to Lin Long's side. "Is he poisoned?" The little medical fairy approached Lin Long with a grave expression, observing his pallid complexion. She swiftly extended her delicate hand to assess Lin Long's wounds. "He has been afflicted by serpent venom." Turning to the anxious Lin Hu, her expression grew serious. "What kind of snake bit him?" Lin Hu's rugged face momentarily froze, soon transforming into a look of confusion. The snake moved with incredible speed. I couldn't make out its appearance, only that it bore black and white markings. After my brother was bitten, he immediately lost consciousness. As he spoke, a fierce glint crossed Lin Hu's features. "If anything happens to him, I will hunt that snake down without mercy." Black and white markings. The little medical fairy's brows furrowed as a realization dawned upon her, her expression shifting alarmingly. This is grave. Your brother has likely been poisoned by a mandrake snake. What? The mandrake snake's venom. Lin, whose countenance paled, despair flickering in his eyes. As a seasoned mercenary, he had not encountered a mandrake snake, but was well aware of its venom's notorious reputation. The mandrake snake, a second-tier magical beast, possesses venom so potent that it is nearly untreatable once inflicted. It was unfathomable that his brother had been struck by such a lethal toxin. The venom of the mandrake snake is exceedingly deadly. It seems his brother may not survive this ordeal. Observing the scene, the staff of the 10,000 Herbs Hall regarded Lin Long with a mixture of pity and resignation, as if they were gazing upon a corpse. Little medical fairy, I beseech you, save my brother. You are a divine healer with unparalleled skills. You must have a solution. Lin, whose desperation surged as he gazed fervently at the little medical fairy, fervently bowing in supplication. Please, do not act in such a manner. The little medical fairy's countenance shifted slightly, a hint of compassion flickering in her eyes as she hesitated. To counteract the mandrake snake's venom, there exists but one remedy. What remedy? Lin, who immediately lifted his head, disregarding the blood trickling from his forehead as he eagerly sought her guidance. The gallbladder of a mandrake snake. The little medical fairy's expression turned serious as she met Lin Hu's gaze. Only the gallbladder of the mandrake snake can counteract its venom. The gallbladder of a mandrake snake. Lin Hu was momentarily taken aback, but determination ignited within his eyes. I shall retrieve the gallbladder. With that, he prepared to depart. You have but 3 hours. The little medical fairy cautioned. The venom of the mandrake snake is exceedingly potent. I can only do my utmost to suppress it for 3 hours. You must return with the gallbladder within this time frame. 3 hours. Lin Hu murmured, casting a glance at his unconscious brother before setting off toward the Beast Mountain range. As the crowd at the 10,000 Herbs Hall observed Lin Hu's departure, a heavy silence enveloped them. The mandrake snake is a second-tier magical beast. Given Lin Hu's capabilities, even if he were to locate the creature, it would likely be a futile endeavor. After Lin Hu departed, the little medical fairy retrieved a jade vial from her bosom and poured a pill into Lin Long's mouth. As the pill entered Lin Long's body, his complexion improved slightly. However, a sorrowful expression still lingered on the little medical fairy's delicate face. She was aware that her antidote could merely suppress the toxicity within Lin Long temporarily. In 3 hours, the venom of the mandragora serpent would erupt once more. By then, even her antidote would be rendered ineffective. Alas, if only I were an alchemist. With the skills of an alchemist, one could surely unravel the mandragora serpent's poison. The thought of becoming an alchemist brought a fleeting shadow of melancholy to her beautiful eyes. She had pursued the path of alchemy since childhood, but had been unable to grasp its essence. Thus, she understood all too well the immense difficulty of aspiring to be an alchemist. With a sigh, the little medical fairy slowly rose. Now, her only hope rested upon Lin Hu's ability to procure the gallbladder of the mandragora serpent. Yet, she also knew how tenuous that hope was. With Lin Hu's strength as a 5-star fighter, how could he possibly obtain the gallbladder of a second-tier magical beast, the mandragora serpent? As time passed, the atmosphere in the Wan Yao Zhai grew increasingly oppressive as everyone watched Lin Long lying on the ground. Only half an hour remained. The little medical fairy glanced at the sky, murmuring to herself. Observing Lin Long's face darkening once more, she shook her head helplessly. As a healer, witnessing a patient perish before her eyes filled her heart with profound sorrow. If only I could become an alchemist. Not long after, as the 3-hour mark approached, the little medical fairy cast her gaze outside, hoping to catch sight of Lin Hu. To her disappointment, his figure did not appear. Approaching Lin Long, she extended her delicate hand to examine him, only to discover that the mandragora serpent's poison was already spreading throughout his limbs. Is there truly no salvation? A flicker of sadness crossed her beautiful eyes as she let out a soft sigh. Just then, a clear voice resonated at the entrance of the Wan Yao Zhai. Upon hearing the voice, the little medical fairy couldn't help but look over. She beheld a man in white, who had appeared at the door without her noticing. When her gaze fell upon the man's visage, her charming face momentarily froze in astonishment. The grace he exuded was ethereal. Not only was his face strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being, but his deep, star-like black eyes were utterly captivating. As the little medical fairy observed Gu He, the man in white simultaneously took in her presence. So this is the little medical fairy? She is indeed as described in the books. The man mused, admiring her sweet features. May I ask how to address you, sir? After gazing at the man for a moment, the little medical fairy gradually regained her composure. her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she softly inquired. "I am Gu," the man in white replied in a clear voice. This middle-aged man was, of course, Gu He. It had taken him 3 days of flight since departing from Yunlan Sect to arrive at Qingshan town. "Gu, might I inquire what you meant by your earlier statement?" The little medical fairy, recalling the man's words, asked with a hint of confusion. "What I mean is that I can cure the Mandragora serpent's poison," Gu He said, his gaze lingering on the little medical fairy, his lips curling into a gentle smile. "Are you also a healer, Mr. Gu?" The little medical fairy's eyes brightened with surprise at his words. Taken aback, Gu He nodded. "I suppose I can be considered a healer." He explained that healers are indeed a part of the alchemist realm, though their status pales in comparison to that of true alchemists. After all, they cannot truly concoct elixirs. They merely blend herbs using ordinary flames to achieve therapeutic effects. This is vastly inferior to the elixirs created by alchemists, leading every healer to dream of becoming an alchemist. Yet many spend their entire lives without ever crossing that threshold. This is primarily due to innate talent and the lack of guidance. Since you can cure the Mandragora serpent's poison, I implore you to lend your aid. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. The little medical fairy recalled Lin Long on the ground and urgently appealed to Gu He. The Mandragora serpent's poison is but a trifling matter. Gu He replied with a slight smile as he approached Lin Long. He then retrieved a jade vial from seemingly nowhere, pouring out a pill and gently administering it to Lin Long. "What kind of pill is this, Mr. Gu?" the little medical fairy inquired, observing the pill in his hand, which appeared vastly different from those she had concocted. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It's merely a rather ordinary antidote pill," Gu He replied casually with a slight smile. The antidote he had just given Lin Long was a second-tier antidote pill. For Gu He, a 6th-tier alchemist, second-tier pills were indeed commonplace. Just an ordinary antidote pill? The little medical fairy's eyes flickered with doubt. Could a mere ordinary antidote truly neutralize the Mandragora serpent's poison? With that thought, she quickly turned her gaze to Lin Long, watching for any signs of change. Moments later, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. After taking the pill, Lin Long's previously darkened complexion began to gradually lighten. This indicated that the Mandragora serpent's poison within him was slowly receding. "This," the little medical fairy gasped, her lips slightly parted in shock. The Mandragora serpent's poison was genuinely being resolved, just like that? This Mr. Gu's medical skills are exceedingly remarkable. The staff at Wan Yao Zhai watched in admiration as Gu He demonstrated his ability to counteract the Mandragora serpent's poison. After a while, Lin Long's complexion visibly returned to normal. Approaching him, the little medical fairy beamed with a sweet smile. The serpent's poison has been completely eradicated. She then turned her beautiful gaze toward Gu He, smiling softly. "Thanks to Mr. Gu's miraculous pill, we were able to neutralize the Mandragora serpent's poison. I, on behalf of Wan Yao Zhai, extend my gratitude." As Lin Long was a patient of Wan Yao Zhai, the little medical fairy felt it was appropriate to express her thanks now that Gu He had saved him. It was merely a second-tier pill, nothing worth mentioning. Gu He chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. A second-tier pill. Upon hearing Gu He's offhand remark, the little medical fairy's expression shifted. "Are you, sir, perhaps an alchemist?" Chapter 10. The little medical fairy's thoughts. "Are you, sir, perhaps an alchemist?" The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked. Gu He did not respond verbally, but merely smiled and nodded. He truly is an alchemist. Upon receiving Gu He's acknowledgement, the little medical fairy's face lit up with joy. Her greatest aspiration was to become an alchemist, yet she had always struggled to find an opportunity to engage with one. After all, in a small town like Qingshan, a distinguished alchemist would hardly venture here. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with excitement as she yearned to approach him with questions, yet hesitated, fearing it might be too forward. Although she had never encountered a true alchemist, she had heard numerous tales from other mercenaries about their feats. Legends spoke of alchemists as exalted beings, proud and difficult for ordinary folks to engage with. Perhaps this Mr. Gu is an exception? The little medical fairy pondered as she gazed at Gu He. After all, his radiant smile and refined, handsome features were undeniably inviting. Surely, such a person must differ from other alchemists. Upon hearing the conversation between Gu He and Xiao Yan, the staff of Wan Yao Zhai displayed astonishment on their faces. This gentleman is astonishingly an alchemist. As the crowd gazed at the refined and amiable Gu He, a glimmer of reverence crept into their eyes. In their hearts, the status of an alchemist was extraordinarily exalted. Moreover, the fact that he could produce a second-grade elixir indicated that this gentleman was at least a second-grade alchemist. Contemplating this, the onlookers regarded the cultured Gu He with a sense of deification. Suddenly, Cries of distress echoed from outside Wanyaozhai, and a disheveled figure appeared at the entrance, none other than Lin Hu, who had left earlier. At this moment, Lin Hu's rugged face was etched with sorrow, his eyes brimming with tears as he suddenly lunged towards Lin Long, who lay on the ground. Brother, I have failed you. I am so useless. 3 hours had passed, and Lin Hu feared that his elder brother had succumbed to the poison. Xiao Yan, with a gentle smile gracing her delicate face, softly reassured him, "Your brother is no longer in danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's expression momentarily froze, and then his gaze shifted to Lin Long's now normal complexion, revealing surprise in his eyes. "Has the snake venom in my brother been cured?" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he examined Lin Long's injuries, confirming that the venom had indeed been eradicated. He hurriedly knelt before Xiao Yan, expressing his gratitude. "Xiao Yan, thank you for saving my brother's life. I, Lin Hu, am eternally grateful." The bond between the brothers, Lin Long and Lin Hu, was profound, having grown up as orphans, reliant solely on each other. In Lin Hu's heart, saving his brother's life was akin to saving his own. Seeing Lin Hu kneel before her so suddenly startled Xiao Yan, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face as she quickly clarified, "It was not I who saved your brother, but rather this esteemed Mr. Gu." As she spoke, Xiao Yan turned her gaze towards Gu He. "Mr. Gu?" Lin Hu blinked in confusion, his eyes darting towards Gu He. "He doesn't seem to be from Qingshan town. Did he truly save my brother?" Perceiving Lin Hu's bewilderment, Xiao Yan hastily cautioned him, "Mr. Gu is an alchemist. Your brother was able to recover from the mandala snake venom only after consuming Mr. Gu's elixir." "An alchemist?" Lin Hu's heart trembled at the revelation. This individual is indeed an alchemist? Once he grasped the implications, he promptly knelt again before Gu He, his tone filled with respect. "Thank you, sir, for saving my brother's life. I, Lin Hu, am forever in your debt." Gu He offered a gentle smile and replied in a congenial tone, "It is of no consequence. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. A mere second-grade elixir is a small price to pay for a life. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." Savoring Gu He's words, a spark of admiration flickered in Xiao Yan's beautiful eyes as she looked at him. It appeared that this Mr. Gu was indeed a truly benevolent individual. Gu He's arrival had completely overturned Xiao Yan's previous perceptions of alchemists. It seemed that they were not the aloof, untouchable figures of legend after all. As Xiao Yan observed Gu He's graceful demeanor, a bold thought took root in her heart. She wondered if she might request to learn the art of alchemy from him. A second-grade elixir. Hearing Gu He's words, Lin Hu felt even more astonished. As a mercenary accustomed to dealing with merchants, he understood the value of a second-grade elixir. With this realization, his gratitude towards Gu He deepened. "Sir, your great kindness will never be forgotten by my brother and me. Should you ever require anything, we shall not hesitate to comply." Gu He wore a slight expression of helplessness. This man had a commendable disposition. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he might have considered taking him under his wing. With a light chuckle, he said, "There is no need for such formalities. It was merely a second-grade elixir. You should take your brother home to recuperate." "Yes, sir." Lin, who was momentarily taken aback, then he bowed deeply 3 times before hastily carrying his brother away from Wanyaozhai. "Mr. Gu, I truly appreciate your assistance in resolving our predicament at Wanyaozhai. Might I invite you to step inside for a cup of tea?" After Lin Hu departed, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled, and she stepped forward to extend her invitation. Gu He had come here primarily for Xiao Yan and would not decline. He smiled and nodded amiably. "Very well, I am indeed feeling a bit parched." Upon hearing Gu He's acceptance, a flicker of joy crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, and her lips curled into a slight smile as she respectfully gestured, "Sir, please follow me." Gu He nodded and followed Xiao Yan into the inner chamber of Wanyaozhai. Once inside, Xiao Yan quickly served fragrant tea. "May I boldly inquire what brings you to Qingshan town? Perhaps I could be of assistance." Feeling a sense of ease with Gu He, Xiao Yan mustered the courage to ask, I Gu, have come to Qingshan town mainly to unwind, and while I'm at it, to venture into the Beast Mountain range in search of some spiritual herbs." Gu He replied with a light sip of the fragrant tea and a cheerful smile. "Then you shall be staying in Qingshan town for a spell." Xiao Yan's heart leaped with joy at this news. As long as this esteemed Mr. Gu did not leave quickly, it signified an opportunity for her. Indeed, Gu He nodded lightly. "I am quite familiar with the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. If you are seeking spiritual herbs, I may be of assistance," Xiao Yan suggested, her eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. Oh, Gu He was eager for more opportunities to engage with Xiao Yan, and her proposal aligned perfectly with his intentions. After feigning a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you when the time comes." "It is no trouble at all." Upon hearing Gu He's agreement, Xiao Yixian's heart soared with delight as she exclaimed jubilantly. For her, merely having the chance to be near the alchemist before her was already immensely satisfying. If he were willing to impart even a fragment of his wisdom, it would be a monumental gain. Little did she know, Gu He harbored a similar sentiment. His reluctance to directly take Xiao Yixian as his apprentice stemmed from a desire to become better acquainted first. After all, they were previously strangers, and making such a request abruptly would be rather presumptuous. Should Xiao Yixian decline, it would be quite a blow to his pride. To ensure a smooth path to accepting Xiao Yixian as his disciple, Gu He did not mind developing a deeper rapport with her. At the very least, he wished for her to lower her guard and wholeheartedly accept him. Once they cultivated some affection and mutual understanding, the matter of apprenticeship would naturally unfold. As Gu He's demeanor remained so amiable, Xiao Yixian gradually found her courage and proceeded to ask him several questions. Gu He, unfazed by her inquiries, maintained a warm smile as he patiently answered each of her queries. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Gu He turned his gaze to see a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe gracefully entering the room. Upon seeing the man, Xiao Yixian's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased at the interruption of her time with Gu He. "Ah, you must be the esteemed alchemist," the middle-aged man remarked, his gaze fixed respectfully upon Gu He. "And you are?" Gu He inquired, his expression tinged with surprise and a hint of irritation. Who was this person intruding upon his conversation with Xiao Yixian? "Forgive my rudeness. My name is Yao, and I am the owner of Wan Yao Zhai. Upon learning that the esteemed alchemist had arrived, I made a special trip to pay my respects," the middle-aged man stated, lowering himself considerably before Gu He, a display of obsequiousness that was unmistakable. The owner of Wan Yao Zhai? Gu He pondered, recalling the presence of such a character in the original narrative. "Mr. Yao, what brings you here?" Xiao Yixian interjected, concerned that the middle-aged man might offend Gu He. "Little doctor, the esteemed alchemist has graced our Wan Yao Zhai with his presence. Why did you not inform me?" "Mr." Yao cast a reproachful glance at little doctor before turning his sycophantic gaze toward Gu He. "Esteemed alchemist, you must be weary from your journey to Qingshan town. I have prepared a banquet, and hope you will honor us with your presence." Despite Mr. Yao's obsequiousness, Gu He felt a twinge of distaste. However, he was reluctant to dismiss the goodwill of someone so courteous. "Let's forego the banquet. I intend to stay in Qingshan town for a while, so I would appreciate your assistance in finding a tranquil abode. Furthermore, my surname is Gu. You may address me as Mr. Gu." Gu He felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing Mr. Yao repeatedly referred to him as esteemed alchemist and swiftly corrected him. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Mr. Yao remained silent for a moment, but little doctor's eyes brightened as she suggested, "Mr. Yao, do you not have several guest rooms in your courtyard? Why not tidy one up and offer it to Mr. Gu?" Mr. Yao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, Mr. Gu may stay in my courtyard, where the environment is quite serene, ensuring that you will not be disturbed." Mr. Yao was no fool. Having the alchemist residing in his home would deter anyone in Qingshan town from crossing him. After all, no one could withstand the wrath of a second-tier alchemist, not even the formidable wolf-head mercenary group. "Very well, I shall reside in your courtyard for a few days," Gu He replied after a brief moment of hesitation, recalling that in the original tale, little doctor also lived in Mr. Yao's backyard. If he were under the same roof as little doctor, it would greatly benefit his forthcoming plans. Little doctor, upon hearing Gu He's agreement, felt a surge of excitement. Living in the same courtyard as Mr. Gu would surely provide ample opportunities for interaction. A short while later, following Mr. Yao and little doctor through several streets, they arrived at a rather exquisite estate. The estate appeared quite impressive, guarded by a dozen sentinels at the entrance. It seemed that Wan Yao Zhai held considerable influence in Qingshan town. Once inside the estate, Mr. Yao led Gu He to a particularly quiet room. "Esteemed sir, please take a look at this room and see if it meets your approval," he said with a smile. "It is quite satisfactory. I shall take this one." Gu He replied with a nod after surveying the space. Little doctor followed closely behind, her eyes sparkling with delight. Gu He's room was not far from hers, and hers happened to be on the path he would take to enter and exit his room, as if fate itself were conspiring to assist her. "I shall go prepare some daily necessities for you," Mr. Yao said, his face brightening at Gu He's agreement, and he slowly took his leave. "Sir, my room is very close to yours. Should you wish to gather herbs on the mountain, feel free to call for me at any time." Little doctor offered eagerly after Mr. Yao departed. "Very well," Gu He replied with a smile. Little doctor hesitated for a moment, deciding it would be best to wait until they were better acquainted before inquiring about alchemical techniques. After all, it was only their first day meeting, and an abrupt question might provoke unwelcome reactions. Watching little doctor depart, Gu He's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that she held a favorable impression of him. Perhaps once they were better acquainted, he could propose taking her as a disciple, and she would not refuse. Thus, Gu He officially settled in Qingshan town. Chapter 12. Little Doctor seeks apprenticeship after a tranquil 2 days at the Wan Yaozhai estate. Gu He proactively sought out Little Doctor, asking her to accompany him into the Beast Mountain range to gather herbs. This was an opportunity Little Doctor had long awaited. When Gu He approached her, she immediately agreed without a second thought. Before they knew it, a week had slipped by. Having ventured in the mountains several times to gather herbs, the bond between Little Doctor and Gu He had grown considerably. Throughout this time, Gu He had imparted his knowledge of alchemy without reservation, deepening Little Doctor's respect for him. One day, upon returning from their herb-gathering expedition, Gu He had just finished washing up and was preparing to meditate when a gentle knock echoed at his door, accompanied by Little Doctor's melodious voice. "Sir, I have made some chicken soup. Would you care for a taste?" Startled, Gu He opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. What could Little Doctor want at this hour? "Come in," he called, his voice clear. As soon as he spoke, the door creaked open, and Little Doctor's graceful figure entered, holding a food container. "Mr. Gu, you've been in Qingshan town for a while now, and I haven't had the chance to let you sample my culinary skills," she said playfully. After spending several days with Gu He, Little Doctor realized that this esteemed alchemist was approachable and down-to-earth, allowing her to relax and shed her earlier timidity. "Very well, I shall sample your culinary skills," Gu He replied with a smile, his anticipation piqued. He recalled that the original story mentioned Little Doctor's culinary talents. If he were to take her under his wing, he would surely enjoy her cooking. Little Doctor dutifully served him a bowl of chicken soup, and upon tasting it, Gu He's eyes lit up. "I must say, I did not expect your skills to be quite so impressive," he praised her generously. "If you enjoy it, I can prepare it for you every day," Little Doctor responded, her face brightening with delight at his approval. "Every day." Gu He paused, momentarily taken aback, then feigned regret. Hesitating as he said, "I would love to indulge in your chicken soup daily, but alas." "But alas what?" Little Doctor inquired, puzzled. "Alas, I shall be leaving Qingshan town shortly," Gu He replied slowly. "Ah, you are leaving?" Little Doctor's heart sank upon hearing his words. Over this time, she had learned so much about alchemy from him, and felt that with a bit more guidance, she might become a true alchemist. The prospect of his departure was difficult for her to bear. "Yes, having stayed in Qingshan town for quite some time, it is time for me to depart," Gu He said with a hint of melancholy. "It is a pity that after leaving, I shall no longer be able to savor your culinary creations." "When do you plan to leave, sir?" Little Doctor asked, biting her lip in concern. "Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. It should be within the next couple of days," Gu He replied, taking another sip of the soup. He believed he had already established a favorable impression in Little Doctor's mind, and planned to propose taking her as his apprentice on the day of his departure. If she agreed, he would remain longer. If she declined, he would set off directly for the Tagor Desert. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Little Doctor fell silent for a moment. After a brief hesitation, her gaze grew resolute as she suggested, "Actually, if you wish to enjoy chicken soup every day, there's a way." "Oh," Gu He's curiosity was piqued. "Pray tell, if you would be willing to take me as your disciple. I would gladly prepare chicken soup for you daily." A smile graced the delicate visage of the little medical fairy as she gazed at Gu He with a playful demeanor, hinting a jest. Yet, beneath this light-hearted facade, she was profoundly anxious, uncertain if her words would provoke his ire. Upon hearing her, Gu He was momentarily taken aback. But as clarity returned, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Was the little medical fairy expressing a desire to become his disciple? He pondered, yet a twinge of doubt lingered. Was she merely teasing him? Thus, he carefully weighed his response, his gaze drifting to her as he chuckled lightly. "If you are willing, I would be delighted to accept you as my apprentice. Is your word sincere, master?" The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with excitement at Gu He's affirmation. Swiftly, she rose and performed a graceful bow, her melodic voice resonating. "I pay my respects to my teacher." Gu He, observing her earnest actions, found himself momentarily bewildered. The little medical fairy was indeed serious. Little medical fairy, are you truly earnest?" Gu He faltered, taken aback by her formal gesture. "Naturally, I am," she replied, her lovely countenance beaming with a sweet smile, though a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her face as he seemed momentarily dazed. Could it be that Master Gu was merely jesting and had no intention of taking her as a disciple? No. Gu He hastily denied this, his excitement palpable. I assure you, I am entirely serious. He then regained his composure, fixing his earnest gaze upon her as he continued, from this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. With her intention to apprentice so clearly stated, Gu He felt no need to conceal his identity. Upon hearing his definitive acceptance, joy radiated once more from the little medical fairy's face. Gu He, is that your name, master? She murmured, as if recalling having heard it before. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her, and she stared in astonishment. Master, are you the Alchemist King Gu He? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips slightly parted as if beholding him for the first time. In response to her astonished gaze, Gu He smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, I am the Alchemist King Gu He. Though a smile adorned his face, he secretly vowed to shed this title swiftly. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Huang, he was but a step away from ascending to the Dou Huang realm, at which point he would be known as the Alchemist Emperor Gu He, a title far more imposing than Alchemist King. With the little medical fairy, now his disciple, achieving this goal seemed increasingly within reach. Master is truly the Alchemist King. One extraordinary honor. The little medical fairy was utterly flabbergasted, her mind racing to comprehend the significance of this revelation. The Alchemist King Gu He was akin to a legendary figure in her eyes. She could scarcely fathom that one day she would have the privilege of being his apprentice. Staring at him in disbelief, words eluded her. Gu He waved his hand before her eyes, chuckling, silly girl, what are you pondering? Have you yet to come to terms with it? Master, I. The little medical fairy stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. After becoming my apprentice, you seem rather shy. Gu He teased gently, you may return to rest for now. Tomorrow I shall impart the art of alchemy to you. Observing her dazed state, he decided against sharing more knowledge at that moment. There was no need to rush. She was clearly not in the right frame of mind. Yes, master, I shall take my leave. Finding solace in his comforting words, the little medical fairy bowed once more before gracefully departing from Gu He's chamber. She truly appears to be in a daze, Gu He mused, shaking his head as he began to tidy up the remaining dishes on the table. Master, I have come to pay my respects. The following morning, as Gu He awoke, the light and airy voice of the little medical fairy echoed from outside. Has she risen so early? I wonder if she has been awake all night, he pondered, somewhat surprised by her enthusiasm. He approached the door and slowly opened it. Master, He, good morning. The little medical fairy entered, carrying a food box, her familiar playful smile lighting up her face. Clearly, she had fully embraced Gu He's identity. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you something to eat. She opened the food box, releasing a tantalizing aroma that filled the room. Gu He could not help but feel his appetite stir, nodding with a smile. Very well. He silently appreciated his decision to take her as a disciple, realizing that his meals would be well taken care of from now on. Delighted, the little medical fairy swiftly set out bowls and chopsticks. After a night of contemplation, she had come to a clear understanding. Having the Alchemist King as her teacher was indeed a tremendous fortune. Why had she ever worried? In the Jiama Empire, which young person wouldn't he aspire to study under the Alchemist King Gu He, she felt immensely fortunate to be his disciple. Today I shall formally impart the art of alchemy to you. After finishing breakfast, and once the little medical fairy had tidied up, Gu He regarded her with a serious expression. So soon? She was taken aback, surprised at the urgency of his dedication on her very first day as his apprentice. Yes, since you are now under my tutelage, I shall explain the rules of my teachings, Gu He stated, striving to maintain a stern demeanor. Firstly, upon entering my apprenticeship, I shall grant you 3 gifts of initiation, which you must accept without refusal. Secondly, I have always believed in rewarding merit. Thus, whether you enhance your reputation externally or your skills internally, you shall receive ample rewards. Lastly, as long as you do not betray our master-disciple bond, you are free to act as you wish. I will not interfere. Initially, the little medical fairy anticipated strict regulations, but upon hearing these 3 points, she was left speechless. Master, is that all? She blinked her sparkling eyes, a hint of confusion evident in her expression. Gu He shook his head with a gentle smile. There are no more rules, just these 3. That's fantastic, she whispered to herself, realizing these stipulations were not burdensome, but rather the highest form of welfare for disciples. She had imagined that being a disciple of the Alchemist King would come with strict demands, but it seemed she had overthought it. Come, my dear disciple, kneel before me. I shall impart the art of alchemy to you, Gu He gently instructed. All right. Although she felt a bit puzzled, the little medical fairy obediently knelt before him. Do not let your mind wander. Focus intently on absorbing the knowledge I shall share. Understood, master, she replied softly, following his guidance. As Gu He extended his hand, placing his palm upon her crown, he concentrated, commanding the system, transfer all my alchemical insights to the little medical fairy. System, transmit all my knowledge of alchemy to her. With Gu He's silent incantation, the system promptly began to operate. A torrent of immense information surged forth from Gu He's palm, violently inundating the mind of the little medicine fairy. This overwhelming deluge, akin to a sharp blade, pierced deep into her soul, prompting an involuntary gasp from her lips. Steady yourself, my dear disciple, Gu He urged. Focus and calm your spirit. It will soon pass. Observing the pained expression on the little medicine fairy's face, Gu He felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether he had acted too hastily. Could she truly withstand such a barrage of information, given her current capabilities? Upon hearing Gu He's words, the little medicine fairy responded with a soft acknowledgement, gritting her silver teeth as she endured the searing sensations invading her mind. Fortunately, Gu He sighed with relief as the agony within her dissipated as swiftly as it had come, her expression returning to normalcy. Thank goodness. If anything were to happen to her, he would be consumed by guilt, just as Gu He was beginning to relax. A system notification echoed in his mind. Detection of host imparting the insights of a 6th grade alchemist to the 2nd disciple, the little medicine fairy. Congratulations, host, on triggering a 10,000-fold return and acquiring the inheritance of a 9th grade alchemist. The 9th grade alchemist inheritance has been dispatched to the system. Please check your records. Stunned, Gu He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. 10,000-fold return. Inheritance of 9th grade alchemist. This was beyond extraordinary. He stood frozen, grappling with the magnitude of it all. Then, glancing at the little medicine fairy, still engrossed in absorbing the information, he made a mental decision and entered the system space. Upon entering, he beheld a luminous orb suspended in the void. Was this the inheritance of the 9th grade alchemist? Gu He gazed upon the orb with fervent intensity. If he were to assimilate this, he would possess the legacy of a 9th grade alchemist. Such individuals were rare on the Douqi Continent, standing at the pinnacle of existence. Ding! Does the host accept the inheritance of a 9th grade alchemist? As Gu He's consciousness neared the orb, the system's voice rang in his mind. Momentarily taken aback, he recalled the little medicine fairy still absorbing the information outside, and decisively declined. Should she awaken prematurely, it could disrupt his reception of the inheritance. And that would be far from ideal. Patience was key. He would wait until she was fully recovered before accepting the inheritance alone, ensuring he would not be interrupted. With this resolution, Gu He gradually withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Back in a room, he slowly opened his eyes, observing the little medicine fairy still with her eyes closed, evidently still engaged in her mental absorption. He had inundated her with insights from the 1st to the 6th grade of alchemy. Given her current strength, it was indeed a considerable challenge to endure such a vast influx of information. However, the thought of the 9th grade alchemist inheritance in the system space brought a satisfied smile to his lips. All of this would ultimately be worthwhile, even if it meant the little medicine fairy had to endure some hardship. Watching her furrowed brow, he silently vowed, "My dear disciple, I know this has been difficult for you. I shall make it up to you in due time." Pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea, he savored it while patiently waiting for the little medicine fairy to conclude her endeavor. After about an hour, having consumed several cups, he felt quite full of tea. At that moment, the little medicine fairy's eyelids fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. "Master," she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes first revealing confusion, then sparking with excitement as realization dawned upon her. At that moment, she had nearly assimilated all the information Gu He had imparted. It was this very knowledge that filled her with exhilaration and astonishment. Insights from a 6th grade alchemist. The entirety of knowledge required to ascend from the 1st to the 6th grade had been bestowed upon her all at once. As she reflected on the information swirling in her mind, it felt as if these insights had always existed within her, impossible to forget. Such a method was utterly astonishing. The little medicine fairy understood that these were the teachings left by her master. A smile graced her lips as she considered the profound knowledge imparted to her. "Master, your gift is truly extravagant." Yet, she remembered the 3 gifts Gu He had previously mentioned. If the first gift was already so remarkable, what could the subsequent ones be? Anticipation flickered in her eyes. "Oh dear, what am I thinking? I'm practically drooling." Just then, a large hand playfully patted her on the head, pulling her back to reality. "Did I drool?" She panicked, quickly wiping her mouth. "No, not at all." Looking up, she encountered Gu He's teasing expression and quickly understood. "Master, you're teasing me," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chuckling, Gu He smiled warmly and asked, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "Discomfort?" The little medicine fairy momentarily hesitated, then shook her head, responding lightly, "Master, I feel quite well." Gu He nodded, adopting a serious tone. "You must thoroughly comprehend the alchemical insights I have shared with you. Once you master them, the 6th-grade alchemist realm will be within your grasp." "Yes, disciple understands," she replied obediently. After a brief pause, Gu He noted her fatigue and decided to postpone further teachings until the next day. The little medicine fairy had already endured quite a bit. It was best to allow her a day's rest. With that thought, Gu He gently addressed her disciple. "Let us conclude for today. You should go rest now." The little medicine fairy nodded obediently, tidied the table, and slowly exited the room. Once she had departed, Gu He closed the door and returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged as his consciousness immediately entered the system space. Gazing at the suspended inheritance orb, he commanded, "System, commence acceptance of the 9th-grade alchemist inheritance." As soon as his words faded, the orb transformed into a beam of white light, plunging into Gu He's mind. Chapter 15. The Transmission of Inheritance. As the inheritance orb penetrated Gu He's consciousness, a torrent of colossal information erupted. Before he could fully comprehend it, he felt an overwhelming rush of data swirling chaotically within his mind. Caught off guard, a cry of anguish escaped his lips. Countless esoteric concepts surged within his consciousness, and it felt as if his very soul were being thrust into a meat grinder, violently shredded. In that moment, he acutely experienced the torment the little medicine fairy had just endured. No, compared to her, his suffering was exponentially more intense. After all, this was the legacy of a 9th-grade alchemist. Straining to endure the searing sensations deep within his soul, Gu He steadied his mind, focusing intently on absorbing this immense wave of information. As the contents of the inheritance orb flooded into his consciousness, the agony within his soul intensified. Gu He's complexion turned an ashen hue, his once handsome and refined features twisted into an expression of sheer torment. He felt his awareness teetering on the brink of collapse, gradually fading into obscurity. Just as he was about to succumb to unconsciousness, a profound sensation enveloped him. No, to be precise, it was his heart region that suddenly radiated a burst of resplendent colors. Had Gu He been fully conscious at that moment, he would have seen, within his very being, a heart adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating streams of vibrant hues. The kaleidoscopic light gradually enveloped Gu He entirely, rendering his figure invisible. Only a luminous orb could be discerned, seated upon the bed. As the myriad colors surged into the depths of his soul, Gu He felt a refreshing current flowing through him, gradually restoring clarity to his consciousness. Noticing the changes within his body, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Subsequently, he delved deeper into his inner self and discovered the heart emanating those brilliant colors. Was this the effect of the 7-aperture exquisite Danheart? In that instant, Gu He comprehended everything. He had not anticipated that the 7-aperture exquisite Danheart possessed such a function. Elated, he concentrated his mind and began to absorb the vast information within his consciousness. With the assistance of the 7-aperture exquisite Danheart, Gu He experienced no pain whatsoever, effortlessly assimilating the entirety of the knowledge contained within the luminous orb of inheritance. As the room shimmered with radiant colors, time flowed steadily. The daylight dimmed gradually, soon transitioning into evening. At that moment, the vibrant hues surrounding Gu He finally faded away. Simultaneously, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with uncontainable joy. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." Gu He sprang to his feet, his handsome visage radiating unrestrained excitement. He had fully absorbed the information resonating in his mind. Upon closing his eyes, the vast knowledge from the inheritance of a 9th-rank alchemist swiftly coursed through his thoughts, as if these insights were indelibly etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. Now, his consciousness was imbued with the alchemical wisdom accumulated over a lifetime by a 9th-rank alchemist. His eyes twinkled with exhilaration. He yearned to procure an alchemical cauldron immediately and commence the art of alchemy. Yet, the remnants of reason held him back. Alchemy requires a tranquil heart. In his current state, he was far from prepared for such an endeavor. Approaching the table, he poured himself a cup of fragrant tea, and as the steaming liquid warmed his belly, Gu He gradually regained his composure. Upon calming down, he also became aware of certain transformations within himself. Firstly, after absorbing the vast knowledge from the 9th-rank alchemist's inheritance, it seemed that his soul power had significantly increased. Taken aback by this revelation, Gu He could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, the immense suffering he had endured was not in vain. The old adage rang true. One must invest to reap rewards. Gu He carefully attuned himself and was astonished to discover that his current soul power had reached the required intensity for a 7th-rank alchemist. To ascend to the status of a 7th-rank alchemist, not only must one master the art of alchemy, but one must also possess commensurate soul power. Remarkably, both criteria had now been met for Gu He, who had absorbed the inheritance of a 9th-rank alchemist. This meant that he now possessed the foundation necessary to strive for the rank of 7th-rank alchemist. With a myriad sophisticated alchemical techniques imparted to him, Gu He brimmed with confidence in his pursuit of this advancement. Additionally, Gu He realized that the bottleneck in his cultivation seemed to have loosened. At this rate, even without external aid, it would not be long before he could break through to the Dou Emperor realm. To his surprise, this experience had yielded such unexpected rewards. After this reflection, a satisfied smile graced Gu He's face. Lifting his teacup, he took a gentle sip, his heart filled with anticipation for the morrow. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Gu He remained in a sweet slumber. Perhaps it was the overwhelming influx of information from the previous day that had left him fatigued, causing the typically early riser to oversleep for the rarest of occasions. Teacher, teacher, the delicate, melodious voice of Xiao Yan called from outside, rousing Gu He from his tranquil dreams. Glancing at the daylight outside, he quickly realized that he had indeed overslept. A faint smile of exasperation crossed his lips at the realization of the lingering effects from yesterday. However, the sensation of indulging in a leisurely morning was rather delightful. Teacher, teacher, not hearing a response from inside, Xiao Yan called out a few more times. Coming. Gu He replied, swiftly dressing and making his way to open the door. Teacher, you haven't gotten up yet, have you? Xiao Yan's small head peeked into the room, her expression one of suspicion. Upon hearing this, Gu He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His one instance of oversleeping in this world had been caught by his disciple. Well, just as Gu He was about to concoct an excuse, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting to one of guilt. Teacher, could it be that yesterday's events exhausted you? It's all my fault, she lamented. Gu He was momentarily taken aback. This girl certainly had a vivid imagination. It's nothing of the sort. He gently patted Xiao Yan's head, reassuring her, Dear disciple, I merely indulged in some extra rest. It has nothing to do with you. Really? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Xiao Yan seized her self-reproach, blinking her eyes in skepticism. Would I lie to you? Today, I have a second gift for our reunion, Gu He said with a warm smile, beckoning Xiao Yan to come closer. Oh. She nodded obediently, squatting in front of Gu He. Chapter 16. 5 Years of Cultivation. Gazing at the little figure before him, Gu He smiled and gently placed his palm on Xiao Yan's back. System, begin imparting knowledge to Xiao Yan, Gu He silently commanded. As he issued the command, a surge of Dou Qi began to converge in his palm before being infused into Xiao Yan's body. Curious about what her teacher was bestowing upon her, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming energy surging through Gu He's palm into her being. Simultaneously, immense pain cascaded through her body. Focus and breathe steadily. Do your best to accept this power. If it becomes unbearable, speak up, Gu He's serious voice whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's initial panic subsided, and she steeled herself against the pain, concentrating on absorbing the energy. As the power flowed into her, Xiao Yan's cultivation level rapidly ascended. With a muffled sound, she broke through to the 6th stage of Dou Qi. Moments later, her aura shifted again, propelling her to the 7th stage. At that moment, perhaps due to the overwhelming force of the external power, Xiao Yan's delicate face turned pale. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Not long after, her energy surged once more. 8th stage of Dou Qi. 9th stage of Dou Qi. Just as she was on the brink of breaking through to the next level, Xiao Yan could no longer endure. She felt as though her body might burst apart if she continued, and she couldn't help but cry out, Teacher, I can't take it anymore. Sensing her distress, a flicker of disappointment crossed Gu He's eyes, yet he hesitated not for an instant, halting the infusion of Dou Qi. Xiao Yan had reached her limit. Forcing further would risk injuring her body. Ding! Detected that the host has granted 2 days of cultivation to the second disciple, Xiao Yan. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 1,000-fold return, receiving 5 years of cultivation. The 5 years of cultivation have been credited to the system space. Please check, host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu He focused his thoughts and directly entered the system space. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a glowing energy sphere suspended in the void. With 5 years of cultivation under my belt, I am certain that I can transcend to the realm of the Dou Emperor. Gazing at the radiant energy sphere suspended in the void, Gu He's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Ding! Does the host wish to assimilate 5 years of cultivation? Just as Gu He's consciousness brushed against the energy sphere, a system notification resounded in his mind. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu He declined, swiftly withdrawing from the system space. A breakthrough to the Dou Emperor realm would undoubtedly unleash a tremendous tempest of Dou Qi, creating a significant stir. Thus, he needed to find a tranquil place to undergo his ascension. Opening his eyes slowly, Gu He beheld the petite healer, the little pharmacist, still lost in the process of absorbing the energy within her body. He could sense that she was on the verge of breaking through to the Dou fighter level. Regrettably, her frail physique could not withstand any additional infusion of Dou Qi. Gu He chose not to disturb her, instead sitting quietly at the table, sipping fragrant tea. After half an hour, the little pharmacist gradually opened her eyes, and upon sensing the power coursing within her, her beautiful gaze shimmered with excitement. The pinnacle of a 9th stage of Dou Qi. In such a short span, she had advanced from the 5th stage to the 9th. This was indeed astonishing. The little pharmacist slowly turned her gaze to Gu He, gratitude evident in her eyes. She was acutely aware that such a monumental change was only possible thanks to her master's guidance. Master, thank you. The little pharmacist rose and respectfully bowed before Gu He. How do you feel? Gu He, setting down his teacup, asked with a gentle smile. I feel incredibly powerful, she replied, stretching her delicate arms with newfound confidence. Powerful indeed? Gu He mused silently. The power of the 9th stage of Dou Qi was truly formidable. My dear disciple, do you know of a tranquil place within Qingshan town? I require a location for my breakthrough. After a brief silence, Gu He inquired with a smile. He recalled that in the original narrative, the little pharmacist seemed to know of a secluded valley within the Monster Beast mountain range. It should serve as an excellent venue for transcending to the Dou Emperor realm. Master, are you about to break through? The little pharmacist was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, there is a valley that would certainly be perfect for your breakthrough. Hearing this, a smile graced Gu He's lips. An hour later, on the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, Gu He gently descended, cradling the little pharmacist in his arms. Master, this is the place, she said, pointing to the valley before them with a smile. Gu He nodded, retracting his fiery crimson wings, his gaze shifting towards the valley, revealing astonishment in his eyes. This was indeed a land abundant in energy. Various precious herbs flourished within the valley, their fragrant aromas mingling with the mist, creating a refreshing ambience. Inhaling the herbal fragrance wafting through the air, Gu He nodded in satisfaction, affirming, yes, this is certainly a splendid place. He then proceeded into the valley, with the little pharmacist closely following behind. After a moment, Gu He arrived at a natural cave and turned to the little pharmacist, saying, Disciple, I will be entering seclusion for a period. During this time, you must diligently practice the alchemical techniques I have imparted to you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed the little pharmacist's beautiful eyes, yet she obediently nodded. Understood, Master. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I shall thoroughly assess your progress. Gu He added, his face adorned with a warm smile as he ruffled the little pharmacist's hair, attempting to appear more serious. Should you show no improvement, I shall have to impose a punishment. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you, she replied, nodding her small head with unwavering determination. Very well. Gu He acknowledged with satisfaction before gradually stepping into the cave. As he vanished within, a thunderous roar erupted from the cave, followed by a cascade of boulders tumbling down, sealing the entrance tightly. Inside the cave, enveloped in darkness, Gu He summoned a few luminous stones, embedding them into the cave walls, illuminating the once dim cavern. After tidying the cluttered space, he found a smooth stone and slowly settled down. Subsequently, Gu He's consciousness entered the system space. Gazing at the energy sphere, he silently intoned, System, commence absorption of 5 years of cultivation. Outside the cave, the little pharmacist stood for a long while, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. Master, I will not let you down. Chapter 17. Breaking through to the Dou Emperor realm. Within the cave, the moment Gu He's words fell, the energy sphere suspended in the air transformed into a beam of light, directly piercing into Gu He's body. Before he could fully comprehend the event, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into him. This force was incredibly ferocious, akin to a raging river, tumultuous and unrestrained. Bang! A faint thud echoed within Gu He, and a flush crept across his visage. The energy from the sphere erupted violently within him, causing his entire body to tremble subtly. Recognizing the transformation occurring within, Gu He quickly gathered his wits, and without a moment's hesitation, he sought to harness this colossal energy. Yet, the moment he began to engage with it, he discovered that this energy surpassed his expectations. It surged through him like a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably, battering against his meridians. A piercing agony engulfed Gu He's senses. He had indeed underestimated this energy. Cold beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, distorting his features. Having previously merged with energy, Gu He had presumed he was prepared to withstand such force. However, this energy was far beyond what he had experienced from the return of a decade's worth of cultivation. After all this time, he was confronting 5 years of cultivation from the 9th tier Dou Huang, all at once. The destructive potency of this energy wreaked havoc, causing his muscles to twitch involuntarily. To refine this energy, he first had to suppress it. Gu He concentrated, and the Dou Qi within him surged forth like a tempest, forming radiant halos within his meridians to shield against the onslaught of energy. Were it not for his body being tempered by the 9 nether fire, he would likely not endure such turmoil. However, merely barricading this energy was not a viable solution. The relentless torrent of energy surged within him, and as it accumulated, the halos formed by his Dou Qi began to shatter. This energy struck against Gu He's meridians once more, and he felt them twist under the strain of the assault. Frowning slightly, he realized the urgency of refining this energy. Otherwise, if it completely inundated him, even his resilient physique would ultimately succumb to the impact. Even if he managed to refine it afterward, he would be left with numerous hidden injuries. Gu He's handsome visage suddenly hardened, his long hair cascading down to his waist swirling wildly, an overwhelming aura emanating from within him. Suddenly, the sound of a clear bird's call resonated through his being. Following this, a tangible violet flame began to materialize within Gu He. The instant this flame emerged, he instinctively directed it towards the torrent of energy, seeking to disperse it and allow it to scatter throughout his body, preparing to refine it one by one. Roar! The violet flame intensified, and as it coalesced within Gu He, it fiercely collided with the oncoming tide of energy, shattering it into fragments. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu He exhaled in relief, gazing at the torrent of energy that surged like a flood. The next step involved refining this energy. It would likely require a considerable amount of time to achieve complete refinement. He then closed his eyes, centering his thoughts and dedicating himself to the intricate process of energy refinement. Within the dim confines of the cave, and profound silence gradually enveloped the space. As time elapsed, 10 days swiftly passed. In the valley within the cave, which was densely packed with rubble, a pair of eyes, having been closed for nearly 10 days, began to tremble slightly before slowly opening. Upon opening, the dark pupils were suddenly illuminated by flashes akin to thunder and lightning. At that moment, even the air within the cavern crackled with a faint popping sound. With the opening of these eyes, a majestic aura, dormant for nearly 10 days, stirred awake like a slumbering giant, slowly rising to the heavens, issuing a roar that reverberated through the very fabric of the earth. Under the might of this aura, which was several times stronger than before, the cave quivered slightly, and fissures as thick as a man's arm radiated outwards from where the white-clad figure sat, ultimately spreading to every corner of the cave. Crack! Suddenly, the azure stone upon which he sat emitted a subtle sound, followed by the swift appearance of numerous fine cracks, which rapidly spread across the entire stone. In a deep rumble, the azure stone shattered into countless fragments. Despite the explosion of the stone, the white-clad figure remained utterly still. His legs crossed in midair, suspended without any external support. Was this the sensation of a Dou Huang? Gu He slowly spread his arms, feeling the overwhelming Dou Qi within him surge like a mountain flood, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a sense of grandeur, as if the very heavens and earth were at his fingertips, surged from his heart, while his formidable soul power radiated outwards like a tempest, sweeping forth in all directions with the speed of lightning. The resounding soul power swiftly emanated from the cave, engulfing the entire valley. As his soul power scanned the surroundings, Gu He discerned the entirety of the valley situation. The soul energy continued to spread towards the vast Beast Mountain range, reflecting countless scenes within Gu He's mind. Naturally, the formidable beast dwelling within the mountain range could not be overlooked, and thus, Gu He's domineering soul scan did not go unnoticed. Immediately, thunderous roars echoed throughout the mountains. causing many lower-tier magical beasts to tremble in fear. However, while these powerful beasts sensed Gu He's soul scan, the majority, apart from a few with extraordinary abilities, could not inflict harm upon him. Therefore, amidst this assertive scanning, Gu He's soul power faced no attacks. The overwhelming soul energy spread over a radius of 100 miles, yet it appeared to have its limits. When Gu He's soul power reached a certain ravine, it could progress no further. Observing this, Gu He's mind stirred, and the expansive soul energy swiftly retracted like a tide, retreating into his body in mere moments. As the soul energy returned entirely, Gu He tilted his head back slightly and let out a long sigh. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 18, Treasure Hunt in the Cave. In the valley, Gu He stepped out of the cave, his spirits soaring. Having ascended to the rank of Dou Huang, he now counted himself among the elite forces within the Jiama Empire. At this moment, he finally possessed a semblance of self-protection. With a thought, a pair of crimson wings unfurled behind him. With a light step, Gu He soared into the air, heading towards the valley's exit. Oh, what's she doing here? Just then, Gu He caught a glimpse of a figure in white approaching the valley. It was the little fairy doctor. A smile crept across his lips as he descended towards her. It had been 10 days already. He wondered when his master would finally emerge from seclusion. Outside the valley, the little fairy doctor was steadily making her way towards it. Since Gu He entered seclusion, she had visited the valley every 2 days. Today marked her 5th visit. Surely, nothing unexpected would occur. Gazing towards the valley, a hint of worry flickered in her beautiful eyes. She had heard many rumors about powerful figures who succumbed to madness during breakthroughs, leading to disastrous failures. Thus, seeing her master remain in seclusion for so long, she couldn't help but think too much. "Master, please don't fall into madness. You still owe me a reunion gift," she murmured to herself. "My dear disciple, what kind of reunion gift do you desire?" At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly resonated. The unexpected voice startled the little fairy doctor, but her expression immediately brightened upon seeing the figure in white beside her. "Master, you've emerged from seclusion?" she exclaimed, rushing to Gu He's side, linking her arm with his and speaking sweetly. "Master, why did you stay in seclusion for so long? I was so worried about you." Gu He, with an air of elegance, affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. "This time, I merely broke through to the Dou Huang realm, and it only took me 10 days. That is quite rapid." Gu He recalled that in the original tale, Xiao Yan had spent an entire year in this valley before successfully breaking through to Dou Huang. This was only possible due to his protagonist's aura. For ordinary individuals, even a few years of seclusion might not guarantee a successful breakthrough. "Dou Huang, Master, you entered seclusion to break through to Dou Huang?" Upon hearing Gu He's words, the little fairy doctor's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him. "Indeed, I am now a Dou Huang powerhouse. From now on, you can stride confidently through the Jiama Empire," Gu He replied, tousling the little fairy doctor's long hair with a chuckle. With his 6th-tier alchemist skills combined with Dou Huang's strength, it could be said that no one would dare to offend Gu He within the Jiama Empire. Perhaps, the Empire would soon refer to him not just as Dan Huang Gu He, but as Dan Huang Gu He, a Dou Huang master. The little fairy doctor's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that Gu He could break through to Dou Huang filled her with joy as well. As Gu He's direct disciple, his growing strength meant that her own status and standing would inevitably rise alongside him. "My dear disciple, during this time, have you been slacking off? Have you diligently practiced what I imparted to you?" At this moment, Gu He recalled something and asked her with a warm smile. Before entering seclusion, he had given her some guidance, and now it was time to assess her progress. "Master, I don't have an alchemy cauldron, so how can I practice?" The little fairy doctor immediately wore a pitiful expression. Gu He momentarily froze, then a sheepish smile spread across his face. "How could I forget to leave you an alchemy cauldron? However, the one I use is unsuitable for you. The red serpent cauldron I employ is a 4-portion cauldron, and with your current strength, you are unable to wield it. Moreover, there isn't even an alchemist in Qingshan town, so it's unlikely there would be any cauldrons for sale." Thinking of this, Gu He gently addressed the little fairy doctor. "My dear disciple, let us return to Yunlan Sect tomorrow. There, I can provide you with whatever you desire." "Return to Yunlan Sect?" Upon hearing this, the little fairy doctor's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she slowly nodded in agreement. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance to part with Qingshan town, her fervor for the path of an alchemist compelled her to accompany Gu He to Yunlan Sect. After all, she was now Gu He's disciple, and he held the esteemed title of honorary elder within Yunlan Sect. Consequently, One could argue that Xiao Yan was also a disciple of Yunlan Sect. Upon seeing Xiao Yan nod in agreement, a smile graced Gu He's lips. Let us return and gather our belongings. We shall depart from Qingshan town at dawn tomorrow. With that, Gu He cradled Xiao Yan's petite form and soared into the sky. Master, before we leave Qingshan town, I wish to visit a certain place. Xiao Yan suddenly exclaimed as they traversed the ethereal expanse around the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range. What place? Gu He inquired casually. It is a cave left behind by a senior, where treasures are likely concealed, Xiao Yan said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Teacher, let's go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting in a cave? At her words, a thought flickered across Gu He's mind. Could it be the cave that Xiao Yan had ventured into with Xiao Yan in the original tale? He recalled that within that cave, there was a fragment of the pure Lotus demonic flame map. Such a valuable item. Very well, Gu He replied, nodding at Xiao Yan in his arms. Where's this cave? Just over there. She pointed with her delicate hand, indicating a direction. Following her guidance, Gu He's wings fluttered slightly before he accelerated towards their destination. Chapter 19. Entering the cave after a brief moment, guided by Xiao Yan. Gu He landed atop a precipice. Master, the treasure-laden cave is located in the midst of that cliff, Xiao Yan indicated, her finger pointing towards the depths below. Gu He peered down, only to find the base of the cliff shrouded in thick mist, revealing a vague platform obscured from view. Very well, let us descend, he said with a nod, gradually lowering himself and Xiao Yan towards the cliff's edge. With a gentle flutter of his crimson wings, they entered the mists. Simultaneously, Gu He extended his spiritual sense into the fog, probing its depths. Moments later, as they descended, a sudden alertness overtook him. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through echoed in the night, as something approached them. Sensing danger, Gu He swiftly evaded, clutching Xiao Yan tightly. Teacher, what is that? She asked, her gaze fixated on a flicker of red light within the mist, her heart racing with fear. That was the very thing that ambushed us. Gu He discerned through his spiritual probe, and his eyes widened in recognition. A rock serpent. He recalled that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan had encountered this creature as well. As its name suggests, the rock serpent was a serpentine beast dwelling within rocky cliffs. Classified at the first tier, its elongated, wing-like body allowed it to soar through the air like a falcon, and due to its mutated stone attributes, its body was as hard as rock, rendering ordinary blades ineffective against it. Whoosh! With a shrill cry, the rock serpent flapped its narrow wings and dove toward Gu He and Xiao Yan, its massive jaws revealing sharp fangs glinting coldly. Seeking death, Gu He's eyes glimmered with a cold light at the sight of the ferocious creature. A mere first-tier beast dared to act so brazenly before him. In the next instant, he gathered his energy, launching a fiery palm imprint toward the rock serpent. With a thud, the yellow shadow struggled briefly before crashing lifelessly into the abyss below. With a faint smile, Gu He set Xiao Yan down gently outside the cave after dispatching the rock serpent. Standing before the cave entrance, he surveyed the clutter of rocks and twisted roots. Furrowing his brow, he extended his hand, inhaling deeply, and then commanded softly, "Open." As his voice resonated, a tremendous force surged from his palm, sweeping away the entangled debris as if a tempest had descended, casting the rubble into the shadowy ravine below. With the obstruction cleared, Gu He and Xiao Yan finally beheld the cave that had been left behind by a predecessor, illuminated faintly by the moonlight. The entrance was narrow, barely accommodating 2 or 3 individuals, and darkness loomed within, though a subtle glow hinted at hidden mysteries. Around the entrance, numerous knife-like markings adorned the stone, but time had blurred these engravings, rendering them nearly indiscernible. Had Gu He not possessed keen eyesight, he might have overlooked them entirely. Shall we enter? Gu He suggested, leading the way into the dark cave, with Xiao Yan following closely behind him, her presence offering her a sense of security amidst the eerie surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the quiet and shadowy passage, a chill enveloped them, with only the soft sound of their footsteps breaking the silence. The oppressive atmosphere prompted Xiao Yan to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Glancing up at Gu He, she hurried her pace to stay close behind him, finding solace in his presence amidst the darkness. After a while, Gu He halted abruptly. Teacher, what's wrong? Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed by his sudden stop. There's a stone door ahead, he replied, observing the barrier before them. Before them stood a formidable stone door, blocking their path. Xiao Yan furrowed her brows and stepped closer, contemplating aloud. Beyond this stone door lies our destination, does it not? Since the senior constructed this cave, I doubt they would have left an insurmountable barricade. Gu He approached the stone door, assessing its thickness with a gentle touch. Disciple, take a step back. I shall force it open. Master, why resort to brute force? Xiao Yan shot him a look, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The golden glow on the door indicates it is protected by an earth-based mechanism. With a bit of care, opening it should not be difficult. With that, she advanced a few steps, delicately probing the surface of the door. Ah, I didn't realize you possessed knowledge of mechanisms. Gu He remarked in surprise, noting her serious expression. ISNT, that typically the forte of wood or earth attribute practitioners. I've merely perused a few texts on mechanism arts. I'm not an expert, but I can manage a simple investigation. Xiao Yan replied playfully, her fingers continuing to explore the door's surface. Nodding slightly, Gu He refrained from interrupting her exploration, shifting his gaze to the dimly lit stone walls, where faint markings could be discerned. Although time had blurred them, he could still make out faint silhouettes, likely the impressions left by the cave's former inhabitant. Found it! Xiao Yan's excited whisper drew Gu He's attention. Beside the stone door, she had crouched down, her delicate fingers pressing against a small protrusion at the base of the door. As she applied gentle pressure, a creaking sound resonated through the cave, signaling movement. Teacher, am I impressive? She beamed, her face alight with excitement as the door began to slowly open. It seemed as though it was beckoning. Teacher, shower me with praise. As he gazed at the gradually ascending stone door, Gu He could not help but give a thumbs up to the little medical fairy, exclaiming, "My clever disciple, you are truly remarkable." Chapter 20. The fragment of the pure lotus demonic fire acquired. As the stone door rose, a gentle gleam emanated from within, dispelling the surrounding darkness entirely. Observing the illuminated interior of the stone door, the little medical fairy offered a slight smile, stepping back 2 paces before lifting her snow-white chin towards Gu He, playfully suggesting, "Teacher, let us enter." "Indeed," Gu He replied with a faint smile, and then proceeded into the stone door. Watching Gu He step forward, the little medical fairy chuckled and closely followed suit. Upon entering the stone door, their vision suddenly broadened. Inside was a vast stone chamber, appearing somewhat austere and spacious. The walls were embedded with moonstones for illumination, and in the center of the chamber stood a chair upon which a skeletal figure sat. The sunken skull rested against a pallid thigh bone, creating a rather eerie ambience in the tranquil surroundings. Before the chair lay a long, rectangular stone platform, on which were 3 locked stone boxes arranged neatly. Additionally, in the 3 corners of the chamber, a considerable pile of glimmering gold coins and other precious treasures was heaped, the quantity likely exceeding several 100,000. Though Gu He did not lack for wealth, it was evident that the original owner of these treasures had also regarded them with indifference. Shifting his gaze from the golden coins, Gu He's eyes settled upon the skeletal remains. Was the fragment of the pure lotus demonic fire located upon this very skeleton? Meanwhile, the little medical fairy lingered in a corner of the cave, a faint joy illuminating her features. In the far corner, a small flower bed was formed from piled earth, within which various flowers and grasses flourished, exuding a delightful fragrance. Observing these plants, a look of excitement adorned the little medical fairy's delicate face as she hurriedly approached the flower bed. While others may not recognize their worth, she was keenly aware that these seemingly ordinary flora were far more valuable and precious than the heaps of gold coins. Purple-blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruits, snow lotus seeds. Gazing intently at the diminutive flower bed, names of rare and hard-to-find high-grade medicinal herbs escaped from the rosy lips of the little medical fairy. I spirit flame grass. Her eyes suddenly narrowed as they fixated on a plant in the center of the flower bed, its leaves alternating between white and red. This peculiar plant bore white stems adorned with crystalline formations, while its fiery red crown appeared to be engulfed in flames. An extraordinary display of contrasting colors and attributes manifesting in a single organism. A gentle mist enveloped the plant, granting it an ethereal quality, as if it resided amidst clouds. This remarkable herb, known as ice spirit flame grass, was exceedingly rare in the outside world. Having absorbed the insights of a 6th-tier alchemist from Gu He, the little medical fairy could instantly recognize its significance. Among all the flora in the flower bed, this particular spirit herb was the most valuable. "Feel free to dig them all up," Gu He remarked with a smile, noticing the unmistakable delight on the little medical fairy's face. "Yes," she replied excitedly, rushing to the edge of the flower bed to retrieve her tools and begin excavating the herbs. Observing her enthusiasm, Gu He resumed his exploration of the stone chamber, though this time his search yielded no further discoveries. Thus, he turned his attention to the 3 locked stone boxes upon the stone platform. Approaching the stone table, Gu He ran his fingers over the metal lock, feeling a slight warmth emanating from it, causing him to furrow his brow. The fact that it retained warmth after all these years indicated that it was no ordinary metal. Thus, brute force would not suffice to unlock it. "Where's the key?" he murmured, his gaze drifting to the skeletal remains behind the stone table. As his eyes lowered, they brightened upon spotting 3 black keys suspended from the bony hand. Rubbing his hands together, Gu He stepped closer, gently tugging at the skeleton's arm. With a crack, the aged bone snapped under the slightest pressure. Gu He looked at the severed limb with an awkward grin before picking it up, attempting to reattach it. However, as he grasped the bone, he noticed something was amiss with its weight. Peering through the fracture in the bone, he discerned a small scroll nestled within the skeletal crevice. Delighted at the sight of the ancient scroll, Gu He surmised it must be the fragment of the pure lotus demonic fire. Carefully examining the scroll, he discovered it was crafted from an unknown material, its slightly yellowed surface adorned with seemingly chaotic patterns. Following a particular line with his finger, he traced it slowly but ultimately found nothing further. After fully unfurling the scroll for a detailed inspection, Gu He's expression shifted upon noticing a vague, lotus-like figure in one corner. This enigmatic lotus appeared somewhat yellowed and blurred, yet its general form remained discernible. The flower was black, seemingly enveloped in a thin layer of dark flames, lending it an otherworldly aura. As he gazed at the peculiar lotus, Gu He's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, it was the pure lotus demonic fire. Struggling to contain his excitement, he carefully tucked the fragment into his spatial ring. Having completed this task, he gently brushed the dust from the severed arm of the skeleton and earnestly returned it to its rightful place. Tossing the black keys in his hand, Gu He smiled faintly as he approached the 3 stone boxes on the table. With the key in hand, he once again touched the warm metal lock before inserting the key into the opening. With a soft click, the metal clasp slowly released. Gu He opened the treasure chest, revealing a vividly colored scroll that caught his eye. As he picked up the scroll and unfolded it, 4 prominent characters came into view. 7 colored poison scripture. Chapter 21. The True Scriptures of All Poisons. The 7 colored poison scripture. As Gu He examined the scroll in his hands, he meticulously flipped through its contents. This was a tome dedicated to the crafting of poisons, indicating that the original owner of this treasure trove must have been a poison master. "Teacher, what are you looking at?" the little medical fairy inquired as she approached Gu He, her curiosity piqued by the vibrant scroll in his grasp. Turning to her with a slight hesitation, Gu He smiled and replied, "This is a guide on how to concoct poisons." "A scripture on poisons?" The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at the scroll. "Teacher, may I take a look at it?" With a gentle smile, Gu He handed the 7 colored poison scripture to her, casually remarking, "This scripture holds no value for me. If you desire it, it is yours." "Thank you, teacher." Upon hearing these words, the little medicine fairy narrowed her eyes slightly, joyfully accepting the 7 colored poison scripture from Gu He's hands. Gu He smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent. Just then, a notification chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has conferred the 7 colored poison scripture to the second disciple. The little medicine fairy. Congratulations, host, for triggering the 10,000-fold return mechanism and acquiring the true scripture of 10,000 poisons. The true scripture of 10,000 poisons has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Gu He was briefly taken aback, followed by a slight frown. Could this also activate the system's return mechanism? Could the 7 colored poison scripture truly be considered his possession? To be frank, Gu He harbored no interest in concocting poisons. Triggering the system's return mechanism this time felt somewhat unprofitable. However, with the situation as it stood, he had no other choice. Watching the little medicine fairy joyfully perusing the 7 colored poison scripture, Gu He shook his head and proceeded to open another treasure chest. As his voice fell, the tightly sealed stone box slowly creaked open, illuminated by the moonstone within the stone chamber. The contents of the box were laid bare before Gu He's gaze. Another scroll? Observing a black scroll nestled within the box, Gu He's brow arched in curiosity. He reached out, retrieving the black scroll and examining it closely, ultimately pausing at the small inscription on the side. Advanced Flying Combat Technique. Wings of the Eagle? Noticing Gu He had opened yet another treasure chest, the little medicine fairy curiously leaned in closer, gazing at the scroll in Gu He's hands. "Teacher, what is this?" Gu He replied with a gentle smile, "This is a scroll for a flying combat technique." "A flying combat technique? What is that?" The little medicine fairy blinked in confusion. Having only heard of offensive, defensive, and agility combat techniques before, but never a flying combat technique. As the name suggests, this technique enables one to soar through the skies. Gu He elaborated. Flying? Isn't that a talent that requires at least a doling expert to barely possess? Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy was initially taken aback, her face quickly shifting to one of bewilderment. In the Douqi Continent, only those at the doling level and above could hope to achieve short-distance flight. Upon reaching the Dou Huang or Dou Huang levels, one could condense Douqi into energy wings at their back, liberating themselves from the Earth's constraints and soaring into the heavens. This so-called flying combat technique is a rather peculiar secret method, allowing practitioners to extend two small branches from the meridians at their back. As long as these branches extend, even if one's strength does not reach the Dou Huang level, they can condense wings and thus fly through the air. The allure of flight is enough to stir the hearts of many. In pursuit of this temptation, countless powerful individuals strive relentlessly towards the lofty Dou Huang level. In such circumstances, the preciousness of a shortcut like the flying combat technique is naturally not to be underestimated. Do you like it? Observing the curious expression on the little medicine fairy's face, Gu He smiled slightly and handed the flying combat technique to her. Since you like it, I'll gift it to you as your third present from your teacher. Really? The little medicine fairy was momentarily stunned, her delicate face lighting up with excitement. Ever since she was a child, she had envied the birds that soared freely in the sky. Now, with this scroll for a flying combat technique, she would finally possess the ability to fly. How could she not be elated? Is a mere scroll of flying combat technique worth such joy? Seeing the thrill on the little medicine fairy's face, Gu He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Practice diligently, and one day you too shall possess the ability to fly." Understood, master. The little medicine fairy eagerly nodded, her thoughts wholly consumed by the flying combat technique in her hands. Gu He smiled and then opened the final treasure chest. Inside this last chest was yet another scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered it to be an advanced combat technique of the Xian rank, Roar of the Wild Lion. With little interest, Gu He casually stored it in his spatial ring. Afterward, Gu He scanned the cave for any other discoveries. Finding none, he turned to the little medicine fairy and said, "Disciple, let us depart." Departing? Oh, all right, just a moment. The little medicine fairy paused in surprise, then tucked the two scrolls under her arm and dashed toward the flower bed. Soon, she returned with over a dozen jade vials in her arms, her face beaming with excitement. "Teacher, we're ready to go." Observing the little medicine fairy's arms overflowing with treasures and the scrolls tucked beneath her, Gu He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. With a resigned smile, he produced a spatial ring and handed it to her. "Look at you in such a flurry. Here, store all of these inside." This is a spatial ring? The little medicine fairy's eyes sparkled with delight as she excitedly accepted the ring from Gu He. In the Douqi Continent, spatial rings were immensely valuable. Even an average Dou sure might not possess one. Wow, such a vast space. The little medicine fairy exclaimed in awe as her consciousness sank into the spatial ring. Gu He's spatial ring was certainly no ordinary item. In truth, as a pill king, he would not carry around anything of lesser quality. Afterward, the little medicine fairy, with a flick of her mind, stored all her belongings into the spatial ring. How delightful! With excitement radiating from her face, the little medicine fairy played with the jade vials, taking them in and out of the ring, marveling at the novelty of it all. Seeing her reminiscent of a child lost in play, Gu He's lips twitched as he interrupted, "All right, disciple, we must be on our way." Oh, the little medicine fairy finally paused, then followed Gu He out of the cave. At that moment, the vibrant hues surrounding Gu, Chapter 22, returned to Yunlan Sect. The next day, after the little medicine fairy had packed her belongings, Gu He took her and left Qingshan town directly. At the town's exit, the little medicine fairy glanced back at Qingshan town, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. After all, she had spent many years here, and the sudden departure left her momentarily in disbelief. "Disciple, let us go. If you're reluctant, you can always return to visit in the future," Gu He said, gently ruffling her hair, offering comfort to her wistful expression. Hearing Gu He's words, the little medicine fairy slowly nodded, then climbed into a nearby horned carriage alongside him. Given the distance from Qingshan town to Yunlan Sect, even with Gu He's recent breakthrough to the Dou Huang realm, it would take 2 days and nights of flight. However, this assumed Gu He could fly alone without any burdens. Now, with the little medicine fairy in tow, Gu He could not possibly carry her while flying for 2 days straight. Thus, he planned to take a flying transport team to reach the imperial capital. The nearest city to Gu He was a grand city located in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire. Its scale was even more magnificent than Wutan City. And when considering overall strength, this city, known as Blackrock City, ranked among the top in the Gamma Empire's major cities. The primary objective of Gu He's journey was to reach Blackrock City first, as only such a large city would have civilian flying transport teams provided by the Empire. Traveling by flying transport would take roughly 3 days to reach the imperial capital. Once aboard the horned carriage, Gu He settled inside while an elderly man drove the carriage towards Blackrock City. Although Qingshan Town was the closest location to Blackrock City, it still took nearly half an afternoon for the carriage to finally reveal the immense silhouette of Blackrock City. Standing atop the carriage, Gu He gazed at the colossal city, reflecting a faint rosy hue under the twilight sun, and let out a slight sigh of relief. As the carriage drew nearer, Gu He noticed that the city's massive walls were constructed entirely from neatly arranged black rocks. Listening to the elder who skillfully maneuvered the horned horse-drawn carriage, it was recounted that the formidable city walls had withstood the combined onslaught of 2 powerful combat kings without so much as a tremor, thus attesting to the formidable strength of its defenses. After paying the toll at the city gate, the carriage was smoothly permitted entry, traversing through the somewhat shadowy passageway of the walls. Moments later, the view opened up magnificently, and a cacophony of bustling voices flooded in, overwhelming the little healer and causing her head to thrum slightly. "Teacher, have you arrived at Blackrock City?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she beheld the vast city before her. This was her first venture beyond Green Mountain Town into such a grand metropolis. "Indeed," replied Gu He with a smile, nodding in affirmation. "Let us disembark." The little healer's excitement was palpable as she surveyed the environment within the city. After a brief inquiry, Gu He led the exhilarated little healer towards the aerial transport station located at the heart of the city. They navigated through several unfamiliar streets, and, after a short while, they finally arrived at the flight transport station, which towered over a spacious square. In that expansive plaza, a dozen sizable avian creatures, known as thick-winged birds, were resting. These creatures did not belong to the category of magical beasts. Rather, they were genuine birds, possessing exceptionally gentle natures, making them the most amenable to domestication by humans. However, due to their scarcity, only empires had the capacity to establish such aerial transport fleets. Though the thick-winged birds could not match the speed of other magical flying beasts, they excelled in endurance. Once adequately fed, they could maintain a steady flight for nearly 4 to 5 days. Furthermore, these birds had remarkable carrying capacity. An adult thick-winged bird could effortlessly transport loads exceeding 5 to 6 times its own weight for extended aerial journeys. During times of war, these creatures would be requisitioned by the imperial military, only returning to civilian life once hostilities ceased, many having witnessed the horrors of fierce battles. As they entered the square, the clamorous sounds surged forth like an overwhelming tide, momentarily disorienting the little healer, causing her ears to ring until she gradually regained her composure. "Teacher, it is quite noisy here," she remarked, her delicate brow furrowed as she found the raucous environment displeasing. "Bear with it, it shall soon pass." Gu He reassured her with a smile. Looking up at the throngs filling the square, Gu He observed that long lines formed next to each thick-winged bird. He even spotted an attendant in uniform collecting tickets beside the wooden steps leading to the birds. Staring in astonishment at the scene, Gu He shook his head with a wry smile after a moment, stopping a passerby to ask for the ticket purchasing location before making his way to a ticket booth in the southeast corner of the square. After standing in line for half an hour, they finally procured their tickets, and Gu He led the little healer aboard the magnificent avian creature. Gazing at the majestic bird, the little healer was suddenly reminded of her pet, Little Blue, a first-tier blue eagle. Departing from Green Mountain Town, it was her beloved pet she missed the most. "Little Blue, wait for me. Once I grow stronger, I will return to fetch you," she murmured to herself. Shortly after Gu He and the little healer boarded the flying beast, they waited a moment before feeling the enormous creature's wings begin to flap gently. A wisp of wind elemental energy swirled beneath it, lifting its massive form into the sky. With a resounding cry, the aerial magical beast surged upwards under the command of its tamer, swiftly soaring towards the imperial capital. Seated by the window, Gu He gazed at the drifting clouds outside, and the distant memory of airplanes surfaced in his mind. He never anticipated that upon arriving in this foreign realm, he would once again experience the sensation of flight. "Teacher, how long until we reach the imperial capital?" the little healer asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she peered out at the scenery. "About 3 days," Gu He replied nonchalantly. "If you find yourself bored, seize the time to cultivate," he added with a smile. With a flick of his thought, Gu He took out the red serpent cauldron. The little healer, intrigued, asked, "Teacher, are you going to refine pills? You're on the verge of breaking through to become a true combatant. Now that we have time, allow me to concoct a gathering chi powder for you." Gu He replied with a grin. Chapter 23. The Combatant. The little healer's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of combat power. Once she condensed her combat energy vortex, she would become a genuine combatant. However, the process of condensing this vortex carried a significant risk of failure. Should she fail, her 9th stage combat power would regress to the 8th stage. Some unfortunate individuals might require more than 10 attempts before succeeding, and such repeated failures would rob them of their prime cultivation time, severely hindering their prospects. The gathering chi powder was designed to ensure a 9th-stage combat power individual could successfully condense their combat energy vortex with absolute certainty. To guarantee the little healer's successful condensation, Gu He resolved to refine a gathering chi powder for her. Upon hearing Gu He's words, the little healer's eyes brightened with delight. Having inherited the memories of a 6th-tier alchemist from Gu He, she was well aware of the significance of such a pill. It was a 4th-tier pill, and even for a 4th-tier alchemist, its refinement was no simple task. The fact that her teacher volunteered to assist her without her prompting filled her with joy. Having a 6th-tier alchemist as a teacher is truly wonderful, she thought, gazing at Gu He, who was already starting the refinement process for her gathering chi powder. "Teacher, your kindness will not go unreciprocated," she vowed silently. She observed every movement and step of Gu He's alchemical process, merging it with the knowledge embedded in her mind. With the legacy of a 9th-tier alchemist and the significant breakthroughs in his soul power from transcending to the Dou Huang realm, Gu He was now capable of concocting 7th-tier pills. The gathering chi powder was a mere trifle for him. After an hour, a pill the size of a thumb, exuding a gentle lavender hue and radiating a faint glow, spun gracefully within the cauldron. Has it been completed? The little healer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the pill, her heart racing. This was her first time witnessing the alchemical process up close. So this is how pills are refined? Watching Gu He's adept movements, coupled with her own knowledge, a flicker of eager anticipation crossed her face. As the pill took shape, a wisp of azure medicinal fragrance wafted through the window, eliciting a subtle ripple of energy. Among the avian beasts, there were also alchemists present. Upon sensing the alluring azure aroma, they rushed outside, astonished at the sight of the fragrant cloud drifting in the air. Is that a colored medicinal fragrance? Someone is refining a 4th-tier pill. They marveled, realizing they were in the presence of a 4th-tier alchemist. In the Jaimar Empire, a 4th-tier alchemist would be revered as an esteemed guest wherever they went, never to be trifled with. Inside the room, Gu had already bottled the completed gathering chi powder. Disciple, during this interval, consume this gathering chi powder and strive to condense your combat energy vortex before we reach Yunlan Sect, Gu He said, handing her the jade vial with a gentle smile. "Thank you, teacher," she replied gratefully. With a radiant smile, the little medicine sage accepted the jade vial, her delicate face alight with gratitude. "You should take it quickly," Gu He urged with a cheerful demeanor. "I shall protect you." The little medicine sage nodded adorably, pouring out the azure pill. Gazing at the lustrous and rounded surface of the chi-gathering pill, a sweet smile graced her lips as she inhaled the refreshing and enchanting fragrance once more. She licked her pink lips, and without a shred of hesitation, she placed it into her mouth. The moment the chi-gathering pill entered, a subtle chill spread within her mouth, and after a brief moment, a wave of warm, pure energy surged from her mouth into her body, causing her to shudder slightly. Her features remained serene as the little medicine sage swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the fighting energy, her breathing gradually steadying. The faint fighting energy within her responded, rapidly entwining with the powerful medicinal force, commencing a frenzied refinement. In the small room, the tranquil air suddenly rippled as strands of pale, white, fighting energy seeped from the atmosphere, continuously entering the little medicine sage's body. Biting her lip tightly, the clash of energies within her caused waves of pain to course through her meridians. Inside her, the fighting energy enveloped clusters of azure pure energy, which, during the tumultuous refinement, were gradually assimilated into light, white, fighting energy. With this newfound support, the scale of her fighting energy was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Although the pure medicinal force was continuously being refined, it seemed inexhaustible. Each time the fighting energy refined a batch of medicinal power, a larger surge of green energy rushed in. With the ongoing refinement within and the constant influx of fighting energy from outside, The little medicine sage's fighting energy had begun to fill most of her meridians. The refinement persisted, and when the residual power of the pure medicinal force began to wane, the little medicine sage, entranced by her rapidly growing strength, suddenly realized that her fighting energy had expanded to a critical point of no further increase. With a soft thud, a muffled sound echoed quietly within her. As the dull sound resonated, the overwhelming sensation of exhaustion and resistance dissipated. With a heavy sigh of relief, the little medicine sage collapsed, utterly fatigued, her chest heaving. Subsequently, she felt the fighting energy vortex she had successfully condensed within her. Her expression brightening as she turned to Gu He. "Master, I did it." Gu He had been observing the process of her breakthrough and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I have witnessed it, my disciple. Becoming a fighter is merely the first step towards becoming a formidable presence. The path ahead remains long." Master, I understand." The little medicine sage replied, her face brimming with excitement. After her exhilaration subsided, she diligently settled down in the room to solidify her foundation. Meanwhile, Gu He's consciousness delved into the system space. In the system space, Gu He gazed at the black scroll suspended in the void, silently reciting, "System, extract the 10,000 poison scripture." As soon as his words fell, a stream of information surged into his mind. Gu He did not dare to be negligent. He concentrated and meticulously absorbed this influx of knowledge. Chapter 24. The Formulas of Rare Poisons. In the room, Gu He closed his eyes tightly, fully engrossed in the information flooding his mind. Half an hour later, his eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, astonishment flashing within them. Initially, Gu He had no interest in the art of poison crafting. However, after absorbing the information from the 10,000 poison scripture, his perspective shifted dramatically. It seemed that becoming a poison master held its own allure. The 10,000 poison scripture detailed not only various unique poison concoctions, but also numerous secret techniques of the poison arts. Mastering these would undoubtedly allow one to strike unseen and evade detection. What a treasure! Contemplating the myriad of rare poison formulas and techniques in his mind, a smile crept onto Gu He's lips. 3 days sped by in the blink of an eye, and soon, the flying avian beasts reached the imperial capital. As they approached, Gu He did not wait for landing, but directly cradled the little medicine sage and soared towards the Yunlan Sect. The Yunlan Sect was established atop Yunlan Mountain, which lay merely a few dozen miles from the imperial capital, the two locations nearly side by side, akin to two colossal titans standing in opposition. Carrying the little medicine sage, Gu He made his way toward the towering, snow-capped peaks that pierced the sky. For Gu He, the distance of several dozen miles was traversed in just half an hour. "Disciple, this is the Yunlan Sect," he announced, gazing down at the little medicine sage nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing this, the little medicine sage's beautiful eyes widened as she looked below. What met her gaze was a stone staircase of azure stone stretching from the foot of the mountain into the horizon, resembling a celestial ladder. "Wow, what a tall mountain! Is this the Yunlan Sect?" she exclaimed in awe, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Gu He, still holding the little medicine sage, flew directly toward Yunlan Mountain. At the end of the long stone steps, enveloped in mist, lay a vast plaza entirely paved with massive stones, exuding an ancient and grand atmosphere. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone tablet, majestically inscribed with the names of past sect masters and those who had made significant contributions to the sect. "Hey, look, who is that? Who dares to fly above the Yunlan Sect? That seems to be Elder Gu He. Oh, that's nothing to worry about." As Gu He soared into the Yunlan Sect, carrying the little medicine sage, he naturally attracted considerable attention, sparking a flurry of whispers. Deep within the Yunlan Sect, in a certain pavilion, Yun observed the figure clad in white soaring through the sky, a hint of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes. "Elder Gu He has returned after nearly a month, and he has brought back a girl? Who is she?" Just then, light footsteps approached from behind Yun. "Master, what has happened?" As a melodious and ethereal voice rang out, a woman clad in a delicate moon-white robe gracefully appeared behind Yun. The woman wore a fitted, wide-sleeve gown that flowed to the ground, cinched at her slender waist with a silver sash, perfectly accentuating her delicate figure. Her hands were as soft as the finest silk, her skin as smooth as fine jade, and her elegantly arched brows framed a smile that exuded an air of ethereal grace. Seemingly gentle, yet imbued with an aloofness that kept others at bay. Dangling from her tender earlobes were a pair of green jade pendants, which jingled softly, reminiscent of a mountain spring dancing over stones, creating a captivating melody. "Elder Gu He has returned," the woman remarked. Upon hearing this, Yun turned to glance at the woman behind her. Yanran, the chi-gathering pill used for this engagement withdrawal, was personally refined by Elder Gu He. Tomorrow, my master will take you to express our gratitude to Elder Gu He in person. The sudden appearance of this woman was none other than Yunlan's most cherished disciple, Nalan Yanran. I understand, Nalan Yanran affirmed, her gaze drifting toward the white-clad figure in the sky, a hint of reverence in her eyes. As the sect leader's close disciple, she had received numerous medicinal pills crafted by Elder Gu He, naturally holding him in high esteem. Suddenly, a soft exclamation escaped Nalan Yanran's lips as she noticed the girl cradled in Gu He's arms. Why is there someone in Elder Gu He's embrace? Perhaps she is a new disciple he has taken under his wing. Yunlan speculated inwardly, thinking that if this were the case, she would need to prepare an appropriate gift for their visit. Yanran, how has your training progressed recently? As the figure of Gu He vanished into the void, Yunlan immediately shifted her gaze to the girl beside her. Upon hearing her words, Nalan Yanran's delicate face broke into a smile as she sweetly declared, Master, I have already broken through to a 4-star fighter. A 4-star fighter, you say? Not bad at all. A look of satisfaction flickered in Yunlan's eyes. Yet she proceeded to impart her guidance. Since you have made a 3-year pact with Xiao Yan in the battle that ensues after these 3 years, as the young master of the Yunlan Sect, you must emerge victorious. Failure is not an option. Her tone grew slightly stern towards the end. In response, a resolute expression graced Nalan Yanran's stunning visage. Master, rest assured, in the battle 3 years hence, I will certainly uphold the reputation of the Yunlan Sect. Her tone was unwavering, and the thought of the young man she had once rejected filled her with confidence. Xiao Yan, after 3 years, I shall ensure your defeat is absolute. Yanran, you need not worry. Focus solely on your training. As for resources, I shall make adequate preparations for you. Yunlan observed her determined disciple, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. Indeed, Nalan Yanran nodded. As the young master of the Yunlan Sect, she had never lacked for training resources. This is where my master resides. Deep within Yunlan Mountain, Gu He, cradling the little medical sage, arrived at his secluded residence. Master, will I be living here from now on? The little medical sage gazed at the exquisite and tranquil abode before her, excitement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Suit yourself, Gu He replied nonchalantly. You may choose another dwelling if you wish, or select a room within this courtyard. There is ample space. Then I shall certainly reside with you. Master, the little medical sage declared without a second thought. Within the Yunlan Sect, she knew only her master. Living elsewhere would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. Moreover, residing with her master would facilitate her inquiries. He, as you wish. As long as it pleases you, Gu He affectionately tousled the little medical sage's hair. Master, master. At that moment, shouts echoed from outside the courtyard. In the next instant, an excited youth rushed into the yard. Master, you have returned? Chapter 25, A Tattoo. Master, you have returned. A young man hurriedly entered Gu He's abode, his voice tinged with excitement. Recognizing the voice, Gu He understood immediately who it was. The only one who called him master aside from the little medical sage was his eldest disciple, Liu Ling, impulsive and reckless. What a display. Gu He did not turn around as he reprimanded the newly arrived Liu Ling typically. Gu He treated Liu Ling with kindness, presenting himself as a benevolent teacher. However, today he had brought back the little medical sage. In front of this newly accepted disciple, Gu He wished to avoid leaving an impression of laxity. Thus, upon witnessing Liu Ling's lack of decorum, Gu He could not help but voice his disapproval. Liu Ling, who had entered with exuberance, froze at Gu He's rebuke, then sheepishly chuckled. Master, I haven't seen you in ages, so I got a bit too excited. Upon hearing this, Gu He maintained a stern countenance as he slowly turned around. However, upon seeing Liu Ling's appearance, his brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth are you wearing? Liu Ling's face was partially obscured by a black mask, concealing half of his visage. What nonsense is this? The little medical sage, too, turned her attention to Liu Ling, curiously sizing him up. Is this really my master's eldest disciple? He seems a bit, not very bright. Master, Noticing Gu He's evident dissatisfaction, Liu Ling instinctively touched the mask on his face and smiled bitterly. Master, if I take off the mask, you mustn't laugh at me. Gu He was taken aback, puzzled. Laugh at you? Why would I do that? Did you get a pockmark on your face? That would be because of the purple eagle flame you bestowed upon me. Liu Ling shook his head and, under Gu He's watchful gaze, slowly removed the mask, to reveal a striking purple bird tattoo etched upon the right side of his face. Gazing at the image beneath Liu Ling's mask, Gu He was momentarily stunned. Then he could not suppress his laughter, managing to stammer, a purple eagle tattoo? How did you end up with that on your face? Is this a tattoo? The little medical sage was equally taken aback, and soon a smile appeared on her exquisite countenance. This elder brother of mine is rather amusing, isn't he? I have no idea how this happened. After I refined the purple eagle flame, this appeared on my face, Liu Ling explained, noticing Gu He holding back laughter, his expression darkening as he hastily donned the mask again. Gu He, upon hearing this, could only chuckle. He was not surprised by the tattoo. The purple eagle flame was a peculiar beast fire, and anyone who refined it would bear a purple eagle mark on their body. When Gu He refined the purple eagle flame, he had a similar mark on his chest. What surprised him was how the mark had manifested on Liu Ling's face. Generally, it was supposed to appear on the chest. Master, you promised not to laugh at your disciple, Liu Ling quietly protested, noticing the gleeful expression on Gu He's face. Cough cough. Gu He quickly suppressed his smile and reassured him. It's nothing. It's just a pattern, right? Quite attractive, actually. What Gu He said was indeed true. The purple eagle design was not unattractive. If it were on the chest or shoulder, it would undoubtedly exude an air of mystery. However, the issue lay in the fact that Liu Ling's purple eagle mark was on his face. Even more absurdly, the eagle's beak extended to the tip of his nose. This was no longer a matter of mystery. It was downright terrifying. Having a large bird tattoo on one's face was quite the spectacle. Really? Liu Ling, hearing Gu He's words, blinked in surprise, asking earnestly. Indeed, if you doubt me, you may inquire of her. Gu He struggled to contain his laughter, nodding while gesturing towards the little medical sage, who was observing the scene. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling eagerly turned his gaze to the little medical sage, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. She paused, blinking her beautiful eyes, and seeing the expectation in Liu Ling's gaze, she reluctantly reined in her smile and nodded in agreement. Is it truly beautiful? Watching both of them nod, Liu Ling curiously touched the mask on his face, perplexed. Yet, as he looked at the little medical sage, he quickly pieced together the situation and inquired of Gu He, Master, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce her, Gu He realized, pointing to the little medical sage. This is my newly accepted disciple. She shall henceforth be your junior sister. Then, addressing the little medical sage, he continued, My dear disciple, this is your elder brother, Liu Ling. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage composed herself, her expression turning solemn as she respectfully greeted Liu Ling. Greetings, elder brother. A newly accepted disciple? My junior sister? Liu Ling was momentarily bewildered. You went out for a little while and came back with a junior sister? What are you standing there for, you fool? Your junior sister is addressing you. Gu He noted Liu Ling's dazed expression, his lips twitching in exasperation. What nonsense are you up to today? Upon hearing Gu He's reprimand, Liu Ling snapped back to reality, awkwardly glancing at the little medical sage, and stammered, Hello, junior sister. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a luminous pearl from his spatial ring and presented it to the little medical sage. Junior sister, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this luminous pearl as a token of my sincerity. I hope you do not find it lacking. As the little medical sage beheld the luminous pearl in Liu Ling's hand, her eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful pearl. She reached out to accept it, but Gu He's voice suddenly interjected, a mere trinket, and this is your gift for the occasion? Is it truly so petty to be a senior brother? Gu He remarked with a tone laced with dissatisfaction and disdain, as if the luminous pearl in Liu Ling's hand were nothing more than a piece of worthless debris. Upon hearing this, the little healer immediately withdrew her outstretched hand. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ling's lips twitched slightly, his face suffused with embarrassment. He regarded the luminous pearl in his grasp, questioning the worth of his existence. A worthless pearl? Was this night pearl truly as deplorable as his master had claimed? It was, after all, a gift he had painstakingly selected for his junior sister, Nalan. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Ling awkwardly tucked the luminous pearl away. I apologize, junior sister. I didn't prepare anything in advance. How about I present you with a gift tomorrow instead? Liu Ling chuckled sheepishly. Forget tomorrow. Your junior sister is in dire need of a handy alchemical cauldron. Why not just give her your cauldron? Gu He interjected once more. Chapter 26. Motivating the Disciples. An alchemical cauldron? Liu Ling was momentarily taken aback by Gu He's words, his face revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Although the cauldron he possessed could not compare to Gu He's crimson serpent cauldron, it was far superior to an ordinary one. It had been acquired with considerable effort through his family's influence. Relinquishing it to his newly arrived junior sister left him feeling somewhat reluctant. Liu Ling hailed from the prestigious Liu family in the imperial capital. While not on par with the three foremost families, his lineage boasted formidable fighters among its ranks. After becoming Gu He's disciple, Liu Ling's status had granted the Liu family a degree of respect, further bolstering their prestige. Are you truly so reluctant to part with a mere cauldron? Gu He observed Liu Ling's hesitation with a hint of dissatisfaction. That's not it, Liu Ling quickly explained, sensing his master's growing irritation. Master, this cauldron is quite comfortable for me to use. If you permit, I will return to my family soon and help my junior sister select another. Comfortable, is it? Then by all means, keep it for yourself, Gu He replied nonchalantly, not pressing the issue. I had initially intended to gift you the Crimson Serpent Cauldron next month, but since you already possess a suitable one, consider it forgotten. The Crimson Serpent Cauldron? For me? Liu Ling's expression shifted dramatically at Gu He's declaration. He was well aware of the cauldron's status. It was a four-legged vessel he had long coveted. Yet, in the past, Gu He had treated the Crimson Serpent Cauldron with the utmost reverence. Even when Liu Ling sought to borrow it, Gu He had always declined. Now, however, he was suggesting to bestow it upon Liu Ling. This was almost beyond belief. Isn't the Crimson Serpent Cauldron your treasured possession? How would you possibly give it to me? Liu Ling thought to himself, suspecting his master was merely jesting. Yet, despite his doubts, he gazed at Gu He with a glimmer of hope and timidly asked, Master, are you truly serious? At this, Gu He chuckled internally, though his face betrayed a hint of displeasure. Do you think I am as miserly as you, clinging to a mere cauldron? Or have I ever deceived you? If you are truly attached to your old cauldron, I shall simply reserve the Crimson Serpent Cauldron for your junior sister. Gu He maintained a calm demeanor. Who says I am attached? With Gu He's affirmation, Liu Ling's attitude transformed entirely, and he grinned. Master, your Crimson Serpent Cauldron is a four-legged vessel. Given my junior sister's current capabilities, she wouldn't be able to utilize it effectively. It is better suited for me. With that, Liu Ling promptly retrieved a large azure cauldron from his spatial ring, beaming as he presented it to the little healer. Junior sister, this cauldron, known as the Azurewood Cauldron, is truly a treasure. I now bestow it upon you as a welcome gift. Please take good care of it. The little healer, taken aback by Liu Ling's rapidly changing demeanor, blinked in confusion and looked towards Gu He for guidance. Since it is your senior brother's gift, you should graciously accept it. Gu He encouraged with an approving nod. All right. The little healer finally nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the Azurewood Cauldron. Ever since she had received the 6th-tier alchemist inheritance from Gu He, she had longed to concoct her own elixirs, but had been hindered by the absence of a cauldron. Now, with the Azurewood Cauldron in her possession, her aspirations were on the verge of fruition. Delighted, she gently caressed the cauldron before promptly placing it into her spatial ring. After completing this gesture, the little healer turned to Liu Ling, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Senior brother, do not mention it, junior sister. It is merely a humble cauldron. Liu Ling waved dismissively, his demeanor now entirely transformed. Should you ever encounter difficulties in your studies, feel free to seek me out. I shall impart all my knowledge. The little healer nodded, smiling as she replied, Thank you. Senior brother. Gu He, observing the exchange, felt a sense of exasperation. The little healer had already inherited his 6th-tier alchemist knowledge. In terms of alchemical expertise, she could easily surpass Liu Ling. Yet, Liu Ling still had the audacity to offer to mentor her. Master, now that I have gifted the Azurewood Cauldron to my junior sister, what of the Crimson Serpent Cauldron? Liu Ling recalled Gu He's promise and looked at him expectantly. Did I not mention that I would give it to you next month? Gu He responded, furrowing his brow. Why the rush? Do you doubt my word? The interval since Gu He's last bestowed treasures upon Liu Ling was still less than a month. Presenting the Crimson Serpent Cauldron now would not trigger the system's return mechanism. However, a month would pass swiftly. Only a few days remained. I would never presume to doubt you. Liu Ling, sensing Gu He's displeasure, instinctively recoiled and refrained from pressing further. He held a deep trust in his master's words. After all, Gu He had previously imparted his most cherished beast fire and a 7th-tier soul cultivation technique. He would hardly be petty about a mere cauldron. Why has your cultivation stagnated at 5-star fighter after my absence? Have you been slacking off? Gu He scrutinized Liu Ling with an expression of dissatisfaction. Master, you have only been gone for less than a month. In such a short time, how could I possibly achieve a breakthrough? Liu Ling stammered, feeling somewhat wronged by Gu He's reproach. What? You dare to argue with me now? Gu He shot a glare at Liu Ling before continuing. Here's the deal. If you can reach 6-star fighter within 10 days, not only will I bestow the Crimson Serpent Cauldron upon you, but I will also grant you another opportunity for enlightenment, just as I did last time. What do you say? Although Gu He routinely conducted enlightenment sessions for his disciples each month, he hoped they would not grow overly reliant on him. Thus, he resorted to this method as a means of motivation. Reflecting on this, Gu He felt a twinge of sentiment. Only he could use enlightenment to inspire his disciples. Alas, Such was the burden of his extensive cultivation. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu He. Master, are you serious? Gu He nodded with a smile. As long as you fulfill my requirements, it is indeed true. Very well. I will surely achieve a breakthrough within 10 days. The memory of the exhilarating sensation of a breakthrough during his last enlightenment session invigorated Liu Ling, filling him with excitement. Meanwhile, the little healer, listening to their conversation, recalled the sensation of her previous enlightenment. The thrill of rapid cultivation was simply unparalleled. My dear disciple, you too shall receive a reward. If you can advance to 2-star fighter, I will grant you an enlightenment session as well, Gu He promised without hesitation. Noticing the look of envy on the little healer's face. Master, you are truly wonderful. The little healer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination as she resolved to train diligently. Gu He's promise infused both of his disciples with newfound motivation for their future cultivation. After all, the allure of enlightenment was simply irresistible. No one could withstand its temptation. Chapter 27. The Imperial Essence Pill. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return to your cultivation, Gu He said, observing the exuberant expression on Liu Ling's face. He waved his hand and added sternly, remember, while you cultivate, do not neglect your alchemical studies. Understood, master, Liu Ling cheerfully replied, before briskly departing the courtyard. In his heart, he had resolved to enter seclusion upon returning, striving to break through to the 6-star Dou fighter realm. He vowed not to emerge until he had achieved this breakthrough. The impudent lad truly believes in the old adage, no rabbit, no hawk. Gu He shook his head helplessly, then turned to the petite medical fairy beside him, speaking softly, my dear disciple, since you have taken a liking to this courtyard, feel free to choose a room for yourself. There are plenty of vacant chambers for you to peruse. All right, the medical fairy nodded in response, her lovely eyes scanning the courtyard, her face lighting up with delight. Go on, make haste to cultivate. Do not tarnish your master's reputation. Gu He spoke lightly, before walking towards his own quarters. System, display the attribute panel. As Gu He silently invoked this thought, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Host, Gu He age, 30 alchemist level, 7th rank alchemist cultivation, 1-star Dou Emperor cultivation technique, purple sun art soul cultivation techniques, soul reaping art, soul devouring art skills, fiery palm, flame eagle claw, 10,000 poisons true scripture divine abilities, inheritance, void projection constitution, 7 apertures exquisite hard others, Dosan experience card, 9 nether flame. Crimson serpent cauldron gazing at the attribute panel before him. Gu He fell into contemplation. In less than a month since his arrival in this world, he had ascended from a mere 3-star Dou Huang to his current status as a 1-star Dou Emperor. His cultivation had undergone a transformative change. Furthermore, his alchemist level had surged from 6th rank to 7th rank. It could be said that Gu He had accomplished his initial goal, to possess the strength for self-preservation. As a 7th rank alchemist, coupled with the might of a Dou Emperor, he could navigate the Xiao Yan Empire with confidence. After all, with his status as a 7th rank alchemist, no one in the Xiao Yan Empire would dare to offend him. Yet, this was merely a starting point. Gu He had never been one to grow complacent with the status quo. Additionally, lurking within the Xiao Yan Empire was a force that instilled fear in Gu He, the Soul Palace. Having read the original text, Gu He was well aware that the Soul Palace's members had likely infiltrated the Xiao Yan Empire. He pondered whether Qingshan had already colluded with them. In the original narrative, Qingshan, facing the twilight of his life, was compelled to ally with the Soul Palace. Ultimately, with their assistance, he successfully broke through to the Dou Zone realm. Moreover, many elders within the Yunlan Sect, aided by the Soul Palace, also achieved breakthroughs to the Dou Emperor realm. On the surface, the entire Yunlan Sect strength received a qualitative enhancement with the Soul Palace's help, but unbeknownst to them, it was all part of the Soul Palace's sinister plot. Their true aim was to capture powerful soul entities. In the end, the elders of the Yunlan Sect, along with Qingshan's soul entity, were devoured by the members of the Soul Palace to bolster their own power. Reflecting on the Soul Palace's methods, a grave expression crossed Gu He's handsome face. The members of the Soul Palace were dedicated to capturing formidable soul entities. In terms of soul strength, no one could rival an alchemist. If word of his breakthrough to 7th rank alchemist were to leak, he would undoubtedly attract the Soul Palace's attention. With his current strength, an encounter with them would yield nothing but misfortune. Realizing this, Gu He suddenly felt that his present circumstances were exceedingly perilous. Strength. He must expedite the enhancement of his power. Regardless of the method, as long as it bolstered his strength, it would suffice. With this thought, Gu He scrutinized his attribute panel, contemplating how to further elevate his prowess. The most effective approach would naturally be to take on disciples and seek out talented individuals. However, finding such prodigious disciples who meet the system's criteria was no simple task. His two current disciples were, for the moment, unable to trigger the system's return mechanism. Therefore, to augment his strength, he would have to explore alternative avenues. Gu He had considered journeying to the Tagor Desert to recruit the azure-scaled Yunlan, who possessed the 3 flower eyes. Nonetheless, the distance was daunting. Moreover, venturing recklessly into the Tagor Desert might lead to an encounter with Medusa. In the original text, it seemed that Medusa took the blue lotus earth fire during this time period. Traveling to Shimo City at this juncture might indeed coincide with a confrontation with the Queen Medusa, given her status as a 9-star Dou Emperor. Should Gu He cross paths with her, he might end up suffering the same fate as Haibo Dong. Thus, without possessing absolute means of self-preservation, Gu He would not dare to venture into the Tagor Desert. After much contemplation, he finally conceived a method to enhance his strength: alchemy. Having inherited the legacy of a 9th-rank alchemist, countless recipes resided in his mind, including many suitable for those at the Dou Emperor realm. Before long, Gu He selected a particular elixir, the Imperial Essence Pill. This 6th-rank pill could elevate a Dou Emperor's realm by 1 to 2 tiers, its effects remarkably formidable. However, one could only consume a single Imperial Essence Pill in their lifetime. The thought of the Imperial Essence Pill's potential ignited a gleam in Gu He's eyes. This was it. Yet, he soon fell into a quandary. The materials required to concoct the Imperial Essence Pill were exceedingly rare. It would likely be impossible to gather them all in a short time. Spending precious time searching for these materials seemed less advantageous than utilizing that time to recruit additional disciples. Clearly, a visit to Yunlan was in order for tomorrow. Moments later, Gu He reached a decision within himself. As night fell, he glanced at the darkening sky, dismissing further thoughts, and settled onto his bed to commence his cultivation. Not far from Gu He, in a finely appointed room, the medical fairy lay on her bed, intently studying the scroll in her hands. It was the 7-colored poison scripture obtained from the treasure cave that day. Her lovely face was alight with curiosity as she examined the scroll. Though her childhood dream had been to become an alchemist, for some reason, she found herself captivated by the path of poison, showcasing an exceptional talent in it. Over the years in Qingshan town, mercenaries had attempted to lay claim to the medical fairy, wishing to possess her. Yet with the poisons she had self-taught, she adeptly navigated every perilous encounter, emerging unscathed. On the bed, she carefully unrolled the scroll, her focus unwavering. The calamity poison body? What manner of constitution is this? A particular passage at the scroll's conclusion captured her attention. It described that the owner of the calamity poison body bore a slender 7-colored line on their abdomen, which would grow in accordance with the concentration of poison within them. When the line extended to the heart, it marked the peak of the calamity poison body's power, simultaneously subjecting the owner to excruciating agony from myriad toxins. Upon reading this, the medical fairy's expression shifted, instinctively touching her abdomen, her complexion gradually paling. Chapter 28. The Art of Poison Condensation Elixirs the Next Morning. Master, breakfast is ready. As a light, melodious voice echoed, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. This girl, rising so early and even preparing breakfast, what a worthy disciple she is. A smile crept onto Gu He's lips as he rose from his bed and opened the door. Creak. As the door swung open, a small head peeked in, carrying a food container. Master, I've made porridge. Please have a bowl. The medical fairy beamed as she entered with the food container. My dear disciple, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you bear dark circles under your eyes? Gu He inquired with a gentle smile as he observed the countenance of the little medicine sage. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting change crossed her face, but she quickly donned a smile, replying, I was merely too excited and could not fall asleep. What could possibly be so exciting? Gu He shook his head, and the two settled down to enjoy their porridge. However, he noticed that the little medicine sage's eyes were lost in thought, as if she were preoccupied with something. This girl surely harbors some concerns. Suddenly, Gu He recalled the 7-colored poison cannon. She must be aware of her affliction with a troublesome poison body, and her heart is likely burdened with worry. Observing the subtle shadow of concern in her gaze, Gu He understood her predicament. Nevertheless, he did not address it immediately, continuing to savor his porridge at a leisurely pace. Disciple, do hurry and finish your porridge. It will become unpalatable if it cools. Gu He urged, still encouraging her. Yes, master, the little medicine sage replied. Shaking herself from her reverie and forcing a smile, to mask her inner turmoil. After a short while, their bowls were empty, and she rose to clear the dishes. "Wait, my child, set those aside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Gu He said, wiping his mouth and speaking up suddenly. Upon hearing his words, the little medicine sage's expression shifted, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes as she softly responded, "Yes, master. Is there something on your mind? Would you care to share it with me?" Gu He asked in a cultured tone. Upon hearing this, the little medicine sage glanced at Gu He, hesitating to speak. "It seems you're already aware," she finally said, her expression confirming Gu He's suspicions. He shook his head and reassured her, "It is merely a troublesome poison body. There is nothing to fear. You know?" The little medicine sage's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Gu He, astonished that he had uncovered her deepest secret. "Indeed." Gu He nodded gently, his tone soothing. "You need not worry. Pursue whatever you desire. I shall not interfere with your decisions. But if I were to activate the troublesome poison body, could I still remain by your side, master?" She voiced her fears in a hushed tone. Having read about the troublesome poison body in the seven-colored poison canon, she understood the implications of its activation. If she were to truly awaken it, she might become a target of disdain. Would she still be able to stay at the Yunlan Sect beside her master? Her greatest fear was being cast out by him. "Why not?" Gu He chuckled. "When I accepted you as my disciple, I was already aware of your troublesome poison body. Since I chose to take you as my student, I naturally possess a solution." Gu He spoke with confidence. "Really?" At his words, the little medicine sage's eyes lit up, her delicate face radiating joy. "Have I ever deceived you?" Gu He raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. "No, master never lies to me." Upon learning of a solution to her affliction, the weight on the little medicine sage's heart dissipated, and her spirit returned to its usual vivacity. "Come here. I shall impart the remedy to you now." Gu He beckoned her with a smile. "Yes." The little medicine sage approached him, filled with anticipation. Gu He then performed a divine transmission technique, his finger gently pressing against her forehead. In an instant, she sensed a surge of information flooding her mind. The little medicine sage concentrated intently, absorbing the knowledge. "Moments latte." Gu He withdrew his finger, ceasing the transmission. The information he conveyed was a secret art recorded in the true canon of all poisons, known as the art of Poison Dan Refinement. This technique bore some resemblance to the Poison Dan method mentioned by the old pharmacist in the original text. However, in terms of efficacy, the art of Poison Dan Refinement far surpassed the Poison Dan method. Gu He speculated that the true canon of all poisons was authored by a poison master who also possessed a troublesome poison body, as the technique appeared to be specifically crafted for such a condition. This secret art could perfectly resolve all the drawbacks that arise from activating the troublesome poison body. After cultivating the art of Poison Dan Refinement, one would gain the ability to control the lethal poison within at will without risking harm to others through mere contact. Moments latte. The little medicine sage opened her eyes slowly, having received the information. The art of Poison Dan Refinement. Such an exquisite technique exists in this world. She marveled, her eyes brimming with delight. It seemed as though it had been created specifically for her. With this art, she need no longer fear the consequences of activating the troublesome poison body. She could live as any ordinary person, free from the judgmental gazes that often plagued other poison masters. "Are you not relieved now?" Gu He inquired, pleased to see the smile return to her face. "Yes, master. Thank you," she replied sincerely, her heart overflowing with gratitude. In that moment, she felt immensely fortunate to have encountered her master. Otherwise, if she were to activate the troublesome poison body in the future, she would have been at a loss for how to face the world. Now, devote yourself to your cultivation. The troublesome poison body is a divine gift. Do not feel burdened by it. Little do you know, others may even envy you for possessing a troublesome poison body. Gu He teased with a faint smile. His words were not mere jest. Those endowed with such a physique require not years of arduous cultivation to grow stronger. They simply need to consume poisons. Their troublesome poison body would automatically convert the poison's potency into a unique form of toxic fighting spirit. The stronger the toxin, the greater the benefit to their power. Who would not envy a physique that allows one to grow stronger merely by consuming poisons? Moreover, the little medicine sage was now aware of how to mitigate the drawbacks of her troublesome poison body. Henceforth, she could freely consume poisons to enhance her strength. At this thought, Gu He found himself feeling a twinge of envy. Suddenly, Gu He's expression shifted as he extended his spiritual perception, then quickly retracted it. "What brings Yun here, accompanied by Nalan Yanran?" He mused. "Perfect. I have matters to discuss with her as well." In a cool pavilion within the courtyard, several individuals sat across from one another. What brings the sect leader here unexpectedly? I wonder what the occasion is. Gu He remarked with an air of elegance as he regarded Yunyan. Beside her sat a girl clad in white, none other than Nalan Yanran. As she beheld the graceful and handsome Gu He, Yunyan could not help but recall her previous infatuation during their last alchemical session. A ripple of emotion stirring within her heart. Nevertheless, she maintained a serene smile as she addressed him. Elder Gu He, I have come this time primarily to express gratitude on behalf of Yanran. With that, Yunyan turned to Nalan Yanran, speaking softly, Yanran. Elder Gu He personally concocted the gathering chi powder for your sake during the annulment of the engagement. You must remember this kindness. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Nalan Yanran hastily rose and offered a slight bow to Gu He, her voice respectful. Yanran sincerely thanks Elder Gu He. There's no need for such formality. Gu He replied with a light nod and a casual smile. I have watched Yanran grow since her entry into the sect. Naturally, I could not remain indifferent to her affairs. At his words, Nalan Yanran's delicate face broke into a smile, as her impression of Gu He had always been quite favorable. It was he who had provided her with the gathering chi powder during her breakthrough to the fighter level. Furthermore, Gu He's previous incarnation had shown interest in Yunyan, and his demeanor towards Nalan Yanran had always been gentle and courteous, never a harsh word spoken. This had undoubtedly endeared him further to her. Raising her gaze slowly, Nalan Yanran's eyes met Gu He's, her gaze momentarily lost in admiration, infused with an ethereal charm. Gu He exuded an extraordinary aura. Every gesture and smile held a captivating allure. Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback upon first encountering the transformed Elder Gu He. When had Elder Gu He become so remarkably handsome? Yanran, do not be rude. Yunyan's voice, cool and composed, broke through Nalan Yanran's reverie as she noticed the girl's unwavering gaze on Gu He. Realizing her indiscretion, Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily apologized. I beg your pardon. Elder Gu He, I was disrespectful just now. Elder Gu He, not giving it much thought, assumed the young lady was merely distracted and responded amiably, it's quite all right. As he observed the blushing Nalan Yanran, a thought of Xiao Yan crossed Elder Gu He's mind, prompting him to casually inquire, Yanran, how did your visit to Wutan City regarding the annulment of the engagement go? Did the Xiao family agree to it? At this, Nalan Yanran's mind immediately recalled her experiences at the Xiao family, and her expression darkened slightly. The Xiao family is unwilling to annul the engagement. After a brief silence, she spoke in a subdued tone. Unwilling to annul the engagement? The Xiao family is rather ungrateful. Elder Gu He feigned anger, already aware of this outcome. Are they not afraid that my Yunlan Sect will obliterate them? How could a mere waste from the Xiao family be worthy of Yanran? Hearing the protective undertone in Elder Gu He's words warmed Yanran's heart. Reflecting on the humiliation she had endured to the Xiao family, she felt a swell of grievance and continued. Not only did the Xiao family refuse to annul the engagement, but they also tore up the marriage contract and directly divorced me. What? The Xiao family dares to divorce Yanran. Elder Gu He's fury intensified, his countenance darkening further. In my opinion, the Xiao family has no reason to remain in the Jiama Empire. Elder Gu He, please do not act impulsively. Yunyan interjected, her expression shifting with concern. She feared that Elder Gu He might take direct action against the Xiao family, which would ruin the reputation that Yunlan Sect had painstakingly built over the years. Nonetheless, understanding that Elder Gu He was merely defending his disciple, Yunyan felt no resentment, her gaze towards him softening. To prevent Elder Gu He from taking action against the Xiao family, Yunyan recounted all the tribulations Nalan Yanran had faced while with them. So, as long as 3 years pass, Yanran can publicly defeat Xiao Yan, and the engagement will be formally dissolved? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Gu He remarked coolly once Yunyan had laid out the entire situation. Indeed, Yunyan nodded slightly. That waste Xiao Yan will only bring shame upon himself in 3 years. Elder Gu He chuckled lightly, seemingly brimming with confidence in Nalan Yanran. However, his mind was preoccupied with devising ways to ensure that Nalan Yanran would triumph over Xiao Yan in 3 years. In the original narrative during the 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan had publicly defeated Nalan Yanran, stealing the spotlight. This time, Elder Gu He was determined not to allow that to happen. He wished to witness the scene of Xiao Yan's humiliating defeat at Nalan Yanran's hands after the 3-year agreement. Yet to achieve this goal, it was imperative to elevate Nalan Yanran's strength. Was he to impart his knowledge directly to her? The system did not stipulate that only disciples of Elder Gu He could receive such teachings. However, doing so would not trigger the system's return mechanism, yielding no benefits, which left Elder Gu He feeling somewhat at a loss. If only he could have Nalan Yanran become his disciple. Gazing at Nalan Yanran, a sudden idea blossomed in Elder Gu He's mind. However, since Nalan Yanran had already become Yunyan's disciple, how could she possibly seek him out as a mentor? Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of resignation and was about to abandon the idea when a flash of inspiration struck him. His gaze shifted to Yunyan, who sat across from him, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. If he were to win Yunyan's affection, then he would indeed be Nalan Yanran's Grandmaster. The titles of Grandmaster and Master are quite similar. After all, if necessary, it wouldn't be difficult for the girl to address him as her master later on. With this thought, Elder Gu He felt increasingly optimistic about his plan. More importantly, this course of action aligned perfectly with his desires. As his eyes roamed over Yunyan's delicate features, his resolve only strengthened. He would first take Nalan Yanran as his disciple, starting with winning over Yunyan. Sensing Elder Gu He's gaze lingering on her, Yunyan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. He finally faded away. However, she feigned ignorance, subtly adjusting her posture to sit more upright, leaning slightly forward to accentuate her figure. When her peripheral vision caught Elder Gu He sizing her up, her heart fluttered, and she dared not meet his gaze. What does Elder Gu He keep staring at me for? Could it be that he has an interest in me? This thought flashed through Yunyan's mind, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Chapter 30. Yunyan's excitement. Elder Gu He, rest assured, I will undoubtedly prevail over Xiao Yan in the 3-year agreement, and there will be no dishonor brought to our Yunlan Sect. Nalan Yanran, oblivious to the subtle changes in their expressions, made her firm promise. Indeed, with your talent, Yanran, Xiao Yan is nothing to be concerned about. Elder Gu He verbally acknowledged her confidence, though internally he was skeptical. If the original plot were to unfold, Nalan Yanran would certainly face a humiliating defeat at Xiao Yan's hands, bringing disgrace to the Yunlan Sect. To change this outcome, he had to adhere to his own plans. First, he would win over Yunyan. Please, allow me to serve tea. At that moment, the little doctor entered the pavilion with a tea tray, placing fragrant tea before the 3 of them and speaking softly. Elder Gu He, could this young lady be your newly accepted disciple? Yunyan inquired, her eyes lighting up as she observed the delicate and graceful little doctor. Indeed, Elder Gu He nodded slightly and then introduced the little doctor disciple. This is our sect's leader. You should greet her. Little doctor, greeting the esteemed leader. The little doctor smiled gently, approaching Yunyan to pay her respects. Little doctor? What a lovely name. It suits her temperament perfectly, Yunyan remarked, a smile gracing her features as she complimented the little doctor. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed leader. The little doctor replied, her demeanor respectful yet poised. Disciple, this is Nalan Yanran, your senior sister. Elder Gu He continued, turning his attention back to Nalan Yanran. Little doctor, it is a pleasure to meet you. The little doctor approached Nalan Yanran, performing a graceful bow. You're too courteous, Nalan Yanran replied, feeling a sense of fondness for the stunning young girl who was of similar age. At that moment, Yunyan suddenly produced a silver inner armor from her storage ring and presented it to the little doctor. Since this is our first meeting, as your elder, I should offer you a token of greeting. This soft armor is called Wind Spirit Armor. Consider it a welcoming gift from your sect leader, Yunyan said, her face adorned with a smile. Upon seeing the silver inner armor that Yunyan offered, the little doctor instinctively glanced at Elder Gu He, who nodded slightly, prompting her to accept the armor with a bright smile and express her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader. This scene did not escape Yunyan's notice, and she silently praised. What a well-behaved girl. The little doctor's charm further endeared her to Yunyan. Elder Gu He took a sip of the fragrant tea before shifting his gaze to Yunyan, asking with a hint of significance, how has your cultivation been progressing lately, sect leader? When Elder Gu He unexpectedly broached the subject of her cultivation, Yunyan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. However, recalling her current state, she could not help but sigh. To speak frankly, Elder Gu He, I have been stagnant at the 3-star Dou Huang realm for an entire year, unable to make any breakthroughs. At this juncture, Yunyan expressed her distress, saying, I believe I have encountered a bottleneck. Encountered a bottleneck? Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Gu He was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with quiet delight. Encountering a bottleneck is indeed a fortuitous event. After a brief contemplation, Gu He savored the fragrant tea in his cup, his gaze turning toward Yunyan as he remarked, perhaps I, Gu, can assist the sect master in transcending her current cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Yunyan instinctively glanced at Gu He, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Is what Elder Gu says truly the case? Gu He revealed a refined smile, responding nonchalantly. Has the sect master ever heard of the Emperor's Extreme Pill? The Emperor's Extreme Pill. Yun was momentarily stunned, only to reveal a look of shock on her delicate face. Elder Gu, could it be that you possess the ability to concoct the Emperor's Extreme Pill? As the leader of the Yunlan Sect, Yun was well aware of the Emperor's Extreme Pill, a renowned 6th-tier elixir. When consumed by a Dou Huang realm expert, it could directly elevate 1 or even 2 levels in cultivation, its efficacy being extraordinarily remarkable. It can be said that the Emperor's Extreme Pill is the coveted dream of all Dou Huang masters. However, despite the Emperor's Extreme Pill also being a 6th-tier elixir, it is considered the pinnacle among 6th-tier pills. Although Gu He had already attained the status of a 6th-tier alchemist, in Yun's estimation, he should not yet possess the capability to concoct the Emperor's Extreme Pill. Moreover, the formula for the Emperor's Extreme Pill is exceedingly rare. At the very least, the Yunlan Sect had not obtained any leads regarding its recipe. Indeed, a confident smile adorned Gu He's face. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, simultaneously, I have acquired the slowly opened his eye formula for the Emperor's Extreme Pill, sparkled with uncontainable joy. I have succeeded. The revelation left Yun utterly astonished, her face reflecting a wave of shock at Gu He's words. Following her moment of astonishment, she quickly realized that if many of the prerequisites had been met, then it was merely a matter of gathering the necessary materials for Elder Gu to concoct the Emperor's Extreme Pill. If the sect master finds herself unable to break through her current bottleneck, I can personally concoct an Emperor's Extreme Pill for you, Gu He affirmed, confirming Yun's thoughts. With Gu He's assurance, Yun, reminded of the pill's miraculous effects, could no longer maintain her composure, her face betraying a hint of excitement. Just how confident is Elder Gu in his ability to concoct the Emperor's Extreme Pill? After a moment of contemplation, Yun gradually regained her composure, her beautiful eyes turning toward Gu He as she inquired. The Emperor's Extreme Pill is a 6th-tier elixir, and the materials required for its concoction are naturally quite precious. Given the Yunlan Sect's resources, they could indeed gather the necessary materials for a 6th-tier elixir. However, if the quantities were too large, even the Yunlan Sect might struggle. Yun was concerned that Elder Gu was merely intent on forcibly concocting the Emperor's Extreme Pill, as that would drastically reduce the success rate and deplete a significant amount of precious materials. As Gu He observed the delicate features of Yun's face, he instantly understood her concerns and responded with a confident smile, saying, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I possess a 50% chance of successfully concocting the Emperor's Extreme Pill." 50%. Upon hearing Gu He's answer, Yun's eyes lit up, her face brimming with joy. In the realm of alchemy, failure is as commonplace as eating and drinking. Even the most skilled alchemist cannot guarantee 100% success in concocting any given elixir. Typically, to account for the success rate of alchemy, seekers of elixirs will gather at least 2 or more portions of materials to ensure a successful concoction. A 50% success rate, regardless of the type of elixir, is indeed a remarkably high figure. Sect Master, here is the list of materials required for the concoction of the Emperor's Extreme Pill. Should you be inclined, you may begin gathering the necessary ingredients, Gu He stated, presenting a list to Yun. Chapter 31. Master, I do not wish for your demise. Upon receiving the list from Gu He, Yun scanned its contents and sighed, as expected of the pinnacle among 6th-tier elixirs. The materials required for its concoction are indeed rare treasures. Gu He silently smiled at this observation. Had the materials not been so precious, he would have commenced the concoction himself, rather than seeking out Yun. Elder Gu, I will endeavor to gather these materials promptly, Yun assured him after carefully reviewing the items on the list. Despite the extreme rarity of the materials needed for the Emperor's Extreme Pill, it would not be overly difficult for the Yunlan Sect, given their years of accumulation. Indeed, upon hearing her response, Gu He nodded and said, I hope the Sect Master can gather them swiftly. I must embark on a journey in a month's time, and I hope you can procure these materials within that time frame. Elder Gu is going on another journey? Yun's face briefly displayed surprise at this revelation. Why has Elder Gu suddenly taken to traveling so frequently? Indeed, I am preparing to venture to the Tagor Desert, Gu He replied candidly. The Tagor Desert, Yun exclaimed, her surprise evident. The Tagor Desert is the territory of the Serpent people. To enter the Tagor Desert recklessly is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Gu He nodded, stating calmly, I have received word that there lies a peculiar flame hidden within the Tagor Desert. As you know, Sect Master, the significance of such a flame to an alchemist is immense. I must acquire this peculiar flame. A peculiar flame? Yun gasped, her face registering astonishment. She was deeply surprised to learn that such a flame existed in the Tagor Desert, even though she was not an alchemist herself. She understood the immense value of such a rare phenomenon. It was no wonder that Elder Gu was willing to brave the dangers of the Tagor Desert. Then, Yunyan recalled something, her face reflecting confusion. Elder Gu, did you not already possess a peculiar flame? She suddenly remembered that during their previous concoction of the gathering chi powder, Gu He had revealed a peculiar flame. Though she was not well versed in the subject, she knew that one could only refine one type of peculiar flame. Gu He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Yunyan would catch on to this. However, he had prepared a response, stating, "To be frank, the peculiar flame I seek is for my disciples." Gu He glanced at the petite healer beside him, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. What? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Yunyan thought she misheard him. Her face momentarily stunned as she displayed an expression of disbelief. Elder Gu, are you saying that you seek this peculiar flame for your disciples? What do you mean? Yunyan could hardly believe what she was hearing. Indeed, I seek this peculiar flame for my disciples, Gu He affirmed with a nod. Although this statement was difficult to believe, he spoke with absolute sincerity, for he indeed desired the Qinglian earth heart flame for the sake of his disciples. In his mind, he was already envisioning the treasures he might receive in return after gifting this peculiar flame to his disciples. Having gifted a beast flame, he had received a peculiar flame in return. What would he receive for gifting a peculiar flame? Gu He dared not imagine. Ultimately, he was confident that the outcome would exceed his expectations. With the system's return mechanism in place, he was certain he would not suffer any loss. Elder Gu, are you truly serious? Upon receiving Gu He's straightforward response, Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Of course I'm serious. The sect master should understand the significance of a peculiar flame to an alchemist, correct? If my disciple possesses a peculiar flame, their future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. As a mentor, nothing brings greater joy than witnessing one's disciples achieve remarkable accomplishments. I, too, am no exception, Gu He replied, his face adorned with a refined smile, his tone filled with expectation. A mere extraordinary flame. Yet if my disciples can achieve greatness in the future, this ancient one would willingly embrace death. Upon hearing Elder Gu He's heartfelt words, Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. How could Elder Gu He, for the sake of his disciples, extend such generosity, even offering a celestial marvel like the extraordinary flame to his students? Her beautiful eyes gazed blankly at Elder Gu He, and she felt an inexplicable sense of shame as she contemplated his earlier statement. As a mentor, she realized that she paled in comparison to Elder Gu He. Beside her, Nalan Yanran was equally moved by Elder Gu He's profound sentiments. Gazing at the handsome and refined Elder Gu He, she found herself entranced. A thought emerged in her mind. How fortunate it would be to have a teacher like Elder Gu He. With this thought, she cast an envious glance at the petite medical fairy nearby. To be under Elder Gu He's tutelage was indeed a blessing, gentle, considerate, and so caring towards his disciples. Not to mention his striking appearance. He was quite simply perfection incarnate. Not to mention the feelings of Yunyan and Nalan Yanran. The one most touched in her heart was undoubtedly the medical fairy, standing behind Elder Gu He. Upon hearing that Elder Gu He sought the extraordinary flame for his disciples, she stood frozen in place. His subsequent heartfelt declarations further stirred her emotions. She recalled how, on the very first day of her apprenticeship, her teacher imparted the insights of a sixth-grade alchemist to her, even sacrificing his own cultivation to bestow enlightenment upon her. Later, he unhesitatingly gifted her with extraordinary skills like flying combat techniques. Reflecting on her journey since becoming his disciple, she realized her teacher had never been stingy with her. In fact, his generosity bordered on the absurd. What teacher could achieve such depths of devotion? As these memories flooded her mind, tears welled in the medical fairy's crystalline eyes. In the next moment, she could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Elder Gu He's embrace, weeping, "Teacher, I don't want you to die." Elder Gu He was momentarily taken aback by the medical fairy's outburst, but then a warm smile graced his lips. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Haven't you seen how much you've grown? How could I bear to leave you?" After Elder Gu He's comforting words, the medical fairy ceased her tears and looked up, her face still glistening like a pear blossom after rain. "All right, stop crying. You wouldn't want to give the sect leader and your senior sister, Yanran, a reason to laugh at you, would you?" He gently tousled the medical fairy's slightly disheveled hair, teasing her. In that moment, Chapter 32, the inter-sect competition commenced. Upon hearing Elder Gu He's words, the medical fairy instinctively glanced at Yunyan and Nalan Yanran, realizing they were indeed watching her. causing her to gasp in surprise before hastily covering her face and departing. This girl, Elder Gu He sighed, shaking his head as he turned to Yunlan with an apologetic expression. I must say, Elder Gu He, you truly are an exemplary teacher, Yunlan remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. If you can offer extraordinary flames to your disciples, what is there that you would withhold? Elder Gu He's spirit of selflessness was indeed worthy of emulation. However, as the thought of the extraordinary flame crossed her mind, Yunlan's expression turned serious. She looked at Elder Gu He and inquired, Elder Gu He, should we accompany you on your journey to the Tagor Desert? The Tagor Desert is the territory of the Serpent people, and their queen possesses a fearsome reputation. If Elder Gu He were to recklessly venture into the Tagor Desert, he could undoubtedly encounter peril, a scenario Yunlan wished to avoid. After all, as an esteemed elder of the Yunlan Sect and a 6th-grade alchemist, his loss in the Tagor Desert would be a tremendous blow to the sect. Moreover, regardless of his status, she did not wish for Elder Gu He to face danger alone. Setting aside the prior incident with the Qi gathering powder, Yunlan felt indebted to Elder Gu He for the Emperor's pill, particularly upon learning that Elder Gu He's venture into danger was motivated by the well-being of his disciples. Her desire to assist him grew even stronger. As Yunlan contemplated her myriad thoughts, Elder Gu He was somewhat astonished by her words. He recalled that in the original narrative, he had invited Yunlan to join him on a quest to seize the extraordinary flame, but at that time, she had not genuinely wished to assist him, merely acting out of obligation. Yet now, she was proactively offering her help. This shift in her attitude did not escape Elder Gu He's notice. It suggested that Yunlan harbored some favorable feelings toward him. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face at this realization. However, Elder Gu He knew that this was but the beginning. To win Yunlan's heart entirely, he would need to employ more decisive measures. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Elder Gu He hesitated for a moment, his words tinged with concern. The Tagor Desert is fraught with danger. Guarded by Queen Medusa, I truly do not wish for the sect leader to jeopardize herself for my personal desires. Upon hearing Elder Gu He's words, Yunlan felt a stir in her heart as her gaze involuntarily swept over his handsome features. Was Elder Gu He truly worried for her safety? Fear not. While we may not rival Queen Medusa in strength, with the agility of the wind element, it would not be so simple for her to detain me. Suppressing the budding affection within her heart, Yunlan replied with a smile. If that is the case, then I shall accompany you. A hint of reluctance crossed Elder Gu He's face, yet he solemnly added, however, should danger arise, I implore the sect leader to prioritize the greater good and ensure her own safety. After all, the Yunlan Sect can survive without me, but it cannot do so without its leader. In response, Yunlan nodded gently, stating, I will do my utmost to ensure Elder Gu He's safety. Then I thank you in advance, sect leader, Elder Gu He replied, a warm smile gracing his face. In truth, I came to seek Elder Gu He's counsel on another matter, Yunlan began, hesitating slightly before continuing. Should the sect leader have something to say, please do not hesitate. I am all ears, Elder Gu He urged, his expression calm. In 3 months, the annual inter-sect competition of the Yunlan Sect will take place. As she spoke, Yunlan turned her beautiful eyes toward Elder Gu He. For this upcoming competition, I wish to invite Elder Gu He to preside over it. What are your thoughts? The inter-sect competition? Elder Gu He was momentarily taken aback. The Yunlan Sect held such a competition annually, with substantial rewards for the top 3 participants. Furthermore, several elders would be present to observe and scout promising disciples for their own tutelage. However, Elder Gu He felt puzzled and asked Yunlan, was it not the sect leader who presided over these events in the past? Why the change? A wry smile appeared on Yunyan's lips, her tone tinged with resignation as she explained. Elder Gu He may not be aware, but in previous competitions, many elders seized the opportunity to recommend their juniors to me, hoping to have them accepted into the sect. However, as she spoke, her gaze shifted to Nalan Yanran, a sense of contentment in her expression. With Yanran by my side, I have lost interest in taking on more disciples. Yet, many of these elders were once respected figures in our sect, and some even watched me grow up. There are certain things I find difficult to express. Thus, I had no intention of attending this year's inter-sect competition. Having reached this point, Yunlan looked at Elder Gu He, her voice laced with a hint of plea. I hope Elder Gu He can understand the difficulties I face. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu He grasped Yunlan's intent. She wished to use him as a shield. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Yunlan was ultimately too soft-hearted. Such matters could be evaded for a time, but could they truly be avoided forever? You do not wish to take on disciples, so why not simply declare it outright? Surely those old fellows cannot compel you against your will. Given Yunyan's current prowess, she no longer needs to concern herself with the whims of those ancient figures. Gu He has had dealings with several elders of the Yunlan Sect, who are notorious for leveraging their seniority, relying on their historical connection to the former sect leader. Qingshan, they often adopt a patronizing stance to impose their influence. When Gu He first entered the Yunlan Sect, he too experienced their underhanded tactics. However, once Gu He ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, no one dared to act presumptuously before him. After all, a 6th-tier alchemist holds a status that surpasses even that of a Dou Huang expert, rendering them not someone whom anyone could easily reprimand. Furthermore, as a 6th-tier alchemist, Gu He possesses a certain pride and has never been swayed by the elders' attempts to wield their age as a weapon against him, which has left those old-timers with little recourse. At this moment, as he contemplates Yunyan's request, Gu He considers the potential benefits of agreeing to oversee the upcoming inter-sect competition. After a brief moment of reflection, he has made up his mind and smiles at Yunyan, nodding in agreement. Since the sect leader finds herself in a predicament, I, Gu, am naturally willing to alleviate your burdens. Gu He has his own plans in mind. The inter-disciple competition will showcase the abilities of each participant, potentially allowing him to unearth exceptional talent. Should he encounter a disciple who achieves a system score of 8, he would not hesitate to take them under his wing. Chapter 33. Gu He's Ambitions. With the disciple gathering system at his disposal, the most efficient way for Gu He to enhance his strength is undoubtedly through recruiting talented apprentices. The forthcoming inter-disciple competition fills him with anticipation. What if he discovers a hidden genius? That would indeed be a tremendous fortune. With this thought, Gu He no longer hesitates and readily agrees to Yunyan's request. Upon hearing his response, a satisfied smile graces Yunyan's delicate features. Observing Gu He's genuine concern for her, she finds her affection for him deepening. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings towards Gu He have shifted from indifference to a budding fondness. His every action and choice now subtly influence her emotions. In the past, even if she faced difficulties, she would never have actively sought Gu He's assistance. This realization is something Yunyan herself has yet to recognize. At this moment, Gu He seems to recall something and turns his gaze towards Nalan Yanran, gently inquiring, will Yanran also be participating in this inter-sect competition? The inter-disciple competition requires participants to possess strength above that of a doja and be under the age of 18. Last year, Nalan Yanran had yet to break through to the doja realm, thus she did not compete. This time, she surely would not miss the opportunity. Upon hearing Gu He, Nalan Yanran's face radiates confidence. Indeed, I shall participate in this inter-sect competition. She is assured of her abilities and has already set her sights on a singular goal, to secure first place. Only by achieving the top position can she honor her status as the junior sect master. As the disciple of the Yunlan Sect leader, she is determined to outshine her peers and bring glory to her mentor. Yanran, I need to trouble you with a matter, Gu He says with a smile. Nalan Yanran is momentarily taken aback, but quickly responds, Elder Gu, please speak. I shall not decline anything within my capability. It is not a particularly difficult request. Gu He nods and continues, the new disciple I've taken under my wing was previously a physician and has never engaged in combat. Before the inter-sect competition, I hope you can spare some time to conduct a few practical training sessions with her. Gu He's gaze rests on Nalan Yanran as he articulates his request. Practical training? Nalan Yanran blinks in surprise before quickly realizing, Elder Gu, are you referring to the little medical fairy? Do you intend for her to participate in this inter-sect competition as well? She asks, astonished. Indeed, Gu He affirms with a nod, adding, not only her, but also Liu Ling shall participate in this inter-sect competition. Upon hearing this, even Yunyan displays a look of astonishment. Gu He has been with the Yunlan Sect for many years, and she is well aware that he has devoted his life to the art of alchemy. His focus on cultivation has always been minimal, let alone practical experience in combat. In fact, Gu He is scarcely trained in combat techniques. This fact does not surprise Yunyan, as a 6th-tier alchemist typically does not attract enmity. Furthermore, should a situation arise where force is necessary, Gu He, as a 6th-tier alchemist, could easily summon a plethora of strong individuals to serve his needs. The authority of 6th-tier alchemist is formidable. What perplexes Yunyan, however, is Gu He's deviation from his usual stance. Not only is he allowing his disciples to compete in the inter-disciple competition, but he is also requesting Nalan Yanran to assist in training them to enhance their practical experience. Such a significant change leaves Yunyan both surprised and intrigued. Elder Gu, have you not always discouraged engaging in combat with others? Why this change? Yunyan cannot help but voice her curiosity. In response, Gu He has already prepared his explanation. He smiles slightly and elucidates, Sect leader. In the past, I fell into a misconception, believing that an alchemist need only focus their energy on the craft of alchemy. Now, I have come to understand that as an alchemist, one must place greater emphasis on cultivation. After all, some matters cannot be entrusted to others. While an alchemist can indeed summon others to act on their behalf, such power ultimately does not belong to them. Only by strengthening one's own abilities can one truly attain autonomy. Gu He speaks confidently, recalling how, in the original narrative, he was defeated in public by Xiao Yan, despite being vastly more powerful due to his lack of combat skills. Now, with the disciple gathering system at his disposal, he can cultivate his apprentices into perfect alchemists capable of both alchemy and combat. In the original story, the protagonist Xiao Yan exemplifies such an ideal alchemist, exceptional in alchemy and able to engage in battles beyond his level. This success is, of course, supported by the esteemed Yao Shen behind him. Gu He cannot fathom that, as the rightful owner of the system, he would not be able to produce disciples on par with Xiao Yan. Moreover, once his disciples venture out into the world, excelling in both combat and alchemy, they will surely evoke envy in others. A casual inquiry soon reveals that these outstanding individuals are indeed Gu He's disciples, and his reputation as an exceptional teacher will swiftly spread. At that point, countless talents will seek to join Gu He's fold, which will be a most delightful prospect. Imagining a future filled with prodigious talents under his guidance, each day triggering the system's feedback mechanism, Gu He cannot help but smile at the thought. After listening to Gu He's explanation, Yun gradually nods in understanding. However, a flicker of doubt remains in her mind. Can one truly devote sufficient energy to both alchemy and cultivation? Nevertheless, since Gu He has made his decision, she refrains from pressing further. Nalan Yanran, on the other hand, does not dwell on such thoughts. After hearing Gu He's words, she readily agrees. Elder Gu, rest assured, I shall devote my efforts to guiding little medical fairy. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Gu He replies with a slight nod, all the while harboring his own ambitions. The little medical fairy possesses the unique physique known as the poison body, allowing her to enhance her cultivation by consuming toxins, in addition to having her own transmission of knowledge. Though her combat prowess may not currently rival that of Nalan Yanran, the immense surge in her strength will undoubtedly astonish Nalan Yanran. At that moment, the little medicine fairy will surely refrain from revealing her cursed poison body, leading Nalan Yanran to instinctively attribute everything to Gu He. To witness a junior sister, whose strength pales in comparison to her own, gradually surpassing her, even overshadowing her. What thoughts would occupy Nalan Yanran's mind? What else could she think but to envy the little medicine fairy for having such a formidable mentor? In Chapter 34, activating the cursed poison body, Yun, after imparting various details regarding the inner sect disciple competition, gradually departed the courtyard with Nalan Yanran. Sigh. The road ahead is laden with challenges. Watching Yun's graceful figure recede, Gu He sighed and shook his head as he returned to his chamber. Just as he prepared to cultivate, a light, delicate sound of footsteps echoed from outside his room. Master! In the next instant, the little medicine fairy's voice rang out from beyond the door. What could this girl want now? A flicker of curiosity crossed Gu He's mind as he casually called out. Come in. With a creak, the door swung open, and the little medicine fairy entered with a lively demeanor, hesitating momentarily. Master, I wish to activate my cursed poison body. Encouraged by Gu He's words, she finally mustered the resolve to voice her inner thoughts. Have you truly considered this? Gu He's expression shifted to one of surprise as he regarded her with a grave demeanor. Once activated, there is no turning back. Although Gu He initially took the little medicine fairy as his disciple precisely because of her cursed poison body, he felt no joy at her current declaration. The activation of the cursed poison body would lead to an obsession with toxins. The more potent the poison, the greater its allure for her. For those who possess the cursed poison body, the attraction of toxic substances is akin to the allure of exotic flames for alchemists, causing them to recklessly pursue it like moths to a flame. Moreover, the process of ingesting poison would entail immense suffering and torment. Observing the spirited and obedient little medicine fairy before him, Gu He felt a pang of reluctance to let her endure such hardships. I have made up my mind, she replied, her tone resolute, showing no hesitation in the face of Gu He's inquiry. Her decision to activate the cursed poison body stemmed from profound contemplation, solidified by the heartfelt words she heard from Gu He earlier that day in the pavilion. Her purpose in awakening the cursed poison body was to ensure her master would not be disappointed in her. Since you have made your decision, then follow your own heart. Noticing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Gu He refrained from further words. He then retrieved a stalk of purple medicinal herb from his spatial ring. This is a second-tier herb, the purple hard orchid, which can be used for medicinal purposes, yet possesses considerable toxicity as well. Use this to activate your cursed poison body. As he spoke, he extended the purple herb toward the little medicine fairy. The sole condition for activating the cursed poison body is the voluntary consumption of poison. The little medicine fairy reached out with her delicate hand, solemnly accepting the purple hard orchid, silently vowing, "Master, I will not disappoint you. Master, I shall take my leave now." With the purple hard orchid in hand, she slowly exited the room, gently closing the door behind her as she departed. As the little medicine fairy left, silence enveloped the room once more. Gu He sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually closing his eyes, then releasing a strand of soul force that extended toward the little medicine fairy's chamber. Though the little medicine fairy, possessing the cursed poison body, should not encounter any issues from ingesting the poison, Gu He still felt a twinge of concern. Upon receiving the purple heart orchid, the little medicine fairy returned directly to her own room. Sitting beside her bed, she gazed at the herb in her hand, determination flashing in her eyes. In the next moment, she brought the purple heart orchid to her lips. Parting her delicate lips, she placed the herb in her mouth and began to chew it slowly. As the bitter juice filled her mouth, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, and swallowed hard. As if awaiting her fate, she tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the impending suffering. The effects of the purple heart orchid were gradual. It took nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before she began to feel discomfort. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from her abdomen. Clutching her stomach tightly, the little medicine fairy could not help but let out a soft groan. As the toxins from the purple heart orchid fully took effect, a piercing pain erupted within her, causing her delicate face to pale as she involuntarily collapsed onto the ground, her petite form curling up. At that moment, unbeknownst to the little medicine fairy, a vibrant, multicolored thread at her lower abdomen began to emit a dazzling light. Simultaneously, wisps of dark gas seeped from her body, swirling throughout the room. An hour later, the stabbing pains within her gradually subsided. However, the little medicine fairy lay as if utterly drained, unconscious on her bed. With her fainting, the room was left in silence, save for the lingering black gas. A creak. Moments later, as the door opened, Gu He stepped into the room. The slight airflow caused by the door's opening drew some of the black gas towards him. Sensing the intense toxicity within the gas, Gu He frowned, summoning purple flames that engulfed the encroaching dark fumes, incinerating them entirely. Approaching the bedside, he gazed at the little medicine fairy, whose brows were furrowed in unconsciousness, and let out a soft sigh. He then retrieved a blanket from nearby and covered her with it. After completing these tasks, Gu He cast one last glance at her before slowly leaving the room. The following day, the little medicine fairy stirred, gradually awakening. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed her features, but she quickly recalled the events of the previous day when she consumed the purple heart orchid. Rising slowly, she noticed the blanket draped over her, and an involuntary image of Gu He flashed through her mind, causing her crystalline eyes to mist over. It seemed that after her fainting spell, her master had come to check on her. A wave of warmth washed over her heart as she sat up. Subsequently, she delved into her internal state and revealed a satisfied smile. A 3-star fighter. After consuming a single purple heart orchid, she had broken through 2 minor realms. Indeed, the cursed poison body grants tremendous enhancement with each ingestion of poison. As she rose, she glanced upwards and spotted the faint wisps of black gas lingering in the room. Seeing the toxic fumes, her expression shifted. These dark gases were a result of her own body, harboring potent toxins. If someone were to inhale them, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, she recalled the technique her master had taught her, the poison-devouring pill art. In Chapter 35, the 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, the Dragon Soul Cauldron, after activating her cursed poison body, the little medicine fairy was now imbued with toxins throughout. If she were to remain in such a state, it would undoubtedly endanger those around her. If word got out, her identity as a bearer of the cursed poison body would be irrevocably exposed. At that point, it is likely that the Yunlan Sect would no longer tolerate her presence. In this moment, the little medicine fairy pondered the poison-devouring pill art imparted by her master. This technique allows one to condense the toxins within their body into a singular poisonous pill, granting mastery over its potent power at will. If the little medical fairy could successfully condense the poison pill within her body, future accidental harm to others would be averted. Contemplating this, the little medical fairy reflected on the content of the poison condensation technique and once more settled onto her bed in a meditative posture. With graceful hands, She formed intricate hand seals, while the energy within her surged uncontrollably. As the seals were executed, the dark miasma in the room gradually approached her, ultimately entering her body and vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the little medical fairy slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze revealing a hint of disappointment. The toxic energy she had attracted was simply insufficient for condensing the poison pill. After some thought, she gently rose from the bed and exited the room. Teacher. A moment later, outside Gu He's room, the little medical fairy's voice resonated softly. Come in. Upon hearing Gu He's hearty reply, she slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. How do you feel? Gu He inquired, observing the little medical fairy, whose complexion had returned to normal. A smile gracing his face. I feel quite well, she responded, her fair cheeks blossoming with joy as she approached Gu He, proudly proclaiming, Teacher, I have broken through to a 3-star fighter. As expected of the cursed poison body, truly remarkable. Gu He acknowledged, already aware of her advancement, merely smiling and sighing softly. Elated by Gu He's praise, the little medical fairy turned to him and asked, Teacher, do you have any more poisonous herbs? I have prepared some for you long ago, Gu He replied, a smile gracing his features as he retrieved a package from a storage ring and handed it to her. Disciple, remember, do not consume toxic substances too frequently. Your rapid ascension in strength may lead to an unstable foundation. It is imperative to spend some time solidifying your realm. Gu He advised solemnly. I understand, Master, the little medical fairy nodded and then slowly left the room. Time flew swiftly, and soon 10 days had passed. Inside the little medical fairy's chamber, she sat cross-legged upon her bed, the air thick with dark miasma. She executed profound hand seals, and as she did so, the dark energy in the room seemed to respond to an unseen call, rushing towards her and being completely absorbed. Moments later, the once dense black miasma had been entirely consumed. Within her body, at the heart of her swirling energy, a black pill floated majestically in the center. Wisps of black mist flowed through the energy whirlpool and gradually merged into the black pill. Once the final wisp of black mist entered the pill, the little medical fairy ceased her movements and opened her eyes. With a slight mental probe, she discerned her current realm, 9-star fighter. In such a short span, she had ascended from a 3-star fighter to a 9-star fighter. Such a pace of cultivation, if known to the world, would undoubtedly astound all. With excitement radiating from her, the little medical fairy descended from her bed and made her way to Gu He's room. Meanwhile, within Gu He's chamber, Teacher, I have successfully broken through to a 6-star fighter, Liu Ling exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she looked at Gu He. Indeed, you have made a breakthrough. Well done, Gu He replied with a smile, gazing at Liu Ling, who wore a half-mask. A month had passed, and now, with Liu Ling's successful advancement, it was only fitting to reward her. Upon hearing Gu He's praise, Liu Ling beamed with a foolish grin, then eagerly looked at him. Teacher, you promised that if I could break through, you would look at your demeanor. Gu He chuckled lightly, then with a thought, summoned the crimson serpent cauldron from his storage ring. Here, this crimson serpent cauldron now belongs to you, he declared grandly. Liu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Thank you, Teacher. Gu He smiled slightly, not responding, while anticipation flickered in his eyes. What treasures might he receive next? In the next instant, the long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has bestowed the crimson serpent cauldron to the disciple Liu Ling. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold return, obtaining the 4th cauldron on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, the Dragon Soul Cauldron. The Dragon Soul Cauldron has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it. Stunned by the system's announcement in his mind, Gu He pondered, the 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking? The Dragon Soul Cauldron? He recalled that in the original text, Yao Chun had mentioned this Heavenly Cauldron ranking. It was said that in the alchemy world, alongside the Strange Fire ranking, there existed a Heavenly Cauldron ranking. As its name implies, the cauldrons listed there are those of extraordinary perfection and excellence. There are 13 cauldrons in total on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, each possessing an allure that countless alchemists covet. Gu He remembered that Yao Chun possessed a cauldron from this ranking, known as the Black Demon Cauldron, which ranked 8th. Now he had acquired the Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th. As he observed Liu Ling reveling in her newfound Crimson Serpent Cauldron, Gu He focused his mind and entered the system space. Upon entering, he beheld a golden cauldron, large enough to occupy a tabletop. The golden cauldron was robust in form, exuding a profound aura. Its surface bore the vivid carvings of dragon-shaped magical beasts. Upon closer inspection, these dragon figures appeared almost lifelike. Gu He could faintly hear the soft sound of dragon roars emanating from the golden cauldron. What a magnificent cauldron! Gu He marveled, unable to suppress his admiration. The crimson serpent cauldron paled in comparison to this golden treasure. A cauldron is one of the most vital tools for an alchemist. A superior cauldron can significantly enhance an alchemist's success rate in pill refining. The Dragon Soul Cauldron, as the fourth on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, possesses an extraordinary presence. Approaching the Dragon Soul Cauldron, Gu He extended his hand to caress its surface. At the moment of contact, a profound stream of information flooded into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, he concentrated fully to absorb this knowledge. It was not overly extensive, and with Gu He's current spiritual strength, he effortlessly assimilated its contents. Through this information, Gu He finally comprehended the attributes and functions of the Dragon Soul Cauldron. The Dragon Soul Cauldron. Legend has it that it was crafted by the Dragon Emperor of ancient times, containing the essence of the dragon race. This cauldron hails from a distant past. As for its functions, they are manifold. Firstly, it enhances the success rate of an alchemist's pill refining. Secondly, as a creation of the Dragon Emperor, it harbors a potent dragon aura. When infused with fighting energy, it can unleash dragon pressure to subdue all magical beasts. Thirdly, it contains the essence of the dragon race. By adding dragon blood, one can awaken this essence for their own use. These are the three primary functions of the Dragon Soul Cauldron. Reflecting on these capabilities, Gu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the Dragon Soul Cauldron to possess such wondrous attributes. After admiring it for a moment longer, he recalled that Liu Ling was still in the room and promptly exited the system space. Upon Gu He's consciousness returning to his body, Liu Ling's initial excitement had somewhat subsided. "Thank you, teacher, for bestowing this cauldron upon me," she said, bowing deeply with sincere gratitude. "This is something I had already promised you, so there is no need for excessive formality." Gu He waved his hand dismissively and spoke casually at that time. "I vowed that once you broke through to the 6-star fighter level, I would grant you another opportunity for the transmission of power. Step forward." Transmission of power. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Liu Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly approached her teacher and knelt before him. "Focus your attention," Gu He commanded, observing Liu Ling crouch before him. He then pressed his palm firmly against her back. With a slight stir in his heart, Gu He began to channel his fighting energy into Liu Ling. As a surge of robust energy flowed into her body, Liu Ling felt a jolt of exhilaration. Fully aware of the significance of this moment, the powerful and turbulent force surged within her, and she instantly sensed her meridians stretching to their limits. Liu Ling's face paled as she hurriedly directed this energy toward her internal fighting vortex. Soon, the aura surrounding her began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Within less than 20 breaths, a muffled sound echoed from within Liu Ling's body. 7-star fighter. In an instant, she successfully broke through to the 7-star fighter level. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gu He continued the transmission of power. After 30 more breaths, Liu Ling's aura shifted once again. 8-star fighter. At this moment, a sharp pain surged through her body, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. After several more breaths, her aura transformed yet again. 9-star fighter. In a mere span of 100 breaths, Liu Ling had ascended through 3 realms, advancing from 6-star fighter to 9-star fighter. "Teacher, please stop. I can't endure any longer." At this point, Liu Ling felt as if her meridians were on the verge of tearing apart, prompting her to call out urgently. If the transmission continued, it would surely damage her meridians, which are of utmost importance to a fighter. Damage to the meridians would undoubtedly limit future accomplishments. Upon hearing Liu Ling's plea, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Gu He's eyes. However, prioritizing Liu Ling's safety, he immediately ceased the transmission. The moment Gu He halted the flow of fighting energy, the system began its calculations. Ding! Detected that the host has imparted half a day's worth of cultivation to the disciple Liu Ling. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return. Receiving 13 years of cultivation. 13 years of cultivation has been deposited into the system space. Please check host. Half a day's cultivation. Hearing the system's notification, Gu He cast a bemused glance at Liu Ling. This lad could hardly endure half a day's worth of cultivation. How disappointing. Fortunately, the subsequent 10,000-fold return yielded a commendable reward. 13 years of cultivation would be sufficient for him to break through several levels. As he observed Liu Ling, who was currently absorbed in absorbing the fighting energy within her, Gu He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a stinging slap to her. To falter after merely half a day's cultivation. What a source of frustration. This boy's physical meridians seemed excessively fragile, clearly indicating he had never undergone any refinement. At this moment, Gu He resolved to rigorously train Liu Ling in the future. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Ling finally opened her eyes, feeling the surging power within her. Her heart was filled with elation. The experience of power transmission was exhilarating. The sensation of rapid cultivation was one she would never forget. However, lost in her excitement, Liu Ling failed to notice Gu He's slightly darkened expression. This boy, receiving such a small amount of fighting energy, was overjoyed. What a lack of ambition. Cough, cough. Unable to suppress his urge to comment on Liu Ling's exuberance, Gu He cleared his throat. Upon hearing Gu He's voice, Liu Ling momentarily paused, quickly tempering her excitement as she approached Gu He with utmost respect. Thank you, teacher, for the transmission of power. In response, Gu He gave a nonchalant grunt, his gaze appraising Liu Ling with a hint of mischief. What troubles you, teacher? Sensing Gu He's scrutinizing gaze, Liu Ling inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. It's nothing. I have another technique to impart to you. Step forward, Gu He replied, shaking his head. Another technique. Liu Ling's heart surged with anticipation. Her teacher was exceedingly generous, bestowing her not only the red snake cauldron and the power transmission, but now also intending to share technique. Having received numerous treasures from Gu He, Liu Ling understood a fundamental truth. Anything produced by her teacher was bound to be of exceptional quality. The technique Gu He was about to impart would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With that thought, Liu Ling's face illuminated with eagerness as she approached Gu He. Sitting on the bed, Gu He extended his palm and pressed it against her crown. In the next moment, with a flicker of his consciousness, Gu He activated the transmission technique, imparting the Earth-level intermediate technique, the Xiangju, into Liu Ling. With her eyes tightly shut, Liu Ling soon felt a rush of information penetrating her mind. Calm your spirit and focus. As Gu He's gentle admonition resonated, Liu Ling began to concentrate on assimilating the information. Chapter 37, The Divine Fire Technique. As she absorbed the knowledge within her mind, Liu Ling gradually realized that this information pertained to a technique, the Xiangju, an Earth-level intermediate technique. The revelation of its profundity and rank left Liu Ling utterly astonished. How could her teacher bestow upon her an Earth-level intermediate technique? In that moment, she nearly leapt to her feet in sheer euphoria. Calm your spirit. Just then, Gu He's dissatisfied voice echoed within the room. Liu Ling hurriedly reined in her exuberant spirit, focusing intently on absorbing the memories within her mind. Moments later, the transmission of the Xiangju concluded, and Gu He slowly withdrew his hand. Subsequently, the system's notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Detected that the host has imparted to the disciple Liu Ling the Earth-level intermediate technique, Xiangju. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the celestial-level advanced technique. The Divine Fire Technique. The Divine Fire Technique has been deposited into the system space. Please check, host. The Divine Fire Technique? A celestial-level advanced technique? Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu He was slightly taken aback. He gazed at Liu Ling, who was still immersed in refining the Xiangju, and immediately delved into the system space. Upon entering the system space, Gu He beheld two crystal orbs suspended in the void, one colorless and the other crimson. The colorless orb represented the 13 years of cultivation returned earlier. Ding! Would you like to extract the 13 years of cultivation? As Gu He's consciousness brushed against the colorless orb, the system's voice resonated in his mind. No! Gu He quickly shook his head. Liu Ling was still outside. He then turned his gaze toward the purple orb. Ding! Would you like to extract the Divine Fire Technique? At that moment, Gu He was prepared to respond. Extract the Divine Fire Technique. In the next instant, his consciousness returned to his physical form, and a torrent of substantial information surged into Gu He's mind. With immense mental prowess, he enveloped the incoming information and absorbed it directly. Moments later, Gu He comprehended the entirety of the Divine Fire Technique's knowledge. The Divine Fire Technique, based on a certain flame as its life fire, devours myriad flames to enhance itself. In Gu He's view, the Divine Fire Technique bore similarities to the burning technique, but also exhibited significant differences. He regarded the Divine Fire Technique as a domineering practice that consumed and plundered flames. The essence of cultivating the Divine Fire Technique lies, primarily, in condensing one's own life fire within the body, which is entirely controlled by the practitioner and intricately linked to the owner's cultivation level. The innate divine fire possesses the ability to enhance its own elemental essence by devouring other flames. Once the elemental essence of the innate divine fire is elevated, its master will experience profound feedback. As Gu He reflected on the intricacies of the Divine Fire Sutra, a radiant smile adorned his face. This Divine Fire scripture is indeed tailored for him. With the unique disciple return system at his disposal, he could conjure extraordinary flames as long as he had beast fire. If he were to acquire such extraordinary flames, he could even produce flames of a higher caliber. Should he utilize his innate divine fire to engulf these superior flames, his strength would undoubtedly surge exponentially. Moreover, the Divine Fire Sutra contains a section dedicated to the refinement of the physical body and soul using the innate divine fire, a method he desperately needed. Gu He felt a surge of joy. If his physical strength were to increase, the process of integrating his cultivation would become far less arduous. Before long, Gu He regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Liu Ling, who remained engrossed in absorbing the information of the Xiang Sutra. After a brief moment, Liu Ling slowly opened his eyes. Excitement flickered in his gaze as he recalled the Xiang Sutra in his mind. He swiftly approached Gu He, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the Earth-tier cultivation technique." Liu Ling's tone was sincere. Coming from a prestigious family, he understood the immense value of an Earth-tier technique. Indeed, even if the Liu family were to deplete their resources, they could never procure such a technique. Yet, here he was, receiving it so effortlessly from his master, which filled him with both excitement and a sense of unreality. With only you two disciples, who else would I pass these teachings to? Observing Liu Ling's genuine demeanor, Gu He gradually softened, responding, "Well then, do not overthink it. Diligent cultivation is the best way to repay your master. Yes, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and not slack," Liu Ling declared resolutely. With his master having granted him an earth-tier technique, what reason did he have not to exert himself? Good, then, Gu He nodded before suddenly stating, "I expect you to break through to the Dou Master realm within a month. Do you think you can accomplish that? A month?" Liu Ling was taken aback, his confidence wavering as he replied, "Master, isn't that a bit too tight?" "No, I believe the time allotted is quite ample." Gu He shook his head, his expression turning serious as he spoke encouragingly. "Here's the deal. If you can break through to the Dou Master realm within a month, I will reward you with 3 additional gifts, including a transmission of profound knowledge." "What? Master, are you serious?" Liu Ling, who had been hesitating, instantly perked up, excitement and confidence radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Rest assured, Master, I will certainly break through to the Dou Master realm within a month." The thought of reliving the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation spurred Liu Ling's motivation immensely. "Ah, and starting tomorrow, come here every afternoon. I will provide you with specialized training." Gu He suddenly remembered something and addressed Liu Ling. "Specialized training? Master, what does that entail?" Liu Ling inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Gu He bore a mischievous smile as he looked at Liu Ling, saying, "You will find out in due time. As long as you complete my specialized training, the next transmission of knowledge will be far less painful." "Really?" Liu Ling's anticipation grew. If that were the case, could he endure longer during the next transmission? The thought filled him with inexplicable excitement for the specialized training the following day. "Very well, you should return now and solidify your cultivation." Gu He waved his hand, signaling Liu Ling to depart. He was eager to absorb the 13 years of cultivation stored within the system space. "Then, Master, I shall take my leave," Liu Ling replied, bowing slightly before making his way out of the room. After Liu Ling's departure, Gu He prepared to rise and refine the 13 years of cultivation when he noticed his second disciple, the little medicinal fairy, arriving. Chapter 38, Transmission of Knowledge. Layered Wave Palm. "Knock, knock, knock. Master." Soon, the melodious voice of the little medicinal fairy echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Gu He's calm voice rang out within the room. Upon hearing this, the little medicinal fairy pushed the door open and entered, moving with ease to Gu He's side. "Master, I have broken through to the 9-star Dou fighter," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she stood before Gu He. "Is that so? Excellent. Far superior to your senior brother." Gu He responded with a smile, offering an honest appraisal. However, when it comes to the speed of cultivation, few on the entire Douqi Continent could rival the little medicinal fairy. A glow of joy spread across her delicate face at Gu He's praise. "Continue to work hard. Once you break through to the Dou Master realm, I will reward you with 3 gifts." It had been nearly a month since Gu He last transmitted knowledge to the little medicinal fairy, and he made this promise. "Really?" Upon hearing this, the little medicinal fairy's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of expectation shining within them, which quickly transformed into a determined expression. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely break through to the Dou Master realm within 10 days. "That is good to hear." Gu He nodded in satisfaction before retrieving several jade bottles from his spatial ring. My dear, what is contained within these jade bottles is called jade bone powder. After your daily cultivation, pour a bottle into water for a medicinal bath, Gu He explained as he handed the bottles to the little medicinal fairy. Jade bone powder. The little medicinal fairy's beautiful eyes lit up. Having received the inheritance of a 6th-grade alchemist, she was well aware of the powder's effects. Jade bone powder, a 4th-grade medicinal concoction, was not only effective in refining the body, but also in nourishing the skin, making it incredibly valuable. Typically, noble women from affluent families would purchase this powder for their health, as it enhances physical constitution and beautifies the skin. Thank you, master, she said gratefully as she eagerly accepted the jade bottles from Gu He. You consume toxic substances daily. There may be hidden injuries within you. Remember to partake in medicinal baths daily, or it could lead to future complications, Gu He advised, nodding with care. The jade bone powder would not only help eliminate the hidden injuries within the little medicinal fairy, but also refine her physical constitution. The strength of the physical body is crucial for the transmission of knowledge. To ensure that his disciples could absorb as much Douqi as possible, Gu He had to devise ways to enhance their physical capabilities. Thank you, master. Hearing Gu He's gentle reminders, the little medicinal fairy gripped the jade bottles tightly. Feeling immensely touched, Master, you're always thinking of your disciples. A sense of determination surged within her. With this in mind, the little medicinal fairy looked at Gu He and softly asked, Master, do you have any poison available? Gu He pondered for a moment before retrieving a silver token from his spatial ring and handing it to the little medicinal fairy. My disciple, this is an identity token I applied for you. From now on, every half-month, you may visit the main peak to request a batch of medicinal herbs. Upon receiving the silver token, which bore the words Yunlan Sect along with the engraving of a medicinal cauldron, the little medicinal fairy understood its significance. This token represented her status as an alchemist within the Yunlan Sect. As the foremost power of the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan Sect attracted more than just Gu He, a 6th-grade alchemist. Within the sect, numerous alchemists had yet to join the Alchemist Guild. The Yunlan Sect offered generous rewards to these recruited alchemists. Every fortnight, these alchemists possessed the authority to request a batch of medicinal herbs from the sect. Naturally, the grade of these herbs is contingent upon the rank of the alchemist. Ancient River had previously imparted such knowledge to Little Medicine Fairy. At this moment, gazing at her identification token, Little Medicine Fairy felt a surge of joy within her heart. Henceforth, she too would be able to request the herbs she required from the sect. Disciple, while you elevate your cultivation, do not neglect the path of alchemy. Ancient River reminded, observing the elation on Little Medicine Fairy's face. After all, the privileges conferred by this identification token are determined by the rank of the alchemist. Only upon ascending in rank can one qualify to request higher-grade herbs. Rest assured, Master, when I break through to the Dome Master realm, I shall undoubtedly also ascend to the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist, Little Medicine Fairy declared confidently, clutching the silver token. Having received the legacy of a 6th-tier alchemist, Little Medicine Fairy had effortlessly concocted a 1st-tier pill a week prior, thus successfully becoming a 1st-tier alchemist. Splendid. Ancient River responded with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he spoke again. Tomorrow, you should visit the main peak and seek out your senior sister, Nalan. She was here just yesterday. Nalan's senior sister? Little Medicine Fairy inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, Ancient River affirmed with a nod. I have instructed her to impart her combat experience to you. When you go, make sure to learn diligently. But, Master, Little Medicine Fairy replied bashfully, I have yet to learn any combat techniques. Recently, she had devoted her time to enhancing her cultivation and had spent considerable hours crafting pills, leaving her no time to practice combat skills. If she were to engage in combat training with senior sister Nalan without any preparation, it would surely be embarrassing. Ancient River paused, realizing this oversight. He then beckoned Little Medicine Fairy closer. No matter, come here. I shall impart a combat technique to you now. Upon hearing this, Little Medicine Fairy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she approached Ancient River. He gently extended a finger and touched her smooth forehead. Meanwhile, he silently commanded in his mind, System, bestow the Ripple Palm technique upon Little Medicine Fairy. In the next moment, Little Medicine Fairy felt a surge of information flood her mind. She quickly closed her eyes, concentrating on absorbing this influx of knowledge. After a brief interval, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with delight. The advanced yellow-tier combat technique, Ripple Palm. Indeed, the technique Ancient River had conveyed to Little Medicine Fairy was merely an advanced yellow-tier technique, as it had been less than a month since he last imparted knowledge to her. Consequently, he could not trigger the system's return. Thus, He refrained from passing on the 2 advanced Xiantier techniques he possessed. Nonetheless, Little Medicine Fairy was thoroughly satisfied. With Ancient River's guidance, the essence of Ripple Palm was deeply etched in her mind. With a little practice, she would soon be able to wield it. Thank you, Master. Little Medicine Fairy expressed her gratitude. Disciple, when you break through to the Dome Master Realm, I shall bestow upon you an advanced Xiantier technique. Ancient River promised with a smile. Really? Little Medicine Fairy's heart leapt with joy at the prospect of swiftly advancing to the Dome Master Realm. Very well. Go and practice diligently. Do not embarrass yourself before Senior Sister Nalan tomorrow. Ancient River chuckled. Understood, Master, Little Medicine Fairy replied eagerly before excitedly departing the room. Next, it was time for a breakthrough. After Little Medicine Fairy left, Ancient River rose and proceeded to the adjacent alchemy room. Chapter 39. 4-Star Dou Emperor. In the alchemy room, Ancient River secured the door and, after setting up a barrier around the room, settled into the center of the chamber. He then closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into the system space. He silently intoned, System, commence the fusion of 13 years of cultivation. As soon as Ancient River's words fell, the colorless light sphere that had been suspended in the void transformed into a dazzling beam of light, penetrating Ancient River's body. Boom! As the radiant light surged within him, a muffled sound echoed from within, followed by an overwhelming torrent of energy erupting inside him. This energy was incredibly domineering, sweeping through his body like a tempest, cascading toward his limbs and bones. An excruciating pain shot through him, rendering Ancient River's face ashen. Then, following his previous method, as this energy surged into his being, purple flames burst forth within him. Compared to this energy, the purple flames were even more formidable, dispersing the energy upon their contact. Subsequently, Ancient River guided the dispersed energy into his dantian. As more and more energy flowed into his dantian, the aura emanating from Ancient River grew increasingly profound. After a brief while, the density of the Douqi within his dantian was several times greater than before his cultivation. In such a short span of time, it equated to almost half a year of arduous training. This sensation left Ancient River utterly entranced. Now, he had become remarkably adept at refining energy, and given the purity of this energy, it required little time for consolidation. His task was simply to disperse the energy and guide it seamlessly into his dantian. I wonder how much my cultivation will surge once I fully absorb this energy. However, while this rapid enhancement is remarkable, it may lead to a superficial foundation and an imbalance in my Douqi, necessitating considerable time invested in solidifying my cultivation thereafter. Immersed in the exhilaration of his burgeoning power, Ancient River remained calm and collected, steadily absorbing and refining the energy. As time passed, half an hour slipped away unnoticed. At that moment, as he guided another fragment of dispersed energy into his dantian, the Douqi vortex within him began to whirl with astonishing intensity, and his aura surged dramatically. Boom! With a muffled sound emanating from within, an uncontrollable and terrifying pressure erupted from Ancient River. This force swept outward, penetrating the specialized walls of the alchemy room and ultimately being contained by the barrier outside. 2-Star Dou Emperor. At this juncture, Ancient River's cultivation had ascended to the rank of 2-Star Dou Emperor. Yet this was not the end. Within Ancient River's body, a vast reservoir of energy remained. What he had absorbed thus far was less than a tenth of it. With the breakthrough invigorating his spirit, Ancient River continued to absorb the remaining energy within him. As time progressed, he experienced further breakthroughs in his cultivation. Boom! An hour later, a wave of terrifying pressure was unleashed once more. 3-Star Dou Emperor. In that instant, he had reached the 3-Star Dou Emperor realm. As even more energy flooded into Ancient River's body, his aura continued to swell. Another hour passed, and yet another muffled sound resonated from within him. 4-Star Dou Emperor. With this breakthrough, Ancient River finally absorbed all the energy within him. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Within his dark irises, purple flames flickered to life. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure surged forth uncontrollably, racing toward the barrier outside. Boom! Crack! Under the impact of this pressure, the outer barrier appeared somewhat fragile, developing visible cracks. Seeing this scene, Ancient River's expression shifted, and he hastily reined in his aura. After a few breaths, his gaze gradually returned to calmness. Is this the power of a 4-Star Dou Emperor? Ancient River slowly spread his arms. Feeling the immense power within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sensation of his power surging was immensely invigorating. As he clenched his right hand, The energy within him erupted like a tempest, sweeping forth to strike against the barrier outside, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The barrier enveloping the alchemy chamber crumbled with a resounding crash. In the next instant, a barrier even more robust than before materialized outside the alchemy room. With the breakthrough concluded, Gu He had no intention of departing from the alchemy chamber. He aimed to seize the opportunity of his ascension to consolidate his innate divine fire. The contents of the divine fire scripture flashed through his mind, and a look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Gu He's face. The prerequisite for cultivating the divine fire scripture was to successfully master a form of exotic fire. Truly befitting of a high-tier celestial technique, this requirement effectively precluded the majority. Fortunately, I now possess a form of Ioa. However, the cultivation method of this divine fire scripture is rather self-destructive. The first step requires drawing the Ioa into one's body, merging it with one's flesh, bones, and even soul, achieving complete integration rather than merely controlling it within. This approach reminded Gu He of the method employed by Queen Medusa in the original work, wherein she utilized the blue lotus earth core fire to evolve. Yet, despite the similarities, the distinction lies in the fact that the Gu He was cultivating was already under his command. Even in the face of self-harm, it remained within a controllable range, unlike Queen Medusa, who was entirely gambling on fortune. It appears that in order to consolidate my innate divine fire, I must endure considerable torment. A bitter smile crept onto Gu He's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, once again reviewing the content of the divine fire scripture in his mind. After a brief moment, Gu He adjusted his state to its optimal condition, gently exhaling as he prepared to commence the cultivation of this divine fire technique. He resolved to use the 9 Nether flame to forge his innate divine fire, as it was the only Yol he currently possessed. With his eyes half closed, Gu He sat cross-legged in the alchemy room, and with a thought, the purple flames surged forth, dancing through his limbs and bones. Gu He directly manipulated the purple flames according to the cultivation route delineated in the divine fire scripture. Immediately, the surrounding energy converged and violently slammed against his flesh and bones, with tendrils of purple fire even penetrating into Gu He's soul. In an instant, his body was enveloped by the purple flames. A pain akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades surged within Gu He, radiating through every inch of his bones, flesh, and even soul. The second volume, Chapter 40, Consolidating the Innate Divine Fire. Pain that delves into the marrow, enveloped in the purple flames. Gu He was akin to being roasted over an open fire. Enduring the excruciating agony, Gu He plunged his mind deep within. Within his body, the purple flames, imbued with terrifying energy, were recklessly traversing through his meridians. Anything that obstructed their path would be incinerated to nothingness in an instant. Under the searing heat, the originally spacious and resilient meridians twisted grotesquely, resembling a twisted piece of dough, appearing exceedingly bizarre and terrifying. Indeed, the torment wrought by the scorching of the meridians caused Gu He's body to convulse involuntarily. His muscles tensed and veins bulged like worms. His face as pale as a ghost. Having arrived in such a vibrant world, devoid of mortgages, car loans, or exorbitant betrothal gifts, all that remained was a grand journey of cultivation. Since I, Gu He, am endowed with a system and favored by the heavens, I shall undoubtedly rise above the 9 heavens and stand at the pinnacle of the clouds. If I cannot endure this bit of suffering, how can I hope to achieve greatness in the future? The endless agony had overwhelmed Gu He's nerves, transforming his once handsome visage into a mask of torment. Yet, a brilliant smile suddenly bloomed at the corners of his mouth. When one regards suffering as a form of enjoyment, there is naught in this world that can shake one's resolve. Within the meridians, the purple flames relentlessly traversed, and within mere minutes, Gu He's body was left in utter ruin. The intense heat radiated outward, coursing through the meridians and bones, causing small white bubbles to appear on the surface of Gu He's skin. When these bubbles burst, they revealed the crimson flesh beneath. Small fissures spread from the flesh, ultimately covering Gu He's arms and body, reminiscent of a shattered porcelain doll, a sight both horrific and unsettling. Paying no heed to the changes upon his body's surface, Gu He was wholly absorbed in combating a strand of purple flame that had penetrated his soul. As the violent pains surged from the depths of his soul, Gu He's essence trembled violently. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead like a torrential downpour, soaking his garments. Drawing several deep breaths to steady himself, Gu He rummaged through a spatial ring and extracted a vial of healing medicine, haphazardly spraying it on his wounds. before once again directing his focus to the purple flames within his body. As time elapsed, the purple flames surrounding Gu He intensified, ultimately forming a luminous purple dome that enveloped him. The azure barrier emitted scorching heat, causing the flames atop it to writhe violently, obscuring the external observer's view of the happenings within. Soon, 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the alchemy chamber, the perfectly spherical barrier of flames exuded a faint purple radiance, its surface shimmering in a dance of light and shadow, casting ethereal patterns upon the walls, akin to rippling purple water. Within that barrier, Gu He sat cross-legged, seemingly immersed in a state of profound unconsciousness. His essence, having contended with the 9 nether flame, was greatly fatigued, drifting in a dazed manner within him, yet struggling to coalesce. While Gu He lingered in this semi-conscious state, the 9 nether flame, now flowing through his meridians without constraint, suddenly began to operate along its designated pathways. Perhaps due to having been refined by Gu He, the 9 nether flame no longer emitted its terrifying heat. Instead, it had taken on a somewhat cool demeanor. As it coursed through the meridians, wisps of purple liquid began to separate from it, gradually adhering to the severely damaged meridian walls, gently writhing as they seamlessly integrated into the walls of the meridians. As these purple liquids swirled and the faint purple flames penetrated the meridians, Gu He's once twisted and deformed meridians began to unfurl like blades of grass, encountering a water source in the desert. Countless meridians within him resonated with excitement. The purple liquid left in the wake of the 9 nether flame was rapidly consumed by the greedily expanding meridians at a terrifying speed. As the meridians devoured hungrily, the ashen color gradually faded, replaced by a vibrant purple. As the 9 nether flame coursed through the meridians, wherever it passed, the withered meridians regained vitality, and the cracked bones and charred muscles were swiftly mending at a gratifying pace. Furthermore, the repaired meridians and bones exhibited resilience far exceeding their previous strength. Clearly, while the 9 nether flame had inflicted tremendous damage, the reparations it provided rendered these vital organs feeling as though they had received their due recompense. As the 9 nether flame diligently mended the internal structure of Gu He's body, the exterior, marred by blood, gradually began to heal as well. The bloodstains fused seamlessly, and scars rapidly emerged before flaking away, leaving no trace behind. The muscles beneath the surface of the skin were swiftly reinforced, not to the extent of those muscular warriors. Yet within the bending of his arms, a surge of explosive power subtly gathered. The outer layer of his skin shed dried epidermis like a snake shedding its skin, falling away rapidly to reveal new skin that appeared as delicate as that of a woman. This new layer possessed defensive capabilities and sensitivity to the energies of the world that were exponentially stronger than before. In this peculiar state, Gu He was fortuitously harnessing the immense, almost terrifying power contained within the 9 nether flame, which was rapidly enhancing and repairing his shattered physique. This was truly a stroke of fortune. The process of restoration and enhancement continued at a steady pace. When the 9 nether flame finally penetrated the last injured meridian, Gu He's severely damaged body was restored to an almost perfect state. The combat prowess emanating from this body was undeniably far superior to that of his previous form. Upon completing the meticulous restoration of Gu He's body, the 9 nether flame transformed into a brilliant purple radiance and swiftly vanished into the depths of Gu He's soul. At the very moment the 9 nether flame entered the essence of Gu He's soul, his once unconscious spirit jolted, awakening entirely. After regaining consciousness, Gu He's mind instinctively swept through his revitalized body, momentarily lost in astonishment at the profound changes. However, when his consciousness turned to examine his soul, he noticed a flicker of purple light deep within, and a wave of uncontainable joy surged within him. It was a success. In Chapter 41, The Fire of the Soul, Gu He's consciousness lingered in the depths of his soul, where he beheld that flicker of purple flame, and his excitement was palpable. He had successfully condensed his own life flame. The first step of cultivating the divine fire technique was to forge one's own life flame, and the successful manifestation of this flame was marked by its integration into the soul. Now this purple flame within his soul was indeed Gu He's life flame. With a look of exhilaration on his face, Gu He was eager to demonstrate the capabilities of his life flame. With a mere thought, he summoned the purple flame from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Gu He unleashed his soul power, directing it toward the alchemy table. And as the purple flames flickered in his eyes, the table was instantly engulfed in roaring violet flames. under the searing heat of Gu He's life flame. The table quickly reduced to a pile of ashes. Witnessing the spectacle, Gu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. The technique he had just showcased was known as the Fire of the Soul. Having successfully condensed his life flame, the fact that it was now integrated within his soul meant that Gu He's soul power was imbued with the strength of his life flame. Henceforth, wherever Gu He's soul power extended, a mere thought would conjure a sea of flames in an instant. Such was the formidable nature of the Fire of the Soul. In the future, once Gu He's life flame consumed other flames and grew in strength, the might of this Fire of the Soul would become even more terrifying. Wherever his soul reached, flames would blaze. This statement was no exaggeration. In the face of opponents of the same rank, Gu He would not even need to lift a finger. Just standing at a distance and casting a cold glance would suffice to ensnare them in a conflagration. Imagining such a scene brought a subtle smile to Gu He's lips. The Fire of the Soul exuded an air of sophistication. When it came to making an impression, the effect would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, with the life flame residing deep within his soul, Gu He would be utterly unrestrained in executing soul attacks or defending against other soul assaults. Any attempt to target Gu He's soul would inevitably provoke a counterattack from the life flame embedded within. The sensation of one's soul being scorched by the life flame was far from pleasant. This was something Gu He had experienced firsthand. Following this, Gu He began to experiment with the various other functions of the life flame. He slowly closed his eyes and activated it. Suddenly, the life flame within his soul radiated a dazzling purple light, and an immense pulling force erupted from Gu He, drawing the surrounding energies into his body with reckless abandon. This was another remarkable ability of the life flame. It could autonomously attract energy and absorb it into the host's body, significantly accelerating the cultivation process. This implied that Gu He would no longer need to exert conscious effort in his cultivation. The life flame already possessed the capacity for autonomous growth. As the life flame grew stronger, so too would the speed of this autonomous cultivation. Eventually, Gu He might find that after a night's sleep, he had inadvertently broken through to a new realm. This potential made Gu He think of the Fallen Heart Flame from the original novel. After refining the Fallen Heart Flame, the fighting spirit would be consistently tempered by the Heart Flame, expediting one's cultivation. Thus, the Fallen Heart Flame was often referred to as a cultivation sheet. However, compared to the Fallen Heart Flame, the Life Flame's effects were evidently more pronounced. After all, the Life Flame endowed Gu He with the ability to cultivate independently, a truly extraordinary capacity that could be deemed the ultimate cultivation cheat. Furthermore, as the Life Flame continued to grow in strength, its effect as a cheat would become increasingly pronounced. Subsequently, Gu He continued to explore the myriad other wondrous uses of the Life Flame. To his astonishment, he discovered that while he had initially broken through to the 4-star Dou Emperor, his internal fighting spirit had remained somewhat unstable. However, after experiencing the infusion of the extraordinary fire, Gu He was amazed to find that his cultivation had completely stabilized. Within the divine fire technique, there existed a section dedicated to tempering the body with the life flame. This tempering encompassed a wide range of effects, significantly enhancing not only flesh and bones, but also fighting spirit. With this section on tempering, Gu He would no longer have to worry about instability in his fighting spirit as his cultivation soared. Curious about the efficacy of the life flame in alchemy, Gu He's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a thought, a massive golden cauldron, the size of a tabletop, materialized in the alchemy room. The golden cauldron was robust and exuded a profound aura, adorned with lifelike dragon totems that seemed almost animated as the cauldron slowly rotated. This golden cauldron was none other than the Dragon Soul Cauldron. As he prepared to use the Dragon Soul Cauldron for the first time, Gu He felt a surge of expectation. What mysteries lay within this cauldron, which ranked fourth on the cauldron ranking? With a slight tremor of his hand, the purple flames swiftly enveloped his palm, gently pressing it against one of the diamond-shaped openings of the golden cauldron. With a flick of his fingers, the purple flames danced within the cauldron. Then, Gu He swept his hand across his spatial ring, conjuring a variety of medicinal herbs into his grasp before tossing them all into the cauldron. Withdrawing his hand from the cauldron, Gu He's expression remained calm as his fair hand began to move with the grace of a dancer, and with each flick of his fingers, the searing purple flames obediently transformed into dozens of small flames, enveloping the herbs that had been cast into the cauldron. Utilizing the life flame proved to be far more intuitive than before. Observing this scene, a satisfied smile graced Gu He's lips. In the tranquil alchemy room, The purple flames swirled enchantingly, and a faint aroma of herbs permeated the air. The elixir Gu he was currently concocting was known as the Douqi Pill. This is a potion recently commissioned by an elder of the Yunlan Sect, crafted by Gu He. As an honorary elder of the Yunlan Sect, Gu He enjoys numerous privileges bestowed upon him. However, he is also required to fulfill certain obligations. Gu He's responsibility is to assist the higher echelons of the Yunlan Sect in concocting high-grade elixirs. The Dou Ling Dan he is currently refining is a 6th-grade elixir. This particular potion is capable of elevating a Dou Huang level expert by a full star upon consumption. Nonetheless, it possesses a significant resistance. A Dou Huang can only consume 1 Dou Ling Dan in their lifetime. This specific Dou Ling Dan was commissioned by an elder who has been stuck at a bottleneck for several years without a breakthrough. Naturally, in the alchemical realm, when seeking the services of an alchemist, one must provide double the amount of medicinal materials. Furthermore, there exists a failure rate in alchemy. Should the alchemist fail in their endeavor, they bear no responsibility. Historically, Gu He had only a 50% success rate when refining 6th-grade elixirs, often requiring 2 portions of materials to successfully produce a single elixir. However, now, with the acquisition of his innate divine fire, he has mastered the flames with great finesse. Coupled with the enhancement of the Dragon Soul Cauldron, he is confident he possesses an 80% success rate for refining 6th-grade elixirs. This means he can save 1 portion of medicinal materials for himself, a widely acknowledged unspoken rule within the alchemical community, contributing to the wealth of alchemists. In the tidy chamber, a golden cauldron slowly rotates in mid-air, while purple flames churn vigorously within. As the golden cauldron spins, the surrounding space emits continuous waves of subtle energy ripples, radiating outward in a circular pattern from the cauldron's center, dissipating quietly just before reaching the walls. Within the cauldron, a thumb-sized, pale yellow elixir embryo gradually takes shape amidst the flames. At a certain moment, a deep yellow fragrance suddenly wafts from the cauldron, permeating the room and lingering in the air. Observing the nearly formed elixir, Gu He nodded slightly. After a brief pause, he waved his hand, causing the purple flames within the cauldron to surge upwards violently, enveloping the yellow elixir completely as it commenced the final round of intense combustion. The purple flames erupted for just a fleeting moment before rapidly extinguishing. As the flames dissipated, a thumb-sized, fully yellow elixir, glistening softly, appeared within the cauldron, spinning gracefully. At that moment, a fierce surge of energy ripples violently erupted from the elixir, and although part of this energy was intercepted by the golden cauldron, the remainder burst forth, charging in all directions. If left unchecked, while the alchemical chamber would not collapse, it would surely sustain some damage. With a casual glance at the rapidly expanding energy ripples, Gu He waved his hand, summoning an invisible shield of spiritual energy that quickly formed a transparent barrier within the room. Upon contact with the energy ripples, a collision ensued, causing the invisible barrier to ripple and surge like a lake disturbed by a heavy stone. The ripples gradually transformed from chaotic to delicate, and moments later, they completely dissipated. Once the last ripple faded, Gu He withdrew the barrier, and with a gesture towards the golden cauldron, the yellow Dou Ling Dan was spat forth, landing obediently in his palm. Cradling the yellow elixir, Gu He examined it closely and nodded slightly. Its quality was indeed superior to previous batches. The combination of the Dragon Soul Cauldron and his innate divine fire had significantly enhanced his alchemical prowess, not only improving the success rate, but also elevating the quality of the elixirs produced. Moreover, Gu He noted that the time taken to refine the elixir was remarkably swift. Previously, when using the Qi Cauldron to concoct 6th-grade elixirs, he would often require nearly an entire day. However, this time, the Dou Ling Dan was completed in less than half a day. While ordinary cauldrons provide some enhancement to alchemists, the effects are typically quite subtle. A cauldron that could reduce a day's worth of refinement by about 2 hours will be considered of fine quality. The Qi Cauldron he previously used could only save about an hour of time. This comparison further underscored the extraordinary nature of the Dragon Soul Cauldron. Encouraged by his success, Gu He decided to refine the additional portion of materials as well. In 3 days, the Mitre auction house would hold its event, and he was certain the Dou Ling Dan would fetch a handsome price. Chapter 42. The shock of Nalan Yanran the following morning. Xiao Yan approached the residence of her senior sister Nalan. "Thank you, senior brother," she expressed sincerely to a young man clad in the garb of a Yunlan Sect disciple. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, then departed with a grin. After he left, Xiao Yan gazed at the tranquil courtyard not far away, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Is senior sister Nalan residing here?" A smile graced her lips as she slowly made her way toward the courtyard. Swish, 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 as Xiao Yan approached the courtyard. The sounds of martial practice echoed around her. Standing at the entrance, she turned her gaze toward the source of the commotion. Soon, she beheld a young woman clad in white, wielding a long sword as she danced gracefully in the courtyard. Nalan's sister. Upon seeing the white-clad girl, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Xiao Yan's call, the girl in white halted her movements and turned her gaze toward her. Sienna, you finally came? Nalan Yanran's charming face brightened as she rushed over to open the courtyard gate. Ever since their first encounter, Nalan Yanran had previously sought out Xiao Yan at Gu He's residence, and the two had grown quite familiar. Come, let us sit inside. Once Nalan Yanran opened the gate, she warmly led Xiao Yan to the pavilion in the center of the courtyard. Senior sister, I was in the midst of a breakthrough recently and truly couldn't find the time to visit you. I apologize for that. Xiao Yan said with a hint of remorse as they settled down. It's quite all right. Your breakthrough is of utmost importance, Nalan Yanran replied with a smile. If you feel bad about it, just come and keep me company more often in the future. Since receiving materials from Gu He to refine the Huang Dan, Yun had frequently been out, leaving Nalan Yanran, who practiced alone daily, feeling somewhat bored. In her boredom, she recalled Gu He's request and, unable to withstand the solitude, had sought out Xiao Yan twice. Now, seeing her come to keep her company brought her great joy. All right, as long as senior sister Nalan doesn't mind, I will visit you often, Xiao Yan responded, her face lighting up with a smile. Her heart filled with happiness at forging a friendship with Nalan Yanran, especially since she knew so few people upon her arrival at the Yunlan Sect. How could I possibly mind your company? I'm delighted you're here. Nalan Yanran laughed. Both being young women of similar age, they naturally shared numerous common topics. Soon, the two individuals found themselves seated within the pavilion, engaging in a delightful exchange of words. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, they had spent a full 2 hours in conversation. We have been chatting for quite some time, junior sister. Let's cease our idle talk, and I shall teach you the art of martial combat. At that moment, Nalan Yanran glanced at the sky and led the little medical fairy to an open area in the courtyard. Junior sister, do you possess any combat skills? Suddenly, a thought struck Nalan Yanran, and her gaze shifted towards the little medical fairy. If her companion had no combat skills at all, teaching her would pose quite a challenge. After all, the most effective way to practice martial arts is through sparring with a partner, as this allows for swifter improvement. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, her teacher had imparted to her a technique known as the ripple palm just the day prior, or else she would have been quite embarrassed. Sister, I only know one advanced yellow tier technique, the ripple palm, the little medical fairy replied. That is sufficient. As long as you have a technique, we can proceed. With a slight smile, Nalan Yanran said, since you only know palm techniques, let's begin our sparring with that. With confidence shining in her eyes, she added, Junior sister, unleash the ripple palm with all your might and attack me. I will first teach you how to defend yourself. Really? Must I use my full strength? The little medical fairy hesitated. Earlier, Nalan Yanran had revealed that she was a 4-star combatant. Given that she herself was a 9-star combatant, would Nalan Yanran be able to withstand her full power? Absolutely. Nalan Yanran reassured her, her expression resolute. Only by using your full strength can I gauge your capabilities, allowing me to guide you more effectively. She insisted, do not worry. Do not underestimate your elder sister. Among the younger generation of the Yunlan Sect, no one has yet managed to injure me. Very well, sister, but do take care, the little medical fairy replied, feeling a bit more at ease due to Nalan Yanran's confidence. Yet she resolved to only use her 4th tier of strength for safety's sake. Junior sister, I am ready. You may come at me with all you've got, Nalan Yanran said with a hint of excitement. In the past, she had always practiced alone. Having a sparring partner today filled her with a sense of novelty and exhilaration. Ripple palm, the little medical fairy nodded, gathering her battle energy in her palm. Quickening her steps as she unleashed a fierce palm strike directly at Nalan Yanran. Junior sister, what a splendid technique. Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled as she observed the formidable force emanating from the little medical fairy's palm. Your palm technique is indeed impressive. With a confident demeanor, Nalan Yanran faced the incoming palm strike, calmly raising her own hand as her internal energy surged, then thrusting her palm forward to meet the little medical fairy's attack. However, the moment their palms clashed, Nalan Yanran's expression changed dramatically. She felt an unexpected and overwhelming force surging from the little medical fairy's soft palm. In the next instant, Nalan Yanran was sent reeling backward her feet stumbling several steps before she managed to regain her balance, albeit somewhat disheveled. "Ah, Nalan sister, are you alright?" Seeing Nalan Yanran pushed back so far, the little medical fairy's face turned pale with worry as she rushed forward to support her. Yet, at that moment, Nalan Yanran, momentarily disregarding her slight breathlessness, gazed at the little medical fairy in astonishment. "Junior sister, what is your cultivation level?" Faced with Nalan Yanran's incredulous expression, the little medical fairy felt a twinge of guilt. After a brief pause, she whispered, "Nalan sister, I recently broke through to the 6-star combatant level." Fearing that her identity as a cursed body might be exposed, she decided to conceal her true cultivation level for the time being. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's meek voice, Nalan Yanran's gaze became somewhat dazed. "Did you say you're only 16 years old?" Nalan Yanran stared at the little medical fairy in disbelief. "Yes," the little medical fairy nodded gently. "A 6-star combatant at the age of 16. Nalan Yanran murmured, her expression a mix of emotions. Clearly, she felt a blow to her pride. She had always believed that her own talent entitled her to the title of the Yunlan Sect's greatest prodigy, which had instilled a sense of complacency and arrogance within her. Now, the emergence of the little medical fairy left her feeling somewhat defeated. Nonetheless, Nalan Yanran had always been a tenacious individual, and she quickly shook off her disappointment, rekindling her fighting spirit. "Junior sister Sienna, I will certainly surpass you," she silently vowed to herself, determined to train even harder from now on to live up to her title as the young master of the Yunlan Sect. Soon, Nalan Yanran feigned nonchalance as she looked at the little medical fairy, smiling. "I did not expect you to be so adept at concealing your true abilities." "Sister, I did not injure you, did I?" the little medical fairy asked, her voice filled with remorse. "It's fine. Come, junior sister, let us continue our sparring." Nalan Yanran smiled lightly, teasing, "But this time, you must refrain from using your full strength. I cannot withstand the full force of a 6-star combatant." "Understood. I shall be cautious," the little medical fairy thought to herself. Having previously used her 4th tier of strength, she decided to employ only her 2nd tier this time, reasoning that it should not harm Nalan Yanran. The two then resumed their friendly sparring. Smack, smack, smack. Meanwhile, in another part of the courtyard, Gu He was savoring tea in the pavilion when Liu Ling suddenly rushed over. "What is it?" Gu He asked, lifting his teacup for a sip. Liu Ling's lips twitched slightly, and with a look of exasperation, she replied, "Teacher, did you not summon me here every day for specialized training?" Speaking of special training, Liu Ling felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart. Could it be that the teacher was preparing to give her a special advantage? Indeed, the teacher had always been the most supportive of her. Surprised, Gu He paused for a moment, then feigned nonchalance. "Yes, that is indeed the case. You seem to remember quite well. Teacher, what kind of special training will you be conducting?" Liu Ling inquired with eager anticipation. Previously, Gu He had mentioned that the specialized training would alleviate the pain during her next spiritual inheritance. This thought filled Liu Ling with excitement. If the inheritance were painless, perhaps she could endure it longer and enhance her strength further. "This special training will primarily focus on refining your physical body," Gu He replied calmly. He then reached into his spatial ring, producing a large bathing tub that appeared in the courtyard. "Teacher, what is this for?" Liu Ling asked, puzzled as she gazed at the unexpectedly materialized tub. "Go, fetch some water and fill the tub," Gu He instructed without further explanation. "Oh," Liu Ling replied. Though she was somewhat confused, she complied obediently. Soon, the large tub in the courtyard was filled to the brim. "Teacher, it is ready," Liu Ling said as she approached Gu He. Upon hearing this, Gu He glanced at the tub filled with water and pointed, "Jump in." "What?" Liu Ling's expression froze momentarily, and under Gu He's unwavering gaze, she had no choice but to leap into the tub. "Teacher, what exactly are we doing?" she asked curiously, submerged in the water. "You will find out shortly," Gu He replied with a slight smile, retrieving a jade vial from his spatial ring. "Remember, your task today is to soak in this tub for half an hour. If you cannot do this, you need not return here in the future." With a vial in hand, Gu He's demeanor turned serious. Upon hearing the initial part of Gu He's instruction, Liu Ling felt an ominous premonition. However, the latter part made her heart surge with disbelief as she looked at Gu He. "Teacher, you cannot be serious." The meaning behind Gu Hua's words was quite evident. If one could not endure for half an hour, there was a strong possibility of being expelled from the sect. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Ling felt a tightening in his chest, and his gaze gradually solidified with determination. "Master, rest assured, I shall persevere." "Is that so? Do not push yourself too hard," Gu Hua replied calmly, then uncapped a vial and poured a stream of crimson liquid into the bathtub. "Master, what is this?" Liu Ling inquired with curiosity, observing the red liquid being poured. "It is the blood-burning powder," Gu He stated matter-of-factly. The moment Gu He's words fell, a transformation occurred within the tub. The red liquid mingled with the water, rapidly producing a flurry of bubbles, as if the entire tub were boiling. Just then, as Liu Ling was about to speak, his expression shifted abruptly. He felt an intense heat emanating from the water. In that instant, he experienced the sensation of standing within a furnace. "Remember, half an hour," Gu He said coolly before returning to the pavilion. At these words, Liu Ling's heart trembled, and his expression gradually grew resolute. "Master, you can trust me." Watching Liu Ling's retreating figure, Gu He silently mused. Soon after, Liu Ling's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He could sense a fierce heat penetrating through every pore of his body, searing him to his very bones. In that moment, he finally comprehended the depth of Gu He's words. To endure such agony for half an hour indeed required an extraordinarily strong will. Nevertheless, even amidst the pain, he resolved to persevere. Liu Ling thought to himself. Although the master's words might have been spoken in jest, he understood that failing to endure for half an hour would undoubtedly lead to the master's disappointment, a fate Liu Ling wished to avoid at all costs. Is half an hour too much? He pondered defiantly. Slowly closing his eyes, he surrendered himself to the refining powers of the medicinal liquid. The searing sensation in the bathtub intensified, and Liu Ling found himself in greater torment than before. His face contorted in agony. "I must hold on." Though engulfed in suffering, Liu Ling's mind remained remarkably clear. He felt his physical form gradually transforming through the refining effects of the blood-burning powder. With great effort, he activated the Xiang technique, utilizing this opportunity to refine both his body and fighting spirit. In the pavilion, Gu He observed this scene, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This young man had not let him down. Chapter 44, The Mitre Auction House. With a sigh, Liu Ling leaped from the bathtub half an hour later. His gaze fixed upon Gu He in the pavilion. "Master, I endured for half an hour." Hearing this, Gu He slowly set down his teacup and nodded at Liu Ling. "Well done. Continue to strive. We shall resume tomorrow." Liu Ling's lips twitched momentarily, but ultimately conceded, "Yes, master. When you return, apply some ice heart ointment. It will hasten your recovery," Gu He advised, noticing Liu Ling's reddened and swollen skin. "Understood, master." Liu Ling nodded and gradually departed from the courtyard. 2 days later, at the break of dawn, Gu He left the Yunlan Sect and made his way to the imperial city. He had received word that today was the day of the Mitre Auction House's grand auction. Standing at the bustling street's end, Gu He gazed up in awe at the imposing auction house before him. Although he had visited the Mitre Auction House in a previous life, it was his first time witnessing such a colossal establishment since his arrival in this realm, leaving him genuinely astonished. At the entrance of the Mitre Auction House, a dozen indifferent men clad in black attire, armed with sharp weapons, scanned the throng of people with hawk-like gazes. Judging by the subtle aura emanating from these men, 3 were of the Dou master level, while the others possessed the strength of Dou warriors, assigning Dou masters to guard the gates. The Mitre family truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire, demonstrating their formidable power. At this moment, Gu He, donned in a flowing white robe that concealed his face, felt no concern about being recognized. It was not fear of exposure that motivated him, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. Following the crowd, Gu He gradually entered the auction house, the vast space within momentarily disorienting him. He quickly regained his composure and made his way toward the central hall. Inside the auction house, enormous screens adorned the walls, displaying a multitude of items slated for auction. Gu He cast a cursory glance, but found nothing particularly extraordinary. It seemed that the truly rare items were kept under wraps to maintain an air of mystery. Naturally, some powerful factions would have avenues to learn of these hidden treasures. Had I known, I would have informed Liu Ling to inquire, Gu He mused inwardly. Using his title as a Pill King, he could easily have his disciple gather information from the Mitre family regarding this auction. His gaze swept the surroundings, finally resting on the entrance to a treasure appraisal room. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon entering this rather spacious appraisal room, Gu He was taken aback to find it meticulously divided into no fewer than 100 small chambers, presumably to prevent the exposure of valuable items. Just as he entered the appraisal room, a flamboyantly dressed maid approached him, her voice dripping with charm. "Good sir, are you here for appraising treasures or for price evaluation for auction?" "The latter," Gu He replied coolly. "Please follow me." The maid responded with a flirtatious smile before leading the way. After walking several dozen meters behind the maid, she halted before a small chamber, bowed respectfully to Gu He, and smiled. Sir, if you submit the items you wish to auction to the master inside for evaluation, you will receive a different auction seat according to the rarity of your items. Nodding slightly, Gu He gently pushed open the black wooden door, entered, and closed the door behind him. Inside the small chamber, brightly lit, an elderly man with slightly graying hair scrutinized Gu He with keen eyes. However, due to Gu He's nearly complete concealment within his robe, the old man found it difficult to discern anything. Please take a seat. He gestured casually to the chair in front of the table, then began arranging the appraisal tools, his head lowered as he said, "Kindly present the item you wish to auction." Maintaining his silence, Gu He waved his hand, and a small jade vial appeared on the table. A pill? Upon hearing the sound of the vial touching the table, the old man was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to fixate on the vial. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes as he donned a pair of thin, transparent gloves and carefully retrieved the vial, pouring out its contents. As a yellow pill landed in the old man's palm, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance instantly filled the room. Perceiving the unusual aroma, the old man's expression shifted, and after examining the intricate patterns on the pill, a look of solemnity crossed his weathered face. "May I inquire, what type of pill is this?" After scrutinizing for some time, the old man could not help but ask Gu He. "This is a 6th-rank dose spirit pill." The old man's gaze turned towards the elder, and Gu He spoke in a calm tone. "What?" Upon hearing Gu He's words, a look of astonishment emerged on the elder's aged face, followed by an incredulous inquiry. "Is this truly a 6th-grade elixir, the Douqi pill?" Gu He cast a nonchalant glance at the elder and casually remarked, "You should summon the highest-ranking official present from the Mytel auction house." The elder, taken aback by Gu He's words, nodded slightly and replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the supervising elder immediately." After a tranquil tea session, an elder entered, pushing the door open. "Greetings, sir. I am the head of the Mytel auction house, Mytel Qingshan." Upon entering, the elder promptly introduced himself to Gu He. "I am Gu He," replied Gu He in a tone devoid of embellishment. Only Gu He could possibly present a 6th-grade elixir within the entirety of the Gamma Empire. Thus, should Gu He decide to auction off this Douqi pill, his identity cannot remain concealed. "Indeed, it is the esteemed Pill King," Mytel Qingshan remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he discerned Gu He's identity. "After all, only a 6th-grade alchemist could possibly procure such an elixir." "Your Excellency, I merely wish to participate in this auction quietly," Gu He stated, gazing at Mytel Qingshan. The elder paused momentarily, then responded with an affirming smile. "Understood. Prior to the commencement of the auction, the news of the Pill King's presence will remain confidential. However, once the 6th-grade elixir appears, it will be evident to all that the Pill King Gu He is in attendance." Chapter 45. Gu He's Inner Turmoil. Upon hearing the implications in Mytel Qingshan's words, Gu He hesitated briefly and then nodded. "Then, please proceed with the verification of the elixir." Mytel Qingshan chuckled softly. "The elixir presented by the esteemed Pill King cannot possibly be false. Since you have declared it to be the Douqi pill, I shall naturally auction it according to its specifications." Gu He felt a flicker of surprise in his heart, silently acknowledging the elder's smooth and agreeable demeanor. A true trait of someone from the Mytel family. "In that case, what price do you propose for the Douqi pill?" Gu He inquired further. "The Douqi pill, being a 6th-grade elixir, is undoubtedly the most precious item at this auction. I will feature it as the grand finale. As for the price, it shall be determined by the heads of the prominent families." Mytel Qingshan replied with a smile. "The heads of the top families in the imperial capital are all at the Dou Huang level, and this Douqi pill can elevate their cultivation by a tier, making it an invaluable treasure for them. Once the Douqi pill is unveiled, fierce competition among the top families is assured. In such circumstances, Mytel Qingshan was confident that the price of the Douqi pill would be far from modest." Gu He understood Mytel Qingshan's meaning and nodded lightly. "Pill King, here is your private room number. The auction will commence shortly, so please take your seat accordingly." At that moment, Mytel Qingshan handed Gu He a card crafted from green jade. Nodding, Gu He accepted the card and then asked, "By the way, could you provide me with a list of the items for this auction?" Mytel Qingshan appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. "Of course." He then swiped his right hand over his spatial ring, and a list materialized in his palm. "Pill King, please." Mytel Qingshan presented the list to Gu He. "Thank you," Gu He replied as he accepted the list and gradually departed from the appraisal room. After Gu He left, the elder who had previously exited re-entered. "Supervising elder, was that truly the Pill King Gu He?" The elder gazed at Mytel Qingshan with a look of shock. "Indeed, I did not expect such a figure as the Pill King Gu He to grace this auction." Mytel Qingshan shook his head. I fear the quality of this auction may disappoint him. As he spoke, Qingshan instructed the elder, once the auction begins, immediately relay the news of the 6th grade doling pill to the heads of the prominent families, allowing them to prepare adequately. The elder responded respectfully, "Yes, elder." Using the green card in his possession, Gu He successfully located his designated private room and took a seat. Observing the auction venue outside, which was already teeming with people, Gu He marveled at the bustling atmosphere. The Mytel auction house truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost auction house in the Gamma Empire. While awaiting the start of the auction, Gu He casually reviewed the list he had just received from Qingshan. After a moment, he closed the list, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. Of the items listed, only a single herb caught his interest, while the rest appeared to him as mere commonplace goods. However, this was to be expected. This auction was merely a Xian-tier event. Within the Mytel family, auctions are strictly categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with the Heaven level being the highest. However, the Heaven level auctions are rare, often occurring only once every year or two. Yet, when they do occur, it signifies that the items being auctioned are of significant weight, drawing the attention of many powerful figures and leaders from across the Gamma Empire. Gu He recalled from his memories that in a previous life, he had participated in one such auction, where a 6th-tier fire-scale crocodile egg was being auctioned. Once hatched, the creature would inherently possess the strength of a Dou Huang, and with proper care, it could eventually reach the Dou Huang level. Such an item held immense value for the Gamma Empire. Now, gazing at the list in his hand, disappointment creased Gu He's features. Having now ascended to the rank of a 7th-grade alchemist, it was indeed a challenge to find 7th-grade herbs within the confines of the Gamma Empire. 7th-grade herbs are already rare, let alone the 8th-grade ones. With this realization, Gu He felt a sense of helplessness. A skilled craftsperson cannot create without materials. Without even 8th-grade herbs, how could he aspire to become an 8th-grade alchemist? In this land, alchemists are indeed a rare profession. Yet they are equally a profession that demands substantial financial investment. Although alchemical mastery greatly depends on inherent talent, without a continuous supply of herbs, even a most gifted individual would struggle to elevate their alchemical skills swiftly. However, those backed by powerful factions capable of providing a steady stream of herbs can afford to concentrate their efforts, saving time that would otherwise be spent scouring for materials. As a result, many alchemists seek to find a patron capable of supporting their endeavors at such alchemical gatherings. Reflecting upon his past life, he was a dark horse at the last Alchemist Conference. Prior to that event, the name Gu He was hardly known. Yet, after making a name for himself during the conference, he caught the eye of the previous leader of the Yunlan Sect, who subsequently invited him to become an elder of the sect. At that time, Gu He was merely a 4th-grade alchemist. However, with the substantial financial backing of the Yunlan Sect over the years, he successfully advanced 2 grades, transforming from an obscure figure into the revered Pill King of today. Thus, had it not been for the Yunlan Sect, Gu He would likely have required at least another 2 decades to reach his current level of prowess. This illustrates the advantage of having a wealthy patron. There is no need to waste time searching for herbs. With Gu He's current level as an alchemist, even a modest Yunlan Sect can no longer afford to support him. Must I seek to align myself with an even more formidable force? Gu He pondered inwardly. A 7th-tier alchemist. I fear no faction in the entire Northwest can afford such a title. Only the great powers of the Central Continent possess that kind of strength. However, even upon reaching the Central Continent, Gu He, as a 7th-tier alchemist, would undoubtedly find himself courted by various factions. Alas, I shall take it one step at a time. For the moment, being a 7th-tier alchemist suffices. Shaking his head in resignation, Gu He let out a wry smile. Chapter 46. The auction begins. After a brief period of dull waiting in the private room, the auction hall finally filled with attendees. Moments later, a crisp chime resonated throughout the venue. With the tolling of the bell, the cacophony of noise gradually diminished, and countless eager gazes turned towards the crystalline auction platform in the center, filled with fervor. At that moment, the previously seen Mineral Qingshan stepped gracefully onto the crystal stage. Upon his appearance, the previously boisterous atmosphere of the auction fell into an expectant silence. As everyone present focused their attention on him. "Ha, esteemed guests, I trust you have been waiting with bated breath. Therefore, I shall dispense with the usual pleasantries that may irk you," Mineral Qingshan stated, standing upon the crystal platform, his eyes twinkling as they surveyed the crowd, eventually casting a subtle glance at the influential factions in the private rooms. His resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. As an experienced auctioneer, he was acutely aware of what the audience wished to see and what they did not. Thus, he swiftly omitted the customary introductory remarks. Indeed, this approach garnered enthusiastic applause, even eliciting a slight nod of approval from Gu He. As the premier auction house of the Jamma Empire, I assure you that our middle auction house will not disappoint you in this event. Reflecting on the 6th-tier spirit fighting pill, which had been designated as the grand finale item, Mineral Qingshan spoke with confidence. He then clapped his hands and declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the mineral auction. With Mineral Qingshan's proclamation, the enormous crystal platform erupted with a blinding radiance, which lingered for a considerable time before gradually fading. On the platform, before Mineral Qingshan, a long sword of deep azure hue lay, illuminated by the light, emanating a chilling sheen. The energy trails swirling along the sword's blade clearly indicated that it was a magic core weapon meticulously forged by a master craftsman. This sword, known as the Cold Edge, was crafted from frost iron, renowned for its ability to cut through steel with ease, and was perfectly inlaid with a 3rd-tier ice magic core. For those who cultivated water and ice attributes, wielding it in battle would undoubtedly enhance their prowess. An exceptional weapon is a must-have for any adventurer. If any of you are interested, do not hesitate to part with your riches, for while wealth is indeed precious, it is only worth enjoying when one is alive to do so. Ha! Mineral Qingshan held the azure long sword, the blade vibrating slightly as a faint chill began to rise, forming an ethereal mist. He turned to the audience and cheerfully announced, the starting bid is 100,000. Please, esteemed guests, make your offers. Magic core weapon, is it? Gu He murmured as he gazed at the long sword on the crystalline auction platform. A long sword was indeed among his preferred weapons. However, regrettably, this particular sword bore the ice attribute, clashing with his fire element. Otherwise, he might have considered purchasing it as a gift for his disciples. With this thought, Gu He had no intention of bidding. Among the items listed earlier, few piqued his interest. Apart from the magical beast egg and a particular herb, he was largely unenthused. Naturally, Gu He's lack of interest did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. To combatants, a reliable weapon is akin to an alchemist's cauldron. It is essential for their craft. Thus, as Mineral Qingshan's words echoed, a flurry of bids erupted throughout the auction hall. The first bidding round continued for several minutes before a gaunt man, his face alight with excitement, secured the sword for a sum of 150,000 gold coins. Following the successful conclusion of the first auction, the platform began to showcase an array of dazzling treasures, exquisite armors, combat techniques, profound martial arts, and rare herbs, among others. Seated comfortably in his plush chair, Gu He observed the frenzy unfolding around him, lightly closing his eyes in anticipation of the subsequent auction items. Similarly, within the private rooms of the top families, no one ventured to bid, as the items presented thus far failed to captivate their interest. In the private room of the Nalan family, the elderly Nalan Jia surveyed the auction scene with a rather indifferent expression. This middle auction house is becoming increasingly dull. He reflected, boredom evident on his face as he watched the items being auctioned. Were it not for that 5th-tier magical beast egg, I would have zero interest in this event. The thought of the 5th-tier beast egg stirred a flicker of enthusiasm within him. If properly nurtured, it could potentially evolve into a combat king-level entity. Nalan Jia intended to acquire this 5th-tier beast egg primarily for his granddaughter, Nalan Yanran. Contemplating Nalan Yanran, a smile of satisfaction crept across Nalan Jia's face. It was indeed a momentous occasion for the Nalan family that their granddaughter had been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of the Yunlan Sect. Moreover, Nalan Yanran had been designated as the next successor of the Yunlan Sect by Yun herself. Once Nalan Yanran ascended to the position of sect leader, the strength of the Nalan family would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. At such a juncture, even the royal family of Jamma would likely think twice before taking action against the Nalan family. Alas, it is a pity for that boy from the Xiao family. As he recalled the recent incident where Nalan Yanran defied his wishes and forcefully annulled her engagement with the Xiao family, Nalan Jia's smile slowly faded. When Yanran returns next, I shall have a serious talk with her. He thought of how Nalan Yanran had been hiding in the Yunlan Sect, avoiding returning home since the annulment, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. At that moment, Nalan Jia furrowed his brow, a pained expression manifesting. A shadowy hue flickered across his visage. Damn it, it's acting up again. He hastily circulated his fighting spirit to suppress the discolored pallor on his face, which gradually subsided. The lingering poison was becoming increasingly severe. He wondered how much longer he could endure. As he felt the turmoil within his body, a painful recollection washed over Nalan Jia. 4 years prior, he had battled a venomous 5th-tier magical beast, the Liao Tai poison-marked beast. Though he ultimately triumphed, He had unfortunately suffered the consequences of being injected with a fearsome toxin, the Liao poison, into his own body. Upon researching the potency of this toxin, Nalan Yanran's expression darkened. Historical records indicated that numerous 6th-tier magical beasts had succumbed to the Liao Tai poison-marked beast's venom. Had it not been for the rarity of such occurrences, many powerful figures across the continent would have turned pale at the mention of this toxin. Over the years, he had managed to suppress the poison with his formidable fighting spirit. However, as he aged, the toxin's resurgence became increasingly potent. Nalan Yanran had an ominous premonition that it would not be long before the Liao poison within him would erupt uncontrollably. Chapter 45. The Shock of the Prominent Families. As he contemplated the Liao poison coursing through him, a cloud of gloom enveloped Nalan Yanran. Once the poison erupted, it would be beyond remedy. As the pillar of the Nalan family, should he fall before Yanran has matured, the Nalan family would find itself in dire straits. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the private room, pulling Nalan Yanran from his reverie of despair. Come in, he called out in a faint voice. Creak. As the door to the private room swung open, a demure maid entered, gently holding a list in her hands. Esteemed guest, this is the list of auction items sent by the elder supervisor for your perusal, she announced, placing the document delicately on the table before Nalan Yanran. A list of auction items? Did he not already provide me with one? Nalan Yanran inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion at the maid's words. With a gentle smile, the maid explained the elder supervisor mentioned that an additional item has been added to the auction, and this is the newly revised list. An added auction item? A flicker of intrigue crossed Nalan Yanran's face upon hearing her words. The maid then bowed gracefully and retreated from the room. Could it be that a remarkable treasure has been included? Nalan Yanran mused, casting his gaze upon the list on the table. After all, if it were merely an ordinary item, there would be no need for the Mitre Auction House to orchestrate such a spectacle, nor to deliver an updated list. With that thought in mind, Nalan Yanran reached for the document and scrutinized it closely. Moments later, his breath quickened and his expression shifted dramatically. A 6th-level Dou Spirit Pill. He exclaimed inwardly, realizing that the piece de resistance of this auction was, indeed, a 6th-level Dou Spirit Pill. His eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the list in his hand. Soon, however, clarity returned and his breath became rapid once more. This Dou Spirit Pill must be mine. Having been afflicted by a poison for 4 long years, Nalan Yanran remained trapped within the 6-star Dou Huang realm. Unable to break through, each episode of the poison's onset required him to expend considerable cultivation to suppress it. Not only had he failed to advance, but his strength had even begun to wane over the years. Now, the emergence of this Dou Spirit Pill offered him a glimmer of hope. With its consumption, he could finally ascend to the 7-star Dou Huang realm, and perhaps even suppress or eliminate the poison within him. As excitement coursed through him, Nalan Yanran resolved to secure the Dou Spirit Pill at all costs. Meanwhile, in a nearby private room, Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, also received the latest list from a maid. The Dou Spirit Pill. Haha, the auction includes a Dou Spirit Pill. What divine providence! Mu Chun exclaimed, his enthusiasm surpassing that of Nalan Yanran. Although the Mu family was one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, alongside the Nalan and Mitre families, Mu Chun was acutely aware of their considerable disparity in strength. Were it not for the Mu family's significant connections with the Gamma Empire and their considerable influence in the military, they might struggle to compete with the other 2 families. Moreover, despite being recognized as one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Gamma Empire, Mu Chun was merely the last among them, a fact he regretted. Now, as he gazed at the list, his face was alight with excitement. If he were to acquire this Dou Spirit Pill, his strength would surge, narrowing the gap between the Mu family and the other 2 influential families. It would also firmly establish the Mu family's position among the 3 great houses. A similar scenario unfolded in the private rooms of other prominent families in the imperial capital. The early stages of the auction had not revealed any particularly captivating items, and the bidders present were primarily those seated in the auction hall, while the powerful factions in the private rooms had yet to make their move. A crisp chime echoed from the crystal podium as Mitre Qingshan, beaming with joy, accepted a small silver platter from maid. Upon it were 2 transparent jade vials, each containing a pale blue pill. The appearance of this pill immediately attracted considerable attention, for in the Douqi Continent, pills held a weighty significance comparable to that of skills and techniques, some even directly enhancing one's prowess, prompting countless individuals to covet them. This pill is known as the Yunlan pill. I'm sure many have heard of its reputation. It assists those stagnating at the peak of the Dome Master level to break through barriers. Furthermore, The Qingshan pill is classified as a 2-pattern pill, and those fortunate enough to consume it may even experience a surge to 2-star strength, Mitre Tushan elaborated with a smile. As his words settled, a wave of commotion swept through the auction hall, with numerous eager eyes fixated on the jade vials on the silver platter. Such a pill, capable of aiding one in transcending class barriers, was nearly a rare treasure within the imperial capital. Though the distinction between Dome Master and Great Dome Master might seem slight, only those who crossed into the latter could truly claim to have entered a significant level of mastery in the art of Douqi cultivation. This transition was akin to a qualitative leap, which is why countless individuals remained stuck at the pinnacle of the Dome Master level, unable to take that crucial step. However, these concerns could be effortlessly resolved with a Qingshan pill, sparking interest even among the great families seated in the front rows. After all, a single Qingshan pill could cultivate a great Dome Master, making this investment quite advantageous in the long run. Of course, those familiar with the Qingshan pill's reputation were also aware of its potential drawbacks. The auctioneer flashed a cunning smile, deliberately glossing over the pill's adverse effects before waving his hand to announce, "The starting bid is 330,000. 334,000. A voice called out from the back. 350,000. Clearly, many were interested in the 2-pattern Qingshan pill for within a minute. The initial bidding price was swiftly surpassed. In a quiet corner of the private room, Gu He sat calmly, fingers interlaced, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he listened to the escalating bids. Mitre Tushan certainly knew the art of business. He had only mentioned the benefits of the 2-pattern Qingshan pill while omitting its considerable drawbacks. While the Qingshan pill could assist Dome Masters in breaking through barriers, it only offered an increase of 1 or 2 stars in strength and carried significant risks of backlash. As the bidding continued, the price for a single Qingshan pill swiftly rose from 350,000 to around 480,000. However, as the price reached this point, the fervor of the bids noticeably diminished. After all, at 480,000, 2 pills would cost nearly $1 million, a sum too exorbitant for many. 550,000. Just as the bidding hovered around 490,000, a somewhat loud voice rang out from the private room. Gu He, taken aback by the sudden 6,000 increase, mused to himself, "It seems a certain family has set their sights on this Qingshan pill." The unexpected bid silenced the previously bustling auction hall as those who had considered raising their bids exchanged glances, reluctantly deciding to sit down. While they possessed some funds, they knew well that they could not compete with the great families in the private rooms. 560,000 gold. 570,000 gold, 580,000 gold, 590,000 gold. Ultimately, the Qingshan pill was sold for 600,000 gold coins. After the Qingshan Dan was auctioned off, the subsequent items failed to fetch high prices, with a few merely raising their bids once before being successfully claimed by others. This left Mitre Tushan on stage feeling quite pained, as it directly affected his performance and earnings. Fortunately, this lull lasted only a brief 15 minutes before it was abruptly uplifted, capturing even Gu He's attention due to the allure of the item being auctioned. Atop the crystal platform, Gu He cautiously lifted a silver tray draped in red cloth, exuding an air of mystery. Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is sure to pique your interest. With proper nurturing, it may very well yield a formidable Dou Huang within your family. Upon hearing Mitre Tushan's introduction, Gu He subtly inferred what was about to be auctioned: the egg of a 5th-tier magical beast, the iron-winged giant eagle. At that moment, with a swift motion, Mitre Tushan tossed aside the red cloth, revealing a magical beast egg that gleamed a brilliant blue, immediately capturing the audience's gaze. Indeed, upon seeing the azure egg in Mitre Tushan's hands, a smile crept onto Gu He's lips. The egg, adorned with peculiar patterns, appeared rather enigmatic. As the 5th-tier magical beast egg made its entrance, the auction hall fell into a momentary silence, which was short-lived as it soon erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Even the distinguished families in the private boxes stirred with anticipation, clearly captivated by the prospect of acquiring this 5th-tier egg. After all, if one were to obtain this magical beast egg and nurture it well, it could potentially lead to the emergence of a Dou Huang to aid their family. Furthermore, the iron-winged giant eagle was a rare, flying magical beast. "I am quite fond of this 5th-tier magical beast egg," exclaimed a middle-aged man from one of the private boxes, his gaze fixed fervently on the egg in Mitre Tushan's hands. "Master, this 5th-tier magical beast egg will likely not be less than 1 million gold coins. If we squander our resources in this manner, we may not be able to contend for the Dou Huang Dam later." A man resembling a steward cautioned in a hushed tone behind him. "That is true, but the other eminent families are likely eyeing the Dou Ling Dan as well. And we cannot compete with them. The middle-aged man sighed. On the crystal auction platform, Miter Tushan enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the fifth-tier magical beast egg, causing the audience's eyes to burn with fervor. I trust you all now understand the significance of this fifth-tier magical beast egg. We shall commence the auction with a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. Let the bidding begin. Miter Tushan announced with a grin. 1 million gold coins? Quite steep. Gu He remarked, momentarily taken aback. However, considering that the iron-winged giant eagle was a flying magical beast, he soon found solace. Though the price is high, the flying magical beast is indeed worth it. Yet, he could sense that upon the announcement of the million gold price, many of the eager gazes in the hall had significantly diminished. Clearly, such a high price had deterred numerous bidders. 1 million gold coins. 2 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins. Just as Miter Tushan finished speaking, voices erupted from the private boxes, showcasing that even at such elevated prices, the allure of the fifth-tier magical beast egg still drew forth several prominent families. In no time, the bidding escalated to a staggering 7 million gold coins. Observing the dwindling bids, Gu He recognized it was time for him to make his move. Indeed, the fifth-tier magical beast egg was among the items he had set his sights on. While the egg might not hold any personal utility for him, his disciple still lacked a companion. If he were to gift this fifth-tier magical beast egg to his disciple and trigger a tenfold return, what magnificent beast egg might he obtain in return? With this thought, Gu He felt a surge of anticipation and boldly declared 2 million gold coins. The announcement of such a price sent ripples of astonishment throughout the auction hall. Subsequently, even within the families present, no one dared to raise their bid. This audacious individual had raised the stakes by 30,000 gold coins in one fell swoop, clearly signaling to all, this fifth-tier magical beast egg is mine. On the crystal auction platform, Miter Tushan recognized Gu He's voice and was taken aback. What could the esteemed Dan Wang want with this fifth-tier magical beast egg? He pondered. Though puzzled, he quickly regained composure and, after calling for bids thrice, brought his auction hammer down decisively. Who is this individual? Murmured the crowd, astonished. Could it be from the Nalan family, or perhaps the Move family? As Miter Tushan confirmed the sale, all eyes turned toward Gu He's private box, each face reflecting shock. In their view, aside from the top families of the imperial capital, none dared to act so ostentatiously. Nalan Jie and Mu Chen also cast their gazes toward Gu He's box, speculating from which family this bold bidder hailed. Their own reluctance to bid stemmed from a desire to conserve their resources for the impending competition over the coveted Dou Ling Dan. The fervor ignited by the fifth-tier magical beast egg gradually subsided, and soon after, Gu He, who had been reclining in his chair, found himself drawn to a herb presented by Miter Tushan on the crystal platform. The herb, resplendent in a fiery red hue, appeared as though it had been bathed in blood, roughly the size of a palm. At first glance, it resembled a spiritual mushroom, and as soon as it was unveiled, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing those near the crystal platform. Indeed, it is the fire spirit mushroom. This auction has not been in vain, Gu He mused, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the vibrant herb in Miter Tushan's hands. While the fire spirit mushroom was merely a fifth-tier spiritual herb and of little use to him, it was a principal ingredient in the concoction of the revitalizing purple spirit pill. That's right. The fire spirit mushroom was essential for the creation of the revitalizing purple spirit pill, which could completely restore one's strength that had waned due to seals or internal injuries. Gu He had prepared this pill primarily for the Ice Emperor, Hidden, who had seen his power diminish to the Dou Ling realm due to the serpent seal from Queen Medusa, now residing in the desolate city of Tagor Desert. Since Gu He intended to seize the Qinglian Earth Heartfire, he would inevitably need to obtain the map detailing its location from Hidden. Additionally, in Hidden's possession lay a fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map, both of which Gu He sought to acquire. To obtain these from Hidden, he would likely have to assist him in concocting a breaking calamity pill, much like the original character Xiao Yan. In reflecting upon Hidden, a smile emerged on Gu He's face. He and Hidden shared a long-standing acquaintance. Years ago, after winning the Alchemist Grand Competition, the Miter family had sought to recruit him through Hidden. Although he ultimately declined Hidden's invitation and joined the Yunlan Sect, their relationship remained amicable. In due time, when Gu He ventured to the Tagor Desert, he intended to pay a visit to his old friend. The revitalizing purple spirit pill he was currently preparing was meant to ensure that Hidden would owe him a favor. The fire spirit mushroom thrives solely at the base of volcanoes, drawing energy from volcanic forces and the fires of the Earth's core to flourish. For an ordinary person to gather, it is an arduous task, and even formidable fighters, such as those at the spirit dueling level or even the dueling king level, would hesitate to venture into such perilous terrains. At this moment, Miter Tushan was elucidating this to the audience from the crystal platform. Subsequently, he elaborated on the origins and effects of the fire spirit mushroom, garnering a positive reaction from the crowd, indicating a notable interest in this rare fungi. According to our assessment, the base price for this fire spirit mushroom is set at 700,000. Gentlemen, let the bidding commence, Miter Tushan announced, casting a beaming gaze over the assembly. However, upon revealing such a steep price, some individuals who had shown initial interest appeared disheartened. While they were not incapable of producing 700,000, the nature of competitive bidding meant that the price could easily double, and their financial resources were not boundless. Thus, they had to be prudent in their pursuits. 720,000. Yet, aside from those wishing to withdraw from the bidding, several still remained eager to contest for this coveted item. 740,000. Gu He sat quietly in his chair, absorbing the incessant rise in price without rushing to engage in the fray. As time passed, the number of bidders dwindled due to the escalating costs, ultimately culminating in a duel between just two contenders, with the price soaring to approximately 1,070,000. 1,200,000. Just as the bidding reached a stalemate, a languid voice broke through, drawing numerous gazes that converged on Gu He's private booth. This sudden surge in price astonished all present, and when Miter Tushan recognized the bidder as Gu He, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had believed that there was nothing at this auction that would pique Gu He's interest. Yet, to his astonishment, the esteemed alchemist was remarkably active, having already bid generously twice. Gu He's bid of 1,200,000 effectively subdued the remaining contenders, and while he felt the weight of many eyes upon him, he remained unfazed. Miter Tushan, regaining his composure, inquired thrice to the audience before bringing down his auction hammer decisively. Has this individual won again? Who could he possibly be, with such substantial resources? Surely, he must belong to one of the three great families? Both Nalan Yanran and Mu Chun wore expressions of incredulity. Gu He's consecutive high bids led them to ponder the identity of this enigmatic bidder. Could he be of royal descent? This notion briefly flickered in their minds, but was quickly dismissed. If a member of the royal family were present at this auction, their focus would undoubtedly be on the final spirit dueling pill, making it improbable for them to expend vast sums on these two items. As they contemplated the forthcoming spirit dueling pill, an epiphany struck them. Where had Miter's auction house procured this pill, especially without prior notice? Logically, if they had such a coveted item, they would have announced it widely, preparing attendees adequately. This would elevate the auction's prestige to a heavenly level. However, none of these promotional efforts had transpired, unless the acquisition of the spirit dueling pill had been sudden, leaving no time for announcements. This pill, a 6th grade elixir, could only be crafted by one person in the entire Gamma Empire. In an instant, Nalan Yanran and Mu Chun reached a conclusion. The alchemist Gu He was indeed participating in this auction and had provided the 6th grade spirit dueling pill. Reflecting on the previous high-profile bids, they nearly confirmed that this individual was indeed Gu He. Yet, why would the famed alchemist seek these items? Contemplating Gu He's recent acquisitions of a 5th grade magical beast egg and the fire spirit mushroom, they found themselves perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the final piece of this event, the grand finale. I assure you, the forthcoming item will not disappoint. Miter Tushan's voice, tinged with excitement, resonated from the crystal auction stage. Upon hearing his words, Gu He lifted his gaze towards the platform, and upon observing Miter Tushan's flushed face, he momentarily froze, then murmured, "It seems the spirit dueling pill is about to make its appearance. It appears the piece de resistance of this auction is finally at hand." Noticing Miter Tushan's expression shift, many in the audience began to realize something significant, their hushed conversations fading into silence as they fixated intently on the forthcoming highlight of the auction. Is it finally here? Nalan Yanran said, a flush of anticipation brightening his aged features, while Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, suppressed his earlier mirth, his previously indifferent gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. With a serious demeanor, Miter Tushan clapped his hands together. As his applause echoed, a series of crackling sounds emanated from the edges of the crystal stage. A dark metallic barrier slowly rose, encircling the platform in a circular formation, even extending above to cover the auction area. Please do not be alarmed. This is merely a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of our auction items. Mitre Tushan reassured the audience with a smile, as the prison-like barrier was completed. This enclosure is forged from cold iron, making it exceedingly difficult for even a dueling king to breach in a short duration. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally swept across the various booths. The implication of his words unmistakable. The representatives of the families merely smiled faintly at his pointed remark, having witnessed attempts to seize auction items in previous years. Thus, Mitre's caution was understandable. Losing items on their home turf would be a blow to their reputation within the Gamma Empire. Gu He, slightly taken aback by Mitre's excessive caution, quickly regained his composure. The allure of the spirit dueling pill was indeed too great for dueling kings, and certain individuals might be tempted to take risks. Furthermore, Gu He sensed the presence of several concealed auras on the second floor of Mitre's auction house, one of which was particularly powerful, likely belonging to Mitre Qingshan, the head of the Mitre family. It was clear that even Mitre Qingshan harbored concerns regarding the spirit dueling pill. With a smile upon his face, Gu He continued to observe the crystal platform, where the auctioneer was now carefully retrieving a half-foot-sized golden-purple plate from a lower cabinet. Nestled within this plate was a palm-sized icy jade box, standing majestically at its center. The box glimmered with a pale hue. Despite the considerable distance, the crowd below could still discern the faint white chill emanating from the cold jade box, a hallmark of the finest cold jade, which possesses the remarkable ability to preserve the essence of coldness. With the appearance of this jade box, all the esteemed families present at the auction straightened their postures, their eyes betraying an unabashed greed as they fixated intently on the cold jade box. Ignoring the covetous gazes from outside the iron cage, Mitre Tushan's hand trembled slightly as he delicately placed the purple gold plate upon the auction stage. His withered fingers cautiously lifted the lid of the box, and in that instant, a burst of golden light erupted forth. Accompanied by this radiant glow, a wave of energy rippled through the air, causing a stir in the void. The sudden brilliance illuminated the entire auction house, prompting some caught off guard to instinctively close their eyes. Once they adjusted, their gazes locked upon the cold jade box resting on the crystal platform. Inside, a golden pill, roughly the size of a longan, lay quietly, its surface extraordinarily smooth. The pill exuded a potent aura that incited a vigorous energy fluctuation, a phenomenon only exhibited by pills of the 6th rank or higher. The entire auction house fell into a profound silence, captivated by the elusive golden glow. Although many in attendance were unaware of the exact properties of this pill, the earlier display of golden light hinted at its extraordinary nature, inciting a collective expression of longing. In contrast to those who were oblivious to the pill's significance, the higher echelons of the major families in the private rooms suddenly stirred with excitement. Some powerful figures even found their internal energies surging uncontrollably due to their heightened emotions. On the crystal platform, Mitre Tushan scanned the astonished faces in the crowd. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, pointing at the golden pill, he cheerfully proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold our auction's piece de resistance, the 6th-rank dueling pill." A wave of astonished gasps and incredulous murmurs swept through the auction house, as if an electric charge had ignited the atmosphere. With eyes ablaze and breaths quickening, they fixated on the golden pill. A 6th-rank pill? For the majority present, such a pill was something they had never even dreamed of encountering in their lifetimes. Now, this legendary high-tier pill lay before their eyes, inciting an overwhelming surge of excitement. Observing the fervor ignited by the dueling pill, Mitre Tushan allowed himself a satisfied smile, shifting his gaze towards the influential figures in the private rooms, well aware that they were the most formidable contenders for the dueling pill. Enough chatter. Let us begin the bidding, came the impatient voices from the higher-ups of the families, Nalan Yanran and Mu Chun. Their eyes locked on the dueling pill held by Mitre Tushan were filled with fervent anticipation. Chuckling softly, the auctioneer cleared his throat and declared earnestly, "The value of the dueling pill is surely known to all of you. There is no set starting price. Feel free to bid as you wish, with the highest bidder ultimately securing it." With the introduction of the dueling pill, the auction atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The higher-ups in the private rooms began to engage in a fierce bidding war that left the onlookers in awe, despite the absence of an initial price. The moment Mitre Tushan's gavel came down, the price surged to an astonishing 2 million gold coins, and the numbers continued to soar. 2,100,000 gold coins, 2,300,000 gold coins, 2,500,000 gold coins, 3 million gold coins. Within mere breaths, the price of the dueling pill soared to 3 million gold coins. The spectacle left most attendees wide-eyed and incredulous. Such a rapid escalation was something they had never witnessed in their lifetimes. This extravagant display of wealth and bravado by those vying for the 6th-rank Dou Huang Pill was nothing short of breathtaking. The relentless rise in bids maintained an atmosphere of exhilaration and fervor, with the auction house resonating with excited shouts. And even those who recognized their inability to contend for the item found satisfaction in witnessing such a thrilling display of monetary competition. After nearly half an hour of fierce bidding, the price reached a staggering 5,200,000 gold coins. This colossal sum equated to the annual income of the mineral family in the Jamma Empire. Such a fortune, one would presume, few factions in the entire empire could afford to disregard casually. As the price reached this pinnacle, some of the lesser families began to withdraw from the competition. Eventually, after 10 minutes of relentless bidding, Nalan Yanran, his eyes flashing with determination, finally called out a jaw-dropping 6 million gold coins, plunging the auction house into a stunned silence. A 6th-rank pill for 6 million gold coins. The silence lingered for several moments before the auction house gradually regained its composure. As gazes exchanged among the attendees reflected shock and exhilaration. 6 million. How long would it take for a family to accumulate such a vast amount? Nalan Yanran's audacious bid left Mu Chun and the others in disbelief, exchanging glances that conveyed their astonishment, their faces pale as they retreated from the bidding. Are we not going to strike the gavel? Nalan Yanran urged, addressing the still-dazed Mineral Qingshan at the crystal platform. It was only then that Mineral Qingshan snapped back to reality, and after a symbolic inquiry to the audience, he decisively brought the gavel down. Chapter 49, Mineral Qingshan's Request. Stepping out of the private room, Gu He stood at the doorway, gazing up at the dimming sky, exhaling deeply before turning to head toward a lounge within the auction house. Let us collect the auction funds and the items purchased first, he muttered to himself as he walked. Upon entering the lounge, Gu He presented his VIP card to a maid, and after clarifying his intentions, she respectfully ushered him inside. Sir, please wait a moment. The auction is about to conclude, and the person in charge will assist you in collecting your items, the maid said, placing a cup of warm tea on the table beside Gu He before smiling and leaving. Nodding slightly, Gu He cradled the teacup in his hands, taking a gentle sip. With his eyes half closed, he began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a while, the sound of footsteps approached, and he ceased his tapping. Opening his eyes, Gu He turned to the parted curtains, where Mineral Qingshan entered with 2 maids, a cheerful smile on his face. Ah, good sir, has the auction concluded? Gu He inquired softly. Indeed, it has concluded splendidly, Mineral Qingshan replied with a smile, his gaze subtly sweeping over Gu He. He gestured, and one of the maids promptly raised a silver tray, revealing a purple gold card adorned with 7 differently colored ripples. A 7-ripple purple gold card, a privilege reserved for those of the Dou Huang rank in the Douqi Continent. Of course, it was theoretically possible for a 5th-rank alchemist to possess such a card. Your Excellency, the Alchemist King, the total auction price for your spirit elixir amounts to 6 million gold coins. After deducting a 10% auction fee, you will be left with 5,400,000 gold coins. Mitre Qingshan, his eyes narrowing like slits, smiled and remarked, the fire spirit mushroom cost 1,200,000, while the 5th-tier magical beast egg was priced at 2 million gold coins. Thus, your final earnings amount to 2,200,000 gold coins, all contained within this purple gold card, while the items you purchased are enclosed within this spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, Mitre Qingshan directed a maid to present a silver platter before Gu He, upon which rested a 7-patterned purple gold card and an ordinary spatial ring. After retrieving the card and the ring, Gu He meticulously inspected the earth fire mushroom and the 8 directions bright flame furnace contained within the ring before placing both items into his own spatial ring. Now that the transaction was complete, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Having received his answers, Gu He hesitated no longer, clasped his hands in respect towards Mitre Qingshan, and made to depart. Hold on, Alchemist King. Mitre Qingshan chuckled. Please wait a moment, as my family head has a request. If you would not mind, might you meet with him for a conversation? Noticing Gu He's intention to leave, Mitre Qingshan suddenly smiled. Upon hearing this, Gu He furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly contemplating. The head of the Mitre family? Mitre Qingshan, what could he possibly want with me? After a moment's hesitation, Gu He ultimately turned back and retook his seat. Observing this, Mitre Qingshan understood that Gu He had acquiesced to his request, a look of joy washing over his face. He bowed respectfully to Gu He, saying, I appreciate your patience, Alchemist King. I shall summon my family head at once. With that, Mitre Qingshan turned and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, the sound of soft footsteps echoed as an elderly man with graying hair entered. I have the honor of meeting the Alchemist King, the elder said with a smile, his tone laced with utmost respect. Gu He glanced up and, getting straight to the point, asked, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Mitre Qingshan hesitated briefly before slowly speaking. "Might I inquire if the Alchemist King is capable of concocting longevity elixirs?" "Longevity elixirs?" Gu He replied, momentarily taken aback. "Is it possible this man is nearing the end of his days?" Mitre Qingshan regarded Gu He, a hint of apprehension flickering across his features. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He replied, "Indeed, such elixirs do exist." At this, Mitre Qingshan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly inquired, "Alchemist King, what is the name of this elixir? Would you be willing to assist me in crafting one?" Gu He pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. "I am aware of an elixir known as the Azure Void Longevity Pill. Upon consumption, it can extend one's lifespan." "The Azure Void Longevity Pill," Mitre Qingshan murmured to himself, then continued, "May I ask what grade this elixir is?" Gu He met his gaze and replied, "It is a 6th grade elixir." "A 6th grade elixir?" Mitre Qingshan's expression turned momentarily astonished, and after a moment of internal struggle, he tentatively asked, "How many years of life can one gain from consuming this Azure Void Longevity Pill?" Gu He replied with an air of indifference, "It can extend one's life by 10 years. 10 years. At Gu He's words, Mitre Qingshan's heart surged with astonishment, quickly replaced by glimmers of hope. "Might the Alchemist King be willing to concoct one for me?" Mitre Qingshan's gaze turned expectant, tinged with a subtle plea. Since the disappearance of the Mitre family's elder, the Ice Emperor Hebedong, the family had fallen into a particularly precarious situation. Established primarily as a trading entity, the Mitre family had accumulated vast wealth over the years, claiming the title of the richest family in the entire Gamma Empire. However, despite such immense wealth, there was not a single formidable powerhouse within their ranks. The saying goes, "A man is innocent, but wealth can bring him trouble." The Mitre family had become akin to a juicy morsel, attracting the covetous eyes of various factions, particularly the royal forces, who had long coveted their riches. While the Ice Emperor Hebedong was present, he served as a bulwark for the Mitre family, deterring any ambitions against them. However, with his disappearance, the family lost its strongest support, rendering them a target for the ambitions of others. Many cities began to ostracize the Mitre family, obstructing their attempts to establish branches of the Mitre auction house. Consequently, the Mitre family was forced to redirect their focus to more remote cities, even considering the small city of Wutan as a viable option. Now, within the entire Mitre family, only Mitre Qingshan remained to bear the burden. Though he was recognized as one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Gamma Empire, his strength ranked at the bottom among them. Furthermore, he was aging with limited talent, destined to remain at the Dou Huang realm for his lifetime. With no emerging talents within the Mitre family, Mitre Qingshan felt the pressing need to plan for the future of the family. Chapter 50. Teacher, I have broken through to the Dou Shi realm. Now older. Witnessing the absence of promising successors within the Mitre family, Mitre Qingshan contemplated taking elixirs to prolong his life. After all, with a Dou Huang realm powerhouse like himself at the helm, the other factions would still harbor some trepidation, allowing the Mitre family to maintain a semblance of security. Hearing Mitre Qingshan's words, Gu He glanced at him and nodded. "I shall indeed concoct the Azure Void Longevity Pill, provided you can gather all the necessary ingredients." At this, Mitre Qingshan felt a sense of relief and inquired further. "Could the Alchemist King kindly inform me of the required materials for crafting the Azure Void Longevity Pill?" Mitre Qingshan believed that with the wealth of the Mitre family, they should be able to procure the needed ingredients. "Do you have paper and ink?" Gu He asked, slightly nodding. Upon hearing this, Mitre Qingshan promptly summoned a maid to bring paper and ink for Gu He. Taking the materials, Gu He began to list the ingredients needed for the Azure Void Longevity Pill. After completing the list, a sudden idea struck him, and he added several materials required for the Resurrection Purple Spirit Pill to the list before handing it to Mitre Qingshan. Gu He felt no moral qualms about this action, as he intended the Resurrection Purple Spirit Pill for Hebedong. Should the Ice Emperor return, it would greatly benefit the Mitre family. Mitre Qingshan received the list, scrutinizing it carefully, his brow slightly furrowing. Clearly, the preciousness of the materials listed exceeded his expectations. However, prioritizing the continuation of the Mitre family, he hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth and addressing Gu He. "Alchemist King, I will gather the materials listed as swiftly as possible. I hope you will assist in the concoction, and the Mitre family will offer generous rewards." Gu He smiled at this and replied, "As long as you can procure the listed materials, everything shall be manageable." Having concluded their discussions, Gu He chose not to linger any longer and departed the Mitre auction house under Mitre Qingshan's watchful gaze. Once outside, Gu He gazed at the purple gold card in his hand and let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, An idea flashed through his mind, a peculiar thought taking shape. What if he were to gift this funding card to his disciples? Would it trigger a tenfold return? If successful, would he not reap substantial rewards? With this notion taking root, Gu He contemplated for a moment, growing increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Perhaps next time, he could give it a try. Even if it failed, the loss would not be significant. Let this be akin to pocket money for my disciples. With a flicker of anticipation in his heart, Gu He departed from the sacred city of Gamma, making his way towards the Yunlan Sect. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed since his last visit to the middle auction house. On this day, Gu He was in the courtyard, conducting specialized training with Liu Ling. Inside a spacious bathing tub, Liu Ling was fully submerged, his face reddening from the strain. After 10 days of rigorous training, Liu Ling was now capable of enduring for an hour. It was evident that his physical fortitude had significantly improved. Gu He sat in the pavilion, leisurely sipping tea, observing Liu Ling as he gritted his teeth in determination and nodded slightly. Today, the lad had persisted for an hour and a half, seemingly having once again surpassed his limits. Quite commendable. It appears I shall need to increase the intensity for this young man next time. Bang! Moments latte. Liu Ling could no longer hold on and leaped out of the tub. Master, today I managed to persevere for an hour and a half, he exclaimed, fatigue evident in his features, yet a jubilant smile graced his face. Indeed, quite impressive. You have made significant progress. Gu He nodded, a satisfied smile illuminating his visage. Tomorrow, I will escalate the dosage. Hearing Gu He's praise, Liu Ling felt a surge of excitement, but upon hearing the latter part, his expression contorted into one of dismay. Another increase in dosage? Gu He frowned slightly, expressing his discontent. What? Are you already feeling intimidated? I do this for your own good, he admonished with a firmer tone. As long as you endure for a month, when I next impart my teachings, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards. Besides, haven't you sensed it? After this period of specialized training, doesn't it feel like the bottleneck within you is loosened? Gu He gazed intently at Liu Ling. At these words, Liu Ling felt a stirring within, taking a moment to introspect, his face lighting up with surprise. Master, it truly has loosened. I believe that with another half-month, I can break through to the Dou Shi realm, Liu Ling declared with exhilaration. It was noteworthy that he was merely 17 years old and on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Shi realm. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing, although he understood that his current prowess was not solely due to his own efforts. It did little to diminish the pride swelling within him. In the future, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the most talented disciple of the Yunlan Sect. Being so young and nearly at the Dou Shi realm, coupled with a little more time, he would soon reach the third-rank alchemist level. This achievement caused Liu Ling's heart to swell with pride. Gu He, unaware of Liu Ling's thoughts, merely offered some symbolic encouragement. Yes, strive for an early breakthrough, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. Yes, master, Liu Ling replied enthusiastically, preparing to leave the courtyard. Master, I have broken through. I have finally reached the Dou Shi realm. At that moment, a light, joyous voice echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Following this, a figure clad in white rushed in, brimming with excitement. It was the little medicinal sage. Oh, senior brother, you are here too? Upon entering the courtyard, the little medicinal sage noticed Liu Ling's presence and felt a tinge of embarrassment at her previous exclamation. However, Liu Ling stood there utterly dazed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Seeing Liu Ling's lack of reaction, the little medicinal sage looked puzzled, then turned her gaze towards Gu He in the pavilion. Slowly approaching him and called out, Master. Gu He had indeed heard the little medicinal sage's earlier words, and he nodded with satisfaction, saying, It is good that you have broken through. The timing is just right. It will trigger the system's return. I wonder what treasures I shall receive this time, and to what extent my cultivation will rise. Junior sister, what did you just say? You have broken through to the Dou Shi? At that moment, Liu Ling seemed to awaken from his stupor, gazing at the little medicinal sage with disbelief. Upon hearing this, the little medicinal sage frowned slightly, wondering why her senior brother appeared so foolish. Had she not just stated that? However, considering he was her senior brother, she reiterated, Yes, I just broke through to the Dou Shi realm. Chapter 51. The astonished Liu Ling hearing the little medicinal sage's words again, Liu Ling was utterly flabbergasted. His face was a canvas of incredulity. Just moments ago, he had been basking in the glow of his impending breakthrough to the Dou Shi realm, feeling like a rare genius. Yet he had been swiftly slapped in the face by reality. In that instant, Liu Ling wished he could burrow into the ground. However, after a wave of embarrassment, his mind was left reeling with astonishment. When the little medicinal sage had first joined the sect, Liu Ling remembered her cultivation level was merely that of a one-star doja. How long had it been? Just a month? And she had directly leaped from a one-star doja to the doshur realm. She had crossed an entire major realm. This was simply outrageous. Liu Ling found it impossible to comprehend. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Gu He in the pavilion. Could it be that Master had secretly provided her with an extraordinary boost, elevating her cultivation? The thought made Liu Ling's heart feel slightly sour. Master, you must not show favoritism. Perceiving Liu Ling's resentful gaze, Gu He instantly grasped his thoughts. You don't actually believe that your junior sister's breakthrough to the doshur realm is solely my doing, do you? Gu He's tone turned serious. Faced with Gu He's stern eyes, Liu Ling felt a pang of fear and lowered his head in silence. This attitude unmistakably indicated his inner thoughts. Seeing Liu Ling's demeanor, Gu He remarked with displeasure, "It seems you indeed believe so. Let me clarify. Since her junior sister arrived at the Yunlan Sect, she has never received any impartation from me. Her progress over this month is entirely due to her own efforts." Gu He stated unequivocally. Liu Ling, upon hearing this, looked up in shock, unable to believe this is impossible. He could not fathom how anyone could break through a major realm in a mere month. "If you don't believe me, you can ask your junior sister whether I have imparted any teachings to her this past month," Gu He said dismissively. Unable to contain himself, Liu Ling turned his gaze towards the little medicinal sage, his eyes filled with inquiry. The little medicinal sage, having overheard their conversation and noticing Liu Ling's gaze, did not hold back and candidly replied, "Senior brother, Master speaks the truth. He indeed did not provide me with any teachings this month." Upon receiving the little medicinal sage's confirmation, Liu Ling stood stunned for a moment, then suddenly approached Gu He and knelt down with a thud. "Master, I was wrong," Liu Ling spoke sincerely. Looking at Liu Ling kneeling before him, Gu He felt a flicker of appreciation. This rascal had finally not disappointed him. Subsequently, Gu He maintained a stern expression and asked in a detached manner, "What do you think you did wrong?" Liu Ling, feeling somewhat ashamed, replied, "Master, I should not have questioned you, nor should I have felt jealousy towards my junior sister." Hearing this, Gu He nodded in satisfaction. "You may rise." As Gu He spoke, Liu Ling slowly got to his feet, though a sense of remorse still lingered on his face. Gu He regarded Liu Ling and inquired, "Would you like to know why your junior sister is able to cultivate so rapidly?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ling immediately raised his head to look at Gu He, asking, "Why? Do you know that in this continent, there exists a group of individuals who are born with extraordinary physiques, enabling them to cultivate at an unparalleled speed?" Gu He explained calmly, "Extraordinary physique?" Liu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had never heard such a concept before. Could it be that his junior sister was one of them? Liu Ling suddenly recalled something, casting a shocked glance at the little medicinal sage. "Indeed, your junior sister possesses an extraordinary physique." Gu He confirmed Liu Ling's unvoiced thoughts. In this world, an array of extraordinary physiques exists. For instance, one may be born with a heart as exquisite as a seven-orifice exquisite elixir, destined for alchemy, effortlessly grasping various insights into the Tao of pills, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Such an individual is fated to become a legendary pill emperor. Another example could be the innate emerald serpent with 3 floral pupils, capable of commanding serpent-shaped magical beasts with a mere glance. Furthermore, there are those endowed with the calamity poison body, capable of consuming poisons from across the land to swiftly bolster their strength. Having articulated these thoughts, Gu He glanced at the petite medical sage beside him and offered a gentle smile. Upon meeting Gu He's gaze, the little medical sage felt a jolt of astonishment within her heart. She never imagined that there existed in this world someone so akin to herself, possessing an inherently extraordinary physique. Subsequently, Gu He turned his attention to the now dazed Liu Ling and continued, "Moreover, there are individuals who inherently harbor the bloodline of a battle emperor, attaining the realm of battle-sainted birth." Gu He rose with an air of indifference, looking down upon Liu Ling, and proclaimed, "The Douqi Continent is vast and boundless, teeming with prodigies. Ling, what you have witnessed thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg. Do not allow a modicum of achievement to breed arrogance and hubris." Upon hearing Gu He's words, Liu Ling's mind was shaken. 7-orifice exquisite elixir, emerald serpent with 3 floral pupils, calamity poison body, bloodline of a battle emperor. Though these unfamiliar terms were new to him, they resonated deeply within his heart, instilling a sense of awe. It dawned on him that this world harbored an abundance of geniuses. In that moment, Liu Ling felt a complete dissolution of his pride. When he lifted his head, only a glimmer of resolve remained in his eyes. Master, I understand. Liu Ling looked at Gu He, his gaze filled with respect. That is well, Gu He replied calmly. The purpose of my words is not to stifle you. While an extraordinary physique does grant a higher starting point than the average individual, the path of cultivation primarily relies upon diligent practice. As long as you apply yourself, you will surely achieve great accomplishments in the future. At this juncture, Gu He paused and, with a smile, added, furthermore with my guidance and support, as long as you are willing to exert yourself, there is no reason you cannot surpass those with extraordinary physiques. Hearing this, Liu Ling felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, what significance does an extraordinary physique hold? If he could endure the test of time and receiving guidance, why should he not surpass them? With this thought, Liu Ling's confidence was rekindled, and a more resolute gleam filled his eyes. Observing this scene, Gu He inwardly nodded, hoping that this troublesome boy would embrace this lesson and effect a change within himself. Master, may I inquire what extraordinary physique my junior sister possesses? Liu Ling asked, turning his gaze toward the little medical sage, a hint of curiosity in his tone. The matter of extraordinary physiques is of great significance and must not be disclosed lightly. Gu He replied, his brow furrowing with a serious demeanor. The calamity poison body possessed by the little medical sage is of paramount importance. If it were to be revealed, it could invite calamity. At present, I lack the strength to confront such troubles, hence I cannot disclose this to you. Sensing Gu He's grave expression, Liu Ling seemed to grasp the underlying implications and vowed, I understand, Master. I shall never reveal anything regarding my junior sister. Chapter 52, A Thousandfold Return. 200 million gold coins. Upon hearing Liu Ling's response, Gu He nodded faintly. Very well, return quickly and apply some ice heart ointment. Tomorrow we shall continue with your specialized training. Once you break through to the Dome Master Realm, I shall once again impart my teachings to you. The mention of impartation sent a thrill coursing through Liu Ling, who vigorously nodded. I shall obey. Subsequently, he bowed deeply to Gu He, nodded to the little medical sage, and departed from the courtyard. Master, is my senior brother all right? The little medical sage gazed at Liu Ling's retreating figure, a sense of guilt creeping into her heart. Did she perhaps provoke him? In the future, it might be wiser to remain low-key after her own breakthrough, she mused. Fear not. If that boy cannot even endure this slight hardship, he is unlikely to achieve greatness in the future. Gu He waved his hand dismissively before turning his attention to the little medical sage. I have promised that upon your breakthrough to the Dome Master Realm, I shall reward you. Gu He beckoned to the little medical sage, saying, since you have already achieved your breakthrough, I must now fulfill my promise. At his words, the little medical sage's eyes brightened, and she excitedly approached Gu He, observing her slightly exhilarated demeanor. Gu He instinctively felt the urge to impart his teachings, but was suddenly struck by a thought from their last encounter. Today would serve as an opportune moment for an experiment. With that in mind, Gu He refrained from directly imparting his teachings. Instead, he lightly waved his hand over a spatial ring, producing a card adorned with 7 intricate patterns, which appeared in his grasp. Disciple, you possess the calamity poison body and require a substantial intake of poison. While you can apply for a batch of medicinal herbs from the sect each month, if you were to request poison every time, it might raise suspicion. Having said this, Gu He extended the 7-pattern golden card to the little medical sage. This card, bearing 7 patterns, contained 220,000 gold coins. Although this sum was not exorbitant, it should suffice for purchasing poison. The little medical sage stared blankly at the card being offered, momentarily unable to comprehend. Though she was unaware of the significance of the 7-patterned golden card, the sheer amount of 220,000 gold coins was enough to instill a profound shock within her. She had never encountered such a sum before, yet she understood its immense value. Previously, while working at the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan town, she earned a mere 1,000 gold coins in an entire year. As she recalled, the annual revenue of the Wan Yao Zhai barely reached 20,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Was that not equivalent to the annual income of over 100 Wan Yao Zhai? Such a substantial amount left the little medical sage feeling somewhat unsettled. Master, I cannot accept such a vast sum. She hesitated, biting her rosy lip and ultimately rejecting the golden card Gu He presented. Gu He was momentarily taken aback. Why did she refuse? He pondered, perplexed, as this was the first instance of the little medical sage declining his offering. Why? Master, you have imparted to me insights in alchemy, combat techniques, and even gone so far as to bestow upon me your teachings. These are already immeasurable favors. How could I possibly spend my master's money? The little medical sage explained softly. Upon hearing this, Gu He was momentarily stunned. Observing the little medical sage's conflicted expression, he suddenly gained clarity. Perhaps in her eyes, the impartation of skills and techniques by her master was a normal occurrence. This would also explain why she felt justified in accepting the rewards bestowed by Gu He. However, accepting money from her master seemed somewhat inappropriate, transcending the boundaries of teacher and pupil. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the little medical sage ultimately chose to refuse the golden card. With this realization, Gu He couldn't help but wear a wry smile. He regarded the little medical sage, who was bowing her head with an expression resembling that of someone awaiting judgment for a misdeed, and silently chuckled. Silly girl. Gu He reached out to tousle the little medical sage's hair and then directly pressed the golden card into her hand. Master, I. The little medical sage looked down at the golden card in her grasp, a sense of unease welling within her as she attempted to voice her thoughts. Enough. Since it is a gift from your master, simply accept it without overthinking. Gu He shook his head, his tone unusually authoritative. But, master, the little medical sage began, still trying to explain. A gift from an elder must not be refused. Do you intend to defy your master's orders? Gu He said sternly. Then, very well. Seeing that Gu He appeared somewhat displeased, the little medical sage dared not protest further. Once she acquiesced to accept the gift, Gu He finally revealed his customary, refined smile. Child, a mere 2 million gold coins is of no consequence to me. Take it as pocket money from your teacher. Should you require any poison in the future, feel free to procure it in the holy city of Jamma, Gu He gently remarked, ruffling the little physician's hair with a warm smile. Upon hearing his soothing words, the little physician's anxiety gradually dissipated, and she nodded softly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Gu He smiled without uttering a word. Ding! Detected that the host has bestowed 222 million gold coins upon the second disciple, the little physician. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold return, receiving 220 billion gold coins. All gold coins have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. At that moment, a notification echoed in Gu He's mind. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes upon hearing the system's announcement. This method indeed proved effective. However, as he pondered the content of the notification, a hint of astonishment crept into his gaze. 10,000-fold return, 220 billion gold coins. How many coins could that possibly be? In that moment, Gu He found himself momentarily bewildered. A singular thought occupied his mind. Would the sudden influx of such wealth lead to inflation within the Jamma Empire? It was likely that even if the entire empire were sold off, it wouldn't fetch such an amount. Yet, even if inflation were to occur, what concern was it of his? Gu He quickly regained his composure, his thoughts diving into the system space for a brief glance. Contrary to his expectations of a mountain of gold coins, none appeared. A sweeping glance revealed a mysterious purple card floating in the void of the system. With a mere thought, Gu He summoned the purple gold card into his hand. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind. Infinite gold card. Maximum capacity, 20 million gold coins. Remaining gold, 220 billion. Ability, automatic replenishment of gold. After a brief examination, Gu He comprehended the full scope of the card's capabilities. A radiant smile crept upon his lips as he grasped the potential within this purple gold card. Chapter 53, 10,000-fold return, 8th rank golden-winged giant eagle. With a mere thought, a card identical to the one in the little physician's hand materialized in Gu He's grasp. At first glance, both cards appear to be identical 7-pattern purple gold cards. However, when Gu He's consciousness lingered on this card, he could glean information regarding its properties. Infinite gold card. Maximum capacity, 20 million gold coins. Remaining gold, 220 billion gold coins. Ability, automatic replenishment of gold. As he regarded the 7-pattern purple gold card in his hand, a contented smile spread across Gu He's face. He now understood the card's purpose. What thrilled him further was the knowledge that this card contained a staggering 220 billion gold coins. 220 billion. Good heavens. Gu He couldn't help but marvel internally. How on earth would he ever spend it all? With this purple gold card, Gu He had effectively achieved financial freedom. Whether in bustling merchant shops or at extravagant auctions, he could lavishly indulge, purchasing anything he desired without hesitation. This was the joy of wealth. Moreover, Gu He found unexpected relief in the fact that this purple gold card, while merely appearing as a 7-pattern card, visibly contained only 20 million gold coins. Yet, once Gu He exhausts that amount, the card would automatically replenish itself. This feature would remain until he had spent the entirety of the 220 billion gold coins. Gu He couldn't help but marvel at how considerate the system was. Such an ability would alleviate many of Gu He's burdens. After all, the gold capacity of the purple gold card was transparent. Anyone who beheld a card supposedly containing 220 billion gold coins would deem it impossible, perhaps even suspecting it to be a forgery. The setting of the infinite gold card effectively mitigated this concern. It was remarkably convenient. Teacher, what's wrong? Just as Gu He reveled in his newfound wealth, the little physician, noticing his silly grin while holding the purple gold card, cautiously called out to him. Upon hearing her voice, Gu He snapped back to reality, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at his earlier behavior. How embarrassing! Fortunately, Gu He maintained a strong composure. Despite feeling awkward internally, he retained an air of calm. As long as he was not embarrassed, the awkwardness would surely fall upon others. Adhering to this principle, Gu He stowed the card into his spatial ring, slightly raising his head and clearing his throat before addressing the little physician. Next, I shall present you with a second reward. As his words fell, a completely blue monster egg instantly appeared in the palm of Gu He's hand. Oh, is it a monster egg? The little physician exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of the egg. Gu He nodded with a smile, explaining, indeed, this is a 5th-rank monster egg, and it is the second reward from your teacher. A 5th-rank monster egg. The little physician's face lit up with astonishment. The value of the 5th-rank monster egg was certainly on par with that of the purple gold card. Soon, joy sparkled in her eyes, for since childhood, she had longed to have a monster as a pet to accompany her. While in Qingshan town, she had a close bond with a blue eagle that even took her soaring through the skies. Yet she understood that the blue eagle could not be considered her pet, as it had its own life and could not be by her side at all times. Their relationship resembled that of friends. Now receiving a 5th-rank monster pet, the little physician was naturally elated. With excitement dancing in her eyes, she looked at Gu He and asked, Teacher, what kind of monster is this 5th-rank monster egg? Gu He replied with a gentle smile, This is the egg of a 5th-rank iron-winged giant eagle, a flying monster. Upon hearing this, excitement radiated from the little physician's face, nearly compelling her to leap with joy. She had always dreamed of having a flying monster as a pet, allowing her to soar freely through the skies atop her companion. Do you like it? Gu He inquired, observing the little physician's exhilaration, a slight smile gracing his lips. I love it, teacher. I adore it. The little physician eagerly nodded, her enthusiasm unwavering. In her heart, she envisioned returning to Qingshan town to find her little blue, so her new pet would have a companion. As the little physician basked in her delight over acquiring a pet, a system notification echoed in Gu He's mind simultaneously. Ding! Detected that the host has granted the second disciple, the little physician, a 5th-rank iron-winged giant eagle monster egg. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold return, obtaining an 8th-rank golden-winged giant eagle monster egg. The 8th-rank golden-winged giant eagle monster egg has been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. Upon hearing the system notification, Gu He felt a surge of exhilaration. A 10,000-fold return, an 8th-rank golden-winged giant eagle monster egg. A 5th-rank monster egg had astonishingly exchanged for an 8th-rank monster egg. At that moment, Gu He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Seeing the little physician cradling the iron-winged giant eagle monster egg in her arms, lost at her joy, Gu He wasted no time in immersing himself in the system space. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a golden giant egg suspended in the void. The golden egg was engraved with intricate runes, emanating a dazzling golden light. Is this the egg of an 8th-rank monster? Indeed, it is no ordinary egg. The radiant glow and grandeur were unmistakable. Ding! May I inquire whether the host has entered into a master-servant contract with the golden winged rock? Just as Gu He's consciousness approached the resplendent golden egg, the System S prompt resonated in his mind. Gu He was momentarily taken aback, and then he recalled the little medical fairy still outside. Without hesitation, he declined the system's request. However, at the very instant Gu He made contact with the golden egg, a wealth of information regarding the golden winged rock. An 8th-tier magical beast flooded his mind. The golden winged rock, a creature of colossal proportions, once fully matured, could unfurl its wings to blot out the sun. Furthermore, among 8th-tier magical beasts, its speed of flight ranked among the elite. Additionally, as a beast of the gold attribute, its bones resembled indestructible adamantine, boasting unparalleled defenses, and it could unleash devastating golden sword chi from its maw. With this newfound knowledge of the golden-winged rock's attributes, Gu He could hardly contain his joy. He had truly struck gold this time. This rock was not only capable of defense and offense, but also possessed remarkable speed, rendering it a veritable all-purpose companion. Most importantly, as an 8th-tier magical beast, once hatched, it would inherently possess the strength equivalent to a pinnacle 6th-tier entity, comparable to a human at the 9-star Dou Huang level. Chapter 54, 20 Years of Cultivation. A creature with the power to rival that of the 9-star, Dou Huang, was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Gu He at this juncture. The mere thought of this, while gazing at the golden egg suspended in the void, filled Gu He with elation. Then, recalling the little medical fairy outside, he swiftly composed himself, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from the system space. Upon his return, Gu He noticed the little medical fairy still engrossed in her study of the magical beast egg, her excitement palpable. It seemed that this girl was even more thrilled than he was. With a slight sigh of admiration, Gu He cleared his throat and addressed her. Disciple, please stow away the egg. I have a third reward to present to you. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy reluctantly placed the magical beast egg into her spatial ring and promptly squatted before her master. A smile graced Gu He's lips as he beckoned her closer. The little medical fairy obediently nodded and slowly squatted down in front of Gu He, her expression adorably earnest as she asked, Master, are you going to bestow upon me your teachings? Gu He nodded slightly, indeed. You must focus your mind and absorb the Douqi I shall impart to you with all your might. If it becomes too overwhelming, do not hesitate to ask me to stop, lest it harm your meridians. Gu He's tone was grave. The little medical fairy nodded. Disciple understands. Gu He stepped forward, positioning himself behind the little medical fairy, and placed his palm against her back. With a focused thought, he activated the transmission technique, channeling his Douqi into her body. The little medical fairy crouched on the ground, her heart filled with anticipation. She wondered just how far her cultivation would advance after this transmission. Lost in thought, she was suddenly taken aback as an immense wave of pure energy surged into her being. Caught off guard, she let out a soft gasp. It hurts. Once she regained her composure, she gritted her teeth and, following Gu He's instructions, began to fully absorb the pure energy flowing into her. Under the infusion of this potent energy, the Douqi cyclone within her rapidly reached its capacity. With a resounding thud, her aura shifted, successfully breaking through to the next level. 2-star Dome Master. In just a few breaths, the little medical fairy, having recently ascended to the Dome Master realm, managed to break through again, reaching the level of a 2-star Dome Master. Thankfully, at this moment, Liu Ling had already departed. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would undoubtedly deal her a severe blow. Seeing the little medical fairy gritting her teeth in determination, Gu He continued to impart pure power into her. Moments later, another unusual sound emanated from her, and her aura transformed once more. 3-star Dome Master. At this juncture, she had achieved the strength of a 3-star Dome Master. Although her complexion was pale, feeling the surge of power within her, a smile unexpectedly graced the little medical fairy's lips. I must persist. I must endure. She fervently encouraged herself. After a little while, with another resounding thud, she broke through once more, successfully attaining the realm of a 4-star Dome Master. Yet, with this latest breakthrough, the little medical fairy could no longer hold on, exclaiming, Master, I can't go on. Please stop. Feeling the tearing pain radiating through her meridians. Sensing the threat of rupture, she urgently called out. Upon hearing her voice, Gu He realized she had reached her limit and immediately ceased the transmission. At that very moment, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host imparting 1.5 days of cultivation to the second disciple. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 5,000-fold return, totaling 20 years of cultivation. The 20 years of cultivation have been allocated to the system space. Please check. 5,000-fold return. 20 years of cultivation. Gu He felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. Absorbing this 20 years of cultivation would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. Observing the little medical fairy, who was still crouched before him with her eyes tightly shut, digesting the energy within her, Gu He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. During this period, the little girl had indeed benefited from the jade bone powder, demonstrating its efficacy in refining her physique. She had managed to endure a day and a half of his power. For Gu He, even an additional half-day of cultivation, once returned by the system, constituted a significant leap in strength. This was precisely why he insisted his disciples continually refine their bodies. As their physical strength improved, they could endure longer during such transmissions. If they could hold on just a bit longer, it would translate into a substantial enhancement of his own power. With this in mind, Gu He silently resolved to intensify his efforts in bolstering their physical strength. The little medical fairy was faring well, consuming toxins daily to achieve excellent body refinement. Gu He's current focus was on the special training of Liu Ling, noticing that the little medical fairy showed no signs of awakening anytime soon. Gu He's mind shifted, and he promptly entered the system space. Upon surveying the area, he discovered, in addition to the golden egg, A new spherical white orb of light had appeared. Gazing at the white orb, a spark of excitement flickered in Gu He's eyes. This orb contained the essence of 20 years of cultivation. If he could fully absorb it, he might very well break through to the level of a 9-star Dou Huang. After a moment of exhilaration, Gu He gradually calmed himself and withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Upon returning to his physical form, he found the little medical fairy still unawakened. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he settled into the pavilion, poured himself a cup of tea, and patiently awaited her awakening. Half an hour later, the little medical fairy stirred, slowly opening her eyes. She glanced at Gu He in the pavilion and then sensed her own cultivation, a look of exhilaration spreading across her face. "Master, I've broken through. I'm now a 4-star Dome Master," she exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed," Gu He replied, a smile breaking across his face at her exuberance. Subsequently, the little medical fairy rushed to sit across from Gu He, poured him a cup of tea, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I toast to you with this cup of tea." "Very well," Gu He said, looking fondly at the little medical fairy as they gently clinked their cups together. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, prepare me some chicken soup more often." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy resolutely declared, "Master has worked hard. From now on, I will make chicken soup for you every day." Satisfied, Gu He nodded, a sense of joy blooming within him. His greatest delight was savoring a bowl of chicken soup prepared by the little medical fairy. Drinking chicken soup was indeed a delightful affair. Chapter 55. The Pinnacle of 8-star Dou Huang. "Master, how can this magical beast egg be hatched?" The little medical fairy, cradling the iron-winged giant eagle's magical beast egg in her arms with great affection, inquired. Upon hearing this, Gu He glanced at the blue magical beast egg in her hands, stating, "The iron-winged giant eagle is also classified as a metal attribute magical beast. If you visit the Jayamar Holy City to purchase some metal attribute magic cores to place beside it, once it absorbs the energy from those cores, it should eventually break free from its shell." "Metal attribute magic cores, you say?" The little medical fairy nodded, committing Gu He's advice to memory. "Very well. You should return and solidify your own cultivation first." Thinking of the treasures within his system space, Gu He felt an irresistible urge to commence fusion, prompting him to urge the little medical fairy to depart. Hearing this, the little medical fairy carefully stored the magical beast egg into her spatial ring, then, with a light and melodious voice, said, "Then, Master, I shall take my leave." Gu He nodded slightly, replying, "Emmett, go ahead." Once the little medical fairy had departed, Gu He could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly made his way to the alchemy room. With a thought, he swiftly set up a barrier around the alchemy room. After completing this task, he gradually settled into the center of the room. After adjusting his state of mind, Gu He immersed himself in the system space. Then, he silently intoned, "System, commence the fusion of 20 years of cultivation." As Gu He's words fell, the colorless orb that had been suspended in the void within the system space transformed into a dazzling beam of light, shooting directly into Gu He's body. Boom! As this brilliant light entered Gu He's being, he felt a muffled sound emanating from within, followed by an immense surge of energy flooding through him. This energy was overwhelmingly dominant, surging through his body like a tornado, sweeping through his limbs and bones. A piercing pain shot through him, and Gu He's complexion turned pale in an instant. Following this, employing the method from before, he summoned his innate divine fire at the moment the energy entered his body. Compared to this energy, the might of the innate divine fire was even more formidable. The moment they met, it directly dispersed the overwhelming energy. Subsequently, Gu He deftly controlled the scattered energy, guiding it into his dantian. As increasing amounts of energy flowed into his dantian, the aura emanating from Gu He grew increasingly robust. Moments later, the density of the fighting spirit within his dantian was several times more potent than it had been prior to his cultivation. In such a brief span of time, it was equivalent to nearly half a year of arduous training. This sensation left Gu He utterly entranced. Now, he was remarkably proficient in refining energy, and since this energy was exceedingly pure, it required little time for him to condense it. His task was merely to disperse the energy and smoothly guide it into his dantian. I wonder, after absorbing all of this energy, to what heights will my cultivation rise? However, while this rapid enhancement is indeed swift, it may also render my fighting spirit unstable and my foundation unbalanced, necessitating considerable time to solidify my cultivation in the future. Immersed in the ecstasy of his cultivation surge, Gu He remained calm and collected, quietly absorbing and refining the energy. As time passed, soon half an hour had elapsed. At that moment, When Gu He once again directed a strand of dispersed energy into his dantian, the fighting spirit within him began to whirl in an astonishing manner, while his aura surged dramatically. Boom! With a muffled sound resonating from within, a terrifying pressure erupted uncontrollably from his being. This pressure swept outward, penetrating through the special walls of the alchemy room, ultimately being obstructed by the barrier outside. 5-star Dou Huang. At this moment, Gu He's cultivation had ascended to the realm of 5-star Dou Huang. Yet this was not the end. Within Gu He's body, a significant amount of energy remained. He had absorbed less than 1/10 of the total energy. With the breakthrough invigorating him further, Gu He continued to absorb the energy within. As time progressed, his cultivation experienced further breakthroughs. Boom! An hour later, the oppressive pressure erupted once more. 6-star Dou Huang. At this moment, he had ascended to the level of 6-star Dou Huang. As even more energy surged into Gu He's body, his aura continued to swell. After another hour, another muffled sound emanated from within him. 7-star Dou Huang. Then, after a little over an hour, boom, Gu He's aura underwent yet another transformation. 8-star Dou Huang. At this moment, Gu He had finally reached the pinnacle of 8-star Dou Huang. With this breakthrough, the energy within Gu He was finally consumed entirely. In the next moment, Gu He's eyes slowly opened. Within his dark irises, purple flames flickered to life. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure erupted forth uncontrollably, surging towards the barrier outside. Boom! Crack! Under the impact of this pressure, the barrier outside appeared somewhat fragile, revealing cracks here and there. Witnessing this scene, Gu He's expression shifted, hastily retracting his aura. After several breaths, his gaze gradually returned to calmness. Is this the power of 8-star Dou Huang? Gu He slowly spread his arms, feeling the immense strength within him. A faint smile gracing his lips. The sensation of such a sudden surge in power brought him immense comfort. However, with such a rapid breakthrough, his fighting spirit inevitably felt somewhat unstable. Sensing the condition of his fighting spirit, Gu He furrowed his brows slightly. Then, with a thought, he activated the Divine Fire Body Refinement technique. Next, the innate Divine Fire gradually enveloped him, slowly encasing his entire body. As the Divine Fire enveloped him, even penetrating into his limbs and bones, Gu He felt a piercing pain. At that moment, it was as if he were being subjected to the flames of a furnace. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable agony, Gu He endured as the innate Divine Fire coursed through him. For a full 3 hours, the innate Divine Fire gradually dissipated. Afterwards, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, a strand of purple flame flickering within them. After assessing the condition within him, a satisfied expression appeared on Gu He's face. The Divine Fire Body Refinement technique was indeed wondrous, thanks to the preceding Divine Fire Refinement. The instability in his fighting spirit caused by his rapid cultivation surge had been completely resolved. Feeling the dense and pure power within him, Gu He finally wore a look of contentment. Chapter 56. Nalan Yanran's Frustration. Within the alchemy room, after solidifying his cultivation thoroughly, Gu He once again returned to the system space. Subsequently, he directed a strand of his consciousness toward the golden giant egg suspended in the void. Ding! Does the host wish to sign a master-servant contract with the golden feather giant eagle? As Gu He's consciousness approached, the system's prompt echoed softly in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu He declared, "Sign the master-servant contract." As his words fell, a drop of crimson blood suddenly separated from Gu He's body, drifting towards the golden giant egg in the void. Gu He was momentarily taken aback. As the crimson blood left his body, he felt a tinge of fatigue. This is my essence blood. In the next moment, the drop of essence blood landed upon the surface of the golden giant egg. Caw! At that instant, the golden giant egg erupted into a blinding golden light. In a faint whisper, Gu He seemed to hear a sharp cry of an eagle resonating in the air. Blood, dripping onto the golden giant egg, suddenly emitted a crimson glow, which then coalesced into a blood-red mark, slowly seeping into the golden egg. After a brief moment, Gu He's expression subtly shifted. He felt an extraordinarily delicate connection established between himself and the golden egg. He sensed that within the egg, a life was being nurtured. The essence of this nascent life appeared to sense his presence, transmitting threads of familiarity and affection. Had he succeeded? Feeling this profound connection, Gu He's demeanor softened, a smile gracing his face. Unable to restrain himself, he divided a fragment of his consciousness to approach the giant egg, seeking to establish a gentle communion with the faint awareness within. At that moment, Gu He sensed a vague message emanating from the egg. Do you require energy to hatch? Quickly grasping the meaning behind the egg's thoughts, a contemplative expression flitted across his brow. The golden feathered eagle was undoubtedly a creature of pure golden elemental affinity. It seemed that the energy it sought was merely a golden elemental core or other precious treasures of the same attribute. It appeared that another journey to the city of Jaiamar was in order, Gu He murmured to himself, soothing the giant egg before slowly withdrawing his consciousness from the system space. He then exited the alchemy chamber, unfurling his wings and soaring directly towards the city of Jaiamar. Upon arriving in the city of Jaiamar, Gu He made his way straight to the middle auction house. There, he presented his infinite gold card and proceeded to sweep clean all golden elemental cores of 4th rank and above, as well as all other golden elemental treasures within the auction house. Following this, he visited various shops throughout the city, adopting the same assertive demeanor, clearing out all treasures of 4th rank or higher that bore the golden attribute. In addition to the golden treasures, Gu He also procured a considerable amount of other necessary medicinal materials, such as the ingredients for the blood ignition powder and jade-bone powder used by Liu Ling and Xiao Yan to refine their bodies. Having resolved to increase Liu Ling's dosage, Gu He naturally needed to prepare ample materials. After completing these tasks, he did not linger in the city of Jaiamar, but instead flew back to Yunlan Sect. Soon, within the alchemy chamber, Gu He placed all the golden treasures he had acquired into the system space. He then followed suit, entering the system space with his consciousness. Subsequently, he divided a strand of his awareness once more to communicate with the giant egg. Moments later, the golden giant egg erupted in a dazzling and brilliant golden radiance. As this golden light appeared, a subtle devouring force suddenly surged forth from within the egg. The target of this devouring force was undoubtedly the golden treasures Gu He had stored within the system space. He watched as streams of golden light began to emanate from these treasures, gradually drifting towards the golden egg, ultimately merging into its essence. Gu He could feel that the egg, having absorbed the energy from these golden treasures, seemed to exhibit signs of excitement. The rate at which the egg consumed energy was not rapid. Gu He estimated it would take approximately 10 days to fully absorb this batch of golden treasures. After spending some time within the system space, Gu He slowly exited. He then summoned the Dragon Soul Cauldron and commenced the refinement of blood ignition powder and jade-bone powder. At this juncture, enhancing the physical strength of his disciples was of paramount importance, second only to his personal cultivation. Before long, another week had passed. At the summit of Yunlan Sect, within the courtyard, 2 figures clad in white were engaged in a splendid display of martial arts, exchanging blows in a spirited manner. With a final clash of palms, Nalan Yanran exhaled a breath of exertion. Raising her hand, "Sister Xian, let's take a break." Hearing this, the petite figure opposite her, Xiao Yan, smiled gently and replied, "All right." Observing Xiao Yan's composed demeanor, Nalan Yanran felt a twinge of frustration. During this period, their frequent sparring sessions had placed considerable pressure on her due to Xiao Yan's formidable prowess. Consequently, Nalan Yanran had intensified her training more than ever. Just 3 days prior, she had finally achieved a breakthrough, elevating her cultivation to that of a 5-star fighter. She had expected that with this advancement, she would be able to gain a slight upper hand against Xiao Yan with her refined techniques. However, to her dismay, during their subsequent practice, she sensed an even greater pressure emanating from Xiao Yan, whose strength had become increasingly inscrutable. Gu He, the elder, had evidently returned with an extraordinarily gifted disciple. Nalan Yanran mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, while she was feeling stifled, Xiao Yan was experiencing even greater discomfort. The disparity in their cultivation levels was widening, and during their bouts, Xiao Yan was cautious not to injure her opponent, carefully suppressing her own strength for fear of inadvertently harming Nalan Yanran. Through this period of training, Xiao Yan had indeed reaped substantial rewards, not to mention her mastery over the internal fighting spirit, which had reached an extraordinary level. She could now engage in combat without exerting an ounce more strength than necessary, a skill honed under the pressure from Nalan Yanran. "Sister Xian, I must visit the imperial capital shortly. Are you free to accompany me?" The two sat in a pavilion, enjoying tea and pastries when Nalan Yanran suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan recalled her dwindling supply of poison and the unhatched egg of the iron-winged giant eagle. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly nodded. "Sister, I have some matters to attend to as well, so I will accompany you." "Excellent. Let's set off now," Nalan Yanran replied, a smile gracing her lips as she stood and took Xiao Yan's hand, leading her towards the entrance of Yunlan Sect. Chapter 57. Sister, your teacher is truly kind to you. Sister, why must you dress like this while entering the city? At the entrance of Jiamar City, Xiao Yan regarded Nalan Yanran, who was draped in a white cloak with a puzzled expression. In response, Nalan Yanran's lovely face displayed a hint of helplessness. It's to avoid being recognized by acquaintances and reported to my father. As she spoke, a scowl crossed her features. Ever since I unilaterally withdrew from the engagement with the Xiao family without my family's consent, my father and grandfather have been furious, sending people to Yunlan Sect multiple times to summon me back. I certainly won T return. They would just scold me again. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's explanation, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to understanding. I see. During their time together, she had gleaned some insights regarding the engagement matter from Nalan Yanran. While she felt that Nalan Yanran's hasty withdrawal was somewhat improper, she understood that her sister had never met her fiancé and harbored no affection for him, especially since he was a waste without the ability to cultivate. Thinking of Nalan Yanran's future happiness, Xiao Yan naturally supported her sister's decision. I truly cannot comprehend why my father and grandfather insist on my marrying that Xiao Yan. Because of this, I no longer dare return home, Nalan Yanran said, a look of discontent clouding her features. Observing Nalan Yanran's troubled demeanor, Xiao Yan quickly offered comfort. Perhaps they were just momentarily angry. In time, they will surely forgive you. Sister, Nalan Yanran sighed, I hope so. As they approached the entrance, it was their turn to enter the city. Nalan Yanran, seeing it was their moment, grasped Xiao Yan's hand and led her into Jiamar City. Sister, where are we heading now? On the bustling street, Xiao Yan followed closely behind Nalan Yanran. Her curiosity piqued. To the middle auction house. That is where I will procure what I need, Nalan Yanran replied. Oh, the little healer answered with a soft and endearing tone, closely trailing behind her companion. It was her first time entering the majestic city of Gama, and she felt somewhat anxious, fearing she might lose her way. Moments later, the pair arrived before a grand edifice, emblazoned with the words Middle Auction House. Junior sister, let us enter, Nalan Yanran suggested, leading the little healer directly into the inner sanctum of the middle family. Greetings. May I inquire if you require assistance? A fair-skinned maid promptly approached them as they entered the hall. Nalan Yanran replied coolly, I wish to purchase some items. Please follow me, esteemed guests. The maid responded with a respectful demeanor. The two followed her to a reception area where a middle-aged man was seated. Upon hearing their intentions, he approached Nalan Yanran and the little healer with enthusiasm, inquiring, what would you like to purchase? Nalan Yanran, cloaked and with a frigid voice, stated, I wish to acquire 10 vials of jade skin elixir. Jade skin elixir, understood. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned his gaze towards the little healer, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Before the little healer could speak, Nalan Yanran leaned closer and whispered, Junior sister, would you also like to purchase some jade skin elixir? It is a second-tier elixir. After your daily cultivation, a single vial during your bath would not only nourish your skin, but also slightly enhance your cultivation speed. Jade skin elixir? The little healer blinked, then shook her head, saying, Sister, I do not require it. Nalan Yanran was taken aback, but then recalled something and whispered, Do not worry, sister. I shall treat you. She assumed that the little healer was reluctant due to financial constraints. However, after uttering those words, Nalan Yanran felt a pang in her heart. Her current situation was far from her past. She could no longer simply ask her family for money. Since her annulment with Xiao Yan, she had refrained from returning home, and her car balance was a mere 200,000 gold coins. The jade skin elixir cost 10,000 gold coins per vial, and if she treated the little healer, she would soon find herself impoverished. Yet, the little healer, upon hearing her words, merely shook her head again. Sister, I truly do not need it. After saying this, she retrieved several vials of jade bone powder from her spatial ring. My teacher has given me plenty of jade bone powder. I typically use this for my baths. Jade bone powder. Nalan Yanran was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the vials presented by the little healer, her lips twitching slightly. As a member of one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, she had certainly heard of jade bone powder. It was classified as a 4th-tier medicinal concoction, known not only for its ability to enhance skin and beauty, but also for promoting cultivation and fortifying the body. Moreover, a single vial of jade bone powder cost nearly 150,000 gold coins. In terms of both effectiveness and price, jade bone powder vastly overshadowed jade skin elixir. Most importantly, the jade bone powder in the little healer's possession was personally refined by the esteemed Dan King, Gu He. Junior sister, your teacher is indeed very generous to you, Nalan Yanran remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. The little healer, not pondering much on it, nodded in agreement. My teacher is the kindest person in this world to me. The steward, overhearing their conversation and noticing the vials in the little healer's hands, was equally astonished. To bathe with jade bone powder, it seemed this young lady's background was extraordinary. However, he discreetly refrained from further questioning the little healer and instead turned his attention back to Nalan Yanran, saying, "Miss, please hold on for a moment. I will fetch the jade skin elixir for you." At that moment, the little healer suddenly remembered something and inquired, "Do you have any gold attribute magic cores?" Upon hearing this, the steward paused and smiled. "Yes, we certainly have gold attribute magic cores. May I ask what level you are seeking?" A peculiar thought crossed the steward's mind. Gold attribute magic cores had become quite popular lately. He vividly recalled a week prior when a patron had cleared out all the 4th-tier magic cores from the auction house. It seemed that not just the middle auction house, but other various shops had similarly been emptied of 4th-tier and higher gold attribute magic cores. That patron must have been quite wealthy. Are gold attribute magic cores expensive? The little healer hesitantly asked. With 220,000 gold coins on her card, she was uncertain of which level of magic core she could afford. The steward was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this guest did not possess as much wealth as the previous one. He proceeded to explain the prices of the gold attribute magic cores. A 1st-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 3,000 gold coins each. A 2nd-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 8,000 gold coins each. A 3rd-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 15,000 gold coins each. A 4th-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 30,000 gold coins each. A 5th-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 100,000 gold coins each. A 6th-tier gold attribute magic core is priced at 300,000 gold coins each. Soon, the steward had shared the prices for each level of gold attribute magic core. He then looked at the little healer and asked, "What level of magic core would you like to purchase?" After a moment of contemplation, the little healer slowly responded, "Please provide me with 3 5th-tier magic cores." The steward was taken aback, then scrutinized the little healer once more. "Well, it appears this young lady is not short on funds," he thought, to request 5th-tier magic cores right off the bat. It was no wonder she could afford to bathe with jade bone powder. Fortunately, he had managed to gather a few gold attribute magic cores over the past week. Otherwise, he would not have been able to meet her request today. Quickly regaining his composure, the steward respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will retrieve them for you." After the steward departed, Nalan Yanran stared at the little healer in astonishment and queried, "Junior sister, why are you purchasing so many 5th-tier magic cores? Even if you're refining pills, you shouldn't need such high-tier magic cores, should you?" In Nalan Yanran's view, the little healer's purchase of gold attribute magic cores was primarily for alchemy. However, 5th-tier magic cores were usually materials for 5th-grade medicinal pills. She was puzzled as to why the little healer would invest in such expensive 5th-tier gold attribute magic cores. Hesitating for a moment, the little healer retrieved the magic beast egg of the iron-winged giant eagle from her spatial ring. "Sister, my teacher gifted me a 5th-tier magic beast egg. I inquired with him, and he informed me that this magic beast egg is of the gold attribute. Therefore, I must acquire gold attribute magic cores for it to absorb in order to hatch it," she explained gently while holding the blue magic beast egg. Nalan Yanran was rendered speechless as she gazed at the 5th-tier magic beast egg in the little healer's hands. This was a 5th-tier magic beast egg. It must be worth several million gold coins. Did Elder Gu He truly bestow such a gift upon his disciples? A wave of envy washed over Nalan Yanran as she looked at the magic beast egg. Elder Gu He was exceedingly generous to his students. Her own teacher had never bestowed such lavish gifts upon her. Reflecting on the earlier jade bone powder, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but express, "Junior sister, I truly envy you. Elder Gu He is remarkably kind to you." Hearing this, the little healer's face lit up with a smile of agreement. "My teacher has always treated me wonderfully, showering me with many gifts each month. This 5th-tier magic beast egg was a gift he presented to me a week ago." Cradling the magic beast egg, the little healer wore a sweet smile. "Oh, how enviable," Nalan Yanran thought, feeling an increasing sense of jealousy as she observed the little healer's blissful expression. The little healer caressed the magic beast egg for a while before tenderly placing it back into her spatial ring. Soon, the steward returned, holding 2 exquisite bags filled with items. "Esteemed guest, here are your 10 bottles of jade skin elixir, totaling 100,000 gold coins." The steward presented an exquisite bag before Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran gracefully extended her delicate hand to accept the bag, subsequently retrieving a purple gold card to give to the steward. Upon examining the 3-striped purple gold card, the steward's regard for Nalan Yanran elevated considerably. Only individuals of the Great Dome Master level could acquire such a card. It seemed this young lady herself may not possess the prowess of a great Dou master. Her family's background must be extraordinary. The steward then turned his attention to the little medical fairy. With a gentle smile, she too produced a purple gold card, a gift from Elder Gu He. Witnessing the little medical fairy present a similar card only reinforced the steward's conviction that their origins were remarkable. However, the next moment, the steward's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the 7-striped purple gold card being offered by the little medical fairy, prompting an involuntary gasp. A 7-striped purple gold card. The steward's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly bowed slightly towards the little medical fairy, his demeanor infused with utmost respect. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge. The steward's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Having attained his position through rigorous training, he recalled a directive from the upper echelons of the Mitre family. Anyone entering the Mitre auction house with a purple gold card must be treated with exceptional reverence. He remembered a senior once stating that if someone possessed a 7-striped purple gold card, they should be treated with the same respect accorded to the family head. After all, even the Mitre family could not afford to offend those who held such prestigious cards. The steward felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that any misstep might provoke the ire of this esteemed guest. Offending a holder of a 7-striped purple gold card could very well spell his doom. What? A 7-striped purple gold card? Nalan Yanran, overhearing the steward's exclamation, couldn't help but feel her pupils constrict slightly. A 7-striped purple gold card was a privilege reserved for Dou Huang level experts or 5th-tier alchemists. Could it be that this was also a gift from Elder Gu He to her junior? Noticing Nalan Yanran's gaze, the little medical fairy beamed sweetly. This too was a gift from my teacher. She then turned her attention back to the now deferential steward. No need for that. We shall be leaving shortly. Suddenly, the little medical fairy recalled something and inquired, "Do you have any poisonous herbs?" Poisonous herbs? The steward paused momentarily, taken aback. Realizing he had not comprehended her query, the little medical fairy elaborated, "I mean herbs that contain potent toxins." The steward quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, indeed, we have those." The little medical fairy politely requested, "Could you please fetch me some 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier poisonous herbs?" The steward, neglecting his earlier bewilderment, promptly responded, "Of course. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them immediately." The steward returned swiftly, presenting the requested items. "Esteemed guest, here are the metallic magic nuclei and the poisonous herbs you sought, totaling 1,300,000 gold coins. However, with your 7-striped purple gold card, you are entitled to a 20% discount, bringing the final amount to 1,040,000 gold coins. You originally had 2,200,000 gold coins on your card, so after the deduction, you now have 1,116,000 gold coins remaining." He handed the items to the little medical fairy, meticulously calculating the figures. The little medical fairy accepted the 2 bag with a smile and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Nalan Yanran, upon hearing the steward's words, was momentarily stunned. 2,200,000 gold coins, my heavens. She glanced at the serene little medical fairy and murmured inwardly, "Junior sister, I truly envy you. Senior sister, do you wish to purchase anything else?" After inspecting her purchases, the little medical fairy stored them in her spatial ring and turned to the somewhat peculiar Nalan Yanran. At this, Nalan Yanran snapped back to reality and shook her head. "No, let us return." The little medical fairy nodded, indeed. With that, the two departed the Mitre auction house, escorted respectfully by the steward. However, shortly after Nalan Yanran and the little medical fairy exited the Mitre auction house, a middle-aged man stealthily followed them out, his eyes glinting with a cold malice as he observed their retreating figures. 7-striped purple gold card, 5th-tier magical beast egg. It appears we have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. After leaving the Mitre auction house, Nalan Yanran and the little medical fairy did not linger in the Jama Empire city, but made their way directly to the city gates. After a brief wait in line, they gradually stepped through the gates and headed back towards the Yunlan Sect. "Senior sister, what type of magical beast egg did Elder Gu He gift you?" As they walked together, Nalan Yanran turned to the little medical fairy and inquired. The little medical fairy replied, "It is a steel-winged giant eagle." Nalan Yanran's eyes widened in surprise. "A flying magical beast, indeed." With a hint of envy, Nalan Yanran remarked, "Junior sister, when the steel-winged giant eagle hatches, you must take me out to explore." In response, the little medical fairy's face lit up with anticipation as she nodded at Nalan Yanran. "Of course. I will take you to my hometown, Qingshan town. There's a beautiful valley there that you will surely adore." Qingshan town, Nalan Yanran murmured. Having grown up in Jama Empire City, she had rarely ventured beyond its borders. And apart from her previous trip to Wutan City to annul her engagement, she had little knowledge of Qingshan town. Ah, in Qingshan town I have a friend, a blue eagle, that I intend to bring back to the Yunlan Sect. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the little medical fairy's eyes. Having been away from her hometown for so long, she felt a deep yearning. She resolved that once her strength grew, she would return to Qingshan town on her own. All right, I will accompany you when the time comes. Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She seldom ventured out and felt a yearning for the world beyond. As they continued their conversation, they unknowingly entered a dense forest, the most direct route back to the Yunlan Sect. Nalan Yanran had previously traversed this path with the little medical fairy. Suddenly, the little medical fairy sensed something amiss and abruptly halted. Noticing her sudden stop, Nalan Yanran asked with concern, "What is it, junior sister?" "I sense something is not right," the little medical fairy replied. Perhaps due to her frequent forays into the magical Beast Mountain range during her time in Qingshan town, her awareness of environmental changes was far more acute than others. At this moment, upon hearing Nalan Yanran's inquiry, the little medical fairy expressed her doubts. "Senior sister, when we came here, it was not this quiet. Now that we are returning, it is eerily silent. Not even a bird's call can be heard. It seems rather strange." Nalan Yanran's expression shifted slightly, and she scanned the surrounding forest with a serious demeanor. Indeed, something is off. The little medical fairy proposed, "Senior sister, for the sake of safety, should we take another route?" As Nalan Yanran was about to nod in agreement, her expression suddenly changed. Before them, from masked figures emerged, hastily approaching them. "Junior sister, let's flee." Nalan Yanran's face paled at the sight, and she grasped the little medical fairy's hand, urgently making their way back toward Jama Empire City. However, they had not run far before they halted, Nalan Yanran's countenance growing grim as two more masked men appeared before them. At this moment, the four masked figures from behind caught up, enclosing Nalan Yanran and the little medical fairy in a tight circle. Didn't he expect these two little girls to be quite alert? Fortunate for us that we were prepared, or you would have truly slipped away. The middle-aged man who had appeared earlier at the miter auction house regarded Nalan Yanran and the little medical fairy with a cold smirk. "Who are you?" Nalan Yanran's expression subtly shifted beneath her cloak, her tone sharp as she declared, "Have you considered the consequences of daring to strike at us?" The middle-aged man sneered. "I am well aware that you are not ordinary individuals. After all, the 7-patterned purple gold card and the 5th-order beast egg are not items that just anyone can possess. However, did not your elders advise you on the wisdom of not flaunting wealth when you ventured out?" His expression turned menacing as he continued, "Hand over your treasures obediently, and perhaps I shall grant you a chance at survival." The other masked figures also regarded Nalan Yanran and the little medicinal sage with malicious grins. Among them, the middle-aged man and another masked individual possessed the strength of a 1-star Dou master, while the remaining members were all 7-star and 8-star Dou fighters. Such power, it seemed, made it effortless to subdue two naive young girls. Feeling the pressure from the group, Nalan Yanran's complexion changed, and she inwardly regretted not bringing Elder Gu He along. It appeared they were in grave danger. In contrast to Nalan Yanran, the little medicinal sage displayed a remarkable calmness. "If I hand over our treasures, will you let us leave safely?" she inquired slowly, gazing at the middle-aged man. "Of course," he retorted with a chuckle. "We are merely after wealth." However, the other masked individuals exchanged glances filled with mockery, for they understood this was a ruse often employed by their leader to lower the target's guard. These two young girls were clearly of extraordinary origin, and allowing them to escape would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. Thus, they had no intention of letting the girls leave unharmed. Upon hearing the masked men's words, a glimmer of determination flashed in the little medicinal sage's eyes. Having dealt with mercenaries for an extended period, she was far from as naive as she appeared. Unbeknownst to the masked figures, a jade vial had suddenly appeared in her hand, which she quietly opened, releasing a colorless gas that began to disperse. "Nalan Yanran, do not trust them," she urged, sensing the danger. Although she was inexperienced, she recognized that these individuals were not benign and feared that surrendering their treasures would not guarantee their safety. The little medicinal sage wore a seemingly innocent smile as she responded, "Sister, they said they seek wealth. Our teacher taught us that money is but an external possession. Since they desire it, we should give it to them." With that, she began to slowly remove the spatial ring from her finger. "You mustn't deceive us," she said, extending the ring toward the middle-aged man with an air of innocence. "Of course not. We brothers always keep our word," he promised readily, stepping forward to accept the spatial ring from the little medicinal sage. As he observed her innocent demeanor, he mused inwardly about granting this little girl a swift end. However, he failed to notice the glint of cold light flickering within her eyes. At the moment, the middle-aged man reached out, the little medicinal sage struck with sudden ferocity. The profound Dou Chi of a 4-star Dome Master swiftly converged in her palm. Layered wave palm. Before the middle-aged man could react, a fierce palm strike landed squarely on his chest. Ah! He screamed in agony, his body hurtling backward for several meters before crashing into a tree, ultimately collapsing unconscious. The entire scene transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned by the little medicinal sage's abrupt attack. It was only after the middle-aged man fell unconscious that the masked figures regained their senses. "Kill her," commanded another masked Dome Master, and the rest lunged toward the little medicinal sage with murderous intent. After sending one of the black-clad men flying, the little medicinal sage swiftly retrieved a pill from her bosom and placed it in Nalan Yanran's mouth. "Sister, be cautious. I will handle this Dome Master and then come to aid you," she warned Nalan Yanran, who was still reeling from the shock of the situation. Finally coming to her senses, Nalan Yanran, ignoring her astonishment, drew her long sword, her expression fierce as she advanced toward the masked fighters. Soon, chaos ensued as they became embroiled in a fierce battle. The little medicinal sage confronted the Dome Master and 2 8-star Dou fighters, while Nalan Yanran faced 2 7-star Dou fighters. Though outnumbered, the little medicinal sage managed to hold her ground thanks to her 4-star Dome Master strength. Nalan Yanran, possessing only the strength of a 5-star Dou fighter, nonetheless employed her profound Dou techniques skillfully, maintaining an edge for the time being. However, as the battle wore on and she frequently unleashed her techniques, her Dou Chi began to wane, and she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as Nalan Yanran's anxiety grew, the 2 masked fighters engaging her suddenly changed their expressions, their attacks becoming weak and feeble. "This is bad. We've been poisoned," one of the masked Dou fighters exclaimed. The others felt a sudden unease as they sensed something amiss within themselves. "Sister, they've been afflicted by my 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. They can't hold on much longer," the little medicinal sage announced, having pushed back one of the black-clad figures as she rushed to assist Nalan Yanran. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt a surge of hope and intensified her attacks, her swordplay growing increasingly fierce. "Damn it, brothers, do not hold back. Otherwise, we will all perish," the Dome Master masked man growled, suppressing his discomfort as he charged at the 2 girls once more. As 5 black-clad men recklessly advanced toward them, the little medicinal sage had a sudden inspiration. A brilliant purple glow erupted from her back, and in the next instant, a pair of violet wings unfurled. Before Nalan Yanran could comprehend the situation, the little medicinal sage leaped into the air, carrying her with her and escaping the encirclement of the 5 assailants. Dou Chi transformation, wings. As the little medicinal sage ascended, the 5 masked figures were rendered speechless in astonishment. "This girl is a Dou Huang." After flying a considerable distance, the little medicinal sage gradually descended. "Sister, they've been affected by my 10 fragrant soft bone powder and won't last much longer. We just need to hold them off," she panted, having only been able to glide for a short distance due to the exhaustion incurred from her newly learned skill. "Sister, are you all right?" Nalan Yanran asked, noting the little medicinal sage's fatigued expression. She hastily produced a recovery pill and placed it in the little medicinal sage's mouth, also consuming one herself. "I'm fine, just drained of Dou Chi," the little medicinal sage replied, shaking her head, her complexion pale. Not far away, the 5 black-clad figures, still in shock, suddenly realized the girls had landed and quickly reacted. "They can't hold on. Brothers, kill them," commanded the Dome Master masked man, and the 5 once again surged toward the little medicinal sage and Nalan Yanran. "Curse it!" Nalan Yanran cursed inwardly, supporting the exhausted little medicinal sage as they struggled to distance themselves from their pursuers. In her current state, the little medicinal sage would be utterly defenseless if caught. They could only buy time until the effects of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder fully manifested. Fortunately, just as the 5 were about to close in on them, the effects of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder finally took hold. With a series of muffled thuds, several of the black-clad men crumpled to the ground, rendered powerless. In the realm of Dome Master, the masked figure, relying on a slight advantage in strength, staggered a few steps forward before finally collapsing to the ground. "Senior sister, the poison within them has finally taken effect." Upon hearing the commotion behind her, the little medical fairy glanced back and uttered a word to the supporting Nalan Yanran. A wave of relief washed over her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Junior sister." Nalan Yanran's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly cradled the little medical fairy in her arms. Noticing the pallor on her face, Nalan Yanran felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for her dragging the junior sister down earlier, she would not be in such a fatigued state. Subsequently, Nalan Yanran directed her gaze toward the 5 black-clad figures who lay defeated on the ground, a glimmer of cold fury flashing in her beautiful eyes. You all shall pay dearly for this. Gently propping the little medical fairy against a tree, Nalan Yanran brandished her longsword, exuding an aura of lethal intent as she approached the assailants. A series of anguished cries echoed in the air. And soon Nalan Yanran returned to the side of the little medical fairy, her sword stained with blood. Junior sister, we are finally safe. Nalan Yanran slumped beside the little medical fairy, her expression softening. Had it not been for your desperate efforts today, the consequences would have been dire. With this thought, Nalan Yanran's gaze toward the little medical fairy brimmed with gratitude. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated within Nalan Yanran, her aura subtly shifting. As she sensed a breakthrough in her cultivation, she murmured to herself, indeed, the teacher was right. After experiencing life and death battles, one's strength shall be enhanced. Chapter 61. The Crafting of the Void Jade Talisman. At the residence of the ancient river elder in Yunlan Sect, he inquired, Junior sister, is she unharmed? In the room, Nalan Yanran gazed at the still sleeping little medical fairy on the bed, worry etched on her delicate features. The ancient river elder, his demeanor serene, examined the little medical fairy's condition, revealing no hint of his thoughts. Fortunately, it is merely excessive expenditure of Dou Qi. With some rest, she shall awaken. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt a sense of relief wash over her. Expressing her gratitude, I am glad to hear that. After checking on the little medical fairy, the ancient river elder gently covered her with a blanket, then turned to Nalan Yanran, his expression darkening. Speak, what exactly transpired? Feeling a sudden unease in the presence of the ancient river elder's ominous demeanor, Nalan Yanran was taken aback, for this was the first time she had witnessed him so enraged. Typically, he presented a demeanor of scholarly gentleness. However, his current expression indicated genuine fury. Hesitating, Nalan Yanran slowly recounted the events of the day. As the ancient river elder listened to their harrowing experience, his expression grew increasingly grim. That was a close call. Noticing his somber demeanor, Nalan Yanran's heart sank. I am sorry, elder ancient river. It is my fault for dragging the junior sister down, otherwise it would not have turned out this way. After a moment of silence, the ancient river elder's expression returned to calmness. Since the matter has passed, there is no need to dwell on it. Your safe return is a blessing. Seeing the ancient river elder's demeanor soften, Nalan Yanran sighed in relief. Please take good care of the little medical fairy. The ancient river elder uttered a single sentence before leaving the room. Once he departed, Nalan Yanran approached the bedside and sat down slowly, her gaze fixed on the little medical fairy's face. Junior sister, this time, consider it a life debt I owe you. Recalling the perilous events in the forest, Nalan Yanran still felt a chill run down her spine. Had it not been for the little medical fairy's sudden display of formidable power, her cunning use of poison, and the timely execution of her flight Dou technique, it was likely that both of them would have met a tragic end today. Yet, amidst her lingering fear, Nalan Yanran was profoundly astonished by the little medical fairy's exhibited prowess and tactics. Dou master cultivation, flight Dou technique, and that odorless, tasteless 10 fragrance softening powder. Reflecting on the little medical fairy's performance today, Nalan Yanran found it hard to believe that this was indeed the same junior sister who frequently sparred with her. The life and death battle had thoroughly illuminated the vast chasm between her and the little medical fairy. How foolish I have been to consider myself a genius. In the presence of the little medical fairy, I am but nothing. A bittersweet smell graced Nalan Yanran's lips. Today's perilous encounter had severely undermined her pride, simultaneously instilling a newfound composure within her, no longer allowing her to be as haughty as before. Within the confines of the Nalan family in Yunlan Sect, she could flaunt her identity, looking down upon others from her lofty perch. Yet once outside, she was merely a lowly Dou practitioner, inconsequential to others. Such a situation must never repeat itself. As she gazed at the little medical fairy resting on the bed, a resolute determination began to surface in Nalan Yanran's eyes. I was negligent. I was careless. After returning to his quarters, the ancient river elder's expression darkened once more. He bore no ill will toward Nalan Yanran, but was haunted by the events that had befallen the little medical fairy. Had she not handled the situation adeptly today, he might have lost a disciple. Such a loss would be a heavy blow for him. To have nearly lost a talented disciple he had painstakingly taken under his wing to mere rabble was enough to ignite his ire. As he reflected, the ancient river elder resolved that such a scenario must never occur again. However, Unforeseen incidents like today were simply unavoidable. After all, Nalan Yanran had secretly brought the little medical fairy to the holy city of Gamma without prior notice. Circumstances like this could very well recur in the future. After all, the ancient river elder could not realistically impose restrictions on the personal freedom of his disciples. Moreover, sheltering them like flowers in a greenhouse would only hinder their growth. He could not keep his disciples at his side indefinitely. The ancient river elder had long since devised a plan. Once they attained a certain level of strength, he would allow them to venture forth for experience. Yet, the journey of cultivation would inevitably expose them to life and death crises. The thought of losing a disciple was something he wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to eliminate this hidden danger. In his study, the ancient river elder furrowed his brow, a contemplative look crossing his features. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled a divine ability he had almost forgotten. The ability was the void projection drawn from the novice gift package. This divine ability contained the essence of the void's laws, allowing him to infuse a drop of his blood into a jade talisman, thereby forging a void jade talisman. The wielder of the void jade talisman could, regardless of their location, shatter the talisman to summon the ancient river elder's projection, which would possess the same strength as his true self. The only drawback was that this projection could only last for half an hour. However, that was more than sufficient. Half an hour could resolve a multitude of matters. In truth, when he first inherited this divine ability, the ancient river elder had harbored such thoughts. But time had caused him to forget. The peril that the little medical fairy faced today had finally reminded him of this supreme ability buried deep within his mind. Had the little medical fairy possessed a void jade talisman today, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. It is time to forge the void jade talisman. After a moment of contemplation, the ancient river elder retrieved several high-quality rouge jade vials from his storage ring. Then, as violet flames surged from his palm, he began to melt the small jade vials into a pale, azure liquid. As the liquid churned, it divided into 3 portions and ultimately solidified into 3 exquisitely crafted azure jade talismans. Gu He deftly manipulated his innate divine fire, meticulously purging the impurities from the jade talismans until they gleamed with a crystalline clarity reminiscent of verdant leaves. Subsequently, he extracted 3 droplets of scarlet essence from himself, infusing each into the 3 jade talismans. Accompanied by a subtle surge of spatial energy, the droplets radiated a crimson glow, gradually vanishing within the talismans. Success! With a flick of his hand, the 3 azure jade talismans gently descended into his grasp, a hint of a smile gracing Gu He's lips. Chapter 62. The Embarrassment of Nalan Yanran. The following day, "Junior sister, you are awake," Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she beheld the newly awakened little physician. "Senior sister, where am I?" Little physician blinked her eyes open, gazing at Nalan Yanran with a touch of confusion. Nalan Yanran assisted little physician in sitting up, explaining, "You are in your own room. I brought you to Elder Gu He after you fainted yesterday." As little physician surveyed the familiar surroundings of her room, clarity began to return. Recalling the life and death battle from the previous day, she cast a concerned glance at Nalan Yanran. "Senior sister, are you injured?" Seeing the concern in little physician's eyes warmed Nalan Yanran's heart. She shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, just sustained a few superficial injuries. After applying the healing ointment Elder Gu He provided, I have already recovered." Little physician paused, surprised. "Has the teacher been here?" Nalan Yanran nodded. "Yes. Elder Gu He examined your injuries and then left. He instructed me to take good care of you." Little physician's expression shifted as she remembered something. Does the teacher know what happened yesterday? Nalan Yanran's thoughts turned to the perilous events of the previous day, her demeanor growing somber. Elder Gu He was upset. "I certainly did not dare to conceal anything." At those words, little physician's expression dimmed. "He must be very disappointed in me." "Of course, he is disappointed." At that moment, Gu He's voice echoed from the doorway. Both little physician and Nalan Yanran jumped in surprise, realizing that Gu He had entered the room unbeknownst to them and was now approaching. Nalan Yanran quickly stood, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Elder Gu He," with a stern countenance, Gu He acknowledged her with a simple, He then shifted his gaze to little physician, who, under his scrutiny, found herself unusually evasive, softly uttering, "Teacher." Gu He's response was nonchalant, yet a gentler expression emerged on his face. "Are you feeling better now?" Feeling the warmth of her teacher's concern, little physician's heart surged, her eyes misting over. "Teacher, why are you crying again?" Gu He observed her sudden tears with a hint of helplessness. He approached her bedside, gently tousling her hair and soothingly said, "It's all right, as long as you are back safely." Little physician nestled into Gu He's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain-soaked blossoms. "Teacher, I know I was wrong." Gu He smiled. "You know you were wrong? Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" Little physician hesitated, her sobs stuttering momentarily before she quietly confessed, "I should not have sneaked out of the sect, and I put myself in danger, causing concern for the teacher." Gu He's hand paused momentarily in her hair as he questioned, "What did I ever say you were not allowed to leave the sect? What did I tell you when you became my disciple?" Before little physician could respond, Gu He continued, "As long as you do not betray the sect, you are free to do anything. I will not interfere." Upon hearing this, little physician's face registered surprise, her mind drifting back to the day she became his disciple. It seemed that her teacher had indeed never placed any demands upon her. All along, he had silently provided her with various treasures, never once asking for anything in return. Noticing her silence, Gu He's expression grew serious. "It appears you still do not understand where your mistake lies." Feeling the weight of his stern tone, little physician abruptly regained her focus, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Teacher, Gu He's demeanor was unyielding. "Tell me, why did you encounter danger this time? Why were they targeting you specifically instead of others?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, little physician's heart raced. With a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes, she slowly articulated, "We were targeted because we revealed our treasures. Is that right?" Little physician glanced at Gu He, seeking his validation. Gu He smiled with a sense of relief. "At last, you have grasped the concept. When venturing outside, the first rule is to keep your wealth concealed." His tone shifted to one of admonition, laced with a hint of reproach. "And how did you conduct yourself? You carelessly exposed your treasures to the eyes of outsiders. Even those who might not have malicious intent could easily develop ill will towards you." Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, having listened to their exchange, felt a wave of shame wash over her. She recalled how, at the middle auction house, her incessant questions had prompted little physician to reveal her treasures. Ultimately, the crisis they faced yesterday was largely of her own making. Hearing Gu He's reprimand directed at little physician, Nalan Yanran felt as though he was chastising her instead. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she wished to disappear from the scene. Little physician, however, did not dwell on it too much. After absorbing Gu He's teachings, she earnestly nodded. "Teacher, I will remember. Keep wealth concealed and never reveal my treasures before outsiders." Gu He nodded, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Though you made a mistake this time, there are still commendable aspects to the situation. At the very least, when faced with sudden adversaries, you did not panic. You understood the importance of stealthy tactics and utilized your hidden strengths to launch a surprise attack." As Gu He praised little physician, Nalan Yanran found herself reflecting on her own panicked response to the enemy. A rosy hue crept on her cheeks. Feeling a mix of admiration and envy, Nalan Yanran thought, "Elder Gu He's words seem to commend my junior sister. Yet why do I feel as though he is reprimanding me?" Little physician, upon hearing Gu He's acknowledgement, beamed with joy. "Teacher praised me. It seems I have some merits in your eyes." However, before her happiness could linger, Gu He's expression shifted once more to a serious demeanor. "Although you possess commendable qualities, your performance still leaves much to be desired. In fact, it borders on the absurd." Little physician's smile faltered instantly at his words, her heart sinking. "Teacher, can you not finish your thoughts in one go?" Chapter 63, Nalan Yanran's Envy. In the room, Gu He's demeanor turned grave. "You mentioned that you thought of using poison. Why did you choose something like the 10 fragrant softening powder? Slow-acting poison. No, it should be termed a slow-acting sedative. Imagine if you had employed a fast-acting, lethal poison. Would the subsequent event have unfolded as they did? You must never show mercy to your enemies. Kindness towards foes is cruelty towards oneself. Silly girl, do you understand?" After Gu He's admonition, he fixed his gaze upon little physician. Beside them, Nalan Yanran contemplated his words, her expression thoughtful. Gu He's reasoning seemed so sound. Yet, why did he appear somewhat intimidating today? In her memory, Gu He had always been portrayed as upright, scholarly, and amiable. Today, however, he had taken on a new persona in Nalan Yanran's mind, one that was formidable. Little physician, momentarily stunned by Gu He's words, murmured weakly, "But teacher, I only had sedatives on hand." Gu He, from the 7-colored poison manual, you have mastered the art of concocting sedatives? Gu He inquired, somewhat speechless. Xiao Yan weakly nodded her head, only to shake it again shortly after. Gu He's lips twitched slightly. "What exactly do you mean, girl?" Xiao Yan softly explained. "Master, I believe the other poisons in the 7-color poison manual are excessively lethal, which is why I refrain from crafting them." Gu He sighed in resignation. "My dear disciple, I understand your kind heart, yet one must always remain vigilant against others. With your disposition, you are bound to face hardships in the outside world. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, obediently replying, Master, I understand. Gu He nodded, but inwardly sighed, recognizing that this little girl remained too naive. I hope this experience will bring about some change in her. Subsequently, Gu He retrieved a green jade talisman from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. She accepted it, her brow furrowed in confusion. Master, what is this? Gu He smiled and explained. This talisman is called the Void Talisman. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis like today in the future, simply shatter the talisman, and the danger will be averted. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the talisman in her hand. Master, what a wondrous treasure this talisman is. Gu He replied with a gentle smile. This talisman was forged with my essence blood. Once you break it, regardless of your location, I shall instantly appear by your side. Such a miraculous talisman. Xiao Yan cherished the green jade talisman in her hand, then turned her gaze to Gu He, feeling profoundly touched, realizing that he had crafted it from his essence blood due to her perilous encounter yesterday. Master, thank you. I have caused you undue worry. Gu He shook his head, affectionately ruffling her hair. There's no other choice. You are my only two precious disciples, and your nature is far too kind. Thus, this was the only solution I could think of. Xiao Yan nestled her head into Gu He's embrace, her voice sweetly expressing, Master, you are the best. Nearby, Nalan Yanran observed the touching bond between the master and disciple, envy glimmering in her eyes. Elder Gu He truly treats his disciples with utmost kindness. She gazed longingly at the void talisman in Xiao Yan's hands, her desire evident. She had overheard Gu He's words and yearned for a talisman of her own. At that moment, she wished to ask Elder Gu He if he could grant her talisman as well. However, recalling that this talisman was specifically prepared for his disciples, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just then, Gu He noticed the conflicted expression on Nalan Yanran's face and smiled knowingly, understanding her thoughts. Yanran, come here. Gu He beckoned to Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing this, she snapped back to attention, nervously approaching Gu He. Surely, Elder Gu He is not going to scold me. Nalan Yanran felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. After all, if it weren't for her sneaking her junior sister out of the sect, this incident would not have occurred. Moreover, had she not dragged her junior sister down, Xiao Yan wouldn't have been injured. Take it. As Nalan Yanran lowered her head, her heart racing, suddenly a fair hand appeared before her. She stared, dazed at the green jade talisman in Gu He's palm, unable to believe. Elder Gu He, is this for me? Gu He displayed his usual refined smile. Yanran, you've worked hard during this time. If it weren't for your guidance, given this girl's practical experience, the situation would have been far worse. Nalan Yanran immediately understood that Gu He was referring to their training sessions, her cheeks flushing deeper. After witnessing Xiao Yan's true strength, she realized that during their so-called practice, Xiao Yan had been holding back for her sake. The disparity in their strength was so vast. Surely, her junior sister must have found it quite burdensome to let her win. Feeling a wave of shame wash over her, Nalan Yanran found herself at a loss for words. Elder Gu He, Gu He assumed she was merely shy and gently urged. Accept it. You are also one I have watched enter the sect, and I am, after all, your elder. Consider it a gift from an elder to a junior. Hearing Gu He's words, Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her heart warming, her expression returning to normal. Thank you, Elder Gu He. Gu He smiled, thinking that should he take her as a disciple in the future, this gift would not be in vain. It could be considered an early welcoming present. By the way, dear girl, your iron-winged giant eagle has not yet begun to hatch, has it? Suddenly, Gu He recalled something and retrieved 3 5th-grade magic cores from his system space, handing them to Xiao Yan. These 3 5th-grade gold attribute magic cores should enable it to successfully hatch. After several days, the golden-feathered giant eagle egg in Gu He's system space had absorbed sufficient energy and had ceased absorbing it as of yesterday. Gu He speculated that the day of hatching was drawing near. As for the 3 5th-grade gold attribute magic cores, they were the remnants that the golden-feathered giant eagle had not fully absorbed. Remembering the iron-winged giant eagle egg in Xiao Yan's possession, he decided to give her these 3 5th-grade magic cores. Xiao Yan stared at the magic cores in Gu He's hand, tears welling in her sparkling eyes as she murmured, Master, having you is truly a blessing. Chapter 64. Master, wastefulness is shameful. Time passed swiftly. 3 days had elapsed since Xiao Yan's perilous encounter. In the Gu He's villa of Yunlan Sect, teacher Are we increasing the dosage again today? Liu Ling, submerged in a large bath, gazed bitterly at Gu He, who was adding another vial of blood-boosting powder to the bath. This was already the fourth bottle he had poured in. The water in the tub had turned a deep crimson, and numerous bubbles erupted, as if it were on the verge of boiling. After just a few minutes, Liu Ling felt a piercing pain coursing through her body, as if she were rolling on a mountain of blades. Upon hearing this, Gu He glanced at Liu Ling, his hands continuing their motion, and casually remarked, "Are you sure you don't want to add more?" Xiao Yan has already broken through to the 5-star Dome Master rank yesterday. Perhaps due to her experience in a life and death battle, Xiao Yan, after recovering, managed to achieve a breakthrough without consuming any poison. Now, she had reached the 5-star Dome Master level. Liu Ling in the tub widened her eyes in astonishment, then hesitated for a moment before her expression firmed. "Teacher, let us add it. Pour it in heavily, and after this bottle, give me another one." A fierce determination appeared on Liu Ling's face. At this rate, would she ever catch up to her junior sister's strength? The thought of being perpetually overshadowed by her junior sister was intolerable for someone as prideful as Liu Ling. Gu He, hearing her determination, looked at Liu Ling once more. "Are you certain? This bottle is already your limit. Adding another could harm your body, and in severe cases, you may end up as a cripple." Liu Ling gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Teacher, then let us skip it. I think 4 bottles is quite sufficient. Patience is a virtue. If you wish to catch up to your junior sister's level, you must diligently soak in the medicine every day." Gu He said as he finished pouring the 4th vial of blood-boosting powder, then slowly walked towards the pavilion. Liu Ling, wanting to say something, suddenly changed her expression. As the 4th vial was poured into the tub, it seemed to trigger a transformation. The crimson liquid began to boil violently. A wave of even more excruciating pain surged through Liu Ling's entire body. The next moment, the yard echoed with Liu Ling's anguished cries. In regard to this scene, Gu He had long since become accustomed to it, merely sitting in the pavilion with an indifferent expression, leisurely savoring the fine tea in his cup. An hour later, the teapot was empty. Meanwhile, in the bath barrel, Liu Ling could no longer utter a sound. Reduced to feeble groans, his body was a ruin, with no part intact below the neck, and signs of decay had begun to appear on his skin. Gu He set down his teacup and slowly approached the edge of the bath barrel to inspect. Noticing that the water had nearly cleared, the crimson hue had vanished. And seeing Liu Ling, who was now barely conscious, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This lad, though lacking the innate talent of the little physician, possessed commendable perseverance. Given time, he might indeed bridge this gap. It seemed Liu Ling sensed Gu He's proximity as he drowsily opened his eyes and managed a smile, saying, "Master, I have succeeded in the challenge once more." Gu He nodded, his expression softening as he replied, "Well done, you are indeed a man." Subsequently, Gu He gestured to his spatial ring and retrieved a jade vial. Upon seeing the vial in Gu He's hand, Liu Ling immediately jolted, his speech becoming incoherent as he exclaimed, "Master, not again. I truly cannot endure any longer. I will die." Gu He cast a sidelong glance at Liu Ling, playfully rebuking him. "Why are you so agitated? This is for your healing. Without it, how will you continue your special training tomorrow?" "What? Do you not want it? Then I shall take it back." With that, Gu He pretended to retract the jade vial. Liu Ling's expression changed instantly, and he smiled ingratiatingly. No, master. I was wrong." Gu He then slowly opened the vial, and a stream of green liquid, resembling jade, flowed into the bath barrel. The moment the liquid entered the water, it transformed into a mist, diffusing throughout. Soon, Liu Ling felt a wave of coolness enveloping his body. A sensation of refreshing relief surged within him, prompting an involuntary moan. "Master, what is this medicinal liquid? It feels so wonderful. May I have another vial?" Liu Ling grinned, his face eager. Gu He chuckled. "You think too highly of yourself. This vial costs 100,000 gold coins. Do you think it is meant for your mere enjoyment?" "What? A vial costs 100,000 gold coins?" Liu Ling exclaimed, astonished, his gaze fixed incredulously on the jade vial in Gu He's hand. Gu He nodded. "This is purple jade spirit liquid, a healing elixir of grade 5. Had I not seen you endure so well today, I would not have been willing to part with it. Grade 5 elixir. No wonder it is worth 100,000 gold coins." Liu Ling's mind raced as he recalled that he had used 4 vials of blood ignition powder today, a grade 4 elixir priced at around 50,000 gold coins each. 4 vials amounted to 200,000 gold coins. Plus this 1 vial of 1,000,000 worth purple jade spirit liquid. Liu Ling could not help but feel astonished. His special training had cost a staggering 300,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. He thought of his family's total income, which barely reached 6 or 700 gold coins a year. Thus, in just 2 days of special training, he had expended the entire annual earnings of the Liu family. Contemplating this, Liu Ling felt a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the seemingly unfazed Gu He, who appeared as if nothing were amiss. Although he seemed carefree and unreliable on the surface, his thoughts were remarkably intricate. Realizing the immense cost Gu He was incurring to provide him with this special training weighed heavily on Liu Ling's heart. Observing Liu Ling's sudden silence, Gu He assumed he was taken aback by the price of the purple jade spirit liquid and chuckled. Rest assured, my family has ample resources. A mere handful of elixirs is no burden. Feel free to use them to your heart's content. Recalling the vast sum of over 2 billion in his infinite gold card, Gu He felt emboldened. Liu Ling, touched by the sentiment, replied, Master, thank you. Gu He smiled gently. As long as you make progress, that is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. With that, Gu He turned to return to the pavilion. Master. At that moment, Liu Ling suddenly spoke up, his expression somewhat bashful. Gu He turned at the sight of Liu Ling's demeanor, thinking he might voice further thanks, which left him feeling quite pleased. This lad, while appearing somewhat scatterbrained, still bore a semblance of filial piety. With this in mind, Gu He asked nonchalantly, Do you have anything else to say? Liu Ling, casting his gaze at the jade vial in Gu He's hand, slowly spoke. Master, may I have that jade vial? Gu He raised an eyebrow in surprise, puzzled. What do you need this vial for? However, without further thought, he handed it over to Liu Ling. Upon receiving the vial, Liu Ling stared at it for a moment before suddenly bringing it to his lips and, much to Gu He's astonishment, licked the remnants of the spirit liquid clean with his tongue. Liu Ling swiftly ensured the vial was spotless before raising his head to meet Gu He's incredulous gaze. Though slightly embarrassed, he boldly stated, Master, wastefulness is shameful. With a twitch of his mouth, Gu He looked at Liu Ling, somewhat speechless, and nodded slightly. Indeed, wastefulness is indeed disgraceful. Seeing Gu He agree with his viewpoint, Liu Ling couldn't help but smile, feeling less embarrassed as he returned the vial to Gu He. Observing the vial smeared with Liu Ling's saliva, Gu He felt a flicker of distaste and waved his hand. It's not clean yet. You may keep it to continue licking. With that, Gu He turned and headed back to the pavilion. Not clean yet. Liu Ling looked at the vial's mouth in confusion. Murmuring, It's already quite clean, Gu He returned to the pavilion, intending to pour himself a cup of tea, only to find the teapot empty, leaving him momentarily speechless as he set it down. Has that girl not returned yet? He said, glancing at the little physician's room with a hint of exasperation. Typically, when the little physician was home, she would kindly come to the pavilion to refill his water. That girl has been running to the main peak more frequently lately. Gu He muttered. Ever since the last incident, the little physician and Nalan Yanran had shared a bond of life and death, greatly deepening their relationship. Nowadays, the little physician would practically dash to the main peak as soon as she finished her training. Sigh, looks like I have to do it myself. Shaking his head, Gu He resignedly stood up, preparing to fetch some hot water. Just then, his expression shifted, as if sensing something. In the next moment, Gu He seemed to recall something and hurriedly sat back down. With a shift of his thoughts, Gu He's consciousness entered the system space. Once inside, his gaze fell upon the golden giant egg suspended in the void. At that moment, the golden egg appeared remarkably tranquil, no longer radiating the dazzling golden light it once had. This state had begun a few days prior when the golden egg had absorbed enough energy. For the following days, the golden giant egg had remained in this condition. Is it finally time for hatching? Gu He murmured, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he observed the golden egg in the void. Although the golden egg still maintained its calm state, Gu He could sense a surge of exhilaration emanating from within it. After a brief moment of quiet anticipation, the golden egg finally stirred. Without warning, the golden egg trembled, and with a crack, a faint fissure appeared upon its surface. Blinding golden light burst forth from the crack, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure. What a sharp golden sword aura! Sensing the sharp sword aura carried within this golden radiance, Gu He displayed a hint of surprise. This beam of golden light unexpectedly emanated a trace of danger. Gu He speculated that even an ordinary 8-star Dou Emperor would hesitate to withstand this golden sword light. Within the confines of the system space, the power of the sword light was somewhat suppressed. However, he believed that once outside, this sword aura alone would be sufficient to incite a tempest of fighting spirit. Even before it had hatched, it exhibited such terrifying strength, which filled Gu He with delight. The golden-winged giant eagle, a creature of the 8th order beast lineage, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally once it fully emerged from its egg. Thus, Gu He patiently awaited the hatching of the golden-winged giant eagle. Crack! Moments later, a fissure appeared on the golden egg, and with a flash of golden light, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had quietly passed. During this time, Gu He's consciousness returned to his corporeal form to relay a few instructions to Liu Ling, and after his departure, Gu He's awareness returned to the system space. At this time, after 3 hours of impact, the golden egg was now riddled with numerous cracks. Through his soul perception, Gu He sensed that the golden-winged giant eagle would soon break free from its shell. Indeed, after a brief wait, the golden egg suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant golden light. Crack! 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 The sound of the eggshell shattering resonated successively. Boom! Moments late, atramandos rua arupta, echoing throughout the system space. Subsequently, Gu He beheld a golden figure, emerging from the completely shattered eggshell, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot forth. Caw! Accompanied by a sharp and fierce cry, the golden light surged directly towards Gu He, infused with a sense of exhilaration. The golden radiance quickly settled before Gu He, through which he finally discerned the true form of the golden-winged giant eagle that had just hatched. Before him stood the golden-winged giant eagle, its entire body adorned with golden feathers that subtly exuded a sharp aura. 2 robust golden claws, akin to those forged from pure gold, emanated an incomprehensible power. Its golden vertical pupils brimmed with an air of authority, infused with a hint of noble lineage. As Gu He gazed upon the majestic golden-winged giant eagle, contemplating how to greet it, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Master, is it you? I can sense your familiar aura. Gu He was taken aback to hear the golden-winged giant eagle speak, but then realized that at this level of magical beast, intelligence had surely awakened, and their wisdom would not be inferior to that of humans. However, the voice of the golden-winged giant eagle was filled with innocence, clearly indicative of its recent emergence into the world, suggesting a level of intelligence akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. It is I, Gu He replied with a smile, gently stroking the golden head of the golden-winged giant eagle. Master, I have finally met you. The golden-winged giant eagle exclaimed joyfully, much like a long-lost child reuniting with a beloved parent. Feeling the dependency in the golden-winged giant eagle's tone, Gu He smiled slightly and said, from now on, you shall always be able to see your master. Really? Master, I want to stay by your side forever. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged giant eagle affectionately nudged Gu He's arm with its head, expressing its fondness. Do you have a name? Gu He suddenly inquired. In response, the golden-winged giant eagle paused. What is a name? I do not have one. Gu He gently tousled the soft golden feathers atop the golden-winged giant eagle's head and said softly, then let your master give you a name. Although the golden-winged giant eagle did not comprehend the meaning of a name, it cheerfully responded, okay. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He gazed at the entirely golden creature and slowly uttered, from now on, your name shall be Little Jean. Little Jean? The golden-winged giant eagle's youthful voice echoed, laced with confusion. Master, do you think I am too small? I can become even bigger. As it spoke, the golden-winged giant eagle emitted a radiant golden light, and its body rapidly expanded at a visible rate. Before Gu He could react, the creature had grown 4 to 5 times its original size, towering over him like a small mountain. Master, do you think I'm big now? Gu He, gazing upward at the now massive golden-winged giant eagle, awkwardly replied, yes. You're very big. I meant, Little Jean is merely a nickname. The golden-winged giant eagle, still puzzled, asked, nickname? Then what is my proper name? Gu He, staring up at the towering creature, sighed, let us discuss that after you shrink down again. All right, master. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged giant eagle nodded, and with another flash of golden light, it returned to its previous size. Gu He examined the golden feathers of the golden-winged giant eagle, contemplating before finally stating, your proper name shall be Jinyu, and your nickname will be Little Jean. Jinyu, golden feathers? The golden-winged giant eagle repeated, sounding somewhat satisfied as it nodded. Good, master, from now on, my proper name will be Jinyu, and my nickname will be Little Jean. Gu He smiled, ruffling the smooth, golden feathers of Little Jean. After playing in the system space for a while longer, he said, Little Jean, I must leave now. You can play by yourself. I will return to see you tomorrow. Little Jean immediately spoke up. Master, I want to go out with you. You want to go out too? Gu He furrowed his brow and pondered, that one T do. Your body is too large, and it would be inconvenient to take you with me. Little Jean responded, Master, I can also shrink. As soon as the words left its beak, a golden light radiated from Little Jean once more, and it shrank at a visible rate. Soon, a small golden bird, no larger than an ordinary bird, appeared before Gu He. Little Jean flapped its wings and gently landed on Gu He's shoulder. Master, am I small enough now? Quite enough, Gu He replied, astonished at the small creature perched on his shoulder. Little Jean then asked, Can I go out with you now, master? After a moment's hesitation, Gu He replied, I will take you out, but you must promise that, without my permission, you will not reveal your strength or harm others. Without hesitation, Little Jean nodded. All right, master, I promise to obey you. Satisfied, Gu He nodded and, with a thought, released Little Jean from the system space. In the next moment, upon Gu He's consciousness returning to his corporeal form, Little Jean appeared on his shoulder. Master, is this the outside world? Little Jean inquired, curiously observing everything in the room. Gu He turned to Little Jean on his shoulder, pointing to the courtyard outside, and spoke sternly from now on. You are to play in this courtyard. Without my permission, you must not leave. Little Jean obediently nodded. Understood, master. Good, then you can go play, Gu He said with a smile, pleased by Little Jean's obedience. Little Jean flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring out of the room and darting about the courtyard. With Little Jean by his side, Gu He felt assured about his upcoming journey to the Tagor Desert. Observing Little Jean flitting about in the courtyard, a gentle smile graced Gu He's face. Originally, he had intended to wait for Yunlan to return and concoct the Emperor-grade pill to enhance his strength before venturing to the Tagor Desert, which would undoubtedly have been much more prudent. However, now that Yunlan has been away for over a month without a single word, Gu He finds himself growing increasingly restless. Having spent so much time in the sect, he yearns to venture out. What if he encounters a wild prodigy and manages to take on a disciple? That would indeed be splendid. Yet, his current strength stands at only the 8-star Dou Huang level. Should he venture into the Tagor Desert and, by ill fortune, cross paths with the Queen Medusa, the outcome could be dire. Despite possessing various hidden cards, she remains a seasoned powerhouse at the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang, known for her ruthless attacks, which instills some trepidation in Gu He. A fate akin to that of the old man Hai Bo Dong would surely send both of those big men into despair. Yet, circumstances have changed. The unexpected hatching of Xiao Yan has brought Gu He unexpected joy. As an 8th-tier magical beast, upon hatching, Xiao Yan possesses the strength of a 9-star Dou Huang at its peak. Furthermore, with its unparalleled defensive feathers and invincible golden sword chi, Xiao Yan is virtually unbeatable among its peers. With Xiao Yan to protect him, Gu He now feels less apprehensive about the Queen Medusa. Consequently, he entertains the notion of setting off for the Tagor Desert ahead of time. The primary purpose of this journey is to seek out the Qingshan, who possesses the coveted green serpent triflower eyes. Should he succeed in bringing her under his wing, it would grant him 3 additional opportunities each month to trigger the system's return mechanism. For Gu He, the most significant gain would be the chance to pass on his teachings and elevate his own cultivation. With the disciple return system at his disposal, acquiring more talented disciples remains the fastest path to his own strength enhancement. During this time, Gu He has meticulously crafted plans for the future. Once he breaks through to the Dou Zone level, he intends to leave Yunlan Sect and travel across the northwestern nations, scouting for talented individuals to recruit. After visiting various countries, he aims to take up a position as a mentor at the Canaan Academy, ideally securing a role as an elder. Gu He is confident that, with a status as a 7th-tier alchemist, this would not prove too difficult. Canaan Academy gathers prodigies from the entire northwestern region, and even from many families in the central continent. Perhaps he could recruit several promising disciples from there. Among them, Ziyan from the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan is his primary target. As for the central continent, Gu He has no intentions of venturing there until he achieves the Dousheng level. The waters there run too deep. Without attaining that level, he doubts his ability to navigate them. He decides to remain for a few more days to refine more spiritual liquid necessary for the body tempering of his disciples, ensuring their training does not stall after his departure. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He solidifies his plans. Even in his absence, the body tempering of Liu Ling and Xiao Yan cannot cease. He even intends to intensify their training, lest they fall behind his pace. Chapter 67. The Return of Yunlan. Yunlan Sect, Main Peak. In the guest house where Nalan Yanran resides. Junior sister, come quickly. Nalan Yanran's voice echoed through the room, tinged with surprise. What is it, senior sister? Xiao Yan inquired as she slowly emerged from outside, carrying a food container. It's cracked, Nalan Yanran exclaimed, pointing at a blue beast egg on the table, her pretty face alight with excitement. What? It's cracked. Xiao Yan paused in shock, then quickly focused her gaze on the blue beast egg. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a barely perceptible crack appearing on its surface. It truly has a crack. The sight of the tiny fissure also ignited excitement on Xiao Yan's face. The emergence of a crack signified that the iron-winged giant eagle was close to hatching, filling her heart with joy. Junior sister, it seems the iron-winged giant eagle is about to hatch. Nalan Yanran leaned closer to the blue beast egg, her expression brimming with exhilaration. You mentioned that once it hatches, you would take me to experience the sensation of flight. Contemplating this, Nalan Yanran's face blossomed with anticipation. Having grown up, she had yet to feel the thrill of soaring through the skies. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, her voice gentle as she remarked. The teacher said that as soon as a crack appears on the beast egg, it signifies impending hatching. As they spoke, Xiao Yan's youthful face also displayed a glimmer of expectation. What would the iron-winged giant eagle look like upon hatching? Would it be adorable? Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Yan. Should she give the soon-to-hatch iron-winged giant eagle a name? Turning to Nalan Yanran, who was observing the beast egg closely, she asked, Senior sister, what do you think we should name it? Taken aback, Nalan Yanran pondered briefly before suggesting, how about calling it Little Iron? After all, it has iron in its name. Xiao Yan shook her head in disapproval. Senior sister, that name is rather unappealing. After giving it some thought, Nalan Yanran proposed. Then perhaps we could call it Little Eagle or Little Wing. Xiao Yan regarded her with mild exasperation. Senior sister, why not just name it Little Giant? With a helpless shake of her head, Xiao Yan sighed. Senior sister, let me name it myself. Nalan Yanran felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that her suggestions had not been particularly creative. After contemplating the beast egg for a moment, Xiao Yan smiled and declared, Senior sister, I think we should call it Little Sienna. Nalan Yanran raised an eyebrow. What is that? Just that? And you say I can't come up with names? In my opinion, it would be better to call it Little Lan, Little Yin, or even Little Ran. Hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but scoff internally. However, seeing the eager expression on Xiao Yan's face, she hesitated and said gently, Junior sister, while Little Xian is a lovely name, the iron-winged giant eagle sounds quite majestic. Perhaps is not quite fitting? Pondering this, Xiao Yan conceded, True, Little Xian suits a girl. We don't even know if it's male or female yet. Shaking her head, Xiao Yan couldn't think of a better name. So she decided, once it hatches, I will consult the teacher. She will surely provide it with a suitable name. In Xiao Yan's mind, the teacher was omnipotent. Nalan Yanran nodded in agreement. Let us wait until it hatches then. Xiao Yan placed the food container on the table and slowly opened it. Senior sister, the chicken soup is ready. Let us enjoy it together. As Xiao Yan unveiled the food container, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Nalan Yanran's delicate nose twitched slightly, drawn to the enticing fragrance. And she couldn't help but show a gluttonous expression, eagerly saying, Yes, let us have the chicken soup first. Junior sister, your chicken soup smells absolutely divine. Xiao Yan smiled softly. If it's delicious, then you should have more. With that, she immediately served Nalan Yanran a bowl. As Nalan Yanran lifted the bowl and took a delightful sip, her face instantly lit up with blissful contentment. Savoring the chicken soup truly was a delightful experience. Just as Nalan Yanran reveled in the deliciousness of the soup, a figure clad in green gracefully descended into the courtyard. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown that accentuated her graceful silhouette, her flowing green hair was styled into an exquisite phoenix hairpin, and her beautiful countenance radiated serenity. This enchanting woman, who had unexpectedly returned after a month away, was none other than Yunlan. Ysnt Yanran cultivating today. Her gaze scanned the yard, not spotting Nalan Yanran, causing a flicker of confusion to cross Yunyan's lovely face. Could it be that this girl has grown lazy in my absence? Upon contemplating this, Yunyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be that this girl had forgotten the 3-year pact with that young man from the Xiao family? What is that delightful aroma? It was then that a rich fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Curiously, Yunyan glanced in the direction from whence it came and began to walk towards the room. Chapter 68 Master, could you please refrain from showering me with praises? Junior sister, could you serve me another bowl? Inside the room, Nalan Yanran blissfully finished a bowl of chicken soup and handed the empty bowl to the little physician. All right, there's plenty more, she exclaimed. Sister, if you like it, I will often make it for you. The little physician then ladled another bowl of chicken soup for Nalan Yanran. Creak! Just as Nalan Yanran lifted the bowl, preparing to drink, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure clad in green gracefully entered. Master! Upon seeing the newcomer, Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, but her beautiful eyes soon sparkled with delight. Forgetting about the chicken soup in her hands, she immediately dashed into Yunyan's embrace. "Master, I missed you so much." Nalan Yanran pouted, nestling against Yunyan. A smile graced Yunyan's face as she affectionately ruffled Nalan Yanran's hair, teasingly saying, "At your age, still acting like a child. How shameful." At that moment, the little physician stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Disciple pays her respects to the sect master." Observing the graceful and courteous demeanor of the little physician, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yunyan's face as she remarked, "You're here too. Came to practice with your senior sister, I presume?" Yunyan had not forgotten the matter that Elder Gu he had entrusted to Nalan Yanran. Recalling this, Yunyan addressed Nalan Yanran. "Yanran, you promised Elder Gu He that you would diligently teach your junior sister." Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought to herself, how could her junior sister possibly need her guidance now, if she were to exert her full strength? She wondered if she could withstand even a single move. Faced with Yunyan's words, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Thus, Nalan Yanran skillfully changed the subject, taking Yunyan's delicate hand and leading her to the table. "Master, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Junior sister has made some delicious chicken soup." Chicken soup. At this, Yunyan's eyes lit up. She had caught a whiff of that delightful aroma outside, and it must have been the scent of this chicken soup. It smelled so enticing. The taste surely must be exquisite. Over the past month, she had been tirelessly gathering herbs to concoct the Emperor's extreme pill. Her meals had been little more than mere sustenance. Now, with the aroma of chicken soup wafting through the air, she felt a genuine craving. Hearing Nalan Yanran's enthusiastic endorsement, Yunyan smiled and said, "In that case, I shall sample the culinary skills of the little physician. Rest assured, master, it will be delightful." Nalan Yanran confidently patted her chest and cheerfully served Yunyan a bowl of chicken soup. As Yunyan inhaled the savory scent, she couldn't contain her eagerness and took a sip. Her eyes immediately brightened. To her surprise, she turned to the little physician and praised, "I never imagined you possessed such culinary talents. This chicken soup is the most delicious I have ever tasted." Upon hearing such high praise from Yunyan, the little physician felt a rush of shyness and replied, "If the sect master enjoys it, I shall make it for you often in the future." Upon hearing this, Yunyan's face blossomed into a smile, as she exclaimed, "Wonderful!" Genuinely fond of the amiable girl, Yunyan took the little physician's hand, and the three of them sat down together, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As they chatted, however, Nalan Yanran was taken aback when Yunyan suddenly broached the topic of her cultivation. "Yanran, during my absence, have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation?" Nalan Yanran was momentarily stunned, a hint of bitterness rising within her as she replied, "Honestly, master, I have attained the rank of a 5-star fighter." Her tone was somewhat hesitant, lacking confidence. In the past, a breakthrough in a month would have filled Nalan Yanran with elation, pride swelling within her as she thought herself the most talented disciple of Yunlan Sect. Who else could achieve such feats? But now, after witnessing the little physician's extraordinary talent, her heart felt subdued and devoid of excitement. She even found it somewhat amusing, laughing at her former naivety and misplaced confidence. Yet, upon hearing her words, Yunyan's face glowed with satisfaction as she praised, "You've actually made a breakthrough. Impressive. I am quite pleased. It seems that you have not grown lax during my absence." Nalan Yanran's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Master, could you please stop praising me?" Thinking of her junior sister, who had made several breakthroughs in just a month, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Elder Gu he had never praised her like this. Now, having only achieved one breakthrough, it seemed that Yunyan was overflowing with pride. Nalan Yanran felt as though the perspectives of her master and Elder Gu he were not even in the same league. At this moment, Yunyan felt genuinely gratified. A month's breakthrough was, in her eyes, a commendably swift pace. It seemed that after breaking off her engagement with the young man from the Xiao family, Yanran had become even more industrious. Reflecting on this, Yunyan felt increasingly vindicated in her decision to support Yanran's choice to withdraw from the engagement. Though she harbored joy in her heart, Yunyan knew that she must not overly praise Yanran. Otherwise, given her proud nature, her head might swell to the heavens. Thinking along these lines, Yunyan added, "Yanran, although you possess great talent, do not allow yourself to become complacent. You must work even harder and do not forget the 3-year pact with that young man from the Xiao family." Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Nalan Yanran felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath her. "Master, I beg you, please stop praising me." "Me? Talented? Are you certain? If my talent is considered good, then what of junior sister Sienna? Am I worthy of being proud? Do you know? I'm nearly consumed by self-doubt." Seeing that Yunyan was about to continue, Nalan Yanran quickly ladled her another bowl of chicken soup, diverting the conversation. Master, let us drink the chicken soup. It will be less enjoyable when it cools down. Hurry! Drink it while it's hot. Yunyan's words were cut short, her thoughts unvoiced, yet she wished to speak further. Nalan Yanran hurriedly extended the bowl toward her, smiling, Master, this chicken soup is truly delicious. You must drink it while it's hot. Yunyan. This girl, a mere few words, and she becomes displeased. Yunyan assumed that Nalan Yanran did not appreciate her constant admonitions. Well, the fact that this girl had been so diligent in her training during her absence was already commendable. With this thought, Yunyan chose not to press further and began to sip the chicken soup. Seeing that Yunyan had finally ceased her lecture, Nalan Yanran felt a weight lift off her shoulders as she exhaled softly. If her master continued to speak, especially in front of junior sister Sienna, Nalan Yanran wouldn't know how to handle herself. Thankfully, her quick wit had helped her navigate through it. However, what Nalan Yanran did not anticipate was that after finishing the chicken soup, Yunyan would begin again. Yanran, there is but 1 month left until the Sect Disciples Grand Competition. You must prepare well. This time, you must secure first place. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Nalan Yanran was utterly flabbergasted. Master, you're at it again. Chapter 69, Yunyan's Astonishment. Nalan Yanran looked speechlessly at the now chatty Yunyan. Had this been in the past, hearing Yunyan say such things would have filled her with confidence, and she would have proudly declared, Master, rest assured, first place in the Sect Grand Competition shall be mine. That 3-year pact, that Xiao Yan, I have never regarded him as a threat. He is nothing but a waste. How could he possibly compare to me? But that was in the past. Over the past month, after witnessing the little physician's prodigious talent in the recent ambush in the dense forest, Nalan Yanran's mindset had completely shifted. Though she had not sunk into despair, she no longer felt the same pride she once did. At this moment, hearing Yunyan mention the Sect Grand Competition, Nalan Yanran instinctively glanced at the little physician beside her. With the presence of Sister Yanran, what hope is there for me to seize the first place? Master, I fear that this time, Yanran is destined to disappoint you. A shadow of melancholy crossed Nalan Yanran's heart as she refrained from responding to Yunyan's words. After speaking at length, Yunyan noticed Nalan Yanran's bowed head and her silence, leaving her in a state of confusion. What has gotten into this girl today? She seems rather peculiar. Could it be that she is unwell? With this concern, Yunyan asked with genuine worry, Yanran, what troubles you? Are you feeling ill? Nalan Yanran shook her head and replied with a forced smile, Master, I am fine. Beside them, the petite healer, Xiao Yan, observed Nalan Yanran's sudden despondence. Being perceptive, she quickly grasped the turmoil in Yanran's heart. It appears that Sister Yanran has been affected by my earlier remarks. This reminded her of when she herself had broken through to the Dome Master realm, and her senior brother had exhibited a similar demeanor. With a sigh, Xiao Yan resolved to keep her own cultivation level hidden from now on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to frolic joyously with Sister Yanran in the future. To alleviate Nalan Yanran's discomfort, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before standing up to bid farewell to the two. Sect Master, Sister Yanran, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Hearing this, Yunyan paused, her attention shifting to Xiao Yan as she urged, Will you not stay a while longer? The hour is still early. Xiao Yan shook her head. Master enjoys afternoon tea, and I must return to prepare some for her. I shall visit again another day. Nalan Yanran glanced at Xiao Yan, beginning to comprehend her intentions but faltering in her speech. Junior sister Xiao Yan looked back at Nalan Yanran, who smiled and said, I shall come to find you again tomorrow. Yunyan's fondness for Xiao Yan grew at this moment. This girl never forgets her responsibilities toward her master. Approaching her, Yunyan took Xiao Yan's hand gently and said warmly, Since your master has encouraged you to learn from Yanran, do not hold back. Treat this place as your own home. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult your sister. Should she dare to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall rectify the situation. Xiao Yan cast a glance at the visibly embarrassed Nalan Yanran and smiled. Yes, Sect Master, I understand. Sister has been exceptionally kind to me during this time. Behind them, Nalan Yanran felt a wave of shame wash over her as she listened to their conversation, internally screaming, Master, could you please refrain from speaking? How could I ever bully my junior sister? You should be praying that she doesn't accidentally injure your precious disciple. After giving Xiao Yan a few parting words, Yunyan released her hand, allowing her to depart. What a delightful child! As she watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Yunyan couldn't help but praise her once more. Turning back to Nalan Yanran, she remarked, Yanran, you must cultivate a good relationship with your junior sister. The more I see her, the more I like her. Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback by this statement, and upon seeing Xiao Yan leave, she sighed in relief. If her junior sister lingered any longer, she would surely lose face before her master. Noticing Nalan Yanran's silence, Yun frowned slightly and inquired, "Yanran, what is the matter today? Your behavior seems quite strange. Is it that you're not happy to see me return?" "No." Nalan Yanran shook her head, hesitating before softly expressing, "Master, could you refrain from praising me in front of others in the future, especially in front of Sister Qingshan?" Yun was momentarily taken aback by this request, but a smile soon graced her face as she realized something. "I did not expect that after a month apart. You would become shy, Yanran." She assumed that Nalan Yanran was simply feeling embarrassed. In response, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but facepalm, gazing at Yun with an expression of exasperation. "Master, it seems today I must enlighten you on what true talent really is." With the intent to broaden Yun's perspective, Nalan Yanran decided to share her observations regarding Xiao Yan, hoping to demonstrate that the prodigy she admired was, in fact, not as extraordinary as she seemed. After gathering her thoughts, Nalan Yanran began to recount her experiences with Xiao Yan over the past period. "Moments latte." She concluded with a downcast expression, "Master, compared to Sister Qingshan, I truly am not a genius." At that moment, Yun was left utterly speechless by what Nalan Yanran had just revealed. 5-star Dou Master? That girl has already broken through to a 5-star Dou Master? This is rather unbelievable. Yun found it hard to believe the account she had just heard. Is there truly such a talent in this world? After a brief silence, Yun contemplated asking more questions, but was taken aback by the sorrow reflected on Nalan Yanran's face. It appeared that Yanran had suffered a blow during this time. However, if Xiao Yan was indeed as extraordinary as Yanran described, it was likely that anyone else would feel similarly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Yun understood the emotions Nalan Yanran was grappling with. Observing her once confident disciple now enveloped in gloom, Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Realizing her own neglect in recent times while preoccupied with sourcing herbs for the Royal Extreme Pill, Yun approached Nalan Yanran and embraced her gently. Offering soft words of comfort, "Yanran, do not worry. Once I consume the Royal Extreme Pill and break through, I will procure various precious materials for you, ensuring your cultivation is elevated." In her heart, Yun had already resolved to devote herself to nurturing her cherished disciple once she completed her current tasks. Upon hearing Yun's comforting words, Nalan Yanran's spirits lifted considerably. "Master, have you gathered all the herbs for the Royal Extreme Pill?" she asked, looking up. Yun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I've gathered everything. We can seek Elder Gu He to concoct it tomorrow." Chapter 70. The Concoction of the Royal Extreme Pill. What? The sect master has returned? In the courtyard, Gu He, enjoying his afternoon tea, displayed an expression of astonishment upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. He had intended to leave in the next couple of days, not anticipating Yun's return. Had he delayed a little longer, they would have missed each other entirely. However, once he collected his wits, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Since Yun was back, it signified that the herbs required for the Royal Extreme Pill must have been secured. Well then, he might as well stay a little longer. There was no rush after all. With an increase in strength, even if the Iowa had been taken by Queen Medusa, Gu He was confident he could retrieve it. Xiao Yan added hot water to the teapot, then refilled Gu He's cup while nodding gently. When I returned, the sect master was just with Sister Yanran. Gu He raised his cup, taking a sip with a look of enjoyment. "Girl, how has your alchemical practice been of late?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiao Yan. With a smile, Xiao Yan replied, "Master, I've already managed to refine second-grade pills." Gu He nodded in acknowledgement. With his guidance in the form of a 6th-grade alchemist legacy, Xiao Yan would encounter few obstacles before reaching the 6th-grade alchemist level. Achieving 2nd-grade alchemist status in just a month was an extraordinary pace that would surely astonish others. Gu He waved his hand across the table, causing dozens of jade bottles to appear. "This is the Yujizin you will need for the next month. You must persist in refining your physical body daily," he instructed Xiao Yan, gesturing toward the array of vials. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many bottles, then suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Master, are you planning to go out?" Gu He nodded. "After I concoct the Royal Extreme Pill for the sect master, I must embark on a journey. During my absence, you must not slacken in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, the young healer, though somewhat reluctant, obediently nodded. "Master, I shall certainly persist in my daily training." With that, she gracefully stowed the jade vial into her spatial ring. A moment later, a thought crossed her mind, and she summoned the iron-winged giant eagle egg. "Master, my iron-winged giant eagle is on the verge of hatching." With the beast egg in hand, she eagerly presented it to Gu He. "Oh," Gu He exclaimed, his eyes widening slightly as he noticed the delicate fissures forming on the egg's surface. It is indeed hatching sooner than expected. He couldn't help but reflect on the substantial disparity between 5th-tier and 8th-tier magical beasts. His own little gene had required the absorption of over a dozen 5th-tier magic cores before hatching. Yet, this iron-winged giant eagle was poised to emerge after merely 3 5th-tier magic cores. It seemed that the hatching would occur within a day or two. He remarked to the expectant young healer. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile illuminated the young healer's face as she anticipated the arrival of her iron-winged giant eagle. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a golden light suddenly flickered onto the table, dissipating to reveal a radiant golden bird. Startled by the sudden appearance, the young healer gasped with delight upon seeing the beautiful creature. "What a stunning little bird!" she exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to touch it, but the golden bird, in a flash of light, leapt onto Gu He's shoulder. Having missed her chance to touch the bird, a flicker of disappointment crossed the young healer's eyes, quickly replaced by curiosity as she inquired, "Master, is this golden bird your pet?" Gu He glanced at the little Jean perched on his shoulder and smiled, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, its name is Jean." The young healer, observing the bird's resplendent golden plumage, found the name quite fitting. "Master, may I pet it?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gu He chuckled softly, "That depends on whether it is willing." Listening to this, the young healer turned her hopeful gaze toward Jean. However, the proud little creature stood on Gu He's shoulder, completely ignoring her, as if disdaining any form of touch from others. As an 8th-tier magical beast, it naturally bore its own sense of pride. Witnessing this, the young healer felt a twinge of disappointment and shifted her gaze back to the beast egg in her hands. "Oof, if it doesn't want to be touched, then so be it. Once my iron-winged giant eagle hatches, it will surely be just as magnificent," she muttered to herself, feeling a bit disgruntled. At that moment, Jean suddenly spoke up from Gu He's shoulder. "Master, I am hungry." The young healer's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Gu He. "Yeah, master, how can it talk?" Gu He had not anticipated Jean speaking so suddenly either. Observing the astonished young healer, he sighed and explained, "Jean is not like ordinary magical beasts. It is inherently intelligent and can speak as soon as it hatches." Having said that, Gu He retrieved a 4th-tier pill from his spatial ring and tossed it to Jean. In an instant, Jean transformed into a streak of golden light, snatching the pill in its beak before swallowing it whole. Witnessing this, Gu He felt a sense of reflection. Such a meal required a 4th-tier pill. With Jin's appetite, it would be quite challenging for an average person to sustain it. Fortunately, Jean could refrain from eating for several days as long as it did not engage in combat. The young healer watched as Jean vanished in a flash of golden light after finishing the pill, a trace of disappointment evident in her gaze. Sensing her discontent, Gu He offered some consolation. "If you wish to befriend it, you should diligently practice your alchemy skills. This creature has a fondness for pills. Once you entice it with a pill, it will surely take the bait." Upon hearing this, the young healer's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Oof, once it has eaten my pills, I will certainly give it a good petting," she thought, feeling somewhat irked by Jin's earlier haughty demeanor. Then, she looked back at the beast egg in her hands, her heart filled with eagerness. "Little one, hurry and emerge. Your master can hardly wait to touch you," she mused, envisioning the iron-winged giant eagle's appearance, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. After a moment, she turned her gaze to Gu He. "Master, could you help me name it?" she asked, pointing at the blue beast egg. "You want me to name it?" Gu He was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he was indeed the right person for such a task. Yet, seeing the eager expression on the young healer's face, he felt disinclined to refuse. "Very well, I shall name it." After a brief contemplation, Gu He looked at her and proposed, "How about we call it Xiao Tai?" Upon hearing this, the young healer was momentarily stunned, and then her smile faded instantaneously. The following day, as Gu He had anticipated, Yunlan arrived early in the morning with Nalan Yanran at the courtyard. The sect leader had been away for over a month, and upon returning, it was only natural that she would bring some findings. Gu He wore his customary scholarly smile, contemplating the potential discoveries from this trip. Yunlan, her face adorned with a smile, spoke eagerly, "Elder Gu He, I have gathered all the necessary herbs for refining the Emperor's Pill, 2 complete sets." Although Gu He had expected this, a surge of joy welled up within him upon hearing her words. He nodded in approval. "Excellent." Yunlan, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Then, Elder Gu He, when will you be able to refine the Emperor's Pill?" Gu He smiled slightly. "I have long been prepared, now that the herbs are in place. We can commence the refinement of the Emperor's Pill today." Yunlan paused, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Does Elder Gu He not need to prepare first? The Emperor's Pill is considered a top-tier pill among 6-tier pills, and even some 6-tier alchemists dare not attempt its refinement lightly due to the exceptionally high failure rate. Although Gu He had previously assured her of a 50% success rate, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. What if it failed? The 2 sets of herbs had required her immense effort and connections to procure. If they were to fail now, it would be impossible to gather 2 more sets in the near future, thus explaining her nervous disposition. In the realm of alchemy, such concerns were commonplace. Seekers of pills often worried more about whether the alchemist could successfully refine the pills than the alchemists themselves. Should an alchemist fail, it would merely impact their reputation. However, for the seekers, it meant losing the painstakingly gathered herbs, which might have taken a lifetime to collect. In that moment, Yun embodied such sentiments. Gu He understood her concerns, recognizing the scenario all too well. In the past, he would have indeed taken several days to prepare before refining 6-tier pills, ensuring he was in optimal condition. After all, a failed refinement could significantly tarnish his illustrious reputation as the Pill King. However, at this moment, Gu He felt no such trepidation. Not to mention his current status as a 7th-tier alchemist, he had the assistance of the Dragon Soul Cauldron and his innate divine fire, which greatly elevated his success rate. With these advantages, Gu He confidently believed he had over an 80% chance of successfully refining the Emperor's Pill. Thus, facing Yun's skeptical gaze, he simply shook his head, a radiant confidence lighting up his face. Sect leader, I am already assured of success. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall receive the Emperor's Pill today. A confident man possesses an undeniable allure. Observing the self-assured Gu He, Yun felt a flicker of unusual thoughts cross her mind. Subconsciously choosing to place her trust in him, she handed over the spatial ring containing the herbs to Gu He, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Since Elder Gu He is so confident, I shall await your good news. In the tranquil pavilion, Gu He smiled and remarked, if the sect leader is still apprehensive, it would be wise to wait here. Yun nodded gently in agreement. That sounds good. With a faint smile, Gu He turned and called out to the petite healer who had just stepped out of the door, disciple, please serve tea to the sect leader. Subsequently, Gu He made his way towards the alchemy chamber. Chapter 71, The Manifestation of Alchemical Wonders. Inside the alchemy chamber, Gu He meticulously laid out all the medicinal materials extracted from his spatial ring on the table. His gaze swept over the 10 or so pristine white jade boxes before him, and after a deep breath to suppress the tumult of emotions within, he flicked his fingers, causing the Grand Dragon Soul Cauldron to manifest from thin air, crashing heavily onto the ground with a resonant dragon's roar. With narrowed eyes, Gu He recalled the method of refining the Emperor's extreme pill and the various precautions necessary for the process. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and from their depths, purple flames surged forth. With a soft pop, a slender tongue of purple flame erupted from Gu He, which he deftly flicked into a streak of light, darting into the cauldron with lightning speed. As the flame entered the cauldron, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a roaring inferno that blazed wildly within. As the purple flames surged, the dragon motifs etched upon the surface of the Dragon Soul Cauldron appeared to come alive, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Once the temperature within the cauldron stabilized, Gu He beckoned, drawing a snow-white jade box, exuding a hint of chill, into his hand. Inside lay a crystalline object resembling ice, which at first glance seemed unremarkable. However, the rich fragrance of medicinal essence it emitted revealed its extraordinary nature. This item was known as the Heart of Ice Orchid, formed from the purest cold energy in the frigid wastelands. For practitioners of ice-type combat chi, refining and absorbing it would enhance their icy prowess, rendering it a treasure of immeasurable worth in their eyes. Observing the Heart of Ice Orchid, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu He's eyes, judging by its quality and size. This Heart of Ice Orchid was top tier, leaving him curious about Yun's source of acquisition. As he delicately grasped the Heart of Ice Orchid, a bone-chilling cold seeped through his fingertips, nearly rendering his entire arm numb. Glancing at his arm, now dusted with frost, Gu He concentrated, summoning the purple flames within him to swiftly purge the encroaching cold. With a gentle toss of his hand, the Heart of Ice Orchid was accurately cast into the cauldron, where the purple flames surged like a ravenous beast, engulfing it whole. In response to the flames' assault, the Heart of Ice Orchid did not yield passively. Instead, it continuously emitted chilling mist in a desperate attempt to counteract the searing heat. The mist and the verdant flames clashed, creating faint wisps of white vapor where they met. This icy essence, nourished by millennia of extreme cold energy, managed to hold its ground against Gu He's primordial divine fire for a brief duration. Truly remarkable. This extreme cold substance can withstand my divine fire for so long. Gu He mused, marveling at the sight in the cauldron. His spirit ignited with focus, and, suddenly, the temperature within the cauldron surged. Under the intensifying heat, the heart of ice orchid began to show signs of melting, its crystalline surface softening. Witnessing this transformation, Gu He let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that his primordial divine fire was an extraordinary flame. Had it been an ordinary fire, the refinement of the heart of ice orchid alone would have taken at least a day, consuming vast amounts of time and energy. The extraordinary flame was indeed akin to a divine weapon for alchemists. The refining process continued for about an hour, until the once solid heart of ice orchid had completely turned into a viscous, snow-white liquid, radiating an immensely rich and pure energy. After another half-hour of meticulous refining, Gu He moved without pause, drawing forth another stubborn medicinal ingredient and casting it into the cauldron. Time flowed slowly in the enclosed alchemy chamber, and the medicinal materials laid out before Gu He gradually diminished. A mingling of rich medicinal aromas wafted through the air, reminiscent of swirling clouds. As the materials were slowly refined, Gu He's expression grew increasingly solemn. He understood that the crucial moment was approaching, though confidence simmered within him. The Emperor's Extreme Pill was the highest-grade pill Gu He had ever attempted to refine, necessitating utmost caution. Even among 6-tier pills, the Emperor's Extreme Pill held a prestigious status. Such a high-level elixir was nearly irresistible to a Dou Emperor. However, the materials required for crafting this pill were exceedingly rare. Were it not for Yunlan's position as the esteemed leader of the Yunlan Sect, endowed with wealth and extensive connections, gathering these materials would have been an insurmountable challenge. For others, even powerful Dou Emperors, collecting these ingredients could take several years. Moreover, the refinement of the Emperor's Extreme Pill was exceptionally arduous. Even an average 6-tier alchemist would only boast a 3 to 4% chance of success. Currently, Gu He had no trouble refining 6-tier pills, but the Emperor's Extreme Pill was no ordinary concoction, and his chances of success would likely not exceed 60%. Yet with the aid of his primordial divine fire and the Dragon Soul Cauldron, he could elevate that probability to over 80%. Fully aware of the challenges ahead, Gu He dared not allow even a moment of complacency. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the cauldron, and, at a certain moment, he felt a surge of energy and compressed the refined medicinal materials within. In that instant, Gu He poured his very essence into the cauldron, perceiving every shift and movement within it. Under his intense scrutiny, the various pure medicinal liquids began to merge seamlessly. Fortunately, no errors occurred during this critical phase, and as the fusion completed, a vibrant mass, roughly the size of a fist, emerged within the cauldron. Gazing at the amalgamation of medicinal energies, Gu He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most challenging steps were now behind him. As long as he maintained the correct temperature and nurtured the newly formed elixir, the Emperor's Extreme Pill would soon be his triumph. In the serene courtyard, Yunlan and Nalan Yanran quietly sat within the pavilion, occasionally casting glances towards the alchemy chamber, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. "Teacher, do you think Elder Gu He will succeed?" At that moment, Nalan Yanran could no longer contain her impatience and turned to Yunlan. Upon hearing this, Yunlan gently shook her head, feeling uncertain herself. "Sect Master, Senior Sister Yanran, there is no need for concern. Alchemy is inherently a time-consuming endeavor. Haste will not yield results," the little medicine fairy remarked, pouring steaming tea into their cups with a graceful flick of her eyes towards the direction of the alchemy room. "If the teacher is so confident, success is surely within reach." Yunlan, taken aback by the calm demeanor of the little medicine fairy, silently admired her serene disposition. Reflecting on their conversation from the previous day, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This girl not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also exhibited a temperament far superior to others. It was no wonder she had achieved such remarkable feats at a young age. Casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Nalan Yanran beside her, Yunlan sighed inwardly. Compared to the little medicine fairy, Yanran indeed had some distance to cover. She wondered how Elder Gu He had managed to cultivate such an exceptional disciple. At this moment, Nalan Yanran inquired, "Junior sister, are you truly so confident?" The little medicine fairy smiled, replying, "It is not my confidence, but rather my faith in the teacher. He has never failed to fulfill his promises." "Really?" Nalan Yanran expressed her doubts. Just as she finished speaking, the entire courtyard suddenly trembled violently. The unexpected quake startled the three of them, and their gazes instinctively turned towards the alchemy room, where an exceptionally potent wave of energy was rapidly taking shape. It seemed that the alchemy was nearing success. Sensing the intense energy fluctuations, a flicker of joy crossed Yunyan's beautiful eyes. Although she was not an alchemist herself, her years of experience had made her well acquainted with the signs. She knew that the formation of high-grade elixirs often resulted in notable disturbances. The little medicine fairy's face lit up with delight. I told you the teacher would succeed. At that moment, the energy fluctuations within the secret chamber surged to a terrifying level. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed, and a beam of energy, approximately half a foot wide, shot forth from the alchemy room, breaking through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. Gazing at the piercing light that had punctured the ceiling, the three of them were left in a state of astonishment. Was this the might of a high-grade elixir taking form? As the Royal Extreme Elixir neared completion, the sudden eruption of light immediately captured the attention of several powerful figures within the Yunlan Sect. Many senior members of the sect were left in shock as they felt the pure energy contained within the beam. In quick succession, numerous high-ranking members of the Yunlan Sect flashed towards Elder Gu He's residence. Soon, a crowd of elders and stewards gathered outside Gu He's courtyard. As they watched the beam ascending from the alchemy room up close, exclamations of surprise erupted. The fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, indicating that Elder Gu was indeed concocting elixirs. While high-grade elixirs could cause some commotion, such phenomena were rarely seen unless one was creating a 7th-grade elixir. Could it be that Elder Gu was attempting to refine a 7th-grade elixir? Impossible. Elder Gu has only recently broken through to the 6th-grade alchemist level. How could he possibly concoct a 7th-grade elixir? Moreover, I have heard that the commotion caused by 7th-grade elixirs is far greater than this, often accompanied by the descent of elixir thunder. This must surely be some rare, upper-tier elixir among the 6th-grade ones. Indeed, Elder Gu the Pill King, had only recently ascended to the 6th-grade alchemist level, yet he could create such a high-quality 6th-grade elixir. A few elders and stewards from the Yunlan Sect gathered outside Elder Gu He's residence, discussing animatedly. Yes, given this commotion, the elixir must be on the verge of completion. Such power might even rival that of legendary 7th-grade elixirs. At that moment, a graceful figure clad in white soared out from the courtyard. Elders, please retreat, as Elder Gu is in a critical phase of alchemy. We must not disturb him, Yunyan declared. Her figure suspended in mid-air as her gaze swept over all the elders and stewards, her tone firm. The elders paused momentarily at the sight of Yunyan. Yes, Sect Master. They acquiesced, bowing their hands in respect to her, a hint of regret flickering in their eyes as they gradually stepped back to a distance of 1,000 meters. As time passed, the beam that had reached the heavens gradually began to fade, yet the fragrance of the elixir grew increasingly potent. The light diminished until, at last, it transformed into a myriad of shimmering particles, slowly dissipating. With the complete dissipation of the beam, a small orb of light, roughly the size of a thumb, appeared before the multitude of gazes. As soon as the orb manifested, its radiance surged, as if attempting to escape the sky. However, just as its brightness intensified, a cold snort echoed from within the room below, followed by a sudden surge of suction. Under this fierce pull, the orb began to sway uncertainly. After a brief moment of tension, it finally darted back, vanishing into the alchemy room before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Watching the elixir disappear, a flicker of joy crossed Yunyan's face as she gracefully descended into the courtyard. With the elixir now taken, the lingering fragrance gradually dissipated, leaving the spectators momentarily at a loss, shaking their heads in disbelief. Teacher, did Elder Gu succeed? Once Yunyan landed, Nalan Yanran rushed forward, her face alight with excitement. Yes, Yunyan replied, a hint of joy gracing her features as she nodded. It seems he has indeed succeeded. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran gazed towards the alchemy room with admiration. Elder Gu is truly remarkable, capable of refining such a high-level elixir. Yunyan recalled the confidence that had shown on Elder Gu's face before he entered the alchemy room, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes. Having only recently ascended to the 6th-grade alchemist level, Elder Gu could concoct upper-tier 6th-grade elixirs. He was indeed a prodigy in the field of alchemy. Thinking of the effects of the Royal Extreme Elixir, Yunyan felt a swell of anticipation. This elixir would undoubtedly allow her to advance her cultivation, breaking through to the 4-star Dou Emperor level. With this thought in mind, she gazed at the door of the alchemy room, patiently awaiting Elder Gu He's emergence. However, After a considerable wait, there was still no sign of him. Teacher, what is happening? Hasn't Elder Gu He successfully refined the elixir? Why hasn't he come out yet? Nalan Yanran queried, growing increasingly puzzled as time passed. Yunlan's beautiful eyes also reflected her confusion as she offered a tentative explanation. Elder Gu He must be in the process of recuperation. Let's wait here. With the elixir now completed, Yunlan felt a sense of relief. Behind her, the little medicine fairy observed the door of the alchemy room, her face etched with curiosity at the prolonged absence of their teacher. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she exclaimed, could it be that the teacher intends to continue refining elixirs? At her words, both Yunlan and Nalan Yanran felt a jolt of disbelief as they turned their gazes towards the alchemy room. Inside, Elder Gu He swallowed a recovery elixir and sat cross-legged on the ground. After a moment, once his internal energy had nearly restored, he slowly rose to approach the cauldron once more. As the little medicine fairy had guessed, Elder Gu He indeed intended to continue his alchemical endeavors. With one portion of the ingredients for the Royal Extreme elixir remaining, he resolved to forge ahead and concoct the final elixir. This particular elixir was for his own benefit. When he initially offered to refine the Royal Extreme elixir for Yunlan, it was ostensibly to aid her in breaking through her bottleneck, but in truth, it was a calculated move for his own gain. Now that Yunlan's elixir had been successfully refined, he was ready to fulfill his own ambitions. The next elixir to be refined, the Imperial Supreme Pill, was, of course, intended for his own consumption. At present, Gu He stood at the pinnacle of the 8-star Dou Emperor realm. Should he consume this Imperial Supreme Pill, he would be poised to break through to the 9-star Dou Emperor stage, and perhaps even ascend to the peak of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm. Contemplating this prospect, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Gu He's eyes. With the experience he had just garnered, this refinement would undoubtedly be executed with greater finesse. Gazing at the dragon soul cauldron before him, Gu He inhaled deeply. Parting his lips, a plume of violet flame erupted forth, flicking his fingers to send the flame, trailing a beautiful tail directly into the cauldron, where it erupted violently. The roaring inferno surged within the cauldron, its temperature escalating, gradually permeating the alchemical chamber with a palpable warmth. As the flames danced, Gu He waved his sleeve, causing a plethora of medicinal herbs to soar from the table. Suspended mid-air outside the stone platform, appearing like clusters of luminous orbs from below, a sight most resplendent, with the infusion of numerous herbs. The once dormant violet flames within the cauldron surged forth like ravenous wolves, voraciously consuming everything in their path. Chapter 73. Consuming the Imperial Supreme Pill. It seemed that Elder Gu He was indeed determined to continue his alchemical endeavors. Outside, after waiting nearly an hour without the slightest sign of Gu He emerging, Yunlan became increasingly convinced of Xiao Yan's earlier assertion. Elder Gu He was truly audacious. Observing the serene alchemical chamber, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yunlan's eyes. Could he truly withstand the strain of refining high-grade pills consecutively? Despite the fact that Gu He had successfully concocted an Imperial Supreme Pill, a thread of worry still lingered in Yunlan's heart. As time gradually passed, several hours slipped by unnoticed. The sky darkened, shadows enveloping the entirety of the Yunlan Sect. The trio of Yunlan remained quietly seated in the pavilion, awaiting his return. Suddenly, the entire courtyard trembled violently, as if struck by a tempest. The unforeseen quake startled the trio momentarily, their gazes instinctively turning towards the direction of the alchemical chamber, where an exceptionally dense wave of energy was rapidly coalescing. It appeared Elder Gu He was on the verge of success once more. Feeling the richness of the energy fluctuations, a glimmer of joy danced in Yunlan's beautiful eyes. Creak. Indeed, after half an hour, accompanied by the sound of the door creaking open, Gu He emerged from the alchemical chamber, weary yet triumphant. Upon seeing Gu, he finally stepped out of the secluded chamber. Yunlan and the others rushed forward to greet him. Noticing the bloodshot eyes of the elder, Yunlan could not help but exhale a sigh. Had he truly been so reckless in his alchemical pursuits? Master, are you all right? The Xiao Yan, observing Gu He's fatigued visage, stepped forward with concern. Gu He slightly shook his head and then handed a jade vial to Yunlan with a smile, saying, Sect Master, I have fulfilled my promise. As Yunlan glanced at the jade vial presented by Gu He, a spark of excitement ignited in her eyes. She accepted the vial, turning her gaze towards Gu He with heartfelt gratitude. Elder Gu He, thank you for your hard work. Gu He replied nonchalantly, it is nothing. For an alchemist, concocting potions is merely an everyday affair. This little exertion is of no consequence. Yun, holding the jade vial, was eager to return and break through her limits. She addressed Gu He. Elder Gu He, the hour is late, and you have labored throughout the day. You should rest early. I shall not disturb you further. Gu He nodded slightly. Very well. With that, Yun led Nalan Yanran and slowly departed the courtyard. Master, are you truly all right? The Xiao Yan inquired, her face etched with concern. I am fine. Now go and rest. Gu He reassured her, dismissing the Xiao Yan before returning to his own quarters. After consecutively refining 2 Imperial Supreme Pills, Gu He was indeed exhausted. Sensing the near depletion of his Dou Qi, he could not help but smile wryly before settling onto his bed to meditate and restore his energy. The next day, a beam of morning light crept through the window, cascading into the room, illuminating the elegant figure seated cross-legged upon the bed. Under the warm rays, the refined man's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly before abruptly opening. As his eyes snapped open, an extraordinarily robust aura erupted from Gu He's being, akin to a lion awakening from slumber, filling the entire room. Within his obsidian gaze flickered a tangible violet flame, causing the white robe that adorned him to billow without wind, rustling incessantly. Only after a brief moment did the flame in his eyes gradually subside. As the violet flame dimmed, the robe that enveloped his form settled gently against his skin. Feeling the Dou Qi within him, now significantly more potent than the previous day, a glimmer of delight crossed Gu He's visage. Although the previous day's frenzied alchemical endeavors had left him fatigued, he discovered that his Dou Qi had indeed progressed after enduring a night of training. Though such progress was minimal, with time, breaking through would merely be a matter of patience. Gu He, even without the Imperial Supreme Pill, could achieve a breakthrough to the 9-star Dou Emperor realm within a few months. 4 high-ranking Dou Emperors. Each breakthrough necessitated an extensive investment of time, ranging from a year or two to as many as 10 years. In contrast, a few months did not seem overly burdensome. Yet, for Gu He, a few months felt rather prolonged. It was time to find a suitable place for his breakthrough. Rising slowly, Gu He's eyes glimmered with contemplation. The commotion caused by a high-ranking Dou Emperor's breakthrough was staggering. Even with a barrier in place, some energy would inevitably escape, making it detectable. Now that Yun had returned, it would be inappropriate to attempt a breakthrough within the Yunlan Sect. With this in mind, Gu He stepped outside and briefed the Xiao Yan before departing the Yunlan Sect with little gold. Upon arriving at the Yunlan Sect, Gu He cast aside his reservations, allowing little gold to reveal its true form, mounting its back as they swiftly distanced themselves from the Jayama holy city. Half a day later, Gu He, riding atop little gold, reached a mountain range. Upon arriving at a cliff's edge, he found a piece of azure stone and settled down upon it. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a jade vial, resembling jadeite, which appeared in his palm. Tilting the vial, a pill the size of a longan tumbled forth, instantly releasing an exotic fragrance that invigorated the senses. This pill was, of course, the Imperial Supreme Pill he had refined the previous day. The effect of the Imperial Supreme Pill was to elevate a Dou Emperor's power by 1 or even 2 stars, though success was contingent on luck. Instances of the pill failing to yield a power increase had occurred, and unfortunately, if one were to consume a second pill after a failure, it would similarly lose its efficacy. Thus, those who consumed the Imperial Supreme Pill often found themselves silently praying that misfortune would not befall them. As the pill rolled gently in his palm, Gu He finally exhaled softly, opening his mouth to swiftly swallow the pill. The Imperial Supreme Pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a wave of warmth that surged into Gu He's body. As this immense, pure medicinal energy flooded in, Gu He's lips quivered slightly. Fortunately, his meridians were sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to ingest such a potent energy. As the medicinal energy coursed through his meridians, Gu He inhaled deeply. With a focused mind, his innate divine fire erupted from various parts of his body, surging into his meridians, swiftly enveloping the overwhelming energy and forcibly guiding it along the path of the divine fire technique. Within the depths of Gu He's being, a surge of medicinal power erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Waves of energy surged forth, coalescing into a vortex above his head, gradually permeating through the crown of his head. With the possession of his innate divine fire, he deftly refined the somewhat mottled energies of the world around him. Presenting no significant challenge to Gu He, whatever came forth, he could transmute with ease. As the medicinal potency within him gradually dissipated, everything began to return to a steady rhythm. Given Gu He's current capabilities, although the power of the Emperor's Pill was immense. It did not incite a sense of panic within him. All unfolded smoothly, akin to a flowing stream. And the extent to which this Emperor's Pill could elevate Gu He's strength would only be revealed in the end. Once Gu He entered a gradual state of refinement, the peak of the mountain grew tranquil, save for the vigilant presence of Xiao Yan, who steadfastly maintained his watchful post. Chapter 74. The Pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Emperor. Upon the mist-shrouded mountaintop, at the edge of a precipice, the fabric of space rippled incessantly as torrents of somewhat mottled earthly energies surged forth, inundating the middle-aged man seated at the precipice. Faced with this seemingly endless influx, his body resembled an abyss, absorbing the energy without ever reaching a state of overflow. Since consuming the Emperor's Pill, Gu He had maintained this state for nearly 3 days. During this time, his form remained as immovable as a rock, with only the energy vortex above his head swirling and emitting a low, mournful howl. Within Gu He, the vast medicinal power of the Emperor's Pill, after being refined by his innate divine fire, transformed into a surging flow of Dou Qi, coursing through his meridians like a relentless tide. Moreover, an unceasing stream of earthly energy flowed in, ultimately refined by the divine fire, into pure Dou Qi, merging into this formidable reservoir. However, while the quantity of earthly energy was substantial, the amount of pure Dou Qi available for Gu He to absorb after extensive refinement remained relatively modest. Nonetheless, every little bit counted. The accumulation over time could lead to formidable results. Most practitioners of cultivation amass their Dou Qi in a similar manner, relying on medicinal pills to enhance their strength, which, while a shortcut, should not be overused. Otherwise, it could result in a hollow and unstable foundation. Nevertheless, Gu He harbored no such reservations. The divine fire body tempering method documented in the divine fire technique could refine both his physical form and the Dou Qi within. After undergoing the refinement of his innate divine fire, even the most ethereal Dou Qi would become extraordinarily pure. Gu He's cultivation during this period was prolonged. The medicinal potency of the Emperor's Pill had been entirely refined a day prior, yet he chose not to cease his efforts, instead opting to continue his training. He sensed that the power from the Emperor's Pill alone might not suffice to substantially elevate his prowess. As he always pursued perfection, he recognized this as an opportunity and was determined to maximize his strength. With this mindset, nearly 4 days passed. Throughout these 7 days, Gu He devoted his entire focus to absorbing the energies of the world. Under his relentless intake, the Dou Qi coursing through his meridians gradually grew more exuberant and robust, each cycle bringing forth an almost boundless strength, inciting an impulse within him to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens. Of course, this impulse was ultimately suppressed. He understood that a premature shout could jeopardize all his arduous efforts. Time sped by during his cultivation, and the mountaintop remained as serene as ever. Occasionally, Xiao Yan would suddenly unleash a golden sword qi, slicing through the air to eliminate a nearby magical beast that ventured too close to the mountain. During this period, the mountain had become a forbidden zone, and the magical beasts that had suffered losses had learned to keep their distance, further facilitating Gu He's steady progress in cultivation. On the morning of the 8th day, a ripple of activity finally emerged. The energy vortex above Gu He's head trembled slightly before gradually dissipating, and the surrounding space began to calm. Shortly after the vortex vanished, Gu He's eyelids fluttered, and after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. In his dark orbs lay a profound simplicity, as unremarkable as one just awakening from slumber, devoid of any turmoil. As the seals of his cultivation dissipated, Gu He slowly raised his head, palm outspread. With a mental command, the surging Dou Qi coursing through his meridians erupted, rushing forth like untethered steeds, merging seamlessly into every part of his being. As the vigorous Dou Qi integrated into him, a sharp brilliance ignited in Gu He's ebony gaze, intensifying rapidly, while his aura surged upwards, breaking through to the 8-star level and stepping into the realm of the 9 stars. The momentum did not cease upon reaching the 9-star threshold. It continued to swell, causing the fabric of his clothing to billow as if caught in a tempest. The boulder beneath him cracked with a resounding snap, as if the surrounding mist were parted by invisible hands. After a time, the energy reached the late stage of 9 stars. At that moment, an invisible membrane quietly materialized, suppressing the burgeoning power. Sensing this subtle resistance, Gu He clenched his fists tightly, opting not to break through immediately. Instead, he rose abruptly, tilting his head back to release a long, resounding howl. This piercing cry echoed through the clouds, resonating throughout the mountains, lingering long after it had faded. The howl was immensely prolonged, as if he had held his breath to the utmost limit. Gu He's visage reddened, veins bulging like worms beneath his skin, lending him an appearance of fierce intensity. "Break for me!" With fists clenched, Gu He's footing shattered the boulder beneath him, sending fragments flying as a fierce shout erupted from his lips. In that moment, it seemed as though an imperceptible membrane shattered, and Gu He's previously restrained momentum surged once more, breaking through the late stage of the 9 stars and culminating at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor. Just as his aura reached this zenith, it abruptly halted, and Gu He, feeling utterly spent, sank to his knees, palms braced against the ground, gasping for breath. Though his limbs felt drained, a gleam of uncontainable joy flickered in his eyes. He realized that he had, through the power of the Emperor's Pill and his own unwavering belief, ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor. This meant that Gu He was now a 9-star Dou Emperor, just a step away from the Dou Zone realm, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Gu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. The strength of a 9-star Dou Emperor was sufficient to allow him to traverse the Gamma Empire with confidence. In this moment, Gu He finally sensed a measure of self-preservation. Then, recalling something, he gradually settled back down. With a thought, his innate divine fire enveloped his entire being. Gu He activated the divine fire body tempering technique, commencing the refinement of his physique while simultaneously purifying the somewhat ethereal Dou Qi that resulted from consuming the Emperor's Pill. Chapter 75. Returning to the Yunlan Sect. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. Atop the precipice, Gu He was enveloped in violet flames, resembling a cocoon of purple light. Beside him, Xiao Yan vigilantly guarded the perimeter, eyes scanning the surroundings with keen alertness. As time passed, the purple light cocoon gradually deepened in hue. In the next moment, without any forewarning, the purple light cocoon transformed into wisps of violet flames that penetrated into Gu He's body, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, and within his pitch-black irises, bolts of lightning surged like a tempest. At that instant, even the air around the somber cliff crackled with faint sounds, reminiscent of distant thunder. With the opening of his eyes, a formidable aura, which seemed to have slumbered for countless epochs, began to awaken like a mighty army, slowly rising and releasing a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, several tremors coursed through the entire cliff, with fissures as thick as a man's arm spreading like spiderwebs from where Gu He sat, ultimately permeating every corner of the precipice. Crack! The azure stone upon which Gu He sat suddenly emitted a subtle sound, followed by numerous fine cracks that appeared abruptly and swiftly engulfed the entire stone. Finally, with a deep rumble, the azure stone shattered into countless fragments. Despite the explosion of the stone, Gu He remained utterly still, his legs crossed in mid-air, suspended without the aid of any external force. Indeed, after being tempered by divine fire, his fighting spirit had become exceedingly pure. Gu He slowly spread his hands, feeling the torrents of fighting spirit within him, akin to a raging flood, and a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, a sense of grandeur, as if the very universe lay within his grasp, surged from his heart. Simultaneously, a formidable soul force emanated from his body, sweeping outward in a tempestuous wave. Like a lightning storm, this potent force rapidly extended beyond the cliff, enveloping the entire mountain range. As the soul force scanned the terrain, Gu He perceived the circumstances within the mountains. However, the reach of his soul force did not cease there. It continued to surge beyond the mountain-esque confines. The colossal soul force expanded to encompass a 100-mile radius, seemingly limited by some unseen boundary. Thus, when Gu He's soul force encountered this limit, it could advance no further. Perceiving this, Gu He's mind stirred, and the dispersing soul force swiftly receded like a tidal wave, retracting entirely back into his body within mere breaths. With the soul force fully returned, Gu He slightly tilted his head back, exhaling a long breath, and rose slowly, a look of contentment gracing his features. The sensation of breaking through was indeed delightful. He then turned to the side where Xiao Yan sat, a smile creeping onto his face. During this time, Xiao Yan had steadfastly remained by his side, never straying even an inch, a rare occurrence for the usually playful creature. It bore the nature of a magical beast, and despite possessing intelligence, could not shake off its inherently restless disposition. Yet, for the sake of Gu He's safety, It had managed to suppress its nature and steadfastly guard him. "Master, I'm hungry," Xiao Yan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Gu He awaken, a hint of grievance lacing its youthful voice. Gu He paused momentarily at this, then looked at Xiao Yan with a tinge of guilt. "I'm sorry for making you suffer." He subsequently retrieved several fourth-grade elixirs from his spatial ring and tossed them to Xiao Yan. The creature eagerly opened its mouth, precisely swallowing the elixirs, then nuzzled against Gu He, displaying a satisfied demeanor. Gu He chuckled and affectionately patted Xiao Yan's golden feathers atop its head. "Let us head back to Yunlan Sect. I've spent a full 10 days out here. I wonder if my 2 disciples have been slacking off." With that, Xiao Yan immediately took to the skies, and Gu He lightly leapt onto its back, the duo swiftly soaring towards the direction of Yunlan Sect. Half an hour later, at Yunlan Sect, Gu He's figure gradually descended into a secluded courtyard, with Xiao Yan perched upon his shoulder. He made no effort to conceal his presence upon returning. As soon as he alighted in the yard, he was met with the delighted figure of Xiao Yan rushing in from outside, joyfully leaping into his embrace. "Master, you finally returned. I was so worried about you." A smile spread across Gu He's face as he gently patted the little healer's back, saying tenderly, "Didn't I say I would be gone for just a few days? What is there to worry about?" Xiao Yan, however, appeared somewhat displeased, pouting cutely. "Humph, master. You said it would only be 2 or 3 days, but look at it now. It's been a full 10 days. How can I not be worried?" Upon hearing this, Gu He's expression turned slightly awkward, feeling a measure of helplessness. He had never anticipated that the use of the Emperor's extreme pill would consume so much time. "Well, I have returned safely, haven't I?" Gu He reassured, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair gently. "During the time you were away, you 2 haven't fallen behind in your training, have you?" Gu He casually inquired as he strolled toward the pavilion. In response, Xiao Yan's face radiated confidence as she chirped, "Master, I didn't slack off. I've already broken through to 6-star Dome Master. Give me just 10 more days, and I'll directly advance to 7-star Dome Master." Gu He nodded, a pleased smile gracing his features. "Well done. It seems that you haven't been idle while I was away." Xiao Yan gracefully filled a cup with tea for Gu He, saying obediently, "I would never slack off." Raising the teacup, Gu He took a slow sip and asked, "Has anyone come looking for me during this time?" Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "Senior brother has come by a few times. He told me to notify him as soon as you returned. He seems on the verge of breaking through to Dome Master. Is that rascal finally going to break through?" Gu He's eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing this. Having expended so much of his spiritual liquid, it was high time for Liu Ling to make his advancement. It had been a month since he last imparted his teachings to Liu Ling, and if Liu Ling succeeded in breaking through, Gu He would be able to reward him once more. This time, the impartation of skills might even assist him in making a significant leap to Dozo. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a smile crept onto Gu He's lips. "By the way, Master," Xiao Yan suddenly interjected, 3 days ago, the sect leader also came looking for you." "The sect leader? She should have broken through by now, right?" Gu He inquired curiously, glancing at Xiao Yan. "What was her reason for seeking me?" Xiao Yan shook her head. "The sect leader didn't say, but she left you a scroll before departing. According to senior sister Nalan, the sect leader has left the sect again." "She left again? Why?" Gu He took the scroll from Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat perplexed. Hadn't she just broken through? Why the haste to leave? Seeing the confusion in Gu He's eyes, Xiao Yan explained, "According to senior sister Nalan, the sect leader is seeking cultivation resources to enhance her training speed. It seems that Xiao Yan, who broke off his engagement with Nalan Yanran, has awakened his talent, which is reportedly quite extraordinary, causing the sect leader to feel uneasy. Hence, she left the sect immediately after her breakthrough." As Xiao Yan elaborated, her expression turned somewhat complex. She understood that the sect leader's departure was indirectly related to her. Had she not exerted such pressure on Nalan Yanran, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded this way. Gu He was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the news of Xiao Yan's recovery had spread to Yunlan Sect so swiftly. He couldn't help but lament internally. Yan was not truly fulfilling her role as sect leader, spending little time within the sect. What kind of competent leader was that? With a hint of curiosity, Gu He then unfurled the scroll in his hand. In the realm of advanced Xiantier combat techniques, a technique known as Step into the Wind caught Gu He's attention. Upon inspecting the scroll, his gaze sharpened. It was indeed a scroll of high-level Xiantier martial arts. Though Gu He possessed an abundance of such techniques, he was taken aback to discover that this one pertained to body movement. It is widely acknowledged that among techniques of the same tier, those focused on agility are the most coveted. The worth of a high-level Shin-tier body technique could rival that of an ordinary Earth-tier martial art. A flicker of joy ignited within Gu He's heart. He was currently in dire need of a body movement technique, and unexpectedly, Yun had delivered it to him. Could this be her token of gratitude? At this moment, atop the mist-shrouded peak of the back mountain of Yunlan Sect, a scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise unfolded. A woman clad in a moon-white robe sat cross-legged on a protruding black rock at the cliff's edge, her hands forming intricate seals as she closed her eyes in meditation. With each inhalation and exhalation, a flawless cycle emerged, and with every interchange of this cycle, faint azure currents of energy permeated the air around her, swirling and being continuously absorbed into her body for refinement and assimilation. As the last wisp of azure energy was drawn into her, Nalan Yanran slowly opened her eyes, a soft azure glow fleeting across her gaze. Her cascading emerald tresses danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The teacher was indeed correct. The energy in the back mountain was significantly denser. Savoring the fruits of her cultivation, Nalan Yanran's lips curled into a gentle smile. Sister Nalan, Elder Nalan Su has come to Yunlan Sect. He requests to see you, announced a disciple of the sect who had been patiently awaiting her return for meditation. Father? What brings him here? Nalan Yanran furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, gracefully rising to her feet. The gentle breeze caressed her moon-white robe, accentuating her alluring figure with its subtle contours. Casting a languid glance over the seemingly bottomless chasm below, she lightly brushed her robe before turning to depart from the secluded training ground that Yun had personally chosen for her. Within the spacious and well-lit hall, a middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy expression sat, his hand restlessly drumming against the table as he held a teacup. Nalan Su was in a state of agitation, having been nearly coerced into coming to Yunlan Sect by his father, Nalan Jia. He had not anticipated that after merely a year of commanding troops in the western territories of the empire, his audacious daughter would dare to unilaterally annul the engagement that had been arranged by the old man himself. In her family, it was common knowledge that Nalan Jia was exceptionally concerned with reputation, and Nalan Yanran's current actions would undoubtedly lead others to speculate that the Nalan family, perceiving the decline of the Xiao family's influence, deemed it beneath them to proceed with the marriage, thus breaking their promise. Such gossip had caused Nalan Jia to erupt in fury daily within their household. Had it not been for his physical limitations, he would have likely dragged his ailing body up Yunlan Mountain by now. To be honest, Nalan Su himself was not particularly in favor of a union between the Nalan and Xiao families. After all, the Xiao Yan of yesteryears was synonymous with mediocrity. The thought of marrying his exceptionally talented and beautiful daughter to a man of such low caliber was utterly unpalatable to him. However, times had changed. Reports indicated that the Xiao heir had shed his former reputation and demonstrated a terrifyingly rapid cultivation speed, surpassing even Nalan Su's peak in his youth. The potential exhibited by Xiao Yan had undeniably earned Nalan Su's respect. Yet, Nalan Yanran's unilateral decision had turned their relationship into a frozen stalemate, placing Nalan Su in a highly awkward position. If matters continued in this manner, he risked losing not only a son-in-law of immense potential, but also incurring the ire of the Nalan family from within. The mere thought of a future powerhouse capable of becoming a Dou Huang, potentially harboring resentment toward the Nalan family, made Nalan Su seethe with indignation. This girl's audacity grows with each passing day. As his anger mounted, Nalan Su slammed his teacup down onto the table, causing tea to splatter across the surface and startling the waiting maid, who hurriedly replaced it with another cup. Father, why didn't you inform Yanran of your visit to Yunlan Sect? Just as Nalan Su's temper flared, a melodic voice echoed through the hall, and a moon-white figure emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, smiling sweetly at him. Humph, do you even remember your father? I thought becoming the disciple of the Yun Sect master meant you had forgotten all about the Nalan family. Observing his daughter's increasingly radiant appearance, Nalan Su's anger somewhat subsided, and he coldly retorted. Noting her father's displeased countenance, Nalan Yanran could only shake her head in resignation. She waved dismissively at the maid, sending her away. Father, after more than a year apart, you arrive only to reprimand me. I shall be sure to inform Mother when I return. Return? Do you even dare to return? Nalan Su's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If you dare to go back, let us see if your grandfather doesn't break your legs. Pouting slightly, Nalan Yanran understood the underlying meaning in Nalan Su's words. You must be aware of my purpose for being here, correct? Nalan Su took a deep gulp of tea, his expression darkening. It pertains to my annulment of the engagement. Does it not? She delicately twirled a strand of her azure hair, her tone nonchalant. Seeing Nalan Yanran's calm demeanor only fueled Nalan Su's frustration. He slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in anger. That marriage was personally sanctioned by your grandfather, who gave you the right to dissolve it. That was my engagement. I refuse to marry according to your wishes. My life is mine to dictate. Her defiance was resolute. I do not care who sanctioned it. I only know that if the agreement is to be honored, it is I who must marry, not my grandfather. Mentioning this matter brought an unpleasant expression to Nalan Yanran's face. Independent by nature, she despised having her significant life decisions dictated by others, regardless of their status as her elders. Don't think I'm unaware. You merely believe that Xiao Yan, once a waste, is unworthy of you, don't you? Yet now, his potential is no less than yours. Given your standing in Yunlan Sect, you must have received news of his ascension by now. Nalan Su retorted angrily. Nalan Yanran's brows knitted together, memories of the stubborn youth from years past flooding her mind. Indeed, I have heard some news about him. I never expected him to shed his former reputation. That truly surprises me. Surprised? Is that all? Your grandfather has instructed you to visit Wutan City at your earliest convenience and offer an apology to ease the tension in your relationship, Nalan Su stated, frowning. Apologize? Absolutely not. Nalan Yanran's brows shot up in defiance, her refusal immediate and resolute. Though Xiao Yan may no longer be a waste, I, Nalan Yanran, will not marry him. And as for any apologies, you may go yourselves. I will not set foot in Wutan City again. There is no room for your refusal. You caused this mess. You must resolve it. Nalan Su's anger flared at her outright rejection. I will not go. With a frosty expression, Nalan Yanran lifted her chin defiantly. Her cheeks flushed with an innate elegance. Isn't Xiao Yan quite capable? Since he had the audacity to accept a 3-year agreement, I, Nalan Yanran, shall await his challenge here at Yunlan Sect. Should I lose, I will submit to him as a servant. However, if not, expecting me to apologize is out of the question. How outrageous! If, after 3 years of commitment, you ultimately lose, you shall become a servant, which would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon the entire Nalan clan. Nalan se reprimanded vehemently. Who says I will lose to him, even if Xiao Yan regains his abilities? Can Nalan Yanjun be inferior to him in any regard? Moreover, within the Yunlan Sect, there exists an abundance of profound techniques, and the advanced combat skills are remarkably rich. With Elder Gu He assisting me in refining pills, does he, as the young master of a mere small family, possess access to such resources? Frankly speaking, the mere search for advanced fighting techniques could consume him a decade or more. Nalan Yanjun, feeling belittled by Nalan Su's disdain, resembled a mother cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her greatest aversion was being compared unfavorably to that waste she had once scorned. As Nalan Yanjun's outburst unfolded before him, Nalan Su's fury escalated, causing him to rise abruptly, raising his hand as if to strike her. Brother Nalan, please refrain from such rash actions. A white figure swiftly dashed in, positioning itself protectively in front of Nalan Yanjun. Gu He, you scoundrel. I heard that it was you who accompanied Yanjun on her last visit to the Xiao family. Nalan Su's anger surged as he glared at the figure blocking his path. With an awkward smile, Gu He replied, "This is the sect master's decree. I have no choice in the matter. What on earth is the sect master thinking? Allowing Yanjun to engage in such foolish endeavors? If, after 3 years, Xiao Yan truly defeats Yanjun, will she not be reduced to servitude?" Although the mention of the sect master caused Nalan Su's anger to wane slightly, resentment still lingered in his tone. After all, anyone would feel discontent upon suddenly losing a son-in-law with immense potential and gaining a formidable adversary. Ah, Brother Nalan, there's no need to fret. The deed is done, and there's no use lamenting it now. Even if you were to compel Yanjun to apologize, it would hardly mend a rift between our families. Why not avoid further humiliation? As for the 3-year agreement, rest assured, the sect master has recently descended from the mountains to prepare the final few materials for Yanjun's medicinal concoction. Once Elder Gu He successfully refines the elixirs, Xiao Yan will undoubtedly find it challenging to match Yanjun's cultivation pace. If Yanjun shows a modicum of mercy during the agreement, it should quell the anger in his heart. What kind of formula possesses such efficacy? Nalan Su inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. That remains a secret. The formula was obtained by the sect master during a past expedition, presumably a relic from ancient times. As for its effects, you shall see in due time, Gu He replied enigmatically. Seeing Gu Ye's reticence, Nalan Su waved his hand impatiently, glancing at the defiant Nalan Yanjun hiding behind Gu He. With a resigned stomp of his foot, he declared, "Very well, I shall not concern myself with you. If you end up defeated and serving as someone else's maid, do not dare to associate it with the Nalan family. I cannot afford such disgrace. With that, Nalan Su stormed out of the hall, brimming with indignation. As he watched Nalan Su's silhouette fade from view, Gu He let out a sigh of relief and turned to Nalan Yanran, who wore a similarly exasperated expression. I truly did not anticipate that the young lad from the Xiao family would rise again. Regardless, in 3 years, I shall defeat him fair and square. Nalan Yanran proclaimed firmly as she sat in her chair. Yanran, do you truly possess the confidence to defeat him in the 3-year agreement? After a moment's hesitation, Gu He suddenly asked, Uncle Gu, how can you also think I am inferior to that waste? Nalan Yanran retorted with displeasure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Gu He sighed. There is something peculiar about that young man. With a slight pout, Nalan Yanran tightened her grip on her teacup, her gaze fixed on the pale green liquid as she scoffed inwardly. I refuse to believe he can surpass me. It's one thing to be outdone by senior sister Xianer, but can I truly allow a mere waste to eclipse me? Xiao Yan, I, Nalan Yanran, await your arrival at the Yunlan Sect. If you possess any ability, do honor your promise. Chapter 77. Liu Ling breaks through to Dou Shi. 3 days later, a figure darted through the courtyard with remarkable speed, akin to a spirit dancing upon the wind. Gu He stood suspended in midair, traversing the void, his form flickering like a phantom. With each step, it seemed he tread upon a gust of wind, utilizing the whirlwind's force to move with breathtaking grace, resembling an otherworldly being. After a brief moment, Gu He landed gracefully within a pavilion, and as he descended, the whirlwind beneath his feet gradually dissipated. He had finally grasped the fundamentals of the wind-treading technique. Upon recalling his earlier velocity, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. The wind-treading technique truly lived up to its reputation as a high-level Xian-tier combat skill, amplifying his speed 5-fold. Alas, his fighting energy was not of the wind attribute. Otherwise, the enhancement would have been even greater. Settling down in the pavilion, Gu He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all in one go. Just then, a resounding crack pierced the air above the courtyard, followed by a colossal figure descending, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gu He focused his gaze, revealing a magnificent creature, a giant bird. Its feathers were as dark as night, and as they rustled, the sound resembled the clash of metal. Its talons, sharp as iron hooks, embedded themselves firmly into the ground. Then, a figure clad in white descended from the giant bird, revealing none other than the little medical sage. The giant bird was her pet, the iron-winged giant eagle. After Gu He had left the Yunlan Sect to consume the royal extreme pill for his breakthrough, the egg of the iron-winged giant eagle had successfully hatched. Just days after the hatching, the little medical sage could hardly contain her excitement as she rode it soaring through the skies above the Yunlan Sect. Initially, she had struggled to adapt, but after a few days, she became accustomed to it, making it a daily ritual to circle the sect atop the iron-winged giant eagle. At times, she would invite Nalan Yanran to join her in their aerial escapades. Had it been anyone else, the elders of the Yunlan Sect would likely have raised objections. However, in the presence of the little medical sage and Nalan Yanran, even if they harbored dissent, they dared not voice it. One was the sect master's direct disciple, and the other was the esteemed protege of Elder Gu He. None among the sect's hierarchy would dare to offend them. Even as the sect's higher-ups observed the great bird soaring through the sky, they could only feign ignorance. After dismounting, the little medical sage affectionately stroked the feathers on the neck of the iron-winged giant eagle, tossing it a second-tier elixir before turning toward the pavilion. Little Iron, go play in the back mountains, but behave yourself. With a cry, the iron-winged giant eagle swallowed the elixir and flapped its wings, departing the courtyard and heading towards the back mountains of the Yunlan Sect. In the pavilion, Gu He smiled as he listened to the little medical sage calling the iron-winged giant eagle. He had not expected that his casual suggestion would lead her to name the eagle Little Iron. It seemed his words held significant weight in her heart. Yet, unbeknownst to Gu He, the little medical sage had pondered deeply before settling on that name. After all, the initial name given to the iron-winged giant eagle by senior sister Nalan had also been Little Iron. Now, hearing her teacher utter those words, the little medical sage, in light of majority consensus, reluctantly adopted the name. Teacher, hasn't my senior brother arrived for special training today? The little medical sage inquired as she took a seat in the pavilion and poured herself some tea. He should be arriving shortly, Gu He replied. His powerful spiritual sense had detected a figure approaching the courtyard. Indeed, moments later, Liu Ling's silhouette appeared at the entrance. Teacher, I have come for special training, Liu Ling announced as she approached Gu He. Upon hearing the words, Gu He waved his right hand, and a large wooden barrel instantly materialized before Liu Ling. Subsequently, Liu Ling, adept as ever, filled the barrel with water and leapt gracefully into it. Gu He placed several jade vials on the table and addressed the nearby little medical sage. Go, add some ingredients for your senior brother. The little medical sage nodded obediently, taking the 6th grade blood ignition powder from the table and slowly approaching the barrel. After a period of tempering, Liu Ling was now capable of enduring the refinement of the 6th grade blood ignition powder in one go. As the little medical sage poured the powder into the barrel, the courtyard was soon filled with Liu Ling's anguished wails. Hearing his cries and observing the festering skin on Liu Ling, the little medical sage felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced at Gu He, feeling somewhat relieved. Thankfully, her teacher had given her the mild-acting bone regeneration powder. Otherwise, like her senior brother, she wondered if she could withstand it. Indeed, her teacher was the best for her. With this thought, the little medical sage felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Teacher, I shall return to my room to cultivate. After enduring the haunting cries for a while, she could no longer bear it, and said to Gu He, go ahead. If all goes well, your senior brother will break through to the Dou Shi realm today. If you do not put in the effort, you might truly be caught up by him, Gu He remarked. His eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to the little medical sage's words. Senior brother is about to break through? The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback. Her senior brother had been claiming he was close to a breakthrough for several days. Yet today, it seemed he would finally succeed. However, despite her surprise, she brimmed with confidence. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 6-star Dou Shi. Once she returned to her room and consumed a 2nd-tier herb, she was certain she would smoothly advance to the 7-star Dou Shi. Even if her senior brother broke through to Dou Shi, she would still be 7 realms above him. However, since her teacher had said so, she naturally did not dare to be negligent and promptly replied, Teacher, your disciple will double their efforts in cultivation. After saying this, she slowly left the pavilion to return to her room. Lastly, Gu He turned his gaze towards Liu Ling in the barrel. He could sense that Liu Ling's aura was now fluctuating slightly. Although it was faint, the powerful soul force of Gu He acutely detected it. If this continued, once Liu Ling absorbed the energy from the barrel, he would likely be on the verge of a breakthrough. With this thought, Gu He remained quietly in the pavilion, occasionally glancing at Liu Ling as he awaited his breakthrough. Soon enough, after 2 hours had passed, Liu Ling had ceased his cries and was now sitting cross-legged in the barrel, breaking through the barrier of the Dou Shi realm. Bang! Moments later, with a muffled sound, Liu Ling's aura surged dramatically, emanating the presence of the Dou Shi realm. Chapter 78. Transmitting Power Again. In that instant of breakthrough, Liu Ling suddenly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Teacher, I have broken through. The next moment, Liu Ling leapt out of the barrel. Hiss! Upon jumping out, he had barely taken a few steps before he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Caught off guard, he couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Looking down, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. It turned out that in his exhilaration over his breakthrough, he had forgotten about the skin festering due to the immersion in blood ignition powder. Realizing this, Liu Ling immediately turned around, gritting his teeth, and leapt back into the barrel. Teacher, in the barrel, Liu Ling looked at Gu He with a sheepish grin. Gu He remarked, this disciple. The more I look, the more foolish he seems. With a touch of exasperation, Gu He approached and poured a bottle of purple jade spirit liquid, worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, into the barrel. Hiss! How delightful! As the purple jade spirit liquid began to take effect, a cool sensation enveloped Liu Ling's body, eliciting a deeply contented moan from him. Soon, under the nourishment of the purple jade spirit liquid, Liu Ling's festering skin gradually returned to normal. An hour later, Liu Ling elegantly leaped out of the barrel, standing tall and stretching, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. Oh, what a relief! Feeling the immense energy within him, Liu Ling's lips curled into a slight smile. He quickly approached Gu He, noticing his teacup was empty, and dutifully filled it with tea. Remembering the promise his teacher had made to reward him with 3 gifts upon breaking through to the Dou Shi realm, Liu Ling felt a surge of excitement, and cheekily reminded, Teacher, your disciple has broken through to the Dou Shi realm. Gu He lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, then glanced at Liu Ling, saying nonchalantly, after expending so many resources on you, even a pig would have broken through. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling's face revealed a sheepish expression. Reflecting on the value of the spirit liquid he had consumed during this period, he could only click his tongue in astonishment. Had he not soaked in the spirit liquid for his cultivation every day, he would have needed at least several more months to break through to the Dou Shi realm. With this in mind, Liu Ling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, making him hesitate to mention the rewards again. Well, Since you have broken through to the Dou Shi realm, I naturally shall not go back on my word. Noting Liu Ling's silence, Gu He understood his awkwardness, and, foregoing further teasing, directly said, "Come kneel before me." Liu Ling was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement as he responded, "Yes, teacher." He obediently knelt before Gu He, an expression of anticipation on his face. "I hope you can last a little longer this time," Gu He remarked lightly, rising slowly and positioning himself behind Liu Ling, placing his palm against him. Upon hearing this, Liu Ling straightened his expression, silently vowing to endure longer this time and earn his teacher's admiration. "Focus and calm your mind," Gu He instructed, and with a thought, he activated the divine transmission technique, pouring a rich flow of Dou Qi through his palm into Liu Ling's body. Feeling a torrent of formidable power surging into him, Liu Ling's heart surged with exhilaration, and he dared not slacken his efforts. As the robust and tempestuous energy flooded into him, Liu Ling instantly felt his meridians straining against the onslaught. His complexion paled, and he quickly guided the energy towards his Dou Qi vortex. Soon, Liu Ling's aura began to undergo a gradual transformation. In less than 20 breaths of the transmission, a muffled sound resonated from within him. 2-star Dou Shi. In an instant, Liu Ling successfully ascended to the strength of a 2-star Dou Shi. Yet, this was not the end. Gu He continued the transmission. After 30 breaths, Liu Ling's aura shifted once more. 3-star Dou Shi. At this moment, a wave of sharp pain coursed through Liu Ling's body. But recalling his teacher's earlier words, he gritted his teeth and persevered to avoid disappointing him. After several more breaths, Liu Ling's aura fluctuated yet again. 4-star Dou Shi. Within a span of just over 100 breaths, Liu Ling had consecutively broken through 3 realms, advancing from 1-star Dou Shi to 3-star Dou Shi. At this point, Liu Ling was nearing his limit, and with a resolute heart, he fervently activated the Ziyang formula to refine the energy within him. After several more breaths, he felt an excruciating tearing sensation in his meridians, and his complexion shifted dramatically. "Teacher, please stop. I truly cannot endure any longer." Hearing the pain in Liu Ling's voice, Gu He's expression changed, and without hesitation, he ceased the transmission. The next moment, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has granted his eldest disciple Liu Ling 1 day's worth of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, gaining 27 years of cultivation. The cultivation of 27 years has been credited to the system space. Please check, host. Hearing this prompt, Gu He's heart leaped with exhilaration. This time, an astounding 10,000-fold return. A full 27 years of cultivation. Gu He's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. With these 27 years of cultivation, he should be able to make a concerted effort to break through the barrier of the pinnacle of Dou Huang and successfully ascend to the realm of Douzone. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Liu Ling, who was still immersed in refining the energy within his body, a trace of gratification flickering in his eyes. This lad had indeed shown remarkable fortitude by enduring the final round. Although Liu Ling only managed to sustain a day's worth of cultivation this time, Gu He felt no dissatisfaction. During this period, with the abundant spirit liquid enhancing his physique, Liu Ling's body had indeed experienced significant fortification. But let us not forget, Gu He's cultivation was also on the rise. Moreover, the extent of Gu He's cultivation growth surpassed that of Liu Ling's physical strength. As his cultivation increased, the Dou Qi within him naturally became more substantial, amplifying the volume represented by a day's worth of cultivation. Therefore, Liu Ling's ability to progress from half a day's worth of cultivation to a full day's worth was sufficient evidence that he had exerted himself to the utmost. After all, a day's worth of cultivation at the 9-star Dou Huang level was indeed formidable, certainly not something an ordinary Dou Shi could withstand. Had it not been for Liu Ling's daily use of the blood-burning powder to refine his body, Gu He surmised that he might not have even managed half a day's worth of cultivation before experiencing a rupture in his meridians. Then, Gu He's mind sank into the system space, reviewing the orb of energy representing 27 years of cultivation before exiting the system space again. The commotion caused by breaking through to the Douzone realm was immense. He intended to leave Yunlan Sect, just as he had previously, to find a tranquil location for his breakthrough. Observing that Liu Ling had yet to awaken, Gu He remained unhurried. He settled in the pavilion, poured himself a cup of tea, and patiently awaited Liu Ling's revival. Chapter 79. The Vermilion Bird Seal. Bang! Just as Gu He had been seated in the pavilion for half an hour, a muffled sound erupted from within Liu Ling. His aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation directly broke through to 5-star Dou Shi. At this moment, Liu Ling finally absorbed all the dense energy within him, stabilizing his cultivation completely. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Gu He sitting in the pavilion, Liu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but after regaining his composure, he promptly checked his cultivation level. 5-star Dou Shi. In the next instant, an expression of utmost excitement illuminated Liu Ling's face. Feeling the formidable power within him, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into a dance. In such a brief period, he had astonishingly ascended from 1-star Dou Shi to 5-star Dou Shi. This was utterly insane. He felt grateful that he had managed to endure a little longer in the final round. Otherwise, he would have been unable to reach 5-star Dou Shi. Then, he recalled the intensive training he had undergone recently. Had it not been for this specialized training that significantly enhanced his physical strength, he likely would not have endured beyond the first round during the transmission of power. Reflecting on this, Liu Ling felt that the hardships he had endured during this period had not been in vain. Awake? At that moment, Gu He set down his teacup and glanced at Liu Ling. Hearing Gu He's words, Liu Ling immediately leaned forward, smiling as he replied, "I'm awake, master." Gu He inquired, "How does it feel to experience such a surge in cultivation?" Liu Ling's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's exhilarating." Gu He understood Liu Ling's inner thrill. After all, he too often reveled in the sensation of a sudden surge in power. "Now you comprehend what benefits the intensive training has brought you, do you not?" Gu He remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed." Liu Ling nodded without hesitation, his tone resolute as he stated, "Master, I believe the upcoming intensive training can be further intensified. I think we can add a few more bottles of blood-burning powder. I'm not afraid of the pain." Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Liu Ling immediately proposed to Gu He the addition of more blood-burning powder. "As long as you are not afraid of pain." Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Gu He's face. "Rest assured, the forthcoming intensive training will undoubtedly not disappoint you." Looking at the smile on Gu He's face, for some inexplicable reason, Liu Ling suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sensation washing over him. "Master, let us just add 2 or 3 bottles tomorrow. Adding too much would be somewhat wasteful. After all, blood-burning powder is a 4th-tier spirit liquid and not inexpensive," Liu Ling said somewhat awkwardly. "Indeed, you've finally begun to think about saving your master some money." Gu He patted Liu Ling's shoulder, feeling a sense of pride. "However, fret not. Did I not mention that my family has a mine? This money is trivial. Just go ahead and produce as much as you can for me." With thoughts of the endless gold cards within his spatial ring, Gu He felt emboldened. 220 billion gold coins. Even if Liu Ling were to exhaust himself in intensive training, he would likely not be able to spend it all. Hearing Gu He's words of praise, Liu Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Master, you know I've never been fond of waste. Every drop of spirit liquid in the jade bottle, I ensure to savor completely." Gu He, stunned for a moment, Gu He looked at Liu Ling affirmatively and said, "Savoring well, I have high hopes for you." Upon receiving Gu He's compliment, Liu Ling was elated. It seemed his master truly appreciated his frugality. Henceforth, he must ensure to savor even more thoroughly. "All right, continue to squat down. I shall grant you your second reward." After conversing for a while, Gu He suddenly spoke up. "Understood, master." Upon hearing this, Liu Ling's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he squatted before Gu He. Gu He slowly stood up and placed his palm on the top of Liu Ling's head. Then, with a thought, he activated the transmission technique, imparting the cultivation method of the advanced Dou technique Flame Palm, along with his own insights during cultivation, directly to Liu Ling. In an instant, Liu Ling felt a torrent of information surge into his mind, which then exploded outward. Realizing the gravity of this influx, Liu Ling tightened his expression, hastily calming himself to absorb the information flooding his mind. After a brief moment, Gu He had fully imparted the cultivation method of Flame Palm and all his insights regarding the technique into Liu Ling's consciousness. Once this was accomplished, he gradually retracted his palm. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has imparted the advanced Dou technique, Flame Palm, to his eldest disciple. Liu Ling, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the Earth Tier Advanced Dou Technique, Vermilion Bird Seal. The Earth Tier Advanced Dou Technique, Vermilion Bird Seal, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check, host. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Gu He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with delight. 10,000-fold return. Earth Tier Advanced Dou Technique. Vermilion Bird Seal. He had not anticipated that the return from the Advanced Dou Technique would yield an Earth Tier Advanced Dou Technique. Casting a glance at Liu Ling, who was still absorbed in assimilating the information in his mind. Gu He's mind stirred, and he immediately plunged into the system space. Thereafter, Gu He beheld a fiery red orb suspended within the system space. This is the Earth-tier advanced Dou technique, Vermilion Bird Seal. Gazing at the crimson orb in the void, excitement gleamed in Gu He's eyes. He then softly called to the system, "System, begin extraction of the Vermilion Bird Seal." In the next moment, the fiery red orb hovering in the void transformed into a beam of scarlet light that shot toward Gu He, subsequently penetrating into his mind. Boom! A wave of obscure and profound information surged into Gu He's brain. A dizzying sensation akin to the stars shifting enveloped him. Fortunately, he had grown somewhat accustomed to this feeling. In the next instant, an endless starry sky suddenly unfolded in Gu He's mind. Within this ancient cosmos, countless brilliant stars flickered wildly, their light seemingly tugged by some unseen force, ever-changing. Gu He was entranced by this spectacle, watching as the shifting starlight ultimately transformed into dazzling runes, radiating with brilliance. In Gu He's eyes, the ever-changing runes were reflected, and he understood that this was the cultivation method of the Vermilion Bird Seal. Gu He firmly etched the principles of these runes and their transformative pathways into his mind. Faintly, a sense of enlightenment began to cascade within him. Suddenly, a resounding cry, akin to the majestic call of a phoenix, echoed through the starry expanse. Remarkably, the starlight, diffusing in this celestial realm, began to converge towards those runes, causing the void to tremble. There, a vastness imbued with the essence of ancient times ascended amidst the starlit sky. The energy of heaven and earth instantaneously surged into a frenzy. With a final piercing sound, fierce flames erupted, transforming into heavenly fire that roared forth. Within this inferno, a colossal shadow gracefully unfurled its immense form, emerging in a rebirth amidst the boundless celestial flames.